It's time to reach the halfway mark in the 2023-2024 journey for the IVRA Endurance Series. It's here in upstate New York that the drivers unload, and hoping not to go bowling for the 8 hours of Watkins Glen here live on RaceSpotTV. Delighted that you can join us here on this Thanksgiving weekend in what is bound to be an exciting race, and hopefully one where attrition does not play its part. It's our Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Ewan O'Leary to kick things off for the first couple of hours, and qualifying about to get underway as well. Ewan, what a remarkable start to the season that we've had. Of course, staying in America, Sebring, Road Atlanta, but now Watkins Glen. Oh, it's bound to be fun to close out 2023.
Yeah, it's the end of the first half of the season, and we've got an 8-hour race, the first timed race of the season for us to contend with here this season and to round off 2023, as you say. A remarkable season it's been so far. Same race winner overall in the form of Movano Sim Racing, but 4 different GTP manufacturers in the top 4 of the GTP Championship is exactly what we wanted to see at this stage of the season.
Still a long way to go, halfway points to talk about as well, but of course let's not forget that the second half of the season will lead us into a new calendar year, but also see us step outside of American soil into Lagos, Spa-Francorchamps and Fuji still left to come. And you quite rightly point out that Ewan, this is the first timed race of the season. We'll go back to distance-based races for 2 more rounds and close things out with a 12-hour dash to round out the season.
Yeah, for the second time in a row as well. We ended the season at Fuji last time out as well, of course. Races a little bit shorter this season, though, compared to last. We had 1,000-mile races, of course, and then, 1,500 kilometres I think we had as well, and then a couple of 12 hours. We've got an 8-hour and a 12-hour as far as the timed races go. We've got slightly shorter distance races with 1,000-kilometre races returning once again as well. So a slightly shorter calendar, but it's by no means does that mean it's not an endurance series anymore. It certainly is. 8 hours around here is going to feel like a very long way.
Especially with some of the track temperatures that we sometimes see around Watkins Glen. Not sure what the drivers will be dealing with over the course of the day. Let's talk you through the schedule, what's up on deck. Of course, qualifying split into the 3 different classes that are rolling around the track, and it's split into 2 car classes, GTP and GT3. Of course, we are delighted to have the full complement of all 4 of the IMSA WeatherTech sports car GTP machines. The brand new era of sports car prototype racing is well and truly alive. And then in the GT3s, we break things up into Pro and into the regular class to allow those of all different skill levels to compete, but effectively in the same machinery and the ever-popular GT3 machines that have been joined by the Ferrari 296 and the Porsche 911 992 edition for 2023 and 2024. We've already seen 2 races in the books, and boy, what an interesting start to the season it's been. Let's start talking through some of the championship standings, though. GT3's out on track for qualifying first, and Zekkerl Esports, despite not having won a race so far, are on top and by just the 3 points. Orion Race Team with the victory at Road Atlanta have closed the margin up towards them, but it goes to show, especially in this class, which is quote-unquote the slowest, Ewan, even if they share the same cars as the GT3 Pro, staying out of trouble is so important.
Yeah, it is, and being consistent as well. The 2 race winners, by the way, are Orbit Motorsport, who won at Sebring. They're 4th, as you can see, and 2nd, Orion Race Team, who won at Road Atlanta. But their Sebring result is really what's holding them back, and that's the case for both of those 2 who are up there in the standings, I suppose. One of the result is holding them back. It was only 10th place at Sebring for Orion Race Team, for example. You need 2 good races. They don't have to be great, I suppose, but just 2 good races, and that's what Zekkerl Esports have had in that Porsche. A 3rd place at Sebring, a 4th at Road Atlanta. They've got a very narrow 3 points in what is the closest championship, I would say, probably of the 3. It's certainly the lowest scoring of them.
Yeah, I think maybe that's the better way to put it, in that they've just all had rough and tumble starts to the season, and now they're hoping they can get the form clock somewhat restarted and to proceed from here. So you can see on track Watkins Glen International. Oh, what a wonderful facility it is. Everyone really knows it. Of course, for the 6 hours of the Glen, we had 2 more hours and slightly changed the weather conditions, though. For today, you can see we race in the virtual fall. It's the 27th of October, about 3:40 p.m. Local virtual standard time, at least as it runs right now. 27 degrees Celsius for the track temperature means these tires aren't necessarily going to be pushed as hard as they might be, and on top provisionally, it's Archer Brothers in the 215, Olympus Esports and Absolute Motorsports Asalith, the rest of the top three. But decent margins through the field. It's a couple of tenths between the top three.
Yeah, Archer Brothers, of course, had that target on their back of being reigning champions last season, but they no longer have that. They've switched over to the beautiful-looking Ferrari, I've got to say, and Jacob O'Reilly has put that one on provisional pole for now, ahead of Olympus Esports. No reigning champions, by the way, on the grid this season, since Maniti Racing haven't returned to this category, or at least they're not selected to the 201 anyway. They like the number 78, so they've decided to keep it, and why not as well. So they're a bit further down at the moment, but it's Archer Brothers who are currently leading the way in the early stages of this qualifying session, really. And there'll be, of course, the debates around whether it really matters for an 8-hour race. I would say that it slightly does, because GT3, you'll end up right at the very back of everyone off of the start.
The thing to remember, right, is in GT3 and GT3 Pro, they're starting together effectively. They're gridded up together and combined time. So if you can get a couple of tenths of separation to the rest of your drivers and punch in a decent lap time, you might have some GT3 Pro machines between you and your competition. That's what Jacob O'Reilly's hoping for. He improves even more. He's now almost 3.5 tenths of a second quicker than Ilya Rettiani, in the 221. Porsche, and then it's Porsche Ferrari behind, of course, the car that sits provisionally on top. The thing to remember about qualifying in this series as well is you can come down to the pit lane and get a fresh set of boots if you would like, but there's no towing. You've got to do so manually and take up a bit of time doing so.
Yeah, that just keeps it a little bit more realistic, and that's what IVRA does very well in these qualifying sessions. Everyone out there together, of course, which does make things a little bit more interesting as well. And now Maniti Racing will finally maybe set a lap time in this session. Norbert Frank is going to be the one to set the early mark, and it's not a bad time, but it is only 5th at the moment for the Porsche. They were in the Mercedes, of course, last season that took them to the title. It's Porsche this time around. The Hungarian getting them into 5th for the moment, but an encouraging amount of cars within a second of that pole time, even though Archer Brothers have 3.5 tenths.
We'll see if the margins close on up, though, as the conditions maybe cool. There's Talk Freak Racing in the Porsche down in through the 90. No improvement for them as they set themselves up for a qualifying lap. And that's one of the cars rolls out of pit lane. That's Prestanda Nomad, I believe. And now just trying to potentially build up a little bit of the speed. Satellite Racing is up into 5th. They're now about 6 tenths off of your pole position time in those new colors with their new partnerships, of course, on the side of the car as well. These drivers, once they get the checkered flag out from the race director, will be allowed to finish the lap that they are on. But after that, that will be it for them, and they will watch the rest of the qualifying session unfold. So ignore the clock on the left side of the screen as Jacob O'Reilly down to pit lane.
Yeah, and we'll just get a new set of tyres ready for the next part of the race, or indeed escape back in pit lane and then get back in and go again, which is you are allowed to do. You just have to drive down pit lane first, and that does take a bit of time, as you said, a little bit earlier on. So it's a balancing act, really. Will the tyres affect you that much, or is it worth just staying out there and continuing to pound around this circuit? It's, in the 20s in terms of temperature. It's not like they'll be struggling with overheating here, you wouldn't imagine, in qualifying. It's going to be a lot easier for these guys to keep things under control than maybe it would be on other occasions, especially when we do the 6 hours of Watkins Glen, the special event, the iRacing special event, that things do get very, very hot in the summer there.
I'm pretty sure I just saw someone completely parked on the Watkins Glen NASCAR Cup layout, but hopefully that was no major drama. Whoever it was couldn't quite pick out the number. Absolute Motorsport do not improve from 3rd. I did notice that a couple of cars further down the order do, as that's a big spin out of turn number 1 for the Paceworks Mercedes, and Jonathan Smart fortunately parked in a relatively comfortable position, given that he has the opportunity now to wait for a gap in the road. He's relatively far down. It's an interesting place to have crashed.
Yeah, a little bit odd. I mean, it's a crash that must have been going on for quite a while, I'm going to presume, because he's ended up a long way away from the previous corner. He's going again now, just with no front end on that Mercedes, so it's going to be a bit of a struggle to get that one back again, then back around again before you start another lap. It's going to take him about 4 minutes, nearly 5 minutes.
So we'll see if there is still going to be the chance for the Paceworks Mercedes to improve from its provisional spot at the very back of the field. United Simsport, by the way, as we watch the 299 BMW wrap round the penultimate corner, is not improving on this attempt, and indeed seems to be heading down towards the pit lane. So maybe these drivers kind of doing just a lap or two here and there. Jacob O'Reilly, by the way, out of pit lane. He's setting up to try and go even faster.
And he's, very purposefully making his way over the line at the moment. You wouldn't say that he really needs to do this, but he certainly is. He's going to try and extend that advantage at the front of the field. It's not all about qualifying, though, of course. As I mentioned earlier on, how much is this really going to matter realistically? I know you want to start off well, but in terms of race pace, it's going to be about those longer runs, really, throughout the day. I guess it also depends on where the safety cars fall and just how short of a run towards the ends that they're going to need. If it looks like at the moment that if there's a short run towards the end, then Archer Brothers are going to be a pretty safe bet for being up there at the end.
Well, one thing to remember is the only time that the GT3 Pros and GT3 classes are truly considered as one is at the start of the race. After that, if we do get safety cars, effectively they are treated as two separate classes when it comes to the wave arounds and things like that. So we'll see how it plays out from here, but currently Jacob O'Reilly's trending to have, we'll see, but potentially a couple of pros in between him and the rest of the field. Let's go ahead and take a look, by the way, at the replay. What happened to the Paceworks Mercedes? Oh, runs wide, and it's not the bubble on the curb, really. It's just the car not being settled as he tries to rejoin the track and hard into the outside retaining wall.
Yeah, and good avoidance for everybody behind as well. I'd imagine that quite a few of those were maybe on push laps at the time. Here's the look on board. Gets it in decently for the apex. Goes a little bit wide up on the curb, revving it out in third gear and just loses it. And thankfully doesn't end up right in the middle of the road, albeit on the racing line.
Yeah, that could have been just that little bit worse, but fortunately, no harm, no foul. So Jacob O'Reilly back towards the line. I don't know if he's going to actually improve. Remember, 1:43.218, his previous benchmark to beat. And no, he's about 0.2 of a second slower, and maybe shows that the first lap, not necessarily the fastest lap. Let's see, with a little bit more fuel burned off, if he's going to be able to improve as the Rusty Spatula's sim racing team is going to head their way down on towards pit lane. Now, they do have a message for us on the side of the car. I'm not sure if you can quite pick it out from this angle, though, Ewan.
No, I can't. Well, I haven't seen it. I bet you have, but no, I can't. By the way, that livery fits very well on that Ferrari. I quite like the look of that car. But unfortunately not going very quickly at the moment. I'm waiting for it to come past now. So, this camera angle's not going to show me either, is it? Nope.
No, that one's not either. Here we go. Oh, come on.
Can't quite see.
Okay, wait, let's get our roving camera. Oh, I don't have my Xbox controller set up just yet. I will work on this, is what I will say. Unless, wait, does this magic... That car image isn't big enough for you to see that, is it?
No.
You don't have your CSI Miami goggles, do you?
I could probably pull it up myself. It's got some binoculars next to me. I don't think I need them. No, and on the entrance it doesn't. I can't see it. So, no, I'll have to wait. Oh, can I see it? It's difficult to read, really. Give me a moment.
Let me work my magic behind the scenes. And we will get that message to you live on RaceSpotTV. Maniti racing up into second, by the way. The 278 with Norbert Frank behind the wheel, starting to be quite purposeful with its intentions in this qualifying session. See if there's still going to be a further improvement. We'll focus on the times. There's the Paceworks Mercedes, so was able to get back around and get some damage repairs as Jacob O'Reilly back towards the line in what was a banker lap, I do believe, just setting up for what is going to be the final attempt in qualifying. In fact, checker flag's already out. I don't think O'Reilly got to the line in time.
It would have been close. I don't think so, though. I think he would have run out. I don't think it's going to matter, though. He's a quarter of a second ahead of Norbert Frank, and I don't think that is even going to come down, particularly. This is going to be the end of the session as well for Yannick Gigi as well in the 299. The end for the Porsche. Looks like there are a very precious few lap times going to be really improving at this stage.
Prestanda Nomad just in front of Ethan Bass in the Orbit Motorsports 259 are tracking decently as well, but the Bassmaster is a couple of tenths up, it would appear, on the 1:43.796 that currently stands as the fastest lap time. Nomad in front, no improvement, I believe, in position, and while Ethan Bass does get to the line, He invalidated his lap, potentially out of the final corner, and that's going to be heartbreaking for him. Who else is still out on track? Satellite Racing is out there, and with a time that I think can still be set. But outside of that, it's maybe just Paceworks and the Mercedes that have an opportunity to finish up the session.
Yeah, if they got round in time, Paceworks, I'm not sure whether they did or not, but in terms of getting an outlap in and then a real lap here, we'll wait and see. But Thomas Fisher now will make his way towards the line. Didn't think he was very aggressive, actually, in some of those corners, and no, he doesn't improve. It was out of turn 9, actually, where he wasn't really using all the road that I thought he might. What about Paceworks? Have they got round in time and got round to a better improvement here for Jonathan Smart? Well, yes, but it won't improve their position.
Nope, and that's the first of the 3 qualifying sessions done and dusted, and it should now mean that if we jump and take a look at pit exit, oh boy, yeah, there's a lot more GT3 Pro machines than there are GT3s, and you can see that represented in the number of angry cars just sitting there and waiting for their opportunity to be unleashed out on towards the track. Let's grab a quick look at the race results, qualifying results even, out of that GT3 class, and just confirm that it's the Ferrari of the Archer brothers that has a bit of a margin, but it's only a quarter of a second, all things considered, as Norbert Frank was able to punch in the lap time for Maniti in the closing stages. Olympus Esports in a sea of Porsches, third, with Absolute Motorsports Asalith directly behind them. Will be Ethan Bass, Thomas Fisher, and then James Ewan and Yannick Gigi, Ryan Huff, and Henry Mittinen, the rest of the top 10. Look at the diversity of the manufacturers, of course. No Mercedes up inside of the top 10 because they're behind Prestanda Nomad and Zekril Esports. Will be Paceworks Esports at the back of the 13 strong GT3 class, but many more of the GT3 Pros we saw stacked up and ready to roll out on qualifying. And so, well, let's talk to you about their championship standings, because Maniti Racing, fresh off the victory at Road Atlanta, fresh off the maximum halfway points as well, now 4 points clear of Lease Esports, while the BS Plus Turner squad are a further 10 points further back. But ultimately, let's be real, Ewan, it's a 3-car breakaway at the front.
It is for the moment. Still very early days, as we've kept repeating, but it does look like that. I think Pure Sims Esports in 5th will be up there as well by the end of the season. They won at Sebring, but just had a disaster at Road Atlanta, really, scoring 1 point in the entire day. Maniti Racing in 9th only scored 3 points that day, and they're still in the top 10. I think that says a lot about those two teams in particular, scoring so few points to still be inside the top 10 at this stage, very early stage in the season. But yeah, you could, I guess, make a case for this one being slightly closer than GT3. I mean, you can argue about that. Doesn't really matter at this stage. 14 points cover the top 3 is very good to see. And once again, the difference in manufacturers. 3 different ones inside the top 3 of GT3 Pro. And that's equal worst in the field. That's how good the manufacturer spread is in the IVRA Endurance Series so far.
And of course, a custom BOP developed by TFR Lab is kind of what brings it to this point. I do want to call out something as well. Pure Sims Esports winners in round 1, no points at the end of the race at Road Atlanta. They are, of course, have some work to do. Another team that maybe you would expect to see if they can try and rise after a disappointing round number 1. Watch out for Team Heusinkveld, who grabbed 4th at Road Atlanta, and will be hoping to just continue to climb their way on forward. It all starts, of course, though, in qualifying, and the drivers are out there once again. As mentioned, though, there's a few more of them, and so finding track position going to be quite important. But at the same time, when there are this many cars on the track, Ewan, track position becomes so important in a battle of the drafting game.
It certainly does, and especially at Watkins Glen. I would argue that this circuit, probably out of all of the 3 we've seen so far, is the most draft important we've seen in the calendar. Spa later on in the season will overtake this one, I would argue, as the sort of draft track of the season, but qualifying is going to be a right old mess with this amount of cars on the grid. And you can see, by the way, they're all going over the line. No one's interested in lap 1. They're still figuring themselves out.
Well, this is the expected thing with the GT3s for these GT3 Pro drivers. Let's not forget, they figured out that it's not the first lap that is the fastest. And so in the likes of the BMW M-Sim Cup, just as an example, lap 1 is sacrificed, and you only get 2 laps in qualifying there, and they all try and just focus their attentions on the second and final lap. Here's the Door Academy Mercedes that we're watching, with its nice little asymmetric livery going on. They seem to be somewhat pushing more than others as the lights flash in front. Of course, there are going to be some different approaches through the field in qualifying. The best thing is, though, at least, no one's doing slow outlaps like we used to do back in the day. No one's crawling around at 20 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, it's probably the most engaging qualifying session of the three, you could argue, from a spectator's point of view. I'd imagine it's a nightmare to be involved in a team in any way in one of these sessions. I really do, but for us to watch, it's absolutely fantastic. And so far, everyone pretty much is out there on the circuit. Don't think I can see anyone. No, I can't see anyone on pit lane at the moment from the GT3 Pros. So now that the first laps are complete, or going to be complete, sorry, then we'll start to see real lap times. I think this, as I say, this first time has really been about sorting yourself out. I mean, look at the gap that Porsche's got at the front of the field. It's remarkable trying to find some track space, although I don't understand why they didn't just wait like Maniti just did, because they're in loads of free track space.
Again, it's all just about the different approaches, I guess, to the qualifying session. Can tell you, by the way, that German Sim Racing, who crossed the line first, did put in a pretty representative lap time, all things considered. As more and more of those times come in, they'll slide in on the left-hand side of the screen. There you go, 1:43.065 for German Sim Racing. The only lap time currently on that board faster than Archer Brothers in the GT3 qualifying session. But best you believe that's going to change, and probably in the next handful of laps, because Geeks Energy 18 seconds off the pace, Simu5 Visceral 15, 16 seconds off. It's a bit of a trend. Expect the lap time just to drop.
They certainly will. This session is going to get faster as we go on. German Sim Racing are not going to stay out there forever at the front of the field here, by no means. 43.0 the opening time. You'd imagine we can sneak into the 42s maybe a little bit later on in this qualifying session, but let's see. There is the German Sim Racing car. They've got a lot of track space because of the fact they've just gone out and gone for it immediately. Maybe that's not the worst idea in the world. I know that people don't generally recommend pushing on your first lap and instead sort of warming the tyres up gently and going for a second one, but this strategy seems to be going okay for them at the moment. They're just getting out the pit lane and going for it.
I think the thing that it does do is it maximizes their on-track time, as well as not going to be a second lap here. German Sim Racing immediately down to the pit lane. They're not faffing around with any traffic games. They just know they're getting down to business, and they know that if they run at the front, they'll have the clean air. Door Academy, I believe, are also indicating like they would come in towards the pit lane as well. And so let's see who's out there for the second lap. It will be Marius Rommelfanger in the 187 that crosses the line and jumps up in towards 6th in the class, 8th in the overall GT3 classification, so still a handful of drivers slower than Jacob O'Reilly's 2:15 machined lap time. B.S. Turner up to 2nd, Ruben Bonga 700ths off of the pace. Those are the margins that we kind of expected.
Yeah, sorry, I'm giggling because I'm just looking at how difficult this is to keep up with. Look at the amount of improvements are going in at once. Team Heusinkveld and Delta V Racing both improved to 6th and 7th as they go over line. City Racing, what a lap time that is from them. It's Oscar Coper. I guess we maybe shouldn't be too surprised if it's Oscar Coper getting up there, and Maniti Racing all of a sudden getting there 3 tenths ahead of the rest of the field. That is remarkable.
Yep, but it's Gonzalo Vergara that's been able to do that, also in a Porsche. Maybe not a surprise, but I think conditions are cooling off as well. There's the second Maniti car, the 179's up into 2nd as well. That's a bit of a statement, a benchmark of intent, and you can see those weather conditions. Yes, they've slightly risen just by the virtue of more cars on track. I know it sounds somewhat counterintuitive, but it's the way it kind of works out here on iRacing. Even 2 degrees higher in track temperature, not really going to be a major factor. So Rommelfanger looks like he's still on it, by the way. So sacrificed lap 1, going on lap 2, and still running on lap 3 into the penultimate and final corner.
Yeah, it does seem that the Porsche is well hooked up around here at Watkins Glen. So far in the day, we've got the top 4 all Porsches in this session. Now Rommelfanger will look to join them maybe over the line, and he's going to be there or thereabouts. He'll be just inside the top 10 in 9th there for the 187 team. So at Nürburgring Esports making up a few places and getting up to some of its Porsche friends, I suppose.
And now you can see just how many cars are coming down pit lane. So they were the only car really to try and go on the 3rd lap. Although having said that, Simu5 up to 2nd, as Tristan Iglesias has been able to work his way on forward in that very orange and black machine. Yellows on the left side for those cars in pit lane. And let's not forget that these drivers, much like we were talking about earlier, do have to manually return to the pit lane if they would like to get a fresh set of boots.
Yeah, they do. So that's what pretty much everybody is doing right now, coming down pit lane. I think that might have been a bit of an altercation at the final corner, though, between the Maniti Porsche and one of the Mercedes there that was continuing on, and the Maniti car was sat around at the final corner going into pit lane, obviously, so that could have been a bit awkward, but looks like they got away with it. I'm beginning to wonder whether, because we have seen this in the past, is this the Porsche flexing its muscles because it's qualifying,
yes,
or because it's Watkins Glen? And based on previous experience, I would hedge my bets towards the fact that it's qualifying.
No, I think 100% part of that is qualifying. We saw, for example, at this very track in the IMSA Esports Global Championship, the Apex Racing team qualified down towards the back and ended up charging through the field to get towards second. It's part of what is factored into the BOP as well, as TFR Lab tries to, with, of course, just one race session that accommodates qualifying as well. They've got to account for the various differences, not just in qualifying, but the race. So even though the best of the Mercedes, for example, is Lease Esports in 10th, the best of the BMWs is BS Turner currently in 7th. We did get the sense at Watkins Glen, IMSA Esports, that all of the manufacturers somewhat even in terms of race pace potentially. Here comes German Sim Racing back towards the line. I don't think that's going to be an improvement, and no, it's by a small margin, but the 167 stays where it is in 5th position, and now they're slightly offset from the rest of the field. The one thing they don't have, of course, is any draft, but it's not the worst thing in the world, in my opinion, for a qualifying session.
No, I don't think so, and I think they coped quite well without it in the first stint. I don't see why they would be needing it in the second. I think they'll be absolutely fine in that case. And to be fair, I don't even think Gonzalo Vergara was drafting, although I didn't see the whole of his lap. I don't think he was drafting during that pole lap to get him at 2/10 ahead of Beckham Jasir, who currently runs in second. So maybe it's not so important. Maybe the Maniti cars aren't quite working together as much as some would have expected before the start of the day, where maybe they would have been tempted to help each other and use each other.
It's always that thing of do you do it, do you not? And I guess the more important thing is you don't want to lose time, as Team Heusinkveld's right up the back of the Mercedes for Pure Sims, who, by the way, are one of the basically the only car in the field yet to actually get something proper on the board in terms of lap time. Their quickest lap, a 1:54.940. So they don't want to start dead last in the combined GT3 running order, because then, just to illustrate how many GT3 cars we have, they would be starting 39th in a combined GT3 field.
Yeah, and they'd have to make 13 overtakes on just GT3 cars before, not before making any pro positions, obviously, but that's 13 positions that you'd have to gain that don't gain you any points or anything. Now, they may be hoping for an early safety car to maybe help them out a little bit, because some of the time, the way that the waiver round works, it does help you in a pro situation. Sometimes it puts you right at the back of the GT3s and you have to overtake them all. It's just the way that it goes on occasion. So it really depends how they fall and where everybody is at the time and all that sort of complicated stuff that's quite difficult to get a handle of. So they'll be hoping that some of things go their way in that respect, but right now it's not great for Pure Sims, who have had a good season so far, and so far it's not gone or not been reflected in this qualifying session.
And look at this. I mean, this is kind of like being at Monza. It's pretty ludicrous, the amount of weaving that we're seeing from drivers and the amount of concentration that the likes of Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward, Alexander De Silva, will be putting into just trying to figure out what the cars in front will be doing. Now, this is important because the session's winding down for these drivers. They don't have many attempts left in their respective machines, and they've got to maximize every opportunity that they have. Running out to the wall in the 127 is De Silva, 43.4 to beat. It's 43.371, so finds a couple of hundredths, and it's not going to see him improve in position. And you've got to wonder, if traffic had been on his side, could that have been a little bit better, as Pure Sims up to 15th in class.
That's much better from Liv Sebastian, and I would imagine as well that this car's going to come into its own over the course of the race. I'd especially expect that with the Pure Sims team. Obviously a very strong team that have been around for quite some time, and it is early in the morning for Liv Sebastian as well, relatively so, as Arjuna will attest to. I don't know what side of America he's on, but it's going to be early-ish wherever he is.
Yes, no, it could either be 6:40 in the morning or 9:40 in the morning. And sorry, 9:40 in the morning, not early. Not for sim racing.
Not now, but I'm thinking about the time he would have had to start driving to prepare and start waking up.
So
and
we
all that
woke
kind
up
of
at
stuff.
8 o'clock in the morning. Oh, cry me a river. You can tell
It's
how much.
Saturday.
Cry me a river. Tell how much sympathy I have for early wake-up calls. You know what time my alarm's going to be set next week, Ewan.
Yeah, well, today's quite early, to be honest. I'd say for a Saturday, but you don't have Lions. So.
No, I don't. Miguel Vigo, by the way, has run off the track momentarily as the lease Mercedes pulls aside to let Dallas Pataska and the Satellite Pro GT3 car slide on through. You mentioned it earlier. I have no idea how to keep a track of this qualifying session because there is so much going on as BS Turner now in their BMW up to second. Yeah,
and that is kind of shattered the Porsche dominance we've seen at the front of this qualifying session. I don't necessarily think that's the BMW biting back. I think that could be a little bit down to Ruben Bonga really getting everything out of that car, and it's got him up to second for now. Still 2 tenths away from Maniti though. I don't know how anybody's going to cross that gap.
No improvement there for Delta Sport as now Archer Brothers down to 12th in the combined order as Visceral Esports and Beckham Jasir. Again, just a bit of a setup lap for them in this qualifying session. Another look at a replay, and this is what happened to Miguel Vigo. Oh, it's some grass on the right-hand side, and that car seemingly already loose before it even got to the apex of the corner.
And Satellite just had to skip around in there just to make sure that there was not a really bad crash. Let's see what it was like from on board. How early was this going? Well, sort of halfway round and didn't really try and save it, just tried to not make himself a hazard. So fair play to him for that one. But in the meantime, Maniti Racing have made it 1-2.
And it's back to Vergara and Bennett, and by 42 thousandths of a second can BS Turner spring another surprise. Ruben Bonga has backed off on this lap to try and cool the tyres back down. We are into the closing stages. The checkered flag is officially out as big wiggle there on the curve for one of the Porsches who just about hangs on to it. That will surely compromise the lap time slightly though. And as German Sim Racing pulls to the side, I don't think there's going to be any improvement for them. Is there going to be any improvement for Kramer Racing after Lucas Lang got onto the curb? No. Lost about 2 tenths, and guess what? 2 tenths slower on the lap as well.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was down to that moment at the penultimate corner. Great save from him, but could do without it. Let's put it that way. That's wide from the Mercedes. I think that's a case of throwing everything at this final lap and just not really caring whether it goes right or wrong. If it comes off, then fair enough, but if not, then oh well. And so most of the drivers come into pit lane, apart from Visceral. Beckham Jasir, the only one who can realistically take pole away here, and he might well have done.
He's done it! Beckham Jasir at the dying steps of qualifying punches his way to the top. Now, does anyone have time to respond? Alex Bennett is still out there on a lap, and while yes, it is Porsche 1, 2, 3 and 4, the question is which of the Porsches will sit on top? Bennett to the line, and with no improvement, goodness, Jasir in the dying stages.
Well, that was a surprise. Visceral Esports now at the front of this session after a great lap time from Beckham Jasir. We know how good he is in GT3s and in qualifying as well. He will start ahead of the two Manitis who have put in a great qualifying performance of their own. As over the line goes the 144 of Kazuki Fujita, and that will be 19th for the BMW of Orion race team. But Visceral Esports on the front by just 6 thousandths of a second.
And it goes to show that these drivers have got to push to every single bit in qualifying, because you never know who's going to get a clean run, who's going to be able to stay out of trouble, and who's going to be able to run their way towards the front. GT3's done and dusted though. It now just leaves, well, those prototypes, GTP stacked and ready to go. And before we can talk you through all of the storylines with them, let's grab a quick look at those GT3 Pro qualifying results, and then we can talk about championship situations for those prototypes. So Jasir, 6 thousandths. Boy, what a lap that was. Potentially try and talk to Beckham in the next couple of minutes as well. Gonzalo Vergara, Alex Bennett for Maniti Racing second and third, and then the final one of the Porsches in the top four, Tristan Iglesias for Simufy. It will be Ruben Bonga on the Bonga drums for BS Plus Turner in fifth, with German Sim Racing and SimCity Racing sixth and seventh. Brabham Esports, the first of the Ferraris, in eighth. Satellite in ninth, and their BMW, while Andrew Carone for the Canadian Lease Esports squad bring the Mercedes up into the top 10, and Well, if qualifying was a struggle for them, just watch them to be charging forward in the race itself. Sentikowski for Heusinkveld in 11th, with Hoverson for Delta Sport behind. Nürburgring Esports, Delta V Racing, Hydro Race Geodesic, Pure Sims, Fury Simsport, the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward crew, Orion Race Team, Impulse Racing, the rest of the top 20. And we keep going in the 26-car GT3 Pro field, Door Esports Academy, the Kramer Racing Esports crew, ATRS Esports Echelon, Simsport Paceworks, and then RaceR Esports Team. 26 cars, all within about a second. That is remarkable just to think about. And of course, now that we've run our way through all of the GT3s, it means we can talk a little bit more about the GTP situation. This, of course, a brand new class to the world of real and virtual motorsports. Movano Sim Racing, though, not quite perfect. Yes, they have 2 victories, but not quite perfect in the halfway points so far, but with a substantial lead over those behind.
Yeah, exactly. It's a big advantage for this end of the season. 2 race wins. They have done all right at the sort of halfway marks of this one, picking up a decent amount of points so far, 55 from those 2 halfway marks. But those 2 wins, the 200 points for that alone, is good enough for them to take the championship lead. It's about the, I think, lack of consistency from those behind as well. The only other team to have finished inside the top 5 twice is Delta V Racing. They're 3rd. They were 5th and 3rd in the 2 races so far this season. So that's really where I think that Movano have really stretched the margin out. We have seen teams winning both races in the past and not even leading the championship by much in the past, especially with the halfway points in IVRA. So it's a testament to the season that they've been having, but also the lack of a start to the season that some of the others have been having.
Let's not forget that BS Competition are yet to actually finish a race this season as well, and boy, are they potentially one of the strong contenders to be thinking about in the session itself. In fact, they're back down on pit lane. Not sure exactly what Nicholas Boy is thinking about there, but clearly something going on as some warm-up continuing for one of the Acuras as it works its way to the line. Will be interesting to see what the strategy is here in terms of the calls on pit lane, as that's Nicholas Boy in the box resetting, and I'm not sure exactly what's going on for the number 89 crew.
No, it's very... there we go. The BMW making its way out now. So, don't know what that was all about. Is there a setup change late on? Can that be possible?
Did he put the wrong setup into the car?
I mean, it's not unheard of, I guess.
I mean, it's not, but you'd hope that...
Well, yeah,
you
would hope that wherever you are in sim racing, whether you're at this level or starting out. But well, he looks all right now. I was slightly concerned that he was having technical problems himself and they would have to drive a change and all that kind of faff. But
I don't think once someone's gone out in qualifying that you're allowed to put another driver out is the problem. So, if you do have technical issues in the qualifying session, I think you're somewhat toast. Anyway, that's a case of what ifs, and we're not at Marvel here. We don't need to be creating content just for the sake of Disney+. Instead, we can focus on not the GT3 Pro qualifying times. We can focus on GTPs and where they're going to stack on up, because first times are in Orion, Maniti, 5 seconds differentiation between the 2 of them. So tire warm-up clearly a thing as well here.
Yeah, it definitely is. And it's going to go over the course of more than 1 lap as well, as we saw in GT3 especially. And GT3 Pro, this warm-up process goes on for a little bit longer than it does elsewhere in other classes. There's the Movano car, 5 seconds back. That's not representative pace, and they're not going quickly on this lap either. Neither of the reigning champions, Maniti Racing, or at least they weren't on their first lap. They're down in 10th place. Delta V slower as well. Prestanda Nomad, all of these teams slower on the opening laps, setting things up for later on in the session.
So, as they continue to build, I'm just trying to remember, some of these teams did compete, of course, in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Movano finished 2nd in their Acura, so we know that it should be somewhat decent in terms of speed. That race was won with a BMW, but we did see Porsche with Kawanda relatively competitive until that inner loop chicane did what it's going to do, I'm sure, to a handful of these GTPs and throw them into the wall with no actual decisions made wrong from the driver itself. It's going to be interesting to see how they all decide to play out this qualifying session in terms of risk, in terms of aggression, as that's a very cautious approach from Sasha Gorla, just trying to pull himself all the way out of the way. Maniti 2nd. Here come the times. It's ATRS Academy, the next across the stripe.
Yeah, see where they get to. 6th currently, and still, well, no, 5th. Just a position gain. Valorous Motorsport, though, immediately pushed them back down again. Delta Automotive also improved with Geeks Energy as well. Satellite Racing go on the board into 5th place. Delta V not really improving there, it has to be said, as everybody finally comes across the line for the first time. I think that was the other Maniti car that still does improve, actually. 8th place for them, but what an advantage Orion have. The only team in the 26 by some distance.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. Only car we haven't seen qualify so far is this number 89, which is setting up for a qualifying attempt. So let's jump on board with Nicholas Boy, and after flying around the Road Atlanta circuit through the month of October and November, let's see if we can ride around this track. Although having said that, that was a very tentative entry in towards turn number 1, and I don't think this is a lap at full chat.
Yeah, it isn't. He's still tentatively making his way around the racetrack, just getting himself up to speed. I mean, to be fair, Movano and Satellite have both taken 2 laps as well, so I don't think it's out of the ordinary for them. Oh, Movano going for it now? Yes, it looks like it, at least at this stage of the lap. They seem to have found themselves right in traffic again, which I feel like they were trying to avoid on that last lap.
I think they're all in traffic. That was Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward off the track. In front of Movano as well. I think Satellite Racing momentarily pushed out a little bit wide, but a couple of cars on pit lane. Orion, Maniti, and Valorous. Pearson's up to 2nd as Maxime Naz gets demoted down to 3rd. That was Sasha Gorla with a big lift out of the throttle. I think you avoided running into the wall, but as Graham Sanders takes Hydro Race Geodesic up to 2nd, Satellite up to 7th, Movano still down in 15th.
Well, yeah, I could see that going wrong from the onboard there, right from the very start of that corner. Thought Sasha Gorla was going to find himself straight in the wall there, and I feel like he brushed it, but maybe he just avoided it and got away with that. But that is something you don't want to repeat in the race, particularly. You can't afford to be receiving damage like that down the sides of one of these cars. You'll be really in trouble for the rest of the day. It's fierce competition. Oh, goodness, they do it as well. Maybe everyone's just doing that and I'm getting too scared. It's possible. BS competition, what's that time going to be? It's still a few seconds back. They've clearly ended the lap a lot more forcefully and a lot more, convinced of what they're doing than they started this lap.
I mean, the fact that he's in 6th gear coming up through the S's rather than in 4th and 5th is I think, part of the story, but yeah, still needs to find a good 5 seconds or so. It's going to be the commitment around the rest of the lap that kind of tells us the story. Just look at the way just look at the way the car enters into the inner loop. We're talking entry speeds of what, over 200, 230 kilometers an hour as you throw it over the curb, hope it sticks, hope the suspension plies underneath you just to meld itself basically with the movement that you're hoping the car can take. And then as you bounce your way over the curb, settle back down, flick it to the left and hope the downforce will stick. Satellite Racing pulls to the side of the track. Remember, they have 2 cars, the 67 and the 64. That is Christian Hildegard in the 67. You can tell them apart by the slightly different colors. They made it nice and easy for us to try and differentiate them. And this is definitely an improvement there from Nicholas Boy. Let's see where it's going to stack him in the number 89.
Yeah, it's going to be a very committed final 2 corners. Just have a look at this. These final 2 really do speak to the downforce of these GTPs. They really get to work around here at Watkins Glen. They'll run it right out to the wall as well. Nicholas Boy, what's the time going to be? A 26.8. That is going to be immediately to the front. Surely it is. Past Jalvaz, and immediately BS competition don't even need to be out there with everybody else. They can let everyone do their outlaps before they've even started their session and still get the provisional pole position for now.
But we're not done by any means. There's still time in this session, and already I've seen that Jalvaz is indicated as being a second up on his lap time. Are we going to be seeing even faster times as the Cadillac roars out of the outer loop, just pirouettes its way down in through the chute? And we jump on board with one of the most decorated competitors in terms of experience in the field. Jalvaz has been a part of top-level iRacing competition for going on now almost a full decade, and alongside Ilka Happala, plenty of experience shared. That was rather tentative, I must say. Not running out wide as you can do, but...
You say that I feel, well, at least in my experience, that's kind of how you have to drive the Cadillac. You never really feel like you're properly going for it, but in the end, you are going pretty quickly. It does seem like he is on a push lap. Maybe he's setting up for one.
Well, let's see what the time's going to be. Like I said, was indicating purple initially, 26.857 to beat. And like I said, it just looked like in that middle sector he wasn't revving it as much as he could. Let's see if he's going to pick it up now on this second lap to go once again. There's Maniti Racing, by the way, in the only Porsche that's inside of the top 5 right now. Nürburgring Esports also in the mark, but they're down in 10th position as immediately, as I say, the ATRS Academy pipped them to 10th.
Yeah, the other Maniti car, of course, down in 12th at the moment, and that's it for the Porsches. Just 3 of them on the grid here in the IVRA Endurance Series this season, which is a bit of a shame, I've got to say, but there might well be a reason for that. Sasha Engelhardt now makes his way over the line as well. Is that going to be an improvement? No. We're very much in that middle part of the session where not a lot of improvements are going to happen at all here. We're all setting up for those final minutes, the last gasp attempts. We've already seen one pole position taken over with the very last lap of the day. We'll see if we get another one.
Here's Taylor Lane for Prestanda Nomad. I don't think there's going to be an improvement there. In terms of Porsche, by the way, the reason why it's not the most popular is very simple. It's the most difficult to get the speed out of without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah.
Looks best though.
That I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm a Porsche biased person, as people have called me out, but I think many opinions will be thrown into the chat there. Maxime Naz did have a pretty aggressive run through the final corner, and that lap is still going to count, even with the slight brush of smoke that we saw from how close he got to the outside wall. There's a new pole position time, though. I was just about to say Yao Vaz has found some more speed, but I think this is an indication we're not done. The times at the front are anything but final.
No, they are not final for the moment, although we are sort of setting ourselves up for sort of a final 2. Bit of a showdown, I've got to say. Yao Vaz and Nicholas Boy look pretty solidly the best 2 in the field at the moment. Just 0.08 of a second separate them right now. Christoph Holstein for Maniti Racing won't be improving. That's still 13th for the number 17 Maniti car. Of course, teammates to the reigning champions, who are currently running in 7th position. It is relatively well spread, this field. 10 cars covered by a second, but those front 2 are surely going to be the front row, I'd imagine, for this race.
I think I agree with you. The question is going to be, are we going to see any changes? As that was a car in the wall, and Yao Vaz is slowing down and just trying to bleed off some time. Nicholas Boy's just rolled out of pit lane, so he's the driver that has maybe the freshest tires to work with in the dying stages of the session. It'll be interesting to see if he takes advantage of that, as he is going to get the full warm-up lap that I think he wants with the setup that they built for this car. That final lap could be the one for BS Competition to get back on top.
It could be. Nicholas Boy is putting all his eggs in this final lap basket to really try and maximise the speed, and there'll be a lot of pressure on that last lap as well. Yao Vaz is probably going to have, well, he has the opportunity to do 2 more, I suppose, doesn't he? But whether he will get another couple out of this car or not remains to be seen. Looks like it's going to be a push lap, though. What a ride this is going to be.
Let's take it through the opening sector. Listen in out of the 90. That's not great. He had to be so careful because he was in danger of running out a little bit wide. Satellite Racing 64 is up into 8th, but over the top of 100 feet of elevation, the hybrid spool brings the Cadillac in towards the inner loop, and Ewan, this is where the commitment has to be at its highest.
It certainly does, and just to have a look at this, right close to the right-hand side wall, up on the curves as well. Absolute maximum being stretched out of this car, and now keeping as tight as possible for the outer loop as well, letting it stretch out again towards the outside, now towards the difficult boot section. Left-hander downhill through turn 6, bit of traffic to contend with as well that will get out of the way on the left-hand side, and now an uphill right-hander instead. Elevation changer, bigger factor around here than we realise sometimes, stretching it to the very outside of the road there to the grass on the left, and now in towards the very final sector of the lap, just less than 30 seconds remaining for Yao Vaz to try and extend this pole advantage.
I think realistically this is the lap. It's this or it's it. Oh, so careful. The anti-camber nature of that penultimate section really brings some treachery to Vaz. Planted through the penultimate corner though. How brave is he to the outside wall? Down a gear for a moment, back up as he revs it to the line. 26.777 the best, and there's no improvement for Vaz. I don't think he's going to get one more chance, is he? He's backed out of it into turn number 1.
Yeah, he's not going for another one. João Vaz is done for the day, and so it'll be Nicholas Boy now to try and take this pole position away. And look at this. I do feel like Vaz just lost a little bit of time. There was a little bit of time left in that middle and final sector as well. He maybe could have gone quicker, and maybe he'll be kicking himself in just less than 60 seconds as well, because the BS competition BMW is going to look to take this away.
And Pure Sims have done it though. By 5 thousandths of a second, the Acura of Daniel Kraft has managed to surprise Ewan and myself. We were so focused on Orion and BS that we didn't realize the 16 could do it, but there's just 3 more corners to go for Nicholas Boy. He's searching for 85 thousandths of a second again. Just look at the back end of the car trying to step out on him. That's cost him at least a tenth or two, you'd have to assume. Foot to the floor again through that penultimate corner. And one more high commitment dash for Nicholas Boy. Checkered flag will fly here in upstate New York, and with a 1:26.772 to beat, it's by a full tenth of a second. Nicholas Boy on top here for the 8 hours of Watkins Glen.
And it's another last lap dash that's taken pole position away. Not quite the very last one. Graham Sanders has got a chance to really surprise us. He won't quite. He'll be on the second row. But I thought our front row was sorted. Daniel Kraft very nearly gave us the surprise of the season so far. Not so much that we don't expect Pure Sims to be up there, but we didn't expect them in that qualifying session to make quite the improvement that he did.
Oh, well, take a breath and just remember we've still got 8 hours of racing left to come. And we've almost got ourselves into a tizzy out of a qualifying session. Regardless of that, here's a look at those results. The margin at the end, a tenth and a bit for Nicholas Boy, asserting just how strong that BMW is, but the Acura, the Cadillac's looking pretty feisty as well. Daniel Kraft for Pure Sims second, João Vaz only 5 thousandths further back for the Orion race team. Then Hydra Race Geodesic Racing, followed by Valorous Motorsports in the rest of the top 5 before the defending champions Miniti Racing in the best of the Porsches back in 6th. Sasha Gorla for the Movano Sim Racing team back in 7th before the satellite entries in 8th, the 67 in front of the 64. ATRS Academy, the final spot inside the top 10, while Miniti's second car down in 11th, and then Delatras Automotive by Majors Garage, only 7 thousandths behind them. Still within 1 second, though, of the pole position. Delta V Racing, the Nürburgring esports team, Prestanda Nomad, and the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forwards crews make up the rest of the starting lineup in the rather small, it must be said, 16-car GTP class. And now that qualifying's done and dusted, there's a chance for the drivers to calm down. More importantly, maybe, Ewan, there's a chance for us to calm down in the commentary booth.
Maybe. Well, we're going to hope so, because there's a long race coming up. We are going to have a chance to settle into this one, which will be a good thing, but I think it's going to be a pretty breathless 8 hours. Very much looking forward to this, as I always do. I always love the IVRA Endurance Series. I think it's absolutely fantastic. And the GTP class has added a new dimension to it. I know that we had one last season, but it feels just a little bit different with these 4 manufacturers now involved.
Yes, we had the LMP2s, of course, replaced by the DPI's replacement, effectively. These GTPs last year, and so that's definitely kept its part. Distance-based race also makes it a little bit more interesting in that it affects the strategy that the teams are going to be thinking about, so just keep that in mind. I'm also going to just remind you that Ewan, I told you that the Rusty Spatulas team have a message for us. It's now orange again. Hopefully RaceSpot likes it. I approve. Orange is good, and you know that I'm a big fan of the Rusty Spatulas Endurance Sim Racing team.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this livery on this car, I've got to say. Were we complaining previously about the fact that their livery was not orange anymore? Maybe, I don't remember. Was that? It could have even been me.
It could have been me too, let's be honest. We do too many races at this point.
We just don't remember. Oh dear. But yes, thank you, Rusty Spatulas. We appreciate it, and it looks good. So there we are.
It does look quite nice. And of course, now the drivers, like I said, out there for a warm-up session, important as well, because so often in sim racing you're asked to flick the switch, right, to go from qualifying into race, and that's one of the most difficult things, in my opinion, you can do. It's 2 very different mindsets that you're trying to fight your way through, and it's also an opportunity, I guess, for some of these drivers to get their practice in traffic once again. Yeah,
that shot there just reminded me just how many cars we do actually have on the grid for this, because we've seen those individual categories. We've only really seen about half of what we're actually going to get. I mean, you know, I know there's a lot of GT3 Pros, but there's still less than half of the field made up by them, and so when you see them all out there together, it makes you realise what a difficult race this is going to be. But timed race, as you say, and so that does change things in respect to the safety cars or whatever. It doesn't sort of make the race any longer. The race will be however long it will be. It'll be 8 hours, so that's going to change things in terms of the safety cars, make them do a little bit more difficult maths really, because you don't know how many laps that you're going to do, and generally fuel is calculated on laps and not time.
Yes. Maybe it makes it easier though for GT3s that they have a time distance to go for rather than the lap distance, because they're then just, I don't know. I always find it easier to work backwards from time than laps, but I'm also dumb.
Yeah, I do as well, but I think that's basically what the GT3 categories have been doing all season, isn't it really? If they're being laps all the time in these distance races, then they don't realistically know how, they're not doing the 1,000 kilometres, it's the GTPs, so realistically this is exactly the same for them.
Yes, but what I mean by that is they've got to try and figure out, okay, now this is the rough expected time that it's going to take for a GTP to finish this race. How do I factor in the different equation if I'm in front of them coming to the final lap or behind? It's getting much too complicated because we're not smart enough to be able to explain this simply on a broadcast. But yes, the case may be that the teams are smarter than us and they have more tools at their disposal with which to work. Again, we've kind of briefly mentioned it. I don't think we've necessarily talked about it as much as we can. So 8-hour race, 4 hours in, halfway points are awarded. Now, despite the fact that they're called halfway points, they're not half points. They are a third of the points that are handed out at the end of the race, just to make sure that we're clear. So they are halfway third points, but those are important, Ewan. We know just how much those can shape the course of a championship.
Yeah, we've seen championships decided at the halfway marks of finales, for example, because they're very, very important to get. So, yeah, it does take a bit of working out for us because it's a third race points these days, not quite a half. I think IVRA wanted to slightly reduce the importance of them, if you like, in these races, and so they've been reduced. By the way, that doesn't mean we have decimals to contend with, as you've already seen in our standings that we showed earlier on. That if it's a decimal, it's rounded always upwards. From a third, so that makes our lives a lot easier. Can you imagine if we were doing decimals on the final day? Goodness me.
I mean, I've done it before.
Have you?
A digital Nürburgring endurance series.
I thought that I know the real life
we use decimals
one does
there
have
too.
Decimals. Did it?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
I think we do. I should know this.
Probably work that
I
out.
should reread the rule book heading into next week, shouldn't I? Besides the point, 10 minutes left to go in this warm-up session. Let's not forget as well, you called out that for some people, it's an early wake-up call, earlier than earlier for some than others. But when you have multiple drivers now in your team as well, you're trying to figure out who gets to do what. Sometimes you've got a driver that's particularly fast in a qualifying session. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be the fastest one to start the car, but these are the compromises that you're making in an endurance race, trying to figure out the best way to divvy up the drive time.
Yeah, and you've got to remember that for the start of the race as well, because as you said earlier, the qualifying driver does have to start the race as well. Admittedly, I know we were discussing this earlier on about BS competition and why they weren't making their way out just yet. The rules don't actually say that this person who has to qualify or start qualifying has to end qualifying. So I wonder whether that is allowed or not.
It does say that only one person's allowed to qualify, though, doesn't it?
Not explicitly. Oh, hang on. No, yeah, not explicitly.
I'm going to go back and...
Unless I'm not reading a line that I should be. It's quite difficult to read.
Maybe that's just an iRacing thing where once the car goes out in qualifying, I can't go. Because it does say the driver who qualifies the car must start the race, but you're right, there's no explicit mention of whether...
Yeah, because... And who is the one who qualifies? The one that sets the best lap, I suppose? I guess it's
exactly.
that, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, that part is obvious. But you're right, in that the rest of it's a bit less clear. So now I'm curious.
I think it's one of those rules that actually doesn't really matter being put in place, because who would ever do that?
In theory, it doesn't. But
Yes.
Then you get the guy that gets the pedals fail in practice, or the pedals fail on the out lap, and suddenly another driver has to come in, and then
And he can't beat it. He can't beat the time.
Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine? They do
furious.
one. Can you imagine the team manager in the ear as well, going, "Come on, bud, you got to find a 10th, otherwise we can't start the race."
Yeah, never mind everybody else. We've already got pole, but I just need you to be the one who's qualified the car. Just go a bit quicker, please.
Because the reason why that's pertinent is if it's the requirement to start the car might be enforced by iRacing, in which case...
Yeah, what do you do then? I guess they'd have to start from pit lane, I guess.
Oh yeah, good point. You can still start from pit lane. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, they wouldn't be DNS, but especially if you're a GTP, that's an absolute nightmare.
DNSG did not start on the grid.
Yes, I think there's better ways of.
Oh no, that's great. I don't know what you're talking about. That's perfect.
Well, yeah, I prefer that. Yeah.
Anyway, we are getting off topic, but that's because we've got about 7 more minutes still with which to fill before as that's the racer car that goes around in a place where I think we will see a bit of drama. Over under on cautions, Ewan. How about that? How about a topic of discussion here?
Over under. What
how many? Okay. How many cautions
many?
do you think we'll see today? I'll ask someone that clearly doesn't watch American sports TV and therefore is not inundated with gambling.
I don't know. Well, we are, but not. I don't know what that means. Anyway, I'm going to go for 6 today.
6?
That's based on nothing but a pure guess.
Okay, I'm adding a poll into the YouTube chat here. Since Ewan has said 6 is going to be an option. So I'm going to say options can be 1, 3, 6, or 8. And if anyone votes for 8, I'm going to ban you from the YouTube. But this poll is now open as checkered flag is out in the warm-up session.
Yeah, we'll be going forward to the grid very soon, but yeah, I think I'm optimistic though that it will be a bit lower. We'll have some good runs in this race. I'm sure we will do. It's going to be exciting no matter what happens. There's no doubt in my mind about that one. It just depends how the race goes really with as many cars as we have on the grid. Let's
quickly run down through the sea of cars because they're getting ready to roll here for a full formation lap. It will be Nicholas Boy in the BS competition BMW that brings us to the green. You have Daniel Croft alongside in that Pearson's 16 Acura, while Yao Vaz and Graham Sanders for the Orion Race Team and the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing Team will line up behind them. It will be the Valorous crew alongside with Maniti Racing on the third row of the grid, with Sasha Gorla for Movano alongside Christian Hildegard for the first of the 2 satellite cars. Syandra in that second, number 64, alongside Nicholas Hedberg for ATRS Academy to make up the rest of your top 10. Maniti and their second Porsche with Christoph Holstein. In 11th, they have Delashars Automotive by Majors Garage alongside. To 7,000 split the two of them in the qualifying session, with Delta V Racing 13th, Nürburgring Esports 14th, and Prestanda Nomad and Geeks Energy fiercely forward, rounding out the rest of the 16-car GTP field. Looking on over through the GT3 Pros, and let's not forget these are intermingled with the GT3s themselves, but Beckham Desir flying in the closing stages, 142.737, 6,000ths quicker than Gonzalo Vergara for the first of the Maniti cars. It was 47,000ths quicker than Maniti Racing, and the second of their cars, Alex Bennett for the 179ers, alongside Tristan Glacius in a sea of Porsches at the front, but Ruben Bonga breaks up that monotony in the 189 for BS Turner. He's alongside German Sim Racing on the third row of the starting lineup. SimCity Racing, Brabham Esports, Satellite Racing, and Lease Esports, the first of the Mercedes, making up the rest of the top 10. It will be Jansen Tarkowski and then Gregory Hofersen in the Heusinkveld and Delta Sport cars. You then have Marius Rommelfanger for the Nürburgring Esports 187 alongside the Delta V119. Hydra Race Geodesic Pure Sims 15th and 16th with Fury. Geeks Energy fiercely forward, and then 19th and 20th for Orion Race Team and Impulse Racing. Door Esports Academy 21st alongside Kramer Racing Esports with ATRS Esports, the Echelon SimSport team, and then finally Paceworks Esports and the RaceSar Esports team rounding out the top 26 in GT3 Pro. But of course intermingled with the GT3s, Jacob O'Reilly's going to start combined 12th in the GT3 field. He'll be in the 215 Ferrari. Norbert Frank a couple of cars further behind for Maniti Racing. Olympus and Absolute Motorsport, second row of the GT3 grid with Ethan Bass for Orbit Motorsport and then Satellite Racing lining up behind them. It will be Talk Freak Racing, United Sim Sports, SRN Motorsport, the Rusty Spatulas before Prestanda Nomad, Zekarol Esports, the championship leaders with some work to do, and then Paceworks Esports down in 13th position, top to bottom at today's starting lineup as the field funnels its way out of the outer loop and getting themselves ready to go for 8 hours of racing. And the nerves must be building now.
They will be for everyone, and you can't really have those things on your mind. You've got to get the tyre temperature in, get ready for the opening lap of this race, which surely is going to be right high intensity from the very, very beginning, and of course this first stint especially is going to be very, very high intensity throughout, so I'm absolutely sure of that. The biggest surprise for me in qualifying, setting aside, you know, Beckham just here at the end of GT3 Pro maybe, or Daniel Kraft getting onto the front row in GTP, for me, Zekarol Esports qualifying down second to last. The championship leaders in GT3 having a complete disaster.
The thing is, though, in that class in particular, expect the unexpected, and you can come from the back, I would believe, and so they'll be trying to keep their hopes high, their optimism up as they get ready to go. Here's the GT3 machines just getting stacked up. Remember, split class start, so once the GTPs go, the GT3s have to enter into the starting zone. And goodness, that's Christian Hildegard that's looped around the Satellite Racing 67, and now those tires are going to be well and truly up to temperature.
Well, he's not going to be worried about temperature anymore, but he will be worried about his teammates at the end of the race, taking the mick out of him, I would imagine. That's not a nice moment for him. Fortunately, I should say, everyone's back in place again. Nobody hit him, so that's a minor miracle.
You say teammates, I can only imagine what's getting clipped right now and being edited together to tease poor Christian Hildegard. But 8 hours on the clock, we're ready to go for the final race in 2023 in this latest edition of the IVRA Endurance Series. Boy, is it going to be a fascinating one in upstate New York. It's BS Competition and Nicholas Boy that get us underway for the 8 hours of Watkins Glen. Down into the 90 they go. Big challenge from Yao instantly as they work their way through the long right-hand sweeper, and now the hybrid spool up. 100 feet of elevation change to come, and Maniti Racing don't want to hang around. They'll be side by side up through the S's as the GT3 storm their way to the beginning of the race as well. 3 wide further back in the pack for some of those contenders, but what a frenetic start it's been. A clean start, all things considered, into the inner loop. All of the GTPs get through safely.
Looks like it. Zhao Baz was wanting to do well on the inside there of turn 1, but couldn't really get going. Was squeezed a bit by Daniel Kraft, and so couldn't really maybe extend out as wide as he wanted to throughout turn 1. It looks like it's been a clean start over the hill as well, which is sometimes very difficult at Watkins Glen to get right. Thankfully, all of the cars have gotten through this opening sector at least without problems.
They are going side by side on the exit though of that inner loop, which is a concern. I did note that Archer Brothers, by the way, are all the way at the very back, and oh no, there had to be one, and it's from a fantastic pole position that the yellow flag is out on the opening lap of the race after the Archer Brothers Ferrari comes to a crawl in the S's.
And it must be completely toast as well already. So we're going to be able to take a proper look at this start and have a few replays, F1 style, as they do at the start of the races.
You want full screen replays?
Exactly, for about 5 minutes, as they seem to do sometimes at the start of races. But I don't understand. Their car actually doesn't look, you know, completely terrible. I don't know how they haven't been able to drive that back.
Well, you know where I said there was 3 wides back in the pack? Don't tell me it involved them. We'll look on the replay. They're 3 wide, and it's with 2 pro machines. I just want to call it out. This is the danger. And it's as they rebound off one another on the right-hand side.
Dominoes.
That Archer Brothers has nowhere to go. And Fury Simsport with a hellacious hit as well.
And that could have been a lot worse for everybody else. They'll be very glad it happened through turn 2 and they got onto the grass on the left-hand side there, because very easily they could have come back across the track in front of everybody else.
And so look on board, I mean...
What can you do?
Exactly. I mean, I want to make sure I'm clear here in saying that's a bit of a racing deal on the opening lap, but if you're in the Archer Brothers camp, our hearts are with you. There was nothing you could do in that situation. I'd be quite curious to try and figure out what happened to the Fury Simsport crew as well.
Yeah, it was a seemingly separate thing to what we saw for the Archer Brothers there, but still, again, I'll say the same thing. I'm not sure why they couldn't have driven that back, I've got to be honest. Let's see what happened though to the other Ferrari. Was it affected by those in front? I'm not entirely sure, as there's the... it may have been actually. I think they were trying to just bring that car to the right slightly to avoid the Archer Brothers car, even if they didn't really have to. And unfortunately there was a car alongside them, although I don't know who it was.
Okay, by the way, the reason why this car is going nowhere fast is because the left rear, I think, has come off. So you can... well, I say come off. It's basically not going anywhere. And so, yeah, there you can see the shot from the back.
Apologies.
Yeah.
Apologies for doubting your ability to drive back. I realised there is absolutely no way you could get that car up the hill now.
Well, I should have ended that YouTube poll a little bit ago, because those that voted for 1, you're now expecting 7 hours and 50 minutes of green flag running, and we haven't even seen a GTP die at the inner loop yet. So I'm guessing you're wrong. Sorry, unfortunately. Don't go and buy a lottery ticket today. But I guess what this does mean is we slow things down, and I'm trying to think of any other positives out of this for the teams. I guess there's the restart's going to be a little less intense because there'll be single file.
Probably. But is that going to be much of a relief? Because the GTPs are immediately going to have to confront all of the GT3s. And they might even get there quicker because everyone's strung out like that. So maybe it will be worse. I think it'll be. I think you're right, though. I think it'll be better realistically. But it just means that they'll catch them quicker, and so they'll be slightly closer together. As to when you have a proper start like that, sometimes they get strung out a little bit more because of the battles.
Are we seen pit stops? Surely not. No, we're not.
No, they have to stay to the right, though, don't they, to let people who might have to go through. I know that doesn't apply this time.
I was going to say, I don't feel like anyone's getting away from around right now, but good point. That is a very good call-out.
You have to, it is a rule.
Yes, no, it's a good call-out. And now I've forgotten what I was going to say. It was about the way that this restart's going to work. So, remember, we've had no interaction of traffic yet. The two classes do have to leave a little bit of a gap between them when they start the race. That gap's now gone. So, yes, there'll be single file in the GT3s as well, and maybe that will filter them out a bit more. But I think this is in some ways going to make that first cycle through traffic even more intense because everyone will have it's already single file. There'll maybe be less fighting. But regardless of what the case may be, some people have said 10 cautions expected today, Ewan.
That's ambitious. Well, yeah, ambitious, I think is the word. Pessimistic, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah, not ambitious, really. Pessimistic is certainly the word I was looking for there. I think that is far too many, personally, but there we are. Yeah, so everyone stays to the right for the waiver out. To be fair, I don't even think the pit lane gets opened during such a short yellow. I'm not sure. It's certainly a rule within a certain amount of time of a previous caution. I think it probably is between the start of the race and the first caution as well, where the pit lane doesn't open, just to shorten it up a little bit and get us going again quicker.
So I want to take one more look at the incident from the start, by the way, and we'll jump on board with the Orion race team and get a pretty good ride through this sequence. And so instantly through turn one, I just want your eyes to spot in front of you the three wide. So it's Delta Sport in the middle, Delta V Racing, who are the BMW on the outside, and Gregory Heusinkveld is racing with COVID, so poor guy is not only under the weather, but then has to deal with three wide on the opening lap, and he's in the middle of the situation. It's just a tricky place to be, and I'm curious what race control is going to have to say about all of this.
Yeah, I'm interested as well, because it's a difficult one to call. In some ways, some of these drivers, could have maybe done a little bit more to help those around, and especially the car we were just riding on board with there. Could they have stayed slightly more to the right-hand side there to avoid the Fury Ferrari? Maybe. Are race control going to adjudge them at fault because of that?
So it's a big send from Delta V initially, and I mean, they do run off the corner and slightly barge Delta. Then they get stuck together slightly, and it's a bish bash bosh until eventually it all ends in tears.
Yeah, and thankfully it wasn't the whole field that was caught up. I think that's the main positive we can take from this.
Oh, yes.
Not everyone was taken up, because that's always the fear at Watkins Glen, isn't it? That the track gets blocked at the top of the hill. There's no room to avoid anyone at the top of the hill there. And so, thankfully, that didn't happen.
No, that's the most important thing. That could have been a lot worse. Now, the lights are off on the safety car, so I believe we're getting ready to go racing again. Haven't had an official green flag lap under our belts just yet.
No, not yet. And by the way, this is a short safety car period because we are within 15 minutes of the opening moment in the race, or indeed the last caution, which it also applies to.
So pace car will take a hard right, and Nicholas Boyd does not wait. That was interesting timing to get this race back underway. No hanging around here as he weaves back and forth, just trying to build up some temperature into the tires. And again, just remember that the GT3s are going at the exact same time now as they run their way down into the 90, back up through the long climb they will build. And now I think we might actually see a bit of a challenge in the GT3s because they are so much more coordinated than they were on the initial race start. And here comes Maniti, Gonzalo Vergara directly behind Beckham Jasir.
Well, are we going to see a challenge or fuel saving here? That's the question I've got at the start of this race. On the run up towards the hill they go. There's your answer. No challenge on the way towards the bus stop this time. I think that's absolutely the right thing to do. As is that, it is the satellite car. Syandra's gone off on the exit of the bus stop chicane, and now he's got to wait for everybody to come past.
And still waiting, and I'm not sure if there's damage on that car or not, but you can see the tire tracks indicate one of the GTP shortcutted the chicane, and this fortunately will not bring out a second caution even as they fight side by side out of that inner loop. What fantastic racing once again as the green flag is back out. Nicholas Boy continues to try and break away at the front of the field, but Daniel Kraft, Yalvaz keeping him honest. It will be one green flag lap officially in the books though, if we can wrap back around to see the start-finish stripe once again. Nicholas Boy hoping the yellow doesn't interrupt him for a second time of asking.
Yeah, so the end of the opening proper green flag lap. We have got to the end of a lap without now a yellow flag in this race. Now 10 minutes in, it's been a good lap for Nicholas Boy, so he leads the way. I have a feeling though that all of these GTPs were struggling for tyre temperature off at the start there, and that may have contributed to Syandra going around.
It's a good point as well, because it would have been a pretty interesting restart given that they hadn't really understood just exactly what the track was giving them. Daniel Kraft closed into the inner loop, but not close enough to have a look, and now as the GTP start to build up that buffer to these cars that crucially are now going to have to try and think about when that first cycle of traffic is going to play its part. Here's a look at the replay, and oh, it's on the entry curb, and this is what I was talking about in terms of 50% chance of the cars being yeeted. Quite impressive though that it didn't get yeeted into the inside wall.
Great avoidance from whoever was right behind him there, by the way, to go across the grass and the bumps that access road sort of brings, and still avoid Syandra. Not sure who it was. It's the number 8 car that has to go across the grass and loses a couple of places in the process, admittedly, but gets back on again and avoids Syandra. What's not so good news for them, though, by the way, is that they got 20 seconds worth of a time penalty in qualifying. Yes, no, I was keeping an eye on some of those race control decisions, and there were a few different things that seemingly have come on down. The 142, the Fury Simsport car, had also got, by the way, a 20-second penalty. But there are a couple more things just starting to come down onto the race control board now as they get busy behind the scenes working on things. Top 2 in the GT3 Pros, I don't want to say somewhat trying to break away, but trying to keep themselves at a bit of an arm's length from those behind as we wait for the first cycle of traffic to be a potential factor for these contenders. If you go back all the way to the GT3 class, by the way, there is your race leader already with a bit of separation to those behind. Well, this is the thing that the traffic brings with the fact that they start all together. There's the gap, and there was I think a few more cars between Maniti and Absolute Motorsport Aslev off of the start, because I saw an immediate gap both off of the actual start of the race and the restart. So I think there were a few more cars actually in this little gap there, but now the gap has grown to 2 seconds and the cars between them have gone down, so maybe now the others can start to catch up. But Pacer Esports right now are sort of in the middle of this GT3 battle and helping Maniti Racing in a weird way. Yeah, no, but Frank's looking quite quick, and so that will be just something to keep in mind when it comes to those drivers. Here comes the leaders in the GTP class back out into the final sector, with everyone still in pretty close pursuit right now. The slight mistake from Syandra has opened up a gap to maybe 8th on back, but realistically those in the train still behind, all just sitting in the draft, maybe saving a bit of fuel as well. And we'll be into the traffic, not this lap, not next lap, but maybe the lap after that, as we ride with Graham Sanders in the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing number 62. Yeah, we'll see if there's going to be any chance to go through on the way towards the bus stop chicane. I'd imagine not here for the number 62. Maybe up ahead, it's looking pretty close, but not close enough on the way through the bus stop chicane, now over the bump. Surely they're not going to do that for 8 hours in a row. Well, yes. The bottom of the car is somehow going to have to survive that for another 100, 200, 300 times. 326 laps estimated on my timing screen. I have a sense that's probably a little bit high on the estimate, so maybe a little less than 300. But yes, that's where again the attrition rate I think is going to play its part. Only one retirement it would seem though, and that is the Archer Brothers machine. Everyone else is out there and still circulating. I say circulating.
we have got one driver, I think, heading down to serve what is a bit of a penalty after an impeding in qualifying, Impulse Racing. 30 seconds, I think, to start things off.
Yes. Now that is... Well, why would they do it now is my question. This looks like a drive-through to...
Have they also
no.
got... No.
They're in the penalty box. Why are they coming in to do this separately?
So remember that you can take... The penalties are served in a penalty box, not in your stall. And so you're allowed to serve your penalty when you come down to take service. So that's why Ewan is quite confused, and I agree. Ewan, I'm quite confused as well.
Why would you do that? Unless you don't know the rules, but they do.
I would hope they know the rules, yes.
They've been here for more than long enough to know the rules. Impulse Right. They were quite close to winning the GT3 Pro Championship last season. They definitely know the rules. So I've got no idea why they've decided to do that. Really no idea.
Maybe there's a secret that we don't know. As traffic's going to be a factor, Olympus Esports see the first two GTP sail around the outside as the GT3 Pro leaders are just heading into the final sector of the lap around the outside of the Paceworks Mercedes. That was a bit of a bold pass, but 1, 2, 3, 4 all going to cycle on through. So this has been relatively quiet so far. They haven't got into the heart of the traffic just yet.
Don't speak too soon. It's going to be a little bit busier, a lot busier in fact, a little bit later on. You saw that gap and that train for the GT3 Pro lead, by the way. That's what they're going to have to go through. And Daniel Kraft very nearly there, wanted to go through down the inside and Nicholas Boyd to be the first one into traffic. And to be honest, I don't think that's a bad idea. If you're Kraft here and you've got an opportunity, then I would go for it. But maybe not quite in the way they attempted it there on the way towards the heel of the boot.
He's trying to craft an opportunity to slide on forward, but you can just see just how much more traffic there is to work past. The gap opens up once again as they try and time the hybrid launch out of the corners to get past as many cars as possible. PS Competition given the cold shoulder by one of the Porsches as they funnel out of the 90. Up through the S as they go. Space being given to some, although I think it concertinaed up a little bit more behind. There's 4 in a line, and now here we go to the inner loop. It's going to be Jan Vads from Graham Sanders, Sasha Gola, and Maxime Naz. 3 wides, potentially slightly further behind, but single file it stays for now.
Oh, they get through. I think someone at the GTB certainly did get stuck there, and there may have been contact, and there is contact behind. Maniti and Valorous off the road and into the wall at the outer loop. They've somehow saved it, or Maniti have anyway. I think the Valorous car has got a bit of damage as a result of that one. But it was a GTP on GTP incident, in fact. And
I think it was just misjudging the, I say braking zone. That long outer loop is effectively an oval corner, no matter what car you're in. And unfortunately for Valorous, as well as for the defending champions in their Porsche 963, they've come unstuck. And it's all as Daniel Kraft has gone to the front. Oh, wow, what's going on in through traffic? We knew the Acura was fast. The surprising qualifying. Daniel Kraft has crafted his way to the front.
Well, it was an attempted move around the outside on the heel last time, or on the inside last time, sorry. It's the outside this time, and it was a lot more successful. The Paceworks Mercedes went a bit wide in front of them as well, although that was on Daniel Kraft's side. So I'm really not sure how he managed to actually pull that off in the end. He does now have the lead. He'll be the first one into the main contenders of the GT3 Pro field as well, and I feel like that may just give him a slight advantage in this next phase of the race.
I think I agree with you there. Oh, as that's Nicholas Boyd from one side of the track to the other, just dicing through all of those GT3s that almost look like they're in stop motion, on board with Valorous Motorsports and into the outer loop, going for a gap that never really existed.
Well, that is unfortunate. Maniti actually got away with it, but Valorous were the ones who were disadvantaged by far more. And in the background to this, the sort of white car you can see in the background at a bit of a moment with one of the GT3s in the bus stop, going round the outside through the first pot and the inside at the second. That was quite awkward. But there's the move from the off-board camera. In the end, Maniti are very lucky to get away with that. I'm not sure how they didn't hit anything.
Maxime Naz prays to the racing gods and they answer the call. Less than 20 minutes done in this race, and boy, we've still got 7 hours and 42 minutes left to go.
And look at the gap that Kraft has got. That's exactly why I was talking about being first into the traffic. Admittedly, I think Nicholas Boyd, having had that position going through the first GT3, I thought he's going to have this on the way out as well. But no, Kraft is clearly quick. He's gotten through, and look at the gap that it's afforded him as well. I'm pretty confident that that's not down to pure pace. That's just basically the fact that Pure Sims have been the first one to enter into this bit of traffic, and they've gained 2 seconds in a lap.
Yes, but it did kind of also seem as though Nicholas Boy was a little bit more willing to save some fuel and sit behind compared to, well, some of the maybe more daring moves that Daniel Kraft was looking to send. That's Maxime Naz just trying to fight his way back on forward and up the inside of one of the Ferrari 296s as he tries to close back up to the ATRS Academy car. Jinx back to the outside of Oscar Kober in the SimCity racing machine, but again, ducking, diving, dicing their way through all the traffic. These are the nervy moments that you have to deal with in the early stages when the field is the closest that it's ever going to be. 3.3 seconds though, that margin out front. Daniel Kraft is truly on a tear.
He absolutely is. 3.5 seconds. I get what you were saying about Nicholas Bowe being, a bit more cautious. I do think that was the case, really. I was going to say, actually, he was, not having a very good run through traffic, and that's what was giving Kraft the bit of space. But I think you're right. Bowe was probably taking things a little bit more cautiously, saving that bit more fuel, and just preserving his car for the remainder of the race, because he knows that won't have been the last caution of the day. There's still 7 hours 40 to go. Realistically, you need to stay on the lead lap and out of trouble at this stage in GTP.
Oh, goodness. I've just seen some of the penalties that have come on down.
Whoa.
As that's still traffic working its way through, and this is on the leaders. Let's not forget, in this GT3 Pro combined field, as Maxime Naz has dropped down a position, just so you're aware. A couple of 20 seconds penalties have come on down, for example, including the number 12 ATRS Academy car, as side by side in a switch for the lead. Visser will get pushed out wide by Delatraz Automotive, and Gonzalo Vergara slides on through. What an opportunistic pass. But it's early stages in this race, and maybe it's fuel saving that will now play its part in strategy, as, well, Beckham Desir doesn't go back for the lead.
Yeah, exactly. Beniti have saved for the first third of this hour, and so Visceral, I would expect to do the same over the next part of this first hour. I certainly would if I was in their situation, so just staying behind for the moment and save that bit of fuel, make sure the GTPs get round without any further problems, although the last few should be making their way past now. It's only Maniti Racing, Delta V and Satellite still to come, and Satellite will be in quite some time.
Yes, no, exactly. To go back to the penalties though, and one of the larger penalties that I think we've ever seen from that start incident, the 3 wide that took the Archer brothers unfortunately out of contention here today. It's a 120-second penalty going the way of the Delta Sport 199, unfortunately. Now, the reason why that is so severe is IVRA has some practice sessions in the build-up to each of the races. If you do a minimum drive time in each of those sessions, you're taken off probation. If you don't get the opportunity to do so many laps in the practice sessions, your penalties are doubled in the race. And so poor Gregory Hoverson, struggling with COVID, surely not able to get enough laps in the practice session. Unfortunately, as a result, that penalty gets doubled.
Can you not also get probation just by incidents in previous rounds as well, though?
That's a good point, yes, but as far as I'm aware, Hoverson does not have enough penalty points to be on probation through that means.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that anyway, to be fair. But yeah, that's why. And I do understand that it's a really difficult one, because it's 3 wide on the opening lap when there's not a lot of space, really. But I think what I saw at the time, and what race control have seen, is the fact that Hoverson, on the run towards turn 2 at the time, you saw him so close to the right-hand side, to that car on the right, and needlessly so. And I think most of it actually was down to his fear of there being contact. He thought, I'll stay close to one side just to make sure I'm not going to get hit from either side. I'll just make sure of this. But there was contact, and he sort of was I don't know, trampolined into the outside, if you like, and got into the Ferrari. So that was a shame for them. But after all, you've got to look at it in this way as well. Archer brothers are out of the race after all.
Yeah, Delta Sport say, by the way, it's their first protest against them all season. So yeah, I didn't see any penalty points against their name. So unfortunate side effect of that probation time requirement in the practice sessions. And I just wanted to explain that when I was talking about the penalty, because people will see 120 seconds ago, what, excuse me?
Well,
didn't we have a 180-second penalty last round, or am I just misremembering?
I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know. But but still 60 seconds would be more than double of any other penalty we've had so far today. So, you know, it's still a hefty penalty anyway, but I see what you're saying.
60 seconds is not out of the realm of norm, unfortunately,
well,
is what I'll say.
And, well, it depends what people have been doing, to be fair.
True.
But also, the way why it's so... this is going to sound silly, but why 1 minute is so different to 2 is the fact that that's the difference between being on the lead lap here and not.
It's a good point, actually. Yeah. You do have wave rounds, but you never want to be finding yourself in trouble. Yeah, we've had... Yeah, I'm trying to remember. We had a 120-second penalty in the last race, but I think that was for stuff under safety car, if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh dear.
Yeah, there's been a lot that's happened this year.
Yeah,
not just in IVRA.
No, well, no. And by the way, I just want to just say, Archer Brothers do seem to be out of the race now already. Jacob O'Reilly was...
oh, yes.
was complaining that I was doubting him. I'm sorry for doubting that you could have driven back and just didn't want to. I apologise. The car was toast, so there's my apology. But unfortunately, they're out of the race. He would have had at least 32 minutes, I think, of repairs, and so he actually wouldn't be able to be out there anyway right now.
No. Yeah, no, whoa, as Syandra almost goes for another little ride in the Satellite GTP in front of Iglesias for the Simufy Porsche, but, oh, goodness, that was close. We've seen cars come from being laps down in the early stages, but never that many laps. What's happened to Brabham Esports, who have lost the entire rear end of their Ferrari?
But I think it may just be a graphical one because we're not seeing them struggle, especially. Well, I'm guessing they were hit by one of the prototypes as they went through, but just sort of swiped, which is enough to take the rear wing off visually, but not actually give them much damage.
That is something.
That is a sight. It doesn't look very good without the rear wing, really, does it?
I mean, it's a good thing that rear... Okay, there's definitely something happened. Definitely something happened on this lap as Stephen McDonald is into pit lane. The question is, what happened and what else has just happened on track? Because I see a slow Orion Race Team BMW in the final quarter as well.
It was so there was a little bit of damage on that rear end clearly that has forced them into pit lane. Solo incident out of the final turn. One of the Mercedes smacks into the BMW there. That's going to be a lot of damage for Fury.
That's the Door Academy, I think, car that came on through, and so Paul Kazuki Fujita in the Orion Race Team car didn't necessarily have anywhere to go to avoid that. So McDonald has been stationary in pit lane for quite a while now as well. The rear end of the Ferrari in the real world can be changed quite quickly. I think we're learning that in the sim it apparently does not get changed as quickly. I'm
hearing that it might have been the Satellite Racing GTP that hit the Brabham car. Is that correct?
We're about to find out in towards turn number 1.
Well, it's just in the background there.
Adam Crane does say massive amounts of net code, so I'm assuming we're about to see something up through the S's, and that's not a promising thing to hear. No,
there are no very rarely small accidents up there as well. There is the...
Oh goodness.
Right, okay. Well, there's your answer.
Should we jump on board? Wrong satellite car that I jumped on board with.
That's one of the GT3s that is running...
The other one of their GT3s, yes.
Yes, another one. There's the... Look at it. Wow, there's a lot of space between those two.
I mean, how much more space would you like? I mean, Stephen McDonald could always leave New York and go to Canada if you tell him to keep driving north, but I mean, that's somewhat unexpected, and yeah, unfortunate for Brabham Esports, and yeah, Satellite Racing, not really any fault of their own, as Fujita's going to bring his car down into the pit lane, it would seem, so some things going on for a variety of the GT3 runners, as here's the Delatraz Automotive car after pretty impressive avoiding action to avoid the spin in front at the inner loop. Now down in 11th and trying to climb on forward.
Yep, just trying to make his way through at the moment, Augustin Bernier, and for now, gonna have to... Oh dear, that was a gap that was ever closing, and they will get into the top 10. Valorous again are going to get the flash of the lights, this time from Pure Sims.
And you've got to assume now on that Mercedes there will be damage on the left-hand side of the car as well, is out of the inner loop around the outside. That's a long way to go around. Slightly further behind, Holstein, and the second Maniti car has got Delta V and the BMW directly behind. Acura for standard Nomad directly in front as they fan out down into the chute, just all unsure exactly which line to cover off in the move that they're all dealing with. Let's go back to the replay and just ride with the Pure Sims Mercedes initially, and then we'll take another couple of looks at what happened here.
Oh, it's a gap that's always going to close. You've got to remember the GT3s need that space. The prototypes can do what you want around there, but they need that space. And Valorous, you'd think, would have been able to figure that out over the course of practice and the opening moments of the race as well. But what a shame that is for Pure Sims, really, because they'll have a bit of damage for that.
Oh, look at this, out of the 90. Yao Vaz under fire as Sasha Gola with a great run as GT3s compromise the exit out of the 90. Graham Sanders checked in behind as well, but not close enough to lob a three-wide look, you'd have to assume. No, they'll think about it for a second. There's a bit of overlap. Movano back out of it, and Gola allows Vaz to retain the position for the time being. These drivers have lost a whole bunch of time to the leaders, though, as they deal with traffic around the outside through the outer loop. Nicholas Boy is closed on Daniel Kraft. These drivers are finding themselves holding on for dear life.
Everyone is, including everyone watching as well, I'd imagine. I am, because it's very, very close quarters racing for now. That's the third place GT3 of Alex Bennett going a bit wide. Simufy will go to the outside at the toe of the boot. That's, not going to work. And ATRS Academy, in trying to get through, were a bit over-eager and couldn't manage it. Now they're looking for a way through on the GT3s, who are like playing a rolling roadblock on them. Not intentionally, of course. They're just in their own batter, which is really hurting the ATRS Academy car that will finally now get through.
Respect, though, to the number 12, Nicholas Hedberg, already has, of course, been in trouble with race control. He was quite patient there, willing to allow the GT3 fight to run its course. Bennett holds on over Iglesias. These two have lost another half a second as a result. 2.5 back from Beckham Jasiru, still in the tire tracks of Gonzalo Vergara, saving a bit of fuel, getting a bit of momentum fed his way. Back up to the GTPs, out of the 90 as Sasha Gola takes a bit of liberties with the track limits. It's a bit more momentum going his direction, though, as we climb once again up in towards the inner loop. On board with that Acura, listen to the roar of the engine in 7th gear and building.
It's going nowhere, though. Absolutely nowhere in the slipstream. The Cadillac with a lot of power and stays into third place for the Orion team in third place. But this, so far, this half an hour has really shown me why Movano are the championship leaders. We've not spoken about them too much. They've not been really in any sort of danger in terms of getting into contact with anyone else. They've just been nice and calm and not getting in trouble, not taking any risks particularly, but they're still in 4th place and still gaining places as well.
I think Nürburgring Esports team ran off the road at the inner loop, and that was a bit of a nervy moment for these drivers. Third on back, Bennett, Iglesias, Bonga, and the rest of the train in the GT3 Pro class. If you go back on over to your GT3s, by the way, don't think that we're not keeping an eye on them. Maniti's 278 still leads, but now the margin behind has been closed, but not by Absolute Motorsport. Instead, it's by the Satellite Racing team in those new colors, where Thomas Fischer is only half a second off the back of Norbert Frank.
That is a gap that's closed dramatically over the course of the first half an hour. Norbert Frank got off to a good start with his qualifying position, was gifted a bit of his gap because of the GT3 Pros in amongst them, but that has been eliminated now. Satellite Racing closing right on in to Maniti Racing for the lead in this race. These two having not had good starts to the season so far. No points for Satellite at Sebring has put them 11th, and only 10 at Road Atlanta for Maniti has put them 14th.
A couple more penalties have come on through. The Valorous Motorsports car has got 5 seconds as a result of the contact with the Maniti number 1. Stephen McDonald has also gotten a 5-second penalty for coming into pit lane to get the damage repair and then not following the pit stop procedure correctly, and so that's a moving violation for him that will see him drop down the running order as first half hour is complete. 7 hours and 30 odd minutes still left to go as Satellite Racing just continue to put the pressure on as up out of the opening corner they will go with. Fortunately, GTP still a couple of laps away. What was, though, once a 4-5 second lead It's now back down to 1 second as Daniel Kraft has got Nicholas Boyd back in the rearview mirror.
He's slowly closed again as Boyd, just because of the clean air, I think, more than anything. And Daniel Kraft has been caught ever so slightly as a result of that. I do feel, though, that when they get back into the traffic again for the third time today, Kraft is going to extend the margin again. I think he's just taking a few more risks, and Boyd's being a little bit more conservative at this early stage in the race, which I don't mind at all, because realistically, does it matter who's leading the race with 7.5 hours to go and safety cars on their way, surely? And I would say it certainly doesn't. So I don't mind Boyd's strategy at all at this stage.
I imagine as well that Nicholas is being fed some information from the team saying you're hitting your number on fuel, you're doing quite well. I see Nathan Lewis and Phil Denaires in the session kind of helping him out there. My assumption would be, though, that it's probably just Nathan Lewis, New York's own, that would be jumping into that car. Phil, someone that we are maybe a little bit more accustomed to seeing in the GT3s more than anything, and is listed on the entry list, so we could see him driving. Be curious to see how he gets on if he was to jump into the prototype fold in the grand scheme of things. Back over to the three-way fight for third, fourth and fifth position. Settled in, Yao Vaz has finally been able to get back underneath a bit of a rhythm in the number 46.
Yeah, he has. He's under a little bit less pressure than the previous laps that we saw. Movano were really heaping that onto him not so long ago, but you can just see there's a visual gap there now, and he's maybe just settling in and enjoying his... Oh, well, I say that, settling in, and he's gone straight off the road to overtake a Ferrari, I think. So, well, maybe he's not quite so relaxed and in the rhythm as maybe we thought.
Swap around, by the way, for third in the GT3 Pro class, where Simufai have gotten in front of Maniti and now trying to close the gap to those in front of them. It's all as pass for the GT3 lead has just happened in towards the inner loop. So Thomas Fisher now takes point in the 267. Maniti second, Absolute Motorsports in third. It's all kicking off, it's all going on, and more drama out on track. Delta V Racing in the wall.
Well, I was going to say, how are they going to get themselves out of that? But they just have. They found a bit of free track space, and there was someone else, another one of the BMWs, was picking themselves out of the wall there. So you have a feeling that maybe those two incidents are related in some way, and that has sent that Delta V car right down towards the back of the GT3 Pros. It was actually Syandra down the inside, but it wasn't his fault. It was one of the GT3s, that hits him twice. That was quite rude.
It's the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward car, just to be clear. I know it looks quite similar in some ways to the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing team, especially now that we've gone away from the purple that we seemingly had for a couple of the races to kick off the season. It's a late dive to the inside, and yeah, Delta V, Dorian DeLang, not really much they could do, and then 1, 2, bish bash bosh, Door Academy slide on through, and with just pretty good timing as well, must be said.
Yeah, and Delta Sport managing to get themselves through as well on both of them, so that's ideal for them. But we've got I believe maybe a couple of pit stops as a result. With Delta Sport car is
contact for the lead! Daniel Kraft gets turned by Nicholas Boyd. It's a half spin, but there's drama with traffic, and BS Competition are back on top.
Well, that's exactly what I thought Nicholas Boyd was trying to avoid all of this race so far, but he's gotten into contact, and he's, well, now has the lead, but at what cost? Is there going to be any penalty for that? Let's have a look on board. He's looking down the inside. Does he intend to do this or not? Not sure. And is Daniel Kraft trying to get himself around the GT3 with someone alongside him? That's a difficult one to call.
That's basically what I was going to call out, you, and I think that's not a bad point as well. Does Daniel Kraft try to switch back underneath? Now, that is technically what you should do. You shouldn't be running off of the track, but was there miscommunication between the two?
Well, I think that, well, difficult to say. I think Kraft certainly did think he had the room there, but in the end didn't quite. Nicholas Boo, I don't think it really intended to do that and even go for the lead in that situation. I don't think he was attempting that at all, so I think he's going to be feeling a little bit concerned about that one, about whether he might receive a penalty for it. I think it would be slightly harsh on him, though. He was down the inside ever so slightly, even though he did come from a long way back, and I think Kraft was the one who made the move to the inside, or tried to.
You can see this fight for third is really starting to intensify as well. It goes in swings and roundabouts, A, with traffic, but B as well, just with the way that the track position gap is playing on out. Drivers have different opportunities, I would say, with which to fight with one another. back out with no traffic to contend with. They'll be quite happy with that. Over to the GT3 Pros once again, though. 2.3 seconds. That's the margin between Simufy's 133 and those up front. You can see Beckham Jasir, Gonzalo Vergara just at the front of the shot. And already Alex Bennett's dropped back, and Ruben Bonga's now starting to put the pressure on himself.
Yeah, and he'll be getting stronger as this race goes on as well. He's in the BMW, of course, that will do that, and now the Porsche is going to be sort of found out over the course of the day, over the course of the sort of race pace. It is going to be found out a little bit more by the likes of Ruben Bonga especially, who's such a strong driver, of course. He's been in the IVRA Endurance Series now for at least a few years. He was racing in the BMW back in the GTE days, not for BS competition, but
for who?
I can't remember.
It's that green team in front of him.
Yeah, well remembered. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I think it was T3 Motorsport by Maniti at those days, wasn't it?
Maybe that's a good point. He was part of the T3 days as well.
Well, I think he would have been, yeah. But was he driving? I guess maybe he would have been, yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was part of Maniti before they became T3, and he was still part of Maniti after they stopped becoming T3 as well.
Yeah, it was a pretty short-lived year or so, or maybe 6 months of that.
Oh yeah.
Of that team name. I'm glad it's. No disrespect to T3 Motorsport, but I'm glad because it's a shorter name, Maniti. So I'm a bit lazy like that, so I'm quite pleased. But yeah, I'd forgotten it was going up against old rivals, if you like, or old teammates, I should say.
Although Alex Bennett's somewhat new to the Maniti camp, so I don't know if Alex would have been at the team when Ruben was there. Oh, these are good questions. But Ruben Bonga, staple of the IVRA Endurance Series as a whole. He might even have been here since the first ever season, first ever race that we did, to be honest. I remember him even in the Summer Series, potentially. But that wouldn't have been in a GTE or a GT3 either. So, as that's around the outside, Movano continuing to close, far up the inside of Dallas Pataskian, the satellite GT3 Pro machine. And now Yao Vaz instantly under fire again. We'll try and go either side of traffic. And how did Oscar Coburn not get run into in that SimCity racing car?
Well, I think if it was any driver with sort of less ability and less experience than Oscar Coburn, then that would have been a crash, because that was overly sort of unsure from Sasagolo, if you like. He was first to the outside, then the inside. Not only is it not a good idea to switch on a GT3 like that, it was especially not a good idea with Graham Sanders so close behind, and he's got to be given some credit for not causing a crash there, backing out of what would have been a sure-on incident there.
Agreed. That could have been a whole lot worse. And sometimes it's the drivers that use the right foot in the other direction, lift off it, that are the ones that get away with the most. You don't always want to put your pedal to the metal and go. Sometimes it's about understanding when to just back off and try and get a better exit, as potentially Sasha Gorla has done here. Yao Vaz checked up, compromised as they run themselves out of the 90, running themselves over the top of the 100 feet of elevation. They'll go once again, and is there going to be a look to the inside? Will there be a defensive cover to the inside? Once again, Movano stalling out, maybe a bit too much downforce on that car. Yao Vaz is a rocket ship in a straight line.
It certainly is. And he's proving to be very difficult to overtake now as well. They're losing time to the leaders, nearly 6 seconds to Nicholas Boy at the front of the field. But Yao Vaz is continuing on in third place. How key is that going to be over the course of the remainder of this one? How much is he holding Movano back is what I'd be interested to learn as well. Or are these guys relatively sort of well matched and they've just found each other on the track at the moment? I do feel like maybe Movano could push on a bit further if they didn't have Yao Vaz right in front of them.
Let's not forget that, of course, that these drivers are not far away from the pit stop window opening. Look at the replay, and Ruben Bonga, nice and easy in front of Alex Bennett. Again, no defense really being offered. Similar sort of a move to what happened with Simufy and working their way on forward. And this is the strategy game that is being played now as these GT3 Pro drivers start to think about the pit stop window opening for them in probably around 20-25 odd minutes time. As these drivers still battle for third, by the way, it's opened up again between Nicholas Boy and Pure Sims for first and second. Race control, as far as I can see, have not started taking a look at the incident between the two of these teams just yet.
Maybe they won't unless it's reported by Pure Sims. Not sure. I've got to say I wouldn't give any penalties out for it. I might give a warning to Nicholas Boy if I was in control. But Not really. You know, it's not necessary. I don't think. I think he's driven very calmly, and one of the best. He's been one of the best GTP drivers so far in this race, as far as not causing incidents with other, GT3s. I think he's been very good in traffic and so on. I think if anyone was to have any blame put on them, it would be Daniel Kraft, maybe, but he might have a different view.
I was just trying to think. Do you get a slowdown if you run all the way wide out of turn 1?
Probably.
How far wide can you get away with it, though?
Probably quite far, but I'd imagine at some point there would be a slowdown, yeah.
So, we'll have to wait and see, but maybe there would have been an opportunity to see if they could have run a bit wider and swung out, and maybe that could have avoided some of the drama. On board with, well, the best of the Mercedes. Of course, Least Esports qualified down in 10th. They haven't exactly been able to charge their way through the field, cutting their way on forward, but Andrew Carone still sits in 9th. He's not that far off the leader, all things considered. So not the worst situation to be in, still within 10 seconds, and safety cars in this series, well, we know it's always an ever-present threat.
It is, but we've had a good run of 30 to 35 minutes now. It's been a good green flag run so far, and so it's been feeling like a little bit more of a normal race now after the start that we saw. Unfortunately, seeing Archer Brothers out of the race, and we saw Fury a long way back in the GT3 Pros as well. It does seem that maybe we have another team out of the race as well, by the way, in the form of Nürburgring Esports, and Marius Rommelfanger seems to have brought that car down pit lane and not returned again to maybe bring out our second retirement of the day.
Yes, no, the way you phrased that for a second, I thought we were about to get another caution, but no. We've had the one caution on the opening lap, and it's been clean and green since then. Knock on the wood around me as we continue to work our way through this. Of course, at least we have some sim racing going on here. We may not be in the Maldives, but Watkins Glen, still a very, very wonderful place to go racing. Now, Ewan, controversial opinion from RaceSpot's own Joey Tebbin.
Oh, God.
Watkins Glen is the best track in North America.
Oh, wow.
How wrong is he on a scale of 1 to wrong?
Yeah, it's not... Well, it's not like he said, I don't know, Las Vegas street track is the best circuit in North America. It's not that bad, but it's there are a lot of tracks I put ahead of it. So, sort of a 5 on the wrong scale. No, wrong out of wrong. I can rattle off the better tracks in America. Would you like me to go? Well, we might be here all day.
Road America, Barber, Mid-Ohio, Laguna... you can't put Laguna Seca on that list, really. It's not that good. Laguna Seca is worse than Watkins Glen. I will admit that.
Road America is worse than Watkins Glen,
I would say. Whoa. Ewan, what slander are you spewing here?
I'm just speaking opinions. Yeah, I don't like it very much.
Why don't you like it very much?
I just don't find it very nice to drive.
So here's the thing. Road America, when you're driving by yourself, is maybe one of the more boring tracks because it's all 90-degree corners for the most part, isn't it?
Really boring. It is very boring. And yeah, I think it's slightly overrated racing-wise. I know there are good races.
Have you commentated on a bad race at Road America, though?
I must have, but I don't really remember. Oh, yeah, I definitely have, actually, quite recently.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, you'll have to tell me what that was.
But that wasn't necessarily down to the track. But anyway.
Okay, I think I know where this is going. Yes, if you only have about 6 cars in the field for hours and hours, then yes, that's not great. But
no, admittedly, it wasn't actually that bad at all. I actually thought that was a decent race. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's very widely regarded as a very good circuit, and I'm not sure I quite reflect that.
It's because it's a good racetrack. It's not a great driving track. It's a good racetrack. I'll be honest. I don't think I've ever commentated on a bad race at Road America. I include some races in IVRA competitions as well. So Road America's up there. Most Sport's pretty good as well, although I don't know if we can technically count that as being American. That's Canadian.
I thought you said North America.
Did I say North America? I meant American. I genuinely meant America.
Okay.
Because if we're talking Americas, then do you include Interlagos?
No. Well, you said in your opening statement
I meant America. Sorry, clarify it. Yes.
You said North America, so I was including Mosport as well, which is one of the ones I would have certainly gone for above Watkins Glen, but that is not US of A.
But old Mosport with no runoff, you know.
Yes, iRacing Mosport, yeah.
Even older
no
Mosport. Yeah, well,
oh, even older.
Yeah,
okay.
where there's grass and not tarmac.
Well, there's a bit more grass in iRacing than there is in real life now.
There used to be even more.
Yeah, I can imagine there is a bit of tarmac around these days on iRacing. North America-wise, Road Atlanta would be one I'd immediately put above Watkins Glen, is one I enjoy more.
There you go. Sebring is up there too. I know you have your opinions on...
I really dislike Sebring.
but Sebring as a racetrack, I know the bumps aren't great. You don't like it for driving, but it always, again, puts on a decent race. I don't put Daytona up there, personally. Daytona's not that great.
I think Daytona's a better racetrack than Sebring.
I'll agree with you there. I just don't want to see... I'm happy going to Sebring. I'm not so happy going to Daytona anymore. As, by the way, pit stops are underway. Prestanda Nomad have just come on in. Graham Sanders has just finished up a cycle. There you see the GTPs finishing up with their first dalliance with pit lane visits. No driver changes going on, it would seem. It's just the fuel and the tires which can take place at the same time right now. Let us know what you think some of your favorite tracks in North America are. We'll go North America. How about that? We'll include some of the Canadian ones. Because
he's changed again.
Well, no, because there are some Canadian ones that I know you won't know, Ewan, that are actually quite good.
Maybe.
That I won't know as well, just to be clear.
Oh, right.
Not trying to throw you under the bus here, not Zach Sweeney.
Well, that's true. Mosport is probably the only one I know. Although we've got... they were running second earlier, Absolute Motorsport Asalith in GT3. I know they weren't anymore at the time of this incident, but it was a top-running car earlier on.
And a bunch of GTPs peeled off into pit lane. I don't think in reaction to this expecting a caution, but instead just because they are naturally at the end of their tank capacity. So as the GTPs are into the lane, that's a big one.
That was a very big crash, and there was a lot of cars around as well. That was the Maniti GT3 of Norbert Frank there. Is that the Kremer Racing Pro car as well? It certainly looks like it. It's got a similar livery. And then, it's that car that tips it around into a spin and into the wall very hard.
Yes, there's a lot going on there. I can't quite figure out who is who, but the case is going to land in the race control board, and they will continue to work their way on through that. It'll be interesting to see how they go on through there. So, off the jacks already for Daniel Kraft, 30 seconds and counting, just waiting to see when he will roll off and away. Nicholas Boyd did go an additional lap beyond, and maybe that explains some of the pace difference that we were seeing. Maybe some fuel saving for BS competition. At the same time, I don't discount the fact that one's in a BMW, one's in an Acura, maybe one's a little bit more fuel thirsty than the other.
There is possibly a fuel disparity there, and that's where the manufacturer battles are so interesting in the IVRA Endurance Championship this season. The Acura involved again, involved for the first time, I should say, as well as the BMW, which was here for most of last season, of course. Now BS competition going down pit lane, as well as the Ryan race team. We did say earlier on, though, to be fair, that Nicholas Boyd might well have been just saving a little bit on his own anyway in traffic. We did think he was being a little bit more tentative, maybe, and that's where some of the fuel has come from.
Oh, it's a bit wide from Daniel Kraft, but he's just about able to hold on to it as we pick him up on his outlap, trying to get those tyres up to temperature. BS competition car hits its marks and now is up on the jacks to get its tyres done at the same time as fuel. Yeah, we know it's not very interesting when they get to do that, so we won't get too distracted on that by any means. Here's a look at everything that's going on right now is out of traffic. There's the car behind. Pearson's is, of course, the Hydrace Geodesic racing machine, showing the power of a slight undercut, but also with a slightly shorter pit stop time, all things considered as well. So plenty of differences going on. It's a long time. BS competition still waiting to drop and go. Yeah,
Sanders has jumped Sasha Gola then in the Geodesic car. That's now ahead of Movano. I would imagine that Orion will be fifth at the end of this pit stop cycle. I think BS competition will be third behind the Geodesic car, unless they've made a short stop and they've got out ahead of everyone, which it looks like they have. So actually, in fact, their lead is going to be retained by quite some distance in the end, actually, and it's the likes of Pure Sims who have lost out slightly. There's Orion. They have come out in fifth.
I think, again, this is slightly just pit stop variance playing itself out on the left side of the screen, you'll be able to see the pit stop times for the variety of the GT3 runners that we've had so far, GTP runners even, excuse me. 47 seconds for the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing team. That's 3 seconds shorter effectively than BS competition at the front in that number 89 machine, and so you can see a bit of a difference there, and the gap's closed. It's now 4 cars within 3.5 seconds. We jump on board with Graham Sanders filing past some of that GT3 traffic.
Yeah, he's just looking to get back into his rhythm really, and following Daniel Kraft is probably a good way to do that. The gap to the lead as well is a bit smaller. Pure Sim's only at 1.7 or so seconds behind now, and maybe some of that has come in the pit stops as well. BS Competition's stop was actually the longest of anyone inside the top 10, which, apart from Valorous actually, and Satellite, missed them. But apart from that, they've had the longest stop of almost everybody, so it's not ideal compared to the others.
That's another car stationary, and this is through the S's as well. Surely this is a second caution. Surely it is a safety car just after the GTP cycle comes to an end, as did they get permission from pit lane and race control to tow back to the box?
I'm not sure they did. That was very quick. I'm not sure they did get permission there. They're going to be in trouble for that one. Although they may not really be too bothered because they may be out of the race.
No, they did.
Safety car does come out, but Pure Sims may well have yet another penalty coming their way, along with the fact that they've got to tow back to pit lane and do some repairs.
I've seen what's just happened. Technology is great when it works how the user expects it to work. So there's a way basically for drivers to request the tow from race control. Once you request the tow, it sends you a message saying you have requested your tow. Wait for race control to confirm before you reset. I wonder if there was a bit of miscommunication and they thought that message was them getting permission.
Or maybe they just did it anyway.
Or maybe that. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. Come on.
Okay.
I've got my Pure Sims shirt to protect.
Once again, like with Impulse earlier, it's not like they don't know the rules. Pure Sims,
they should
they've
know
been
the
around
rules, yeah.
for at least 3 seasons now. They won the LMP2 season, where we had the last full LMP2 season that we had. They had the number 1, but the GTP season didn't go quite as well for them as previous LMP2 ones did. This race so far has not been so bad for them, and maybe this caution is going to come at a right time. Unfortunately, though, it's kind of not a great time for us because I was, getting into that.
Pit stops.
Getting into a good part of the race, and yeah, GT3 pit stops as well. I think they'll be just about fine to make it into the pit stops without running out of fuel on the track, but it's quite close.
Yeah, it's just a disappointment that we don't get to see a green flag cycle of pit stops to kick things off, I guess, for the GT3s, but ultimately we'll see plenty of those cycles over the rest of the course of the race. So second caution of the day. Slow things down once again, back behind the safety car. And unlike the first caution cycle, which was a quick yellow because it was within the first handful of minutes of the race, this is going to be the full shebang. We'll get the wave around, we'll get the pit lane opening up for the drivers, and we'll make sure we have the class split done properly before we get back underway.
Yeah, the first thing that has to be done, by the way, just to explain to those who don't understand, that before the pit lane can open, you've got to make sure that the nobody's being trapped a lap down. So in the 2 GT3 categories, you've got to make sure that there's nobody between, no cars are caught between the safety car and their class leader, because effectively that means they've lost almost a lap through no fault of their own. You can lose almost a lap despite being 1 second behind if it falls really badly and there's no wave around, for example. So that's what this first part will ensure. Then the pit lane will open, and you'd imagine a lot of the GT3s will be in, and then we'll have another wave around if we need it, if any cars need to go back round again, and then we'll be back underway again. So that will take some time, starting with the Olympus car that is running in 10th place in GT3. So that gives you an idea. They're quite a long way down the field, so there's not too many GT3s caught between their class leader and the safety car.
You can see the wave arounds taking place right now, as it's not too many drivers that I think are going to need the wave arounds, all things considered, and so indeed there's plenty of drivers just trying to get into line, including the Rusty Spatulas team that we jump on board with right now. This is also part of the unique experience of running in safety cars in sim racing. You've got to understand the ebb and flow. If you're catching up to the back of the pack, don't want to run over anyone in particular, and so got to be heads up, eyes aware, and watching that F3 box. There's the Paceworks Mercedes, going to be the next one to get its wave around as they slowly but surely filter on around, closing in the first hour being done here for the 8 hours of Watkins Glen. And what an exciting opening hour it's been. Every time we think we're settling into it, it starts to kick off once again.
Yeah. And that means 2 cautions within an hour is getting quite high early on. Did you say that you were going to go for lower than me with my prediction, or higher?
Predictions are different from expectations and wishes and dreams.
Well, yeah, but that's not an answer. What did you say?
I think I said that's pessimistic. Isn't that the word that we landed on?
Yes, pessimistic we settled on, but it's looking all right at the moment.
It's still pessimistic, as in, you know, it's...
okay, well, that's true.
You want the drivers to not have to slow things down, but yes, you're not wrong.
Okay, well, it's going all right at the moment. So there we are. Wonder if we're going to have to wait one more maybe for the pit lane to be open, although I think most of those who need to wave around have gone past now. Be interested to know who out of the GTPs is thinking about stopping, because it's been so recently that, yeah, you'd imagine no one, but I don't know.
I don't think we're totally done just yet, by the way, because you can see there is still some overlapping going on, but I just said emphatically no, you wouldn't come back down pit lane. But if this is a somewhat lengthy caution cycle, given that we have the class split at the end, if you're already at the back of the field, if you're a Syandra,
yeah,
does it make sense to come on down to the pit lane? I think it does.
Yeah, I think so. Syandra's been out there now for only 3 laps, admittedly, so there'll be almost no fuel gain realistically, but yeah, just a bit of a top-up might help him out. And as you say, there is literally nothing to be lost, because he is last anyway. And as you say, because of the class split, the GTPs will be brought in front of all of the GT3s anyway. So that means there really is no disadvantage to it. So I would expect to see Syandra in, unless there's a load that come in front of him, and then maybe he'll decide that actually I'd like the few places.
So still just pacing around. Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Ewan O'Leary here for the first couple of hours of this 8 hours of Watkins Glen. We've got about 2 more hours with you, Ewan, before we kick you out? Or one more hour?
Yeah, I've already been here for a couple of hours.
Wow.
It's gone by quite quickly.
Yeah, it has.
But yes, I'll be gone soon. And 6 hours will still be remaining. I can't imagine the race is going to be any more decided by the time I leave than it is now, to be honest, because these safety cars are going to keep happening. That's what I meant earlier on by the fact you've just got to stay on the lead lap, especially in GTP. In GT3 Pro, track position might be a bit more important towards the end, because you might have quite a lot of cars on the lead lap in the final safety car, but realistically in GTP, I can see there being less than 10 GTPs on the lead lap at the final safety car, and then you can sort of go from there. There's really no point in taking some of the risks that we've seen so far.
I am pleasantly surprised that all the GTPs are still out there and on the lead lap. Yes, I know Syandra had his issue and dropped down and had to fight his way back through the GT3s, but I did kind of expect we'd have a bit of attrition, especially through the inner loop for them, but they've all been relatively calm and coordinated with their setups over the curbs and being able to hop over them relatively unperturbed. Believe that the pit entrance is going to be opened this time by, so it will be the opportunity for probably GT3s for sure to come down to the lane. Will there be any of the GTPs that decide it's also worth a bit of a gamble to come in, top off a bit of fuel and roll their way down to the box? The likes of Miniti potentially. In the number 17, Delatraz Automotive. Or maybe Satellite's number 64. Those are some of those contenders that we think might potentially still have that opportunity. But we may get some answers to the questions now.
Well, BS Competition and Pure Sims both sort of dummy into pit lane and don't go for it, but one of the Porsches has, by the looks of it from here. Is that Maniti's number 1 that's in? Yes, Maxime Naz is in. That's a surprise from the very middle of the field to come down pit lane in this situation. I'm surprised. There's a BMW still out there on the circuit, and I'm surprised about that, really.
You mean a BMW GT3 that's still out there, just to be
yes,
clear?
Sorry, yes. I should have specified.
Now that we've got the manufacturers in both the classes, it makes it somewhat confusing, but here we go, up on the jacks for the entirety of the GT3 field, as one would somewhat suspect, given that they've been out there for a full hour of competition. It's the perfect opportunity for them to spin things around. My assumption is that the BMW that you saw run around was one of those cars that A is maybe already pitted, or B has been involved in issues for whatever reason. And
yeah,
so that might have
been,
that might have been the Orion race team, who are a good 10 laps down from the rest of their class.
Well, with the if you're getting a lap back of caution, then maybe it's they can get back onto the lead lap again. But no, it's going to be very, very difficult to do so. Who's going to make their way out in GT3 first, though? That's the question here. It's side by side between a few of them. I think it's Delta V who have come out first.
They had a rather short pit stop. I think they'd already come down to the lane, and so they are actually the first off and away. They will lead Visceral, Maniti's 178, then Simufy, BS Turner, and Maniti. No change for those in terms of net top 5. It's Lease Esports, Andrew Carone that gets a bit of a jump on German Sim Racing, on Satellite Racing, now up into 7th net. But if you factor in Delta V Racing maybe being slightly out of position, not sure exactly how they've leapfrogged their way up front. Lease Esports are now 6th overall.
And yeah, why was the pit stop for Delta V only 3.7 seconds? I guess the theory of yours about them already having pitted is they've
done a driver change already. So didn't Delta V get tangled up with one of the other cars down at the toe? Yeah,
they did with Geeks Energy earlier on. So maybe they came out after that, but I don't remember seeing them in pit lane.
They came in 3 laps ago, though, so they came... Did they come in under caution?
They must have done just beforehand, because otherwise they would have a penalty.
That's what I'm confused. And that's what I was trying not to paint myself into a corner by saying that I knew what had happened to them into getting up into this position, because I'll be honest, I have absolutely no idea right now.
Yeah, there are a couple of investigations going on, but not involve the 119. A couple involving the 116 and that Pure Sims car we just saw off to the side of the road, with Syandra also being investigated for that one. But also, and the 116 are being investigated on their own. I think they did indeed tow back to pit lane without permission.
Yeah, I'm still not sure what the order of operations was. Did they request permission and then tow? Did they tow then request permission? Whatever the case may be, they did it wrong. I can also tell you, by the way, that I'm pretty sure... We'll grab a look here. This is the replay. I just want to be clear. This is a replay from a couple of laps ago. Delta V Racing on board, who are now dropping back, you can see, in the live pictures in set. So they did come down to pit... You can see the lights on. So they did come into pit lane under caution initially.
And I think it was down to the fact that they were they out of fuel?
Surely not, though.
Well, you wouldn't think so, but they were short-shifting dramatically there and making sure that they, were not using fuel. But I thought, maybe they thought, I'm going to have to come in here. Maybe because otherwise, why would you come in under caution? You know that you're going to be sent to the back.
So, we had the caution on lap 1. That should have given them a bit more buffer in terms of fuel. We'll see if we can get word from Delta V, but that is a little bit bizarre.
I can't really think of any reasons why that would be the case, why they would even do that. But well, yeah, they're going to drop to the very back of the entire field now, including behind the GT3s as well, because those two classes are sort of treated in that way after the caution. So that does promote everybody up a place for no real reasons. That they have an end-of-line penalty, but why is my question. I guess it's for coming under caution, but that still doesn't really answer our question.
The question that we really need answered is, why did they come down to pit lane in the first place?
Yeah.
If legitimately they were out of fuel, that explains a lot. It explained why. I guess partially. What's going on for Maniti's number 1, though? They're back down on pit lane.
There's something going on, because they were down on pit lane immediately as the caution came out. As the pit lane opened, I should say. They didn't break the rules. But wonder whether they're taking on some more repairs, maybe, some optionals that they couldn't before. And now Maniti are ahead of Visceral in GT3 Pro as well.
What? That's bizarre.
They've just changed over.
They've all come to a dead stop, by the way, basically, as they try and filter their way into the correct formation. I am very lost right now. I'm very confused. I'm sure there's a lot of reason going on, but I can't quite figure out the rhyme of it.
Yeah, Emma Vimbo thinks that Maniti are taking repairs, which is fair enough.
412 optionals.
412, that's a lot. You can see why they're taking some of them at the moment. They should be mostly clear at the end of this caution.
Well, how much did they take on the previous cycle? You can probably take a good minute and a half without risking going a lap down here. The problem is, though, that if we go green this time by, they are effectively going to be an entire lap adrift from the rest of their class.
We're not going to go green, though, are we?
I mean, the lights aren't back on the pace car just yet. I think they should be back on.
I'd be surprised if we're going green this time, but it does look like we are. And I think that's a miscalculation by Maniti, or an oversight from them. I think they thought that we weren't going to go green this time, but we are now. So,
well, I think maybe they thought it was better to take the time and maybe sacrifice a bit of track position now in the hopes of another yellow coming out relatively quickly. I do believe that we're back, or getting ready to go back racing. Nicholas Boy not going to get the same jump that he did on the initial restart that we had about an hour or so ago. We're back underway for the 8 hours of Watkins Glen here, the third round of the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series, and instantly, side by side, it's the satellite racing car that tries to look alongside Alex. Alex gets past Nicholas Hedberg in the GTPs. GT3 is a little bit more coordinated, a little less frantic in their fighting. And it's going to be the build-up in towards this inner loop. The first time of asking where the draft is playing its part. Who's going to be trying some moves? Who's going to be thinking about the moves? ATRS Academy, by the way, have already dropped down to 9th spot. A terrible restart from them. Single file for the GTPs. Here come the GT3s.
Yeah, there's a bit of side-by-side in the opening corner, but thankfully not through the bus stop. And everybody single file through here, including in GT3 as well. Both categories. They get through here nicely, which is good to see, and we're back under green flag racing again. We're still 6 hours and 50 pretty much remaining in this race. A very long way to go, and things look very similar at the front of the GTP field as to what they did about an hour ago.
And in an hour's time, I'm just trying to think about what all we might see. We've seen 2 cautions so far, so 6 hours and 49 minutes left to rumble. We'll get the sense for just how much at the front these drivers are going to swap themselves around as they get their way in towards the traffic, but we've got a couple of laps before we'll see that. So it is Maniti that lead once again. Visceral in second, Simufy, BS Turner, and then the second of the Maniti cars. Driver change has taken place here, and we've seen a new driver get on in. Andrew Carone has gotten in, or rather stayed into the Lease Esports car behind. And so this, I think, is the only driver change to really take place inside of the top 5.
Yeah, it looks like it in any category, really. Can't see too many up
Jason
and down the
Allen's
field.
gotten in over Oscar Coper, but yeah, not really much.
Not many. And that's expected, to be fair, after an hour. It's not very long into the race, so that's to be expected. Linus Grusa then inside the top 5, and seems to be up to speed pretty quickly, actually. Haven't seen too much of him, actually, in previous times for Maniti, but he's got decent pace. He's still in 5th position, sort of consolidating that place, really, rather than moving forward, which is exactly what you need at this stage in GT3 Pro.
Into the inner loop they will go with Satellite Racing trying to get alongside German Sim Racing. The Porsche slams the door shut on Dallas Pataska. As had a... Oh! Well, I guess cautions breed cautions. Maxime Naz was hoping to get another one, and I think we're going to see one. Just wait.
Yeah, Nürburgring Esports, I think it is, isn't it, who are off the road at the bus stop chicane. We said that, or you said that there was going to be a lot of trouble there, and this looks to be the first example of that. Kevin Crosney in the wall, no rear end on that GTP any longer, and there is another caution. No surprises there, because that car is not going to be driven any further.
No, it is going nowhere anytime soon. Maxime Naz will take advantage of that. We do think, again, that the damage repair is ongoing. Let's take a look at what happened. It's another Porsche. This one probably not getting repaired. Oh, it's the hop, skip, and a jump over the inside curb, and a rather agonizing backward slide into the wall. The rear end of the car gets torn apart, and that was all she wrote.
Yes. This is the look from on board into the bus stop chicane. 7th gear, just a couple of shifts down in the Porsche, then over the bump and just lost it. Saved it initially, but once you're offline like that and you're in that way, you can't go anywhere. And there's the proof that he can't go anywhere. That car was not going to make it back in time, so I'll reserve any comments about that. And he's out the race. Well, at least back to pit lane, towed back to pit lane at the moment.
Someone doesn't want to make claims that car's capable of driving back to the pit lane again, does he?
Well, that one looks worse than the Archer Brothers
one
did earlier.
It did. That one did go rearwards hard into the wall, though, so you kind of assume that at that point all drive is probably going to be lost. Cautions breed cautions, which does imply as well that not only does Maxime Naz get track position back, but he doesn't get all of it back. I think this is going to be our short yellow period.
It is going to be a short yellow period. It's within 15 minutes of the end of the last one, and so that means no pit lane opening for anybody. So that will sort of remove a phase of the safety car wave bars, if you like. And what it would also mean is that it doesn't often mean that you have to do many of the first periods of way-bys, if you like. It does mean Maxime Naz is going to have to get himself up towards the other GTPs before we get going again. But that's the only major thing, I think, that has to be done, unless anybody's got themselves lost in the field somewhere.
Here is the big green machine. As a commentator, it's very different for us going between the periods of high energy and then the downbeat periods that you have here on the caution. I have to assume for the drivers it's actually a bit more stressful in many ways. The one good thing that they at least have is, you know, when you slow down in most racing cars, it starts to get unbearably hot because you start to lose a little bit of airflow that you may have into the car. Now I know some of these prototypes will have cool suits and air hoses that will ventilate the driver's helmet just that little bit more, but at least in the sim, it doesn't really matter whether you're going fast or slow. You can turn your air conditioning up to maximum, and if you're really sweaty, you can always just get a fan and stick it in front of you.
Well, that's all well and good, but if you've started driving and you've not got a fan within arm's reach, then you are in trouble, under a caution where you can't pit, especially. And also, I can't imagine in the Northern Hemisphere getting too hot is going to be a problem at this time of year.
You say that, have 3 computers on.
Well, yeah, that's true, but even so, I got quite close to turning on the heating for the first time this winter this morning. It's very cold.
Is it? Anyway, British people complaining about the weather.
Yeah. All the Scandinavians listening to this thinking, what is he going on about here? It's minus 30.
If anyone's got a right to complain about the weather, yes. Speaking of which, who is the most northern person in the field? I'm not talking about northern in England here, Ewan. I'm talking in terms of on a globe. Who would be the person that has to deal with the most egregious weather? Now, I don't know if we've got anyone from Alaska in the field, so rusty spatulas might therefore be somewhat up there, given that, you know, they're in Finland.
Yeah, they've got to be up there, because, yeah, most of Finland is above quite a lot of the
rest of the world.
Well, not the rest of the world. I was thinking about the Canadians in the field, but a lot of the
inhabitable part.
It's level with most of the places in Canada where no one lives.
Yes.
If that makes any sense. So you know, all of the major cities are below a lot of Finland, so they must be up there. And to be fair, it's one of the most northern countries in Europe, isn't it? Finland, yeah. So I'm going to go with that. Yeah.
I don't think that. I'm trying to think of how you can get more north.
Siberia, I suppose.
Yeah, Russia, parts of Russia, Greenland.
We haven't got any
well.
Russians in the field, so
no, we don't. You could also live in what's that place called? Svalbard.
Svalbard.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah. Why does everyone know about Svalbard? What a strange place to know about.
Oh, I like how we were on the same page there. I mean, if you want to go to the other extreme, and you can, you know, if you go so far south, does it become north that you could go live on the South Pole and race from there? That would be that would be the coldest place you could race from. I guarantee you.
Well, could you race from there? Is the other question. Could you?
Yes.
Okay. I wouldn't want to.
They've got in. Just connect your Starlink up. It'll be good enough.
They've got indoor. There's no way, by the way. Jason Taylor in the YouTube chat says he's from Alaska. There's no way that's true.
Bold claim.
Yeah, but I get scared about people lying to me on YouTube.
So the thing is, it depends where in Alaska does he live, because Anchorage, which is where I assume most people think about when they say Alaska, is more north than most of the habitable parts of Canada. So it's basically more north than any Canadian is going to be. But isn't it also like basically level with like Oslo and Stockholm? Like if you're north in Norway, Sweden, or Finland. Anyway, this is not a geography lesson. As much as I need a globe next to me. Yes, it's a race, apparently, allegedly.
Well, it is about to be a race in a moment because the pace car lights are off and we're about to go green again.
The short yellow period will come to a close, and, well, 3 cautions in less than an hour and 30 minutes. Is it setting a bit of a tone for the rest of the race? Back underway with BS competition, and Nicholas Boy once again hitting the loud pedal, and already I see on my timing screens that there's been a car that's off the track. You see cars jinking to the inside as well as they try and look their way in through the opening corner. GTP safely through the 90 and now building up in towards the inner loop.
Yeah, it's going to be all on here on the way towards the bus stop where we saw a crash that brought out this caution. Are we going to see more side-by-side into there? There's a little bit of a look to the inside here that Orion are going to have to deal with, but in the end, there is a backing out, and that's probably the sensible thing to do. Same goes for the GT3, which actually has a bit of a split in it for some reason.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a big split than I kind of anticipated, and not just at the very front, by the way, but if you go back over to the GT3 class and not the GT3 Pros, there's a couple of cars in between Satellite Racing where Thomas Fischer has got Miguel Almeida and Roberto Freezer between him and Marius Janka in the Maniti 278. 1.5 seconds, the time gap between them for the time being. And they'll be keeping a close eye on that. As ever, though, the fact that this restart has split the classes up does mean that as we're back underway, no traffic to deal with for probably 4, 5, maybe 6 laps or so. And so as they continue to run their way in through the final sector, Daniel Kraft puts the pressure on. Sasha Gole, as well as Graham Sanders and Yao Vaz trying to hold steady. And they've been joined by Alex Ellis in that Satellite Racing number 67 as well as the Valorous Motorsports car, which is fresh off, let's not forget, a couple of penalties to start this race off.
And a couple of incidents as well, a bit of damage you'd imagine that befell that car after the incident with Pure Sims at the top of the hill, for example. So yeah, that's a good recovery, I suppose, to still see them in this situation at this stage in the race. But we're settling in already. Satellite Racing just up in front of us, Alex Ellis in that 67 Satellite Racing car. That's not the one driven by Syandra, which had so many problems earlier on in the race, of course. Would be a surprise to see them so far up the field at this stage already, but everyone's settling in again, and thankfully another trip through the bus stop without problems.
A bit wide there for Syandra, though. That car just does not look as settled through that complex as maybe it would like to be, and Maxime Naz, who maybe does now have all of the damage fixed on that car. He did not come back down to pit lane, of course, in that short yellow period. He's on the back of the 64 and trying to put the pressure on and trying to work and try and crack his way back up into the top 10. Look through the inside. It's a bold place to make a pass, but peels Andra off the apex and allows himself the run off the corner as the hybrids kick the cars down this short run into the braking zone of the final sector. The number 1 gets on through. It's a nice move, albeit with a bit of a fade in through the braking zone to seal things off. Andra's back alongside, but having to watch as Delta V Racing look to the inside and their BMW.
It was quite tentative, and it had reason to be as well, because they were never going to really find themselves down the inside. Julien Plumet it is, one of the only GTP drivers, I think, to drive a change today, unless he has, maybe he started, and I just don't remember, but he's making his way, trying to make his way through anyway on the Satellite Racing car in 9th place. We look back from the other one now, Alex Ellis, who is causing a bit of a train to start to clump up behind him slightly.
Just a little bit. Alex Ellis, of course, does have some real-world pedigree to bring with him, someone that we've seen across of the different cars as well in Satellite Racing, part of the ISOWC back in 2021. Boy, was that 2 years ago? How time really flies as that Cadillac flies over the curb. A little bit poorly, it has to be said. And now the Valorous Motorsports car and Erwin Liszkiewicz is on the outside, but not really in a passing opportunity. These drivers now 2.5 seconds off for the back of those in front, and this is important because why? And we're now halfway through basically getting these cars back into traffic cycles. They've lost ground to those in front as Valorous finally gets on through to 6th position. That first cycle of traffic, these drivers have already lost about 7 car lengths or so. That's crucial track positioning.
It's quite remarkable that just in behind as well, that all stacked up, and Prestana Nomad were briefly side by side there with the Delatos Automotive number 8 car that was just battling along. So it's all going on here with this battle for 7th place, sort of creating all sorts of things going on right to the very back of the field. Maniti Racing's black car is on the very back of this one, Christoph Holstein in this one, so they're all here. It's about 10 of them. And they're all fighting for these positions at the moment, and it's going to be a nightmare in traffic surely when we get to it very shortly.
Not far away from seeing that traffic play its part. Of course, the front of the GT3 Pro field will be the very last that has to deal with any of that, and so Gonzalo Vergara, Beckham Jasir, not too worried about that drama just yet. In the GT3 battle, by the way, there is a little bit of a breakaway continuing just to build as Thomas Fischer now has Ethan Bass for the Orbit Motorsports crew behind. United Simsport and Yannick Gigi passing Maniti as well as they get bundled off of the podium in their Porsche. And now it is BMW, Ferrari, BMW 1, 2, and 3 as we keep our check-in with these drivers. And I have just noticed as well, more drama. Alex Ellis is out of the race for some reason. And Maniti spun around at the bus stop. Surely another caution incoming.
Well, no, it's not them waiting to get back going again. It looks like they've been into this wall on the left-hand side, and they've come off that curb. I think the second of the 2 left-handers, that left-hand curb, just maybe has unsettled them. Well, let's say we're maybe going side by side with someone. No, Maniti were looking for a way forwards, but it is a caution again. And so 4th of the day, only an hour and a half into this one. 6 is looking like an underestimation at the moment from myself. We just need that little bit of a run, don't we? And then you can really go on. It's difficult when it's stop-start like this. Just when you get one kind of a run, then you will get, a bit of a longer run, but not this time.
And so that is, like Ewan mentions, the 4th caution of the day. And crucially, I think it comes in a time when GTP drivers will maybe want to come down to the pit lane. We are 2 hours and 35 minutes away from the halfway mark of the race. Halfway points have started to surely become a bit of a factor for the drivers in terms of strategizing and planning what they need to do. I think this works out quite nicely to backtrack you to the halfway mark. We'll see what happens. It will be a full caution cycle regardless because we've just finished a quick caution period.
Wow.
And it's another big incident, and guess what? It's another Porsche having the same incident.
It's a horrific crash. That's a really bad crash for one of the Manitis. It's the 17, not the reigning champions, but that's 2 out of 3 Porsches gone, as you say, in the last half an hour. It's that first curb, and then they just slide through the second part. It's the first bit that sets it all off, though, isn't it? It's that bit that unsettles them. Then you're nervous through the second part of the chicane. And it just makes me wonder why you take such big risk over there every single lap when the chances of that happening are so high.
Let's take a look at the super slow-mo as well. All 4 corners of the car off the ground, and once it settles back down, once it lands, the problem is because you run these cars so stiff, you need to keep them stiff to... And we're not even going to get to see the contact because the Marshall stand gets in the way. But they're so stiff to maintain an aerodynamic platform that's efficient. It gives no leeway to make mistakes like that. And unfortunately, big shocks like that end up with big junk, unfortunately, sometimes as well. So we are starting to see maybe a bit of attrition. Alex Ellis had a technical issue that saw him get disconnected. So 2 GTPs getting taken out as the caution flies once again. And we are starting to see a bit more of attrition play its part now. Archer Brothers and Nürburgring Esports, excuse me, in the GT3s, joined by Pure Sims, as well as the Nürburgring GTP entry having retired. And I would not be surprised if maybe Maniti at the very least join them. We'll see if Alex Ellis and Satellite Racing get the 67 back out there.
I hope that they do. This caution for them has come at a good time in that case, so we'll see whether they do. will Maniti get back out there again? They're still in pit lane, and they do seem to still be in the session, hoping that they can re-emerge again and looking to, at the very least, get to halfway and get a few points, I suppose. But that's not going to be the case for the 4 retirements that we've seen so far, including that Nürburgring Esports GTP that we saw out of the race with having brought out that last caution. Now, are they going to be... Well, I don't even know. Well, the pit lane does seem to be open. Wonder if it's... yeah, wonder why they're all faking it.
It shouldn't be open just yet. It's going to take us a couple of laps before we cycle things back around. Can confirm that Christian Hildegard's going to jump into the 67 Satellite Racing car and get that car back out on track, it would seem. But yeah, it's been a difficult day for plenty, unfortunately. And you get the sense that not even 2 hours in, it's going to continue to be somewhat difficult. Don't go anywhere, though, on RaceSpotTV as these drivers run themselves under caution for the 4th time today. I'm going to step aside for a few moments' time. We'll be right back with the 3rd round of the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series, the 8 hours of Watkins Glen. Welcome back to RaceSpotTV and to the IVRA Endurance Series. We've made our way upstate for the 8 hours of Watkins, Glen, and with just over 90 minutes complete, we've already had 4 cautions so far to stop and start the action. Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Ewan O'Leary. Ewan, we're getting ready to go back racing once again. No GTPs, interestingly, at the front. Came down to pit lane.
No, but 4 at the back did come down pit lane. It was the satellite car, both satellites actually, Delta V Racing and ATRS Academy, all pitted to just top off on fuel after those 2 short cautions.
Well, green flag back in hand, and hopefully for a decent chunk of time. We're 2 hours and 20 minutes away from halfway points being paid on out, and here we go down in towards turn number 1, and 3 wide with maybe contact. Valorous will make contact with both of the Orion teams, but it's Movano that's hard into the wall, and Sasha Gola's great day will come surely to an end.
Oh, and it's toast. That car is finished as well. The front left is at a terrible angle. Movano have pulled to the side of the road already. The championship leaders in the IVRA Endurance Championship into the wall very hard at turn 1 and maybe out of the race.
But if they can pull that car forward, I wonder if they are within a spot where the race control team will deem that it can be recovered by vehicles and a safety car is not needed. Whatever the case may be, though, it's big drama in the championship. The question will be, do we stop things down and have a 5th caution in about 100 minutes of racing?
Huge drama as the runaway championship leaders are sent to the outside of the road and out of this one. It's really going to widen open this championship. Sasha does return back to pit lane. That little inlet to the left-hand side there was good enough for race control to not throw the caution. They can just pull that car behind the wall and we can stay green.
And so, goodness, drama instantly right off the bat. And I've got to say, the camera angle that we had from the back into turn number 1 didn't really give us a great look, but Valorous Motorsports have been involved in plenty of drama today, and I've got to say, I don't really know what you're thinking. We've already had 4 cautions so far. Where's the need to try and make things 3 wide with a desperation Ayrton Senna style 0 to 0 sort of a move? I mean, someone needs to be smart and back out of that eventually.
Well, it is 3 wide in towards turn 1, but is anybody unreasonable for attempting? I mean, obviously there's the question of if it's necessary at this stage in the race, which obviously I'd say probably not. But, you know, has anybody made a late move here? Not really.
Well, when you look from up above, you start to wonder what Yao Vaz was doing as well, maybe a little bit more in that sequence. Whatever the case may be, Sasha Gola is blameless there. I think you and I can agree on that.
Well, yeah, well, I don't know. Has he given enough room to the 2 on the inside of him in that respect? I mean, I don't know.
Got to turn in eventually, though, at some point.
Yeah, I know. Yes, he does. I know. So, I don't know. There's always the question. I mean, there's one thing I don't think many people are going to debate, whether any of that is a good idea with more than 6 hours to go. The answer to that is always no, in my opinion. And I'm probably not alone in
no,
that.
You're right there. I don't think anyone's disputing that.
No, I don't think so. But yeah, it's a difficult one to call that. What race control are going to do about that, I've got no idea. But they are investigating it. That is for absolutely sure. And they're also under investigation on their own, Movano. I don't know if they got clearance to tow there or not, because they are under investigation on their own as well.
Oh, interesting. Well, now we're trying to figure out what's happening again. It's one of those races today where, well, I don't know. I'm just a little bit gobsmacked right now. Back over to the GT3s, where it's still Maniti from Visceral Simufy, the BS Turner, the second Maniti car unleashed. There's been no changes for these drivers in the midst of what's been a long period since they came under caution down to the pit lane. Not really much has changed since then.
Yeah, it's been, there were even less pit stops in GT3, so even less has changed here. And it's still about the fuel-saving game. I wonder how far past the hour these guys are going to be able to go now because of the safety cars. They'll be able to go a very long way. But yeah, they're fuel-saving in the race and during the cautions. They'll have a lot of fuel on board in all of these GT3s at the moment. Just to circle back to the Movano incident, someone taking me on about it a bit. But I mean, it's just because you're ahead of someone doesn't mean you can do what you like. I know that I don't really like that argument that you know that if you're ahead into the corner you can do what you want. As yes, Prestana and Nomad have got no rear right wheel now,
and that's the outer loop, isn't it? And who else? That's Brabham Esports as well. Oh, and big junk on their Ferrari too. Impulse I've seen mixed up in it. Down. Oh my goodness. Cautions breed cautions, yes, but at some point you think they'd also breed some care.
Well, it's not so far, and this
has to be a caution.
Is trying desperately to never mind get back, get out the way, and they can't even do that at the moment. They're certainly struggling to, and that car is right on the outside as the GTPs go flying past all over again here round the outer loop. And ironically, their teammates going past to watch their other teammates in the GT3 sad sight on the outside.
Well, it's all a little bit crazy, and there you go, the inevitables. Another caution comes out, and yes, it would maybe be wise for some of these teams to have a chat and realize that let's get through the next. We haven't even got to the halfway mark yet, boys. This is the look at the replay, and maybe it's a bit of a concertina as they all run their way out of the inner loop. We'll have to spool it up a little bit further back and look from up above.
That's a complicated one to work out. There's a lot of cars involved here, and there's a big, as you say, big concertina effect even before actually the actual incident at the outer loop. Then the Prestana cars trying to go down the inside there, and there maybe wasn't quite room for that.
And poor Brabham.
Yeah, again, and thankfully they're not collected by anybody. That could have been very easily collected by someone else, but this is the onboard shot from Impulse, seeing the Prestana car going up the inside. Is there room? Well, not really, and Impulse are a pretty innocent bystander in that one.
Well, the reality is that now we've had a 5th caution in the first 2 hours. I think we're setting new records here without a shadow of a doubt. Let's go back to, I think, the talking point that I think still is going to have a lot of people fixated on it. The championship leader on the outside. Now, that was an angle that I don't think tells the whole story. It doesn't give us the look from up above. The other thing that maybe would be nice to do would be to look on board with some of these drivers. Yeah,
and I get what you're saying about Vaz as well, because he just goes to the outside initially, then switches to the inside as the Valorous car is alongside here, and they sort of get swiped. Valorous don't have anywhere to go really. They can't go any further to the right, if you see what I mean. Vaz is in the middle. Movano don't really want to give up the places and want to run around the outside and all of that kind of thing, and so it's a very difficult play. This is going to be a good shot though. I don't know why Vaz switches from the outside to the inside suddenly really, but he does. He's squeezed by on the right and the left. To be honest, I don't know if I give anyone a penalty for that, if I'm being honest.
Now that I've looked at it again, Movano doesn't get a penalty for sure. I don't think I'm sorry, Erwin. No. I don't think you get a penalty. I called you out a little bit harshly for what happened there. On second reflection, you've been aggressive earlier in this race. I think you were calculated with your aggression there. And Yao Vaz is the one that is probably the one that gets the penalty. But that's my opinion. Race Control may have other angles to look at it, because that's the great thing about sim racing is that you can go and dial up instant replays of everything.
The bad bit for me about Vaz is a switch from the outside to the inside, where he sort of makes room, if you like, by budging the Valorous car along a little bit, and then because actually when he gets to the apex of the corner, he has literally got the Valorous on his right and Movano on his left, and he has got nowhere to disappear to. But it's the bit before where he finds himself in that situation where he's gone wrong. So. Well, at least I think so. So that's a difficult one to call. But I don't know. They all could have done a bit more there to avoid that. In the end, Movano are the ones who have ended up in the wall. And so in that case, I would say, why didn't Movano, either give a bit more room, back out of that, do something to not. I know they don't want to lose places, but it doesn't matter at 6 hours to go. It really doesn't matter.
Yes, it doesn't matter really at the end of the day.
Matters more that they're now out of the race in 14th.
And the thing that, this is the thing that really matters. Marcus Hamilton's, I think, sitting in that car trying to assess if they're going to be able to go again. I think I can tell you the answer is no, unfortunately.
unfortunately. Well, I would have said that about Nürburgring Esports not so long ago, but they're back out again, 7 laps down, so maybe there is hope.
We'll see if it plays out that way. Kevin Crosney is 7 laps down. He had an 18-minute repair. The thing that does help Kevin's case, though, is that we've had a couple of cautions quick fire. So he's not lost as many laps as he could have. Being honest, at this rate, 7 laps down, the 87 could be back on the lead lap by the end of this race. You laugh, but I'm being serious.
Well, I know. We're only 1 away from my prediction.
I've got to be here for 6 and a bit more hours.
Oh, goodness me. I didn't think... well, it's been interesting so far. There's no doubt about that. Entertaining as well. But we'd like a little bit of a green flag run next. I certainly would.
Yes, I would. I would also just like... You called out early that we had 1 retirement after the lap 1 caution, right? We had the Archer brothers. Started to pack themselves up since then.
Yeah, it's... I mean, it's hard for the field to really get apart at this stage, and for stuff to really happen. This is why I say I'm really hoping for a green flag run next, because that it really start to make a bit of sense in the race, and it will give us a bit of a race as well. So far it's just been about avoiding incidents and staying on the lead lap and stuff like that. With the longest green flag run was about, what, 50 minutes maybe? 45 minutes or so, the second run of the race after the first restart. So yeah, it's been a bit stop-start so far, but hopefully we can get a green flag run started at the end of this lap.
That would be nice. Of course. It's not going to be a new GTP added to iRacing, at least this new build, although there are some new contenders that maybe could be added in 2024. The new thing that is coming to iRacing is the addition of the Audi R8 Evo 2 GT3 machine. It's going to be interesting to see how that gets on in the various iRacing special events. And RIP people's computers as we just continue to add more cars to the count. Although, are we going to remove, in terms of official competition, not talking IVRA for a second here, are we going to remove either the Ford or the McLaren to make room for the Audi, Ewan? What's your opinion?
Why don't you just get rid of the old Audi?
Because, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. Let's have both the Audis. Can you tell that I just want to get rid of that Ford? I really do.
Alright, no man, keep the Ford.
No, get rid of it. It's A, a fake car, B, it's got a sequential shifter sticking out of it.
Exactly, that's you've just given me a reason to keep it.
No, get rid of it. Let's get that brand new Ford Mustang in. Oh god, that looks glorious.
Well, yeah, but is that in iRacing?
Not yet. Hashtag soon, hopefully.
Hashtag soon.
Hashtag
yeah.
I don't know anything, just to be clear. Don't get me in trouble with iRacing, please. Okay, thanks, bye.
That's going straight on Twitter, but it's not really. But yeah, hopefully it will. Yeah, it's very well anticipated GT3.
A very anticipated GT3, that is for sure. Nicholas Boy is getting quite used to this. Pace car's off and away, and we're back underway here at the 8 hours of Watkins Glen, and hopefully this time for a decent chunk of time. We've had 5 cautions. We're not even 2 hours into it. Can we keep things clean and green for just a little bit? Down in through the 90 they will go. And as you'd expect, no such dramas for Nicholas Boy, but a bit of a poor run, all things considered, for Daniel Kraft as we begin that climb up. Again, there's 100 feet of elevation with which to build, and now the draft's going to play its part as we look from within the Armco. Great shot as the drivers crest themselves to the top of the hill. And now in towards the inner loop they will go. No such dramas for the GTPs being real, but here comes the GTDs and Simufy with a poor run. We'll see BS Turner look to the outside. Side by side with cold tires, and side by side 2 rows deep. BS Turner slides back into line. Lease Esports does as well. A couple of cars trying to take advantage of this start.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was all about really, because most of the starts so far in GT3 Pro have been very calm and considered and very single file actually, but not this time. They were all side by side. In the end, I don't actually think any of them changed places, bizarrely, but they were all going at it there, and thankfully they've sorted it out through the bus stop chicane. So now they're settled in. I'd imagine they'll be settling in for quite a long way to go in this stint now. I can't imagine they've used much fuel at all.
You have to think so, right? Because 20 laps they've been on track, most of that under caution, and so that will be something they've got to keep in mind. A little further back in queue, let's check back in with our GT3s. Let's not forget that they're, the class within the class. Satellite Racing still leads with Thomas Fisher, Ethan Bass now directly behind, and this is important. Let's not forget, given how rough and tumble this championship has been, These drivers want to ensure some decent points get lodged onto the board heading out of 2023 into a brand new year. Orbit Motorsports won the first round. A little bit more of a disappointing round last time back. They're about 30 points off of the championship lead.
Yeah, and that's a case, well, quite a bit closer in this championship, admittedly, than in GTP, where the gaps are much bigger, but that's about to change, as we've already spoken about. It's all about just picking up what you can from this stage, as Zhao Baz, I think, has at the very least been overtaken. I hope he's not off the road. No, he's not. He's just been overtaken a couple of times there in one go. Maybe a little bit rattled by what happened at turn 1 on that last restart.
Let's see if he's been off the track, though, because let's be real, that curb has caught out a handful of drivers, and so he's alongside with Delatraz, and oh yes, there's a hop, skip and a jump, and a trip through the grass as well. And it's a good thing it's iRacing's new grass model, where maybe a bit easier to control that car. Only loses out a couple of spots, doesn't lose out on any damage to his car. No,
that's the good thing, and no one's in the wall either as of right now. So maybe for the first time in about an hour we'll see some traffic as well, because basically this second hour has been caught up with cautions. We've not seen a single GTP go past a single GT3, I don't think, since about 7 hours to go. So hopefully we stay green just about long enough for that, and we can start to settle in here a little bit at Watkins Glen, because it's been very stop-start for the last hour or so. Very entertaining though, there's no doubt about that. There's been a lot of drama so far, a lot of talking points, some of which are still going on as talking points.
And maybe the last hour less entertaining than some of what we saw in that first hour, but it has been pretty hectic, all things considered. So as Gonzalo Vergara continues to lead these drivers, you would expect them to have been due for a pit stop right around now, but instead they're going to go long. They're going to go a lot longer. They'll have just 2 more pit stops to go before, of course, the halfway mark of this race, when those halfway points will be paid out. That's going to be something the drivers will just be keeping in mind as they run themselves over that outside curb and run themselves once again through the opening sector. Effectively right now 17 cars running in this GT3 line, but once we get the traffic you'd expect it would break up just a little bit.
Yeah, we saw that in the only long green flag run of the race so far, that the top 2, Maniti and Visceral, got away from the rest just a little bit. They came out of pit lane like this, and they've remained like this ever since their first pit stops of the day. But once again, as I keep mentioning, they've only done just over 20 laps on this stint now. You'd imagine they can go at least 30. If you're looking at it laps-wise, minutes-wise, they can go at least another 15 minutes or so. These guys are now in the clear as far as fuel is concerned for the halfway point, and that is what they'll be really focusing in on at this point. The GTP's been out there for so long, by the way, that they'll have some maths to do as far as the halfway point goes as well. But I reckon that this stint is approaching an hour for them.
I think probably something like that, 27 laps in terms of distance, but distance doesn't really tell the time story given the stop-and-start nature of this last hour or so of the race. Pearson's still about a second back from your race leader, Nicholas Boyd. But as we jump on board with Graham Sanders once again in the black and gold of the Hydro Race Geodesic number 62, it's BMW from Acura and then from Cadillac. All 3 of these GTPs looking pretty much equal on pace, and the Porsches may seem to be struggling over the curves, but Maxime Naz in that number 1 Maniti car, if the damage is fixed there, they could still very much be a contender. All 4 manufacturers could be in with a chance of victory.
Yeah, they really could, and we've seen that already this season. 2 Acura wins, of course, from Movano, but Cadillac, BMW and Porsche are the next 3 in line. As far as the championship is concerned, it's been very, very exciting so far. Prestana Nomad, they're getting ahead of Delatraz, Delatraz Automotive, that is, and that's for 5th place. Taylor Lane getting up to 5th for Prestana Nomad. What a turn up for the books that is so early on.
They're holding on to that spot quite nicely right now. You can see that the drivers have been kicking up some grass and bits onto the track as they really just maximize on entries and exits, their ability to run to the very limits of the asphalt itself. The same thing down in through turns 1 and even up over the top of the crest at times as well. They're now 3.5 seconds off of the top 4 drivers. Valorous Motorsports still in contention for a potential victory. So Delatraz Automotive by the Majors Garage. Their Cadillac's going to pop out of line and look to the outside. That's a brave place to leave yourself, but does potentially mean you don't have the bobble on the curb, and so as Taylor Lane slots back into line, a little bit overshot for Delachars Automotive, but it's enough to have gotten on through to a top 5 spot.
Well, they didn't need to send it so deep into the bus stop, really, because you can't realistically go side by side through there anyway. So I'm not sure why they did that, but it worked out in the end. They kept it on the road, and thankfully that's a clean pass for 5th place. It's once again creating a situation where we've got the whole field, from apart from the top 4 or 5 or so, separated to the rest. So you can see from this shot here that everybody's strung out behind, and no one can seem to get out of it. It's all one long line from the very head of the train, while the leaders get away a bit. And it's happened again for the well, I'm not really counting the last one, but the one before the last restart. It happened exactly like that. But
here comes the traffic, and suddenly leaders on top of one another, and Valorous could be on the train as well very shortly, as the Brabham Esports car runs without any front end. It seemingly has a back end on that car once again, a bit of a parachute. It might be in a bit of a straight line, but here we go, peeling to the inside of a couple of the machines. 1, 2, 3, and 4 split by just under 2 seconds at the very tail end of this GT3 field.
Well, they make their way through, and this is not even the most high intensity part of it, as Valorous go right out wide through turn 4, very close to the wall in a 3-wide moment as well. Preston and Nomad are having to hold on from Maniti. What's going to happen here into the bus stop? It's Maniti who just hang back slightly, probably a good idea, and now they'll make their way forward, absolutely making sure that there's no contact and no trouble.
Yeah, but this is that first cycle through. It's always the most frenetic, that is for sure. The leaders in GT3 Pro yet to really have to deal with the prototypes once again, and they're trying to build a bit of a breakaway. It's the 179 that's a cork in the bottle, and Tobias Turner and Simufy that have leapfrogged their way on forward, and Simufy in front of Visceral as well. Tristan Iglesias having a flyer of a race start. Now up into those contention spots. About to come towards 2 hours to go. Oh, 2 hours done, rather, in the race itself. About to say goodbye to Ewan O'Leary. We got your prediction on cautions, Ewan. I think we got slightly off on the wrong foot with the prediction game there. GTP's still quite wide open. Who comes out on top in that class?
I think it's going to be very, very difficult to predict. Don't think there's any doubts about that, but I'm going to go for BS Competition, actually, because they've been, just because of the way Nicholas Boy has been driving in traffic so far. I know it's a long way to go, and I am just picking the leaders, but I do think they'll come out on top because of the way that they've behaved in traffic so far, although maybe not there. They've been relatively calm through there, whereas others have been overly aggressive, and at some point that's going to catch up with them. But BS Competition, just because of the way that they've driven so far.
I was going to ask you about the GT3 classes, but the traffic's so crazy. We're done with 2 hours. We'll kick you out of the commentary booth and say goodbye to you and say hello to Lorenzo, as look at this, almost 3 wide down in towards the chute. Oh, it's for the race lead that potentially this will have implications as well. Oh, Nicholas Boy sails around the outside in what was a pretty brave and bold, adventurous move amidst fighting between German Sim Racing and Maniti's 179, who continues to tumble down the order. But what a way to be welcomed into the commentary booth. Lorenzo, this is some great fighting.
Absolutely. I think we got a bit of everything going on right now, Arjuna, which I'm going to say I quite like everything that has been happening in this past few minutes.
Let's hope that they all keep it clean as well. That's the most important thing, because already that Maniti 179 has gone from 5th to 7th and now trying to hold on to that position as well. But up towards the front, the leaders in GT3 Pro having to contend with your GTP counterparts, and as Valorous looks around the outside of Visceral, cuts back underneath the switch past Simufy. It's allowed a bit of a gap to open up for Gonzalo Vergara and that Maniti green machine. Now, given that these drivers have spent so long under caution, Lorenzo, we're pretty clueless as to how many laps they still got left in terms of fuel.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been watching this race from the very beginning. My calculators, I think, have broken down at least 7 times. Trying to do recalculations at the very minimum. So looking forward to see how this stretches out as the race goes by, because there's still so much uncertainty around this race.
And of course, that's uncertainty that the teams are having to figure out as well. What's happened to SimCity Racing as they run slowly down that back straightaway on the climb up in towards the inner loop, hoping they're going to get that car back up to speed. But Jason Allen, who took over in that car, has lost a little bit of momentum, and now
It's extremely slow.
It doesn't look right, does it?
No, it doesn't. Like,
steering looks okay-ish. No, never mind.
No. Broken.
That's left hand down, and still looking to try and work on forward though. There's a bit of aggressiveness on the part of the 170. We'll try and figure out what happened there to cause that little bit of steering damage in the Porsche 911, but back at the very front, this is what we were talking about with the separation. Lease Esports in their Mercedes now having to defend as well from German sim racing. The Mercedes not qualifying very well, and it's been a slow day for them to slowly be climbing their way on forward.
Yeah, it's not been, I think, the best day for any Mercedes overall. We've seen issues with pure sims. Of course, Lees have been the best Mercedes, I think, this entirety of the race. So, hence down to them to do this kind of a good job. But it looks like it is struggling on these fast portions when you need the speed in the car, but it's just getting beaten by the Porsches and the BMWs are on the track. It is odd to see. It's very odd.
So Delta Sport into pit lane. Not sure if that's going to cycle the opening of the pit stop window. Let's see what happened over to the SimCity Racing crew. Oh, and contact up the top of the S's with the Door Academy car. And that's the right-hand side hard into the wall. And I think that explains the damage. And you'd expect that eventually SimCity Racing are going to be back down to pit lane. You don't see the contact itself, but you see enough to tell you that that car is going to be somewhat stricken now and trying to hold on to what's going on. Back over with GT3 Pro. Just keep in mind, Andrew Carone, the Canadian, is trying to hold on to the draft now of those in front. B.S. Turner and the bongo drums pulling away to the tune of about 1.5 seconds. That important gap where all the fuel that they've saved over the caution cycles that we've had since the last pit stop, Lorenzo, they can burn now and try and close that margin back up.
No, absolutely. But the problem is, I think the four-car draft that is happening right in front of them is what has damaged them, I think, in the long run. Because this is one of those tracks that it doesn't look like, if you think about it, Regina, but draft is important, like from start to finish. And if you are broken away from a pack like that, even though you are leading a pack of 5 cars, it is just very difficult for you to catch up, even though you're sharing draft with other cars around you. But we'll see. We'll see what the next few laps have to entwine in this history, and we can definitely see the gap between Lee's and BS competition to come closer and closer.
So 1.6 at the line. See how it runs for them. Is traffic not going to be a problem now for maybe a couple more laps for the majority of the GTP field? But once again, BS competition have just taken a bit of an advantage at the front. 2.5 odd seconds now clear of Daniel Croft. Still no driver changes have taken place across of the leaders in the class just yet. So you would expect that the next time they're down into pit lane, which is probably in a handful of laps time, we'll see some swap arounds take place in this 89. I'm still not sure if it is going to be Nathan Lewis or Phil Denez. Either way, it should be a fun switch up to see how they'll pick up the speed from who is maybe the fastest driver net on speed out on track right now, as BS competition just continues to lead them around. The second BS car trying to hold on, as I think pit stops are officially underway, because Graham Sanders brings the Hydra Race geodesic racing machine down to the box.
Yeah, let's see if he's also going to be able to do the driver swap as well, because I think in the car as well, I think it's Austin Young that is driving with them. So we might be seeing the handoff to Austin, but is still, I think it is one of the longest pit lanes in IVRA, if I remember correctly, right, Arjuna, from where you start to where you actually get out of the pit lane. So it takes a while for you to get in your stall. So let's see.
It's about a 30-second or so pit lane hit, I think. Once you factor out the stop time itself. No Austin Young today, actually, for the Hydra Race team. They said that in the chat. Okay. So it's going to be Nate Gruselski, I believe. First time I've seen that name, so going to be curious to see how he gets on alongside Graham Sanders as he takes over in that number 62. But outside of that, it's just Prestanda Nomad that also have a pit stop underway. Everyone else holding off for a lap or two extra as we jump on board with Beckham Jasir, riding behind Simufy, riding behind Maniti. Gonzalo Vergara leading the way still. Let's listen in as we run into the inner loop. Let's see if there's any fuel saving going on. You can hear him on the clutch.
Yep.
There's a good 200, 300 meters there of fuel saving.
Yeah, but if I remember, I think there's some lifting as well, like lifting coasting. I don't know if the clutch is effective anymore nowadays in the GT3 cars. I know they're effective on the GTPs though. You can actually clutch and coast on those cars, however.
Yes, the clutch is disabled, but I still hear some people trying to use it occasionally, which is quite funny. Yeah, don't know if it necessarily works, but it's one of those things where some people maybe haven't kept up with the meta as it was. Valorous Motorsport next onto pit lane in the GTPs, but no one else really coming in just yet. Ruben Bonga, by the way, really is having to hustle to try and keep that BMW close to the trio of Porsches now breaking away at the front.
Yeah, I'm just trying to take a quick look on the last lap from Bonga. Slightly slower by 0.2 of a second, but still within that draft range. It's not like you're out and you're basically done. So you're going to be caught up by Lees eventually. So he would need to push up maybe a lap or two, get lucky maybe with how the car is actually handling. I know BMW gets stronger when the stint goes by, but it's not looking good. It's looking bleak for now, right now for Bonga.
It's just losing a little bit of time, and yeah, I wonder if it's the tires as well at this stage that are playing its part. Remember, there is a BOP, and that's put into play.
Yep.
But you've got the 29 degrees Celsius track temperature that is only going to rise up from here slightly. That could be slightly hindering the BMW. I saw Dion Fiallo did point out, by the way, that he's familiar with Nate, says that as soon as he settles into the rhythm,
Simify.
He should be up to speed as Simify gets on through, but it's a nice coordinated pass, nothing really doing there.
I'm trying to think if that was actually coordinated, because that was kind of like last second coming into the inner loop, and that's how Manidi lost a little bit of time. That's how Gonzalo Vergara actually just had this major loss coming into the curves.
Swap around then, and we'll see if this is into the pit stop window as well, where things are going to play their part out. So Hydra Race back out on track, a full 6 seconds in front of the Valorous Motorsports crew. So let's focus in on these pit stop battles that are happening right now, because Daniel Kraft is also out of that car, and a new driver in the form of Robin Glen is going to be responsible for the number 16 Acura moving forward, and now just waiting for the fuel to go in. This is the agonizing part. All 4 Michelins have been fitted, just now getting the 100-liter of fuel added into the tank capacity.
Yeah, roughly about 50 seconds in the pit box for everyone, so it's going to be quite interesting, as now you can see Grukowski just going around the second to last corner. I don't know if he's going to be able to finish in front of him the lap, though, like whenever you go around turn number 1.
Now it's going to be a big margin as well, because Glerum is already off and away, releases himself from the limiter almost instantly, and that gap is then going to settle at about 6.5 or so seconds as Nicholas Boy is still out there, but losing a lot of time in traffic. 132 flat basically last time by. That's almost 5 seconds off of his fastest lap, and that call not to come down to pit lane, it might cost him, all things considered, in the traffic game. Delatraz Automotive do come down to the box, but you can tell some of these teams just trying to stretch out their fuel. Gonzalo Vergara holds on to second, but Beckham Jasir wants to get on through. He bobbles over the curb.
Whoa.
Here comes Ruben Bonga looking around the outside.
And remember when I talking about, traffic, maybe getting a little bit lucky? I think that's what Bonga got right there. The battle just made that BS competition BMW come closer and closer. That had a little bit of a look, Arjuna, but I think Bonga just played the smart game, just remain within the toe, see what is going to happen next. And hey, you see, there's a BS competition, BMW, GTP not far behind.
And it's allowed Iglesias to now have a full second buffer at the front. Lease Esports suddenly in the podium draft train. How quickly things can change. Dallas Pataska trying to now claw his way back in from 7th in the BMW for Satellite Racing. Those traditional red and blue colors. As a look up the inside on German sim racing there.
Yeah, I wonder what GTP that was to have a little bit of a look on the inside. I think that was right on the left side of Vergara or the visceral car. That could have been dangerous.
So, no GT3s have come down to the pit lane just yet. We're still waiting for them. They are 32 laps now into their fuel window, but of course the safety car periods have played their part there. I'm impressed that Nicholas Boy is on to his 38th lap so far. I still don't know if I think this is a good call, though, because fresh tires are maybe a part as well. Boy did a 30.3 last time by, so he's still a good 2-3 seconds off maybe what he would want to be doing in clean air.
Yeah. I'm thinking it might not be the best call, but I think given the circumstance, the track is, not at its hottest and everything. It kind of allows the tire to develop a little bit. But I don't know how much of a drop off is from one stint to another. I haven't done a stint to actually know how much percentage in the car that will be. But because of the heavy braking zones, the car does take a little bit of a punishment. So I think it's just in terms of fine-tuning the car to find that right balance and see where it leads you on a used tire stint.
I do want to know what the time is going to be for Robin Glen in terms of fresh tires now that he's been able to get himself up to speed. Dances pretty close to the wall, but just keeps himself off of it. It's a 28.792. He did have a little bit of traffic, but again, putting it into context, it's a second and a half faster than what your race leader is doing. I've got to say, though, looking at all this traffic, if your leader gets caught up here, it's going to instantly lose him another 3-4 seconds, and he's already had a couple of big time losses in the traffic. Iglesias has been caught again, and the train for the lead suddenly goes all the way back to 8th position once more. I'm getting nervous once again.
How much did you guys predict? I didn't think I got the full yellow flag predictions. I predicted more than 6.
Ewan said 6, I believe.
Okay, I said more than 6. All I'm gonna say is people are free from watching me in a shark hoodie and an emo hair, so that's a good thing.
So it's Nicholas Boyin, by the way. Phil Denez is going to take over from him. I'm very, very curious to see how Phil gets on. He's been racing in GT3s in Italy this year. Has been doing some stuff with Lamborghini as well. Very different to a prototype, but how's he going to get on? Ilka Happel is going to take over from Yao Vaz in the Orion Race Team 46 as well, as the pit stop windows just continue to cycle on through. Not for the GT3s just yet. There's Denez just waiting, sitting. And this is agonizing. Where is Pearson's? Already heading to the line, I do believe. And as off and away Denez goes, it's going to be close, actually. It's going to be really, really close. Glerum up to speed around the outside, not quite alongside, but with the tires up to temperature, with the driver in the rhythm as well. How aggressive is Robin Glerum going to be? How defensive is Phil Denez going to be as they rise into the inner loop? BS competition just too far in front this time by.
Yeah, I think right now for Glen is just, save as much as you can in terms of fuel and then go on the attack mode whenever you want to. Maybe, depending on circumstances, save as well on the hybrid side. It does also help fuel save a little bit as well, as now we're seeing also Manini maybe on the pit lane from what it looks like, Arjuna. So I think the last guys that need to do a pit stop are actually done.
So Maxime Naz is indeed in. We're just waiting for the drivers that came in under caution to finish up. Satellite Delta V and ATRS all only 20-odd laps into the run. Denez has gotten up to speed pretty quickly. The question will be, you know that you've always got a couple of different drivers who might not be of equal speed so far today. Now, I'm not trying to say anything about Denez or Nathan Lewis because they're both faster than me and very quick. But their teammate is Nicholas Boy, who has been absolutely flying in these BMW M hybrids, especially back at Road Atlanta. We've seen him be quick at Watkins Glen. Denez has got some pressure on his shoulders here to try and hold off the charge from behind.
Yeah, Glen went for the look. Didn't have anything to work with on the inside of turn number 1. Basically, I think he's going to work the traffic, maybe to his favor, while Denez is going to be on the full defensive mode right now.
Remember, they made contact once before. I don't think there was any race control intervention after that. Don't even think there was a race control investigation after that. Glerum closes the Acura, gets a good run in the draft. Doesn't look to the inside just yet as the cautions back out. And I'm not sure exactly why. So, slow things down for the 6th time today. And let's try and figure out what's happened here. Oh, it's going to be it's a Porsche into the inner loop. It's going to be big.
Have we seen this before?
We've seen that exact car before. A slightly different crash, yes. But it's the number 87, the Nürburgring esports team that's out for a 2nd time today.
Less than ideal.
Well, sigh. Just as we were thinking we might actually have some fun.
We cannot have nice things, Arjuna.
No, we can't have green flag pit stops for GTDs, although surely they all have to come in this stop, this caution cycle.
The GT3s, I agree.
Well, I'm going to put out a public call here. If any of the drivers want to come and talk to us, you know where to come. We're sitting in the broadcast booth. Always eager to have a chat with you. It would give us something to do to pass some of this time as well. But that is officially the 6th caution of the day. And so I have to scroll back up to the very start of the day when we ran that little bit of a poll. 33% of people thought we'd get 6 cautions. 28% of people thought we'd get 8.
Those who got 8 actually might be the winners.
So I think we should do a new poll, Lorenzo.
Yeah, how many yellow flags? Like 10, 20, or 30 or something like that.
Do we get more? What should we make the poll? We're already at 6. We're not even halfway in. Do we get more than 12 cautions?
Yes.
And it's just a yes or no. It's simple.
No,
it's simple.
Agree.
Yes and no. We'll make it.
I agree. 100%. And I'm putting this as a yes.
Right. It's gone live. Let us know what you think. What do you think? How sane do you think I'm going to be by the end? I think that's probably a more pertinent question at this point.
You're on a mission today, Arjuna. I kind of I feel for you of sorts.
I feel for myself at this point, especially if we're going to have this many cautions. I don't mind a 9-hour broadcast if it's 9 hours of racing, but if it's 9 hours of crashing, it's a very different thing. At least this is not the 4 hours of Phillip Island. At least there's that. Simufy, though,
True.
by the way, let's focus on some of the positives. It was I was very disappointed when MSI Esports came to a close, unfortunately. I was so excited to hear that the team had stayed together for the most part. They'd gotten a couple of new drivers like Tristan Iglesias to join the fun as well. And Lorenzo, they've been going from strength to strength, not just here in the IVRA Endurance Series as well, but I even think to IMSA Esports Global Championship, where they've been running quite strongly at times, one of the fastest Porsches in the series. So it's great to see them continuing to find new ways to be strong.
No, I like that. I like the mentality they had ever since the, what would you call it, disbandment from MSI? I don't know if that would be the proper word. But, you know, finding strides and everything, adding Tristan, who came from Altus, I think that was early this year. So, as a driver for them was really good. They picked themselves up very rapidly. And their progression through 2023 has been noteworthy. I think we would know that they would have good results because the core of the team is very strong, but I would never expect them to be at the forefront of some races, like not just here in IVRA, but like you said in the IMSA Global Esports Championship, but also I think also Neo, they had really good results. They were battling last time by, they were actually battling for a win, I think in GT3 category, but it's good to see they bounced back, and they bounced back very, very well from the hard times.
Yeah, they finished 4th in the second round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship here at Watkins Glen, so clearly there is some speed that they have. We'll have to keep an eye on how they go from here, especially as the driver changes play on out. Now, whenever you go to a replay under caution, it's never a good thing. And sorry, Nate Grosecki, but Grosecki rather. Your first time on RaceSpotTV, at least with me behind the helm, we missed nothing. I hope you now know. Have you done this before, Lorenzo?
With the GDP around that corner?
So, interestingly, he's
in general.
Well, he's pulled the clutch in and then managed to loop it around, even with the clutch still in.
Yeah, so that I've done that before.
And
that, go ahead.
How do you do this, though? I'm very confused.
It's weird. I think I've done that on the HPD once.
Is it? It's hard to tell from the engine note, but maybe he releases the clutch for a second and that's what spins it around. I don't know.
You know, when you it's kind of like kicking the clutch, and it is so fast that I think you're cutting the engine as well. Like you're trying to downshift and you're preparing to go into the curve, and you just release it way too hard, and the car is not ready to settle in terms of stability. That's basically that. But it's very rough.
Lorenzo.
It is usually. Go ahead.
Sorry. I want to just turn your attention to something. You owe some people an apology.
The people from Rusty's Petrolus, yes, I apologize in full. I was having this conversation on RaceSpot Discord, by the way. For those who are not aware, they complained about the paint, and that was on my commentary stint. That was on the Sebring round, and yes, I apologize 100%. Please keep the paint though.
Yeah, now that you've made it orange, you've done all that hard work. Keep it as it is, because it makes Lorenzo happy.
Yes, thank you. And I don't have to get picked on whenever I meet them at the Sim Racing Expo.
That's a good point, actually. Of course, some of those fine folks over at SimuCube, as pit stops underway, it's going to be busy because it seems like not just GT3s, but the handful of GTPs that hadn't made any pit stops are going to come on in as well. So Syandra for Satellite, Delta V and Julian Plumet, and Sam Coleman for the ATRS Academy will all make their way down the pit stops. And as the rest of the drivers will regain track position, BS Competition cycling around to the race lead. Pearson second, Hydro-Race Geodesic still in third, even with the spin under caution. It's a busy time in the box as Syandra out. Adam Crane gets in.
Yeah, absolutely. Wondering how Adam is going to do on that car, though. Wish him all the best. He knows this is not a open wheeler, but let's see how it's going to fare on that car.
They all go up on the jacks at the same time as getting fuel done. It's a terrible thing for strategy. It's awful, right, Lorenzo?
Yeah.
You're with me on this?
I agree, 100%.
Yeah, we're not happy about it. We're going to fight the fight. Fight the fight!
I understand why they're doing that, but race-wise, I hate it.
Speak for yourself, then. What we have had, by the way, is a little bit of a change. Down on pit exit as we roll our way off and away. Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward actually had come into the pit stop cycle before the caution came out, so they're technically now net race lead. Team Heusinkveld with a shorter stop have cycled through to second. They only were stationary for about 25.2 seconds. And then Keika Schubert in the now BS Turner car taking on over from the Bonga Drums has slid on forward to be third. But net first, you I guess have to technically call it, although who knows how strategy's played itself out. Let's go and talk to one of the drivers, though, as the pit stop cycle comes to an end. Nicholas Boyd joins us now after putting in an impressive 2-hour stint or so to get things underway. Nicholas, talk us through those first 2 hours from your perspective, including the big drama, the bit of contact you had with the Pearsons Acura.
Oh yeah, well, to start off before the race was already crazy enough, because I started off with a power outage, so I didn't have power like right before the race. So it was a bit crazy, a bit stressful, and then, well, I was a little bit too fast on pit road in qualifying, so I had to do another lap, and that threw us off strategy a bit. Lap wasn't great, but still pole, that's fine. And then, well, it's all about surviving and managing the tires, and well, it worked out well. Pearson seemed to be fast, Cadillac as well. Like, the cars are pretty balanced. Maybe we have a little bit of a disadvantage in the colder conditions. Yeah, that collision with Pearson's was unfortunate. I apologize for that. I haven't really looked at it yet, but I don't know, for me it felt a little bit like he thought I would box him in the traffic and maybe he moved over a little bit. I don't know. But yeah, it was unfortunate.
It did kind of seem like one of those things where, you know, a bit of a traffic situation and no incident investigation, it seemed like, overall. How's it been with the stop-and-start nature of this race? We're on to what? Is this the 6th or 7th caution? I've lost track at this point. How's it for you behind the wheel?
Yeah, well, I lost count as well, but well, it's nice that you don't have to drive at pace the whole time, because it's a little bit just more relaxing, but on the other hand, it's also quite difficult, because the guy behind you, he will, at some point, he will know when you're gonna start, and it's gonna get closer and closer on the restarts all the time, and obviously then keeping that focus for the bus stop, for example, you could see that all the crashes, I think most of that is just either down to the car or just the lack of concentration that you get with these on and off situations of racing.
As we move on forward, halfway point's about 90 minutes away from being paid on out. You guys have unfortunately not had a great start to the season in terms of being able to finish races. How are you guys looking at the rest of the season? Still, of course, with 4 races to go, including this one.
We always try to do our best and represent our team and BMW, of course. So we're not gonna throw the towel. We'll try to make the most out of the rest of the season. The championship may be over, maybe not. We'll see. But yeah, we just, for example, on this race, you see Phil in the car, usually a GT3 driver, but he's up to pace, so he wanted to do some changing up in between IMSA rounds. So he said, "Oh yeah, you wanna left me on the car," and we said, "Yeah, no problem," and just go for it. So yeah, we'll just see how this works out. But he's really good.
One more question, we'll let you go. We've been trying to say your name correctly. How do we say it the proper way? Give us the pronunciation.
Well, it's Niklas Boy, so you're pretty close with that. So I think for everyone to make it easier, it's a little bit like boy in English. So yeah, that's how you do it.
Lovely. Thank you, Nicholas. Great to chat with you, and maybe we'll be chatting with you at the end of the race. Still 5 hours and 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, hopefully. See you guys.
A long way to go, of course, but always great to chat with the drivers and get a bit of a sense and a perspective from them. Lights are still on the pace car, so at least one more lap, I think, before we're back underway. And the GT3 formation just getting locked and loaded behind Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward, who are going to have an angry stampede lined up behind them, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very, very angry stampede. I'm looking forward to see what Team Heusinkveld is going to do with that Ferrari, though. I think we haven't seen a Ferrari being featured on top 5 ever since the start of the race, or somewhere in the point in the middle of this race.
I mean, we did see that that's a fast car around this track with the similar-ish sort of BOP that we have, so by no means is it a car-specific thing. The interesting thing is just the fact that this is a car that is so off-kilter when it comes to pit stops.
Yeah, they've gotten used with doing some interesting strategies, whether it's going to be in the GT3s or TCRs at Neo. So it's funny they done 25 seconds, though, on the pit stop rather than in anything else. Everybody else doing like 34s, 33s would be your normal pit stop.
Yeah, so that's the interesting thing as we filter around for what is, just count again, officially the 6th yellow flag of the day, and we're not even 3 hours into this one. I'm going to end the poll now. How about that? We've left it open for long enough. What was the results? Come on. 43 votes, 93% of people said yes, we get more than 12 cautions.
They know what they're choosing.
Chaos, carnage, and no one finishing this race.
It's kind of like it would be the Road America version of the Great Battle Royale.
Sorry, I was just thinking about what happens if we need a series where the liveries of the cars are WWE wrestlers.
Oh, okay.
The Undertaker goes up against Triple H at Watkins Glen.
I'm thinking like, oh wait, does it have to be like current superstars, or
no?
I
think you gotta go everything, and then you legitimately call it a Royal Rumble, and at the end of every lap, whoever's in last gets disqualified.
Oh, we know. Oh, all right. So we have like, what is his name? It's not. We know the Santino Marella. Who would be the Santino Marella of this?
So who's getting eliminated? So that's the problem. You can't get eliminated in 2 seconds. We're going deep into the wrestling zeitgeist right now. But who gets eliminated on the first lap? In this field? Us. Probably us.
Definitely us. Yeah. Would we be racing, though? Because remember, we have the commentators' race happening really soon.
I mean, I don't know. If I dusted off my rig, I don't know.
You would do fine.
I used to be half decent. I'm not very good anymore, but that's mainly because I don't practice. What I will say is, you talk about commentators. Do you know there's actually a commentator in this race? There's 2 commentators technically right now on track.
Yeah. True, we got Adam Crane. Well,
3!
Oh, right. Oh, my God.
We've got Ryan Walker in the lead of GT3, we should mention as well. Jack Stiles, who is maybe not an active commentator, but former, hopefully future as well. He's there in the 259. And you're quite right, Adam Crane, who's dallied his fun on RaceSpotTV in the past as well. He's in the field too.
Yeah, he's like a +1 in the field right now.
Who else is there?
Yeah, but it surprises me that Ryan is there. I know that he's from Satellite Racing, like long time
This
in
is
the team, but
debut in the IVRA Endurance Series today.
yeah, I was gonna say we've seen him in the GT Sprint Series.
I think he's done some Club Sport too as well.
Yes.
So yeah.
I've raced Style, though. Styles are, like I say, styly actually, and like because of his Twitch handle. I've raced him against him multiple times, so it's fun to race them against him.
He's a voice that if you're newer to the world of sim racing, you may not recognize, but I believe you me, you might have recognized him. What I will also say is I always love just looking on board the Acura. That doesn't necessarily look very aerodynamic, does it? But somehow they managed to make it all work. We're ready to get back underway, though. Sixth caution period will come to a close, and once again it's BS competition, this time with Phil Denez picking the throttle up and not getting the best jump, it's fair to say. GT3's right on top of one another at the back of the shot as well. Goodness, this is going to be crazy. Down through the 90, already swap arounds as Maniti, Manuel Sudau try to get on through. In terms of GT3 action, Maniti's 178 and Max Riedmuller alongside with the 196 as they work their way over the top. Now of turns 1, 2, and 3. Wow, they were really just on top of one another on the restart. It didn't cause any chaos when it came to the GTPs. It hasn't done too much when it comes to your GT3s either. That's some lap traffic working past the Geeks Energy car, just to be clear. As Delta Sport gets a lap back, the rest of them now build up though behind your GT3 leader.
And but Penkov, I think he's going to be kind of like pinched in, given the fact that you have Delta Sport right in front of him, and you have a very angry Ferrari right in the back, looking for an overtake if he actually finds the opening for it.
And I wonder if we might still have a caution left to come, because I have just seen that there are some issues as here comes Heusinkveld to the inside and to the lead. Nicely done from Martin Schmidt to slide on forward, and now BS Turner, Keika Shube will want to try and follow as well. They won't want to hang around, especially if the caution is a realistic possibility. Here's a look at the replay as Kashuba looks to the inside of the BMW but backs out of it. Watch for that Maniti Porsche as it bounces over the curbs and goes in a direction you don't want it to go.
No, that is not a very good looking hit.
Back on the live pictures, Kashube's up the inside and now past Martin Penkava. As Martin Schmidt tries to break away, Tristan Iglesias will be the next to try and get past the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward team. But a crazy restart has seen the GT3 leader start to build a bit of a buffer. Here comes the Maniti car, though, looking to the inside.
Yeah, no room to work with, though. I like what Geek is doing, though. You know, just be safe. You know, if you have to lose a spot in the field, you're basically doing that. And you know you're not fighting against... you want to be in the same pace with the other cars, you know, just try to be in the field, because we know the chaotic nature of this race that might get into some really good spots moving forward. So we might see Simify actually go for the inside and make the move.
Joshua Myers back on pit lane. No risk of a caution coming out as he's brought that Maniti Porsche back to the lane, but Simify slides on through. No real fight put there up once again. It's kind of what you'd expect in these early stages, especially knowing that we don't have traffic cycling around just yet. Keep an eye on this, though. Two-car breakaway at the front. Robin Glen being very much on the case of Phil Denez. Dion Fiallo, by the way, said he has full confidence in Denez to hold on to the 89 at the front of the field. It's that first cycle through traffic that I'm most curious with. Denez is a GT3 driver. He knows what it's like to be passed by a prototype. Is he willing to get the elbows out? Is he willing to make those desperation lunges?
Not only that, but also I think I just saw a move from Gruchelski into the inside of what it looked to be the Dallas race team. So done and dusted and while we're still watching both sides on pit for everything that is happening between both classes. I'm just looking, where is the tail end of the GT3s though?
Still a ways to go. We've probably got 3-4 laps before that becomes a factor, I would think,
okay.
As Robin Glen loses the back end of the Acura. Oh, he hangs on to it, avoids spinning and into the wall, but tires up to temperature now, beyond temperatures, and Phil Denez has got a bit of a margin at the front of the field.
A bit, that would be an understatement. 3 seconds, Arjuna. That is that is a lot for you to work with. Of course, you cannot let the foot down for 1 second. You still have a lot to contend with traffic and everything. But basically, podiums, the podium spot, the podium 5, basically, for the points in the halfway points in about like 1 hour and 23 minutes, it's on.
Yeah, it's been such a crazy race. We haven't even really got to talk much about the halfway points themselves. It was the second part, the inside curve that spun it around, left hand locked down to try and avoid any sort of an issue. And I've got to say, I think he got quite lucky that the Hydra Race number 62 did not make contact with him as it slid on through. We'll take one more look at it. We'll jump onto the onboard of the black and gold machine as it cycles through. You saw just the wiggle there. There was a wiggle of his own for the 62, wasn't there?
There was. I don't know if that wiggle was because he came in too hard during the braking. We're going to look on the replay here, Arjuna. Clean first sector, but it comes out of the second one. I think he just got confused. Slightly off angle, but he was just going for the braking zone and just got confused in the midst of all things.
Looking rearwards from the second place machine, though, as Valorous have cycled up past the Delatraz Automotive team. Maniti's number 1 after the 4 odd minutes of repairs that we think they've taken back up into a top 5 spot, even if the Porsche's maybe not the most comfortable over some of these curves. And we're going to get ready next time by probably to get into the traffic. Here's BS Turner, second on track, but maybe net race lead, because that's a very light Team Heusinkveld machine that's in the draft of Delta Sport right now. And I get the feeling that maybe this is Team Heusinkveld thinking, let's try and get some halfway points on the board.
No, I agree. And the thing is, do they get to the halfway points? Because we know the GT3s can last about an hour and 2 to 5 minutes. But that wouldn't be enough. I think it's just most fuel efficiency and try to save within Delta Sport because they're not being slow. Delta Sport is doing quite decent laps. You can see them breaking away a little bit. So I think the strategy can work wonders if we keep this under green flag.
Let's not forget that if they come into the pit lane, they'll probably do so with 30 or 40 minutes to go. So it's not a full pit stop that Heusinkveld need to get them to the halfway mark. They've got track position, though. That's what's important. It will all just be about whether now the safety cars, the cautions play out in their favor. Ilka Happel looking around the outside of the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward GTP machine, and we're going to need some help to get that one done, and help was given. And the Cadillac slots back in front and into 6th position as they slide their way through the outer loop. Long right-hand sweeper, very reminiscent of an oval sort of a corner. But it's all as these drivers get ready to deal with traffic. On board with Phil Dinez, the race leader, 3 seconds clear at the front. As he crests over the top here, there's the very first sight of the GT3 machines.
Yeah, and now that's where Dinez is going to make his money worth. Let's see how the American driver is going to work towards that traffic. You can see there's a whole train of cars right in front of him. Make it or break it.
And the thing that I want to keep an eye on maybe is, because you've got Dinez coming, is it going to interfere with potentially the fight for the GT3 lead? Because you've still got Ryan Walker in place, but after an awful qualifying performance, Zekerol Esports find themselves, well, in contention. Yes, they've now dropped behind Orbit Motorsports once again, and Jack Styles back up into 2nd place. But starting down at the back on the podium spot for the points leaders in class, very important for them to just stay out of trouble. And they'll be wanting to hopefully see the cycle of traffic through without too much drama. Dinez has navigated it relatively calmly so far. Has lost about half a second or so. But that's okay. He'll be looking in the relative box to see that Hydra Race under pressure from Valorous.
Yeah, luckily for them, he's not that BS competition. GTP is not going to interfere on the battle per se, as I think we have one car off Arjuna. The thing is that going to be on the toe? That could also complicate things depending on circumstances.
It was the Echelon Simsport car that I believe ran a little bit wide as chop arounds in the GT3 classes, 2nd and 3rd. We'll try and swap on through. That was almost a miscommunication there between both GT3 and GTP counterparts, but able to get through relatively safely and now on through. Is there going to be a challenge for the lead? Here comes Jack Styles to the inside. Backs out of it in that Orbit Motorsports car. It's Satellite Racing up against Orbit, and as much as we don't often give a lot of love to these GT3s, it's great to be seeing them even this far into the race, this close to one another.
No, absolutely. Split 3 wide right now. The only thing we don't want to see, Arjuna, is our fellow commentators crashing each other so they don't get mocked by the entirety of the race spot crew.
I mean, you say you don't want to see that. I definitely want to see that. That's what I'm hoping to see here between Ryan Walker and Jack Stiles. Again, just a 1/10 of a second between them as the GTPs filter on through, and Stiles with a look to the inside. It's purple versus white, blue, and red. Long way around for Walker, runs off the track. Has to be careful with the off-track limit as well. Here comes 3 wide again. Drake in the Zekirol car, pips on through, and 2 spots lost in the space of 1 corner. Ryan Walker down to 3rd.
I think Ryan couldn't do anything right there. I think that was the Geek Energy GTP that was on the inside further in. So got tricky how to navigate that. And meanwhile, Pure Sims, from what it looks like, have to fend off that charge from Adam Crane right behind him.
So much going on. No matter where you look, there are cars on top of one another, and that's the problem with these frequent safety car periods as well. There are so many drivers in relative battles that we don't get to talk about, as Sam Coleman in the ATRS Academy car, I think, gets involved with a battle with potentially Alex Ellis in the Satellite 67 machine, and ends in tears for one of them. Now tries to get back up to speed. Let's cycle through a couple of the replays. Let's start with what happened to the Echelon car into the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, going side by side and no room given. Well, there was room given.
What's happened in the live shot? Valorous have just gone somewhere, nowhere good, and all sorts of chaos once again. Sorry, Lorenzo.
No problem at all. Everything's kicking off. We would expect this kind of traffic to play its portion. So let's see on the replay here, Arjuna.
And is this around some of your leaders? It might have been. Yeah, Visceral's there. Maniti's too. Delatras take avoiding action.
How they managed to keep this without going into chaos mode.
So I think that is just Valorous trying to get a bit too aggressive, trying to jink back underneath on Visceral, but wow, I mean, everyone's just getting involved in these first cycles of traffic, and no matter where you look, there is something going on. You've got BS Turner and Team Heusinkveld breaking away at the front of the GT3 field. There you can see the Simufy Porsche with Tristan Iglesias now in a bit of no man's land as GT3 is separated out at the front.
It's crazy. The gap shortened a little bit between Schmidt and Kashube because of the traffic itself, Arjuna. It was right about 1.5 seconds. Now it's under a second, this gap from Team Heusinkveld to BS competition. But man, what this traffic is doing its part. This is insane.
Again, no matter where you look, I mean, goodness. Glarum's already back up to 6th. He's passed Geeks Energy, working on the back of Ilka Happel. He's only 10 seconds off for the lead after the self-inflicted mistake that, of course, has dropped this number 16 white and blue machine slightly down the timing beam. Wow, 15 minutes to go before the top of the hour. Still a ways before, of course, we'll see pit stops underway. But suddenly, I think BS Turner are in the hot seat when it comes to GT3s. Porsche have been the story in terms of the BOP discussion, but as Team Heusinkveld starts to tow around the BMW, Ken Kashube singing all the way to upstate New York.
No, yeah, he's looking for blood, like definitely looking for blood. You can see Schmidt cannot do anything. I think the only factor that would separate them from a battle is the GTPs, or a human mistake, because Kashube is on a frantic attack mode. He's going to go for the maneuver. It's just a matter of where and when.
Don't think he'll go for it too early though, because he wants to try and take advantage. Now, Alex Ellis was in that second of the satellite racing cars. Remember, they've had their fair share of technical issues. Let's jump on board and see if, I think there was contact. Oh, there was contact with the GT3 before as well.
That looked like to be the TRS car that made contact with him at the entry of the boot.
Yes, the ATRS car was the GTP that went spinning. Who's that? Is that Mercedes? Is that also an ATRS car?
Yeah, it is. It is. That's what I meant to say.
I couldn't quite pick out the livery was the problem. So let's. It was. Oh, it was.
But my question is, I think this is on Alice, though.
Oh yes.
Wow.
Oh yes. He self-cleared himself there.
No, absolutely. I think he just went way too optimist optimistic into the dive at the entry of the boot and completely got caught by the gap between the Mercedes and that GTP. So nothing you could do there, and that was on your front. That was on your own, Alex.
So it seems like Race Control probably has a few different things to take a look at, as Team Heusinkveld still under fire from the BS Turner team. As now 2 seconds back to Tristan Iglesias, who closed a couple of hundredths that last lap. That's all he needs to do, chip away here and there and work his way back on forward. Phil Dinez survived his first dalliance with traffic, and with a gap that's now larger than where we last left it off. It was 2.5 seconds. It's now up to about 4.5 seconds, and I think Dinez will be quite happy with that.
No, absolutely. Up to a point, I think I even I brought this on our RaceSpot TeamSpeak. The gap at one certain point, because he actually caught the middle end of that traffic, was about a full second. And when he actually got out of it, it extended to 4 seconds. So the traffic gives and traffic takes is just being played out over here on how much you can get on Watkins, Glen.
We still got 5 hours and 12 minutes to go.
My oh my.
That's the crazy thing, isn't it? Like, how many cars do we still have left running? So 55 took the green. We've had 6 retirements. Most recently, seems like SimCity Racing joining the pile of Maniti, Impulse, Pure Sims, and the Nürburgring Esports crew. Interestingly, that 87, the GTP, that Porsche's back out there after getting another significant bit of damage repairs. So clearly Porsche make a strong car.
And you would think the Swedish made strong cars.
I mean, you can flat pack your Swedish car together, though, can't you? It comes in a box and you put it together yourself.
Yeah, but good reference. I don't have any counters for
IKEA jokes as BS Turner pivots their way to the race lead. I am very proud of that IKEA joke. Oh, I am so happy with myself. And I think part of the reason why Kashube's gone now is Iglesias closed up a little bit more that last lap by. And BS Turner does not want to, I think, risk that Porsche being in the draft and being able to save some fuel.
Yep. But his last lap was just about 7 thousandths of a second worse than Kashube's. Sorry, from Iglesias' last lap? That would be a concern?
Well, I think now that he's got it, you can already see he's out of loop, already about half a second clear. There's definitely a bit more speed in that BMW. I wonder, did Team Heusinkveld not take 4 tires as well?
No, 25 seconds? 100% not.
I thought you can do 4 tires inside of 25 seconds. It's close.
It's like you spend 16 seconds for tires.
Okay.
Just tires only, of course, just tires only, because each tire is about 4.3 seconds or something like that. The question is the fueling part, because everything is 33, 34 seconds.
Right.
My point of view, this is only fuel.
Interesting. We'll see if maybe Jansen Tarkowski can give us some insight from down on pit lane, but yeah, that gap at the front now starting to build. BS Turner do have Delta Sport to kind of use as a bit of drafting help as well, so just keep that in mind. That might be something that we're hoping for. More technical issues, unfortunately, but this time for the 179, the second of the Maniti cars, and so a car that at one point was up there running 1-2 as part of the Maniti pair. It's now down outside of the top 20 in class, and it would seem like they may be done for the day as well, nearing on 3 hours complete. So 1 hour to go before we reach the 4-hour mark, but crucially, that's when the half points are going to be awarded as well. Let's check back in with some GTPs, because we're back into traffic once again, and this time it's 4th, 5th, and 6th positions. 3 cars on top of one another. It's Augustin Bernier, who's been in that Delatraz car since the start of the race, that's leading around Ilka Happela and Robin Glerum.
And to think about this, I think this is the best Delatraz has ever been in the entirety of this race. You know, they battle for third. I want to say, but healthily speaking, this is the best they ever looked so far in IVRA, even though they never got really good results in the first 2 rounds.
It's one of those things where we talked about it with Nicholas, right? BS competition haven't actually finished a race this season. But even if the championship is done, they can't let that be in the back of their mind. As that was 3 wide down in through the chute. That was very, very nerve-wracking, but it's all just what these drivers are trying to navigate their way on through. That's Glen trying to now be very committed and made the right choice. Ilkka Happila gets stuck behind the Olympus Esports Porsche. Robin Glen around the outside doesn't end up losing out.
Yeah, and he's kind of like pinched in. What can he do? How do you get out? There you go.
Well, take a breath. It's still going on, and Delitras Automotive have closed up to Manuel Sudau, who just in front had gone 3 wide as mentioned. I'll have to take a look at some of the sequences there. But you can never avert your gaze from what's going on. It's pretty frenetic no matter which class, no matter which car you're in. Here's a look at the initial part. They were 3 wide. Sudau was on the grass as well, unfortunately. And then watch Ilkka Happila in the Orion race team car. The Porsche in front's going to have a small issue, and there'll be nowhere for him to go.
Yeah. The problem on not everybody actually managed to avoid it, because that is right at the apex of the corner of the boot. Can you actually, that is not the boot, but that is the toe of the boot. So props to everyone.
There's a car skipping the chicane there, by the way, saying, nope, I want no part of this fun. There's too much going on. But these are the decisions that you have to make to try and stay out of trouble, to keep your car as clean as possible. Your eyes don't deceive you. That is the Movano car back on track, albeit 16 laps down from the rest of the field, as the championship leaders try and get not just halfway points, but points at the end of the race potentially as well. So much to keep in mind for those teams in a long season after this. Side by side for Delitras as the long way around on Maniti, 3 wide with traffic and on the grass, and a pass in the grass. They don't happen often. Augustin Bernier is up to the podium spots.
Nicely done from Bernier. Regaining 3rd spot. I think that a little bit of aggression that looked like to be on the Simify car, right, or the Visceral car, however. But Bernier actually just after the restart, just keeping within the GTPs. Look at that Kevin Astra like move. Nicely done.
It was the geodesic car which had the unfortunate scare of dealing with that alongside, but they got through cleanly. That's all that really matters, I guess, at the end of the day. Phil Denez continues to pass through traffic pretty cleanly, and now building up his advantage to 5.5 seconds. I've got to say, I didn't know what to expect when Phil jumps into the car. We know Phil's quick. Let's not pretend he's not. He's part of the 10K club for a reason. But this is very impressive to be as fast as his teammate Nicholas Boy in some ways as he works his way through traffic.
Not only that, but manage traffic very well as well. You know, just breaking away at a blistering pace. Not taking away from the rest of the grid. Everybody in the GTP are doing very fast times with what they're having, but he's doing something extra. Got to be lauded for that.
Kevin Extra. That's what his nickname has to now become. I've just decided. Oh, goodness. Robin Glen thought better of that at the last possible moment. And poor Martin Schmidt probably needs a change of race suit after that.
That was a hard stopping moment.
I mean, we know that these drivers are having to make split-second decisions, but there are some split-second decisions which are more concerning than others. Here's the look on board.
I think he still had room. Yeah, I think we might have maximized this a little bit.
It looks less bad on board, but goodness. I promise you from the GT3's perspective, it was pretty bad. On board, though, with Glen as he continues to charge for it and saves a little bit of fuel on the run into the chicane. You can hear him just on the limiter trying to get the traction down off the corner.
No, and this is something that I was wondering about, because I've driven the 6 hours of Glen on the BMW, and I know the BMW is very glued when you actually take the inner loop. I know from what I've heard before, the Porsche doesn't take the inner loop quite well, and we've seen that before here on the broadcast, Arjuna. That is not healthy. Go ahead.
Nice little pass there for Roman Glen, who gets on through on Manuel Sudau. And now back up into 4th, only 13 seconds off of the lead, so still a ways to go. We'll see how it will run from this point forward in the race. Might have got through a period of safety cars, and maybe we got clean on the other side, because even though we're having incidents, the Rusty Spatula knows the 296 hard into the wall. No caution comes out as a result of this one. They're able to keep going.
Did they get damage on the car though? On the suspension?
I mean, steering looks straight.
Car looks well.
That, I must say, is impressive. Clearly, they build them tough in Maranello. They build them tough at Simify too, as Simify back up to 2nd. The problem is that as much as they've been able to get past Team Heusinkveld, they're now 4 full seconds behind BS Turner at the front of class.
It's just astounding what they're doing right there. Kashube, I think, is on another level. It's just insane. Not taking away from everybody else, but his handling of the traffic is just being phenomenal.
It has been, and it's one of those stints as well where it may not be rewarded with a race victory, because we've had 6 cautions so far. I'm going to risk it by saying it again. We haven't had one for a little bit now, but cautions do breed cautions. If we get another one, who knows if things will intensify from there. Oh, Prestanda Nomad and number 56 Acura almost get into the right rear of your race leader. That was a little bit close for comfort.
I had a little bit of a chill on my spine. Not gonna lie.
Oh man, I got scared. I can only imagine what it's like for some of these drivers and teams behind the scenes. Now, unfortunately, the BMW M Team BS competition, to give them their full and proper correct title, it makes me laugh every time I say that. None of their drivers are unfortunately racing over at DreamHack for ESLR1's full major, and so they have the ability to have a couple more of their drivers focused in on this one. Keika Shube, Ruben Bonga, and alongside Norby Kish going to be on the driving responsibilities for these teams, and that's going to be an interesting thing to keep an eye on. GT3 though, Satellite Racing, former race leaders, dropping backwards now as Ryan Walker down to 4th.
It's just getting worse and worse because you can see SRN going for the outside move right there, Arjuna. So Ryan still not slightly going from bad to worse, and you can actually go for it.
Oh! And a crash and a big one on the main straight. Not sure exactly what happened, but TFR Labs, Talk Freak Racing, and TFR Labs' David Barraclough got mixed up, as did SRN Motorsport, and you've got to assume this could be another caution. Is that car going to be able to spin around in time? Does it have the ability to get back around? Here's the look at the replay. And from the TV angle down on the main straight, there's a technical. Something happened to David Barraclough's hardware there, and I don't think there was anything anyone else could do.
That is...
His screen dies. His screen dies.
Yeah. Nothing anybody could do right there. Just really unfortunate.
You can see as well, Jason Gerard has not got this spun around yet. He's still trying to do so. And now that he has, can he get it around for a full lap without the caution coming back out?
It doesn't look straight, which is the good thing.
Yeah, it doesn't look too damaged. Wow, take a breath. I mean, that could have been the 7th caution of the day. Who's on board should we go and look at from behind that might give us a good picture, do you think?
I think we actually had the best on board.
This is the United SimSport view of all of it. I've got to say, that was not bad avoiding action.
No, and I'm still wondering, did he make contact with the car on the left side with Barry Cloud's car? I think he made a slight contact when trying to come back in line.
Hitting all the wrong buttons behind the scenes. We'll see from here. Caution is back out. I don't think he got... There was a bit of bodywork that got thrown in his direction, but I think fortunately it was not major drama for anybody. So back under caution, 7th time today. And it's after a hellacious crash on the pit straight.
Yeah. I think we saw that coming, though. There was the risk of that yellow flag. But is it related to SRN, though?
I don't see anyone else off the track, so...
Maybe it makes sense.
I would certainly hope no one else has gotten themselves in trouble. As we all get checked up behind Mr. Dinez, the driver that's based on the west coast of the US.
Arjuna.
Yes.
I still have to give my top 10 North American tracks, by the way.
Oh, we'll get to that, trust me. They've actually, you know, we haven't had a chance in the race to go off on too many tangents. Every time we, you know, threaten it, we go off on our wrestling tangents or something.
Yeah.
They bring us back into line.
It's like, because of the nature of the track is so short, and everything is just happening, a lot of things is happening at the same time. That's why it's hard to go on the tangents. If this was like Coda or something, or
exactly.
The tangents would happen more often than not.
So we have to catch up to the safety car. That's what we are waiting for right now. As through we go. Through the penultimate corner. Back towards the line. I am also just trying to keep an eye, by the way, on some activities going on in DreamHack right now, because there is some fun going on. There's 3 drivers in finalist modes in ESL R1. Kind of curious to keep an eye on them and how they're going. And of course, these drivers... How are you out of the car, Lorenzo? Both as a team manager and as a driver. If you're not driving the car, how much of your attention is focused on this race itself?
Ooh, okay. Now you got me, because you know I'm a team manager nowadays, right?
Yes.
It's tricky, you know. I try to be active as most as I can on everything that I can do. So it's hard. It's a very hard question. This is the first time I actually have to give a proper thought about it. I'm not gonna lie.
As a driver, though, how much would you used to watch?
A lot, like basically from start to finish.
Interesting. See, I always prefer when I'm out of the car, I'm not focusing on the race.
Yeah, it's like from my, of course, we never ran the highest splits. Like whenever I used to do driving, especially on the entrance races. But I've always thought when I did driving and I wasn't in the car, I was like providing some sort of support. I don't necessarily mean, you know, give lap by lap and things like that, or being a spotter or something like it, but just do spotter like references if I was asked to, you know, oh, well, this car is doing better pace than you, or where I think we're handling good pace and all, you know, just try to feed back as the necessary information so the other guy in front of me is, one, not falling asleep, because that has happened to a teammate of mine before. And more importantly, keep this guy also aware of what is happening in the race as well.
Yes, IVRA does encourage that you have an extra person outside of the car just helping to feed some information through to the drivers. Not sure how many people are able to do that if it's not the drivers themselves, because while the bigger teams have, you know, more resources, team managers, spotters, crews, etc., etc., etc. Of course, if you're a community team and it's an 8-hour race and you've got just the 2 drivers, well, one driver may need to go walk the dog or something. It's the reality of sim racing at the end of the day, and so you're not always going to have someone that's going to be able to help you out there. So we're 53 minutes away then from the halfway points being paid out, which means 1 pit stop apiece still left to come. Now, you can't gamble as a GTP and come down to the lane this caution cycle and make it to the end. You could as a GT3, though.
Yeah, I think for GT3s, can you consider this like a hard reset on everybody's fuel? Since you're going about 5 minutes into the hour, you would say, oh, everybody's still within the draft, and now you have the golden opportunity for you to do that a pit stop and basically reset yourself on fuel, or would you continue on your strategy and see where the race it takes out? Because for me, I'll take the opportunity, just it's a reset. You're basically going to find maybe not some suitable track position, but it's still enough for you to maybe have the upper hand on everybody else, depending on how this race goes on by. But
for Talk Freak Racing, by the way, confirmation, it was indeed a technical issue. VR just went dead, unfortunately, which, yeah, that's suboptimal.
Totally. Unfortunate.
I bought myself a Quest 3 recently, and I've been doing some racing with it. iRacing AI, the Lara IR18, Road America. Lorenzo,
good track.
I'm a happy person.
Good track, good car. Sorry, good track, great goat car. Sorry,
just a great combo as well. And iRacing's AI is really good, really good.
I never had a chance to actually try it. I try to actually set up a server for me and my teammates to do that for some like Neo trainee.
See, that's where I don't think you can use it for that. Because
no.
The problem is that they all use fixed setups, which means that the AI often is doing things at different speeds to what you will be doing through corners.
Oh, I know. I don't mean to do a race simulation. I thought we thought more like a practice simulations for traffic.
You can't do that though. Is the problem? Like I've thought about this. If they're going 5 kilometers an hour slower into various corners, just an example, hypothetical. They're going 5 kilometers an hour slower. If they're braking 50 meters earlier, because of the setup that they're running, right? At that point, it's weird, right? I know in IndyCar, for example, what teams have done is they try and use the AI to get a sense for how their setup handles in dirty air, and I guess you could do the same in NASCAR. But I don't know. I've been having
We've done that for like a few simulations in Oval. That I agree is very useful.
Right. What I think is the most fun though is you load up the same setup as the AI, so you have just as bad a car, because honestly a lot of the fixed setups are not great to drive compared to team setups that are hooked up and drive like pro drivers want them to. But you just load in with the fixed setup and you have some fun. The only problem, Lorenzo, is lap 1 syndrome.
Oh, the winner of Bennett?
No. It's a lot better than the AI in a lot of other sim racing and motorsports games in general. But on lap 1, you can be a little bit more aggressive and get away with a lot of stuff, as the pit lane is going to be open, so this discussion can come, fortunately, to an end, and at a very interesting time, because technically, GTPs need to save fuel to make it to the halfway mark of this race.
Yeah. I kind of expected it to be a pit party for GTPs, though. Maybe I think Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward have a different thing, but I expected this to be a pit party whenever this was actually open.
Yeah, everyone's in. GT3s as well. You expected them to come in without a shadow of a doubt. Up on the jacks, Michelin tires being added, the fuel being filled, and, well, no strategy there when it comes to whether there's tires or fuel. It's all just done at the same time, as irritating as it is. So, Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward, they cycle forward. As Lorenzo mentions, they do not come down pit lane, but I think they are going to have to come down eventually. It's not necessarily the biggest brain play in the world. In terms of GT3s, a handful of teams actually do end up staying out on track. ATRS, Absolute Motorsport, and Paceworks. I think all just trying to potentially try something different in the long-term scheme of things. Off and away, though, it is going to be Simufy that wins the race off of pit lane, in front once again of BS Turner after a slightly shorter time on pit lane.
24 seconds, though, for Simufy. 26 for Turner, for the BS Turner team.
It's not that big of a difference, but it's enough of a difference that under caution it swaps around between the two of them. Tristan Iglesias has been in that car since the start of the race. Is the plan for him to legitimately just do 4 hours and then to hand the car over to Gabby Montoro?
Knowing Tristan, he's one of the individuals that would do that and would have no regrets about it. But can you do 4 hours, though? Doesn't that go over the quota? It's right on the verge of actually breaching the quota.
Point. Oh, I didn't even think about drive times, and now I have to go open up the regulations. What a fun thing to go and do. Drive time. So I'm just trying to make sure. Maximum driving time per driver in an 8-hour race is 5 hours.
Okay.
It's 4 hours for a 1,000-kilometer race. So you were not wrong in thinking about it.
Yeah, I was like, I know 4 hours for 1,000 kilometers. I think this is the first timed race we have in the season.
Yes.
So that's why it got into my head, you know.
So you can do 5 hours in an 8-hour race. You can do 7 hours in a 12-hour race. So when we get to the final round of the season, that will be something to keep in mind as well. So Geeks Energy fiercely forward. Lights are still on the pace car. I mean, the penalty for coming down for a green flag pit stop is so significant that surely they're coming in this time by. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
So they apparently don't think they can make it to the end of the halfway of the hour. So they don't think they can make it to 4 to go with the fuel that they have right now. Interesting.
What are they cooking right there?
No, that's Was cooking. Sorry, you're thinking of a different team.
No. I'm not talking about Spain's team. I will never think about them. Sorry. Fraser somewhere in the middle of the Scotland. He's going to call me out on Discord anytime soon. But it's like what the Geeks Energy team is doing is it's odd, in my opinion. Unless you're counting with another green star yellow flag, which, God mighty, oh my, please don't let that happen.
A couple of updates from race control, by the way. The 67 satellite racing car, which has Christian Hildegard behind the wheel, despite the fact that they've had multiple technical disconnections from what I can see. They're still on the leading lap, still in contention, but now with 10 seconds of cumulative penalties to have served for contact. First with the 103. So that would have been, if I look through the entry list here, the RaceR Esports Mercedes, and then the 67 also made contact. We saw, of course, with the ATRS machine down on the entry into the boot, down through the chute, and so 2 5-second penalties going their way as a result of that. Outside of those 2 penalties, though, everything else has basically been served, and so the state of play is as it is on the board. I will be quite curious to see what race control has to say, though, about the 4-car palaver on the start-finish line. There's technical issues reared its head. I have just noticed as well, the 67 is under investigation all by itself for something else.
What have they done this time?
What have they done naughty? We're going to have to send a message over to the team manager of that crew. The problem is, Adam Crane is behind the wheel of the car right now.
That is a danger on itself.
I was just thinking as well. Imagine being the team manager, and this is something that would only happen in Rio Motorsports. I want to be clear, but when you get that message over the tannoy, could the team manager for Satellite Racing report to the steward's office? What do you say then? Our team manager's racing the car.
Yeah, I would send the question: does it have to be the manager though? Specifically, the manager can the driver go, even the engineer else go?
I mean,
Because
if they ask specifically for the manager,
true. Okay, I agree. This all right. I'm gonna bring up a case. This actually is, and I wanted to talk about this. This is kind of like what happened to Jordan Caruso on the Sebring race at the 24-hour series. Because only Caruso was in the car, and he actually had a 10-second pit, like a stop and go penalty for something that happened in the middle of the race. But there was nobody in the team.
oh
Like,
yes,
inform
I
him.
did see that. Oh, that was hilarious. Oh, I did hear about this.
And I'm like, at the very start, I was commentating through that. I was like, does he know he has a penalty? And my team manager side, of course, evil laughs. And I'm like, let him, not take the penalty, let him take the 20 seconds. But anyway, it's not gonna make any difference for my team because everything just went south for my team afterwards. But it's like, is Simon online? Is Job online? Because Job actually had to tell him afterwards, like, Jordan, you have a 20-second penalty for you to take on.
Lol. It's one of those things where I guess you actually need to also have another team manager. You can't have just one team manager if one of them's behind the wheel of the car. Because
I agree.
You need someone responsible at the end of the day.
That would have been me at Neo last weekend if my teammate didn't say, "Oh, I can actually race," because I was like one day away from actually racing on the 24-hour series.
Exactly. So this is where I'm saying. Well, we'll ask Adam Crane about this at some point. One of 3 commentators on the grid right now. Of course, Jack Stiles and Ryan Walker back in the GT3 class as well. Now, the lights are off on the pace car, which means the 7th caution period of the first 4 hours is getting ready to come to an end. Yeah, I hope that we can actually get a decent chunk of green flag period. I hope we don't get an 8th caution before we even reach the halfway mark of this race, because at that point, I think this race will have had more cautions than the 4 hours of Phillip Island did a couple of years ago.
And at the rate of the Alphax, I think this is going to be actually quicker than the Road America race we actually did for IVRA, I think, last season, if I remember correctly.
Road America, Road Atlanta, all better tracks than Watkins Glen, no matter what
Oh,
Joey Tabin wants to say.
I still have my top 10 compiled, though.
Yes, no, we'll talk about that.
And there are some choices. I'll tell you that.
That's why I'm scared. That's why I'm trying not to get to those choices, because I can only imagine what some of those are going to be. You made a list of North American tracks as well, right? Not just American.
No, I mean North America exclusively, like United States and Canada.
Yeah, so that's North America, not American. We just want to be clear.
Yes.
Before we get in trouble. Back over to the GT3s, by the way. Just another call out of the fact that Zekerill Esports technically aren't leading in class. That's Paceworks, who have a bit of a buffer, but are yet to come down pit lane, and it will owe us a stop before we get to the halfway mark of this race, when a maximum of 34 points will be handed out to the leaders in respective classes. And remember, 100 points for a victory at the end of the race, 34 to be leading at the halfway mark. Those are very, very important points to add to the mix. Tires are being warmed up as the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward team waits for the green flag to drop back underway for the 8 hours of Watkins Glen, the third of the IVRA Endurance 2023-2024 races. It's single file for the entirety of the GTPs. No real drama for them, but here come the GTDs, and this is where they're mixed up. GT3 and GT3 Pros overlapped on one another. BS Turner trying to close that margin up to Simufy behind them. Olympus Esports being slightly bullied as the train that involves the very black, now lease car that's got the rubber picked up all over it, looking to the outside of Maniti and Max Riedmuller. It's going to be a drag race in towards the inner loop. Satellite and the BMW of Gerard Caroni lurking in the mirrors as well. Back into line they all go. Nice tidy start through the field.
Good to see that. Everybody's just going away unscathed for the time being. We still have a lot to deal with after this this first half of this new restart. Meanwhile, from what it looks like, Team Heusinkveld looking on the inside of pace. Olympus, I think, just got through.
Nice little moves, and these are all just lights flashing as drivers try to sort things out in these early stages. The GT3 leaders, by the way, slightly checked away from the main part of the GT3 Pro pack as a result of the way that the start played on out, but they're still in a decent spot as they run their way up in through the boot section. Pearson's on the inside. Glen gets past Michael Meyer for the Delatraz Automotive team as the white and blue crew try to recover their way back on forward. Now, they did lose out slightly in the pit stop cycle. They had a much longer pit stop, Lorenzo, as the likes of Delta V, both of the satellite teams, and the Maniti #1 slightly short-filled to gain some track position.
No, yeah, absolutely. Just taking a quick look right here, 45 seconds for them, and also from what it looks like in the Delatraz car. So, whereas everybody else decided to stay on 37 to 36 seconds on their pit stop. So, I think they might be heavier on the fuel load. So, don't know how it's gonna take them to the end of their stint, or track position-wise, how they will fare at the end of all strategies if we continue to go under green. But I don't know. It's just the weird nature of this race can prove anything wrong.
You've got to assume as well that if they slightly long-filled, maybe Pearson's and Delatraz, not so concerned about the halfway points and more thinking about the longer-term strategy. But having said that, it's really hard to plan given that we know that cautions could come and interrupt the game and mix things up once again. Here's the GT3s as Paceworks and their GT3 machine. Remember, the one that is very much out of place. Now sees both Simufy and BS Turner slide on through. Not for points, not for positions, just effectively two different races being fought side by side right now as Kashuba actually has to go slightly defensive. That's a big lunge. Oh, what a lunge that was from Max Riedmuller. Whitmer saw it coming, gave the room, and let the Porsche slide on through.
Nicely done. Also, not battling for position per se. The GT3 and GT3 Pro car more like track position than anything else. So it's good that the 243 is aware of what is going on. So,
well, immediate drama on the restart because Simufy and Tristan Iglesias might just have incurred a 20-second penalty for, well, putting it mildly, attempting effectively to time the restart to perfection.
Ay, caramba. That's my only reaction.
So let's go back to the replay. I think we just need to go and look. So this is their onboard, riding from the roof. You're not allowed to pass before you get to the line. So that was Talk Freak Racing down on pit lane. Olympus Esports. I mean, they're side by side by the time they get to the line. I think that's about as cut and dry as you could hope for.
I think it's the fact that he gave some leeway to Olympus. That's the thing.
The rule's pretty cut and dry from what I understand. It's any overlap whatsoever, and so the second there was overlap, the penalty was going to get incurred. And so 20 seconds. Simufy is now going to have to sit in pit lane and wait. The next time they're down on pit box.
Track position-wise, this is going to be harmful. And the problem is, let's just say, if they had another yellow flag, they cannot take this on a yellow flag. So it has to be under green flag. That just makes things much worse. It potentializes the damage they just received as they're about to be fighting for halfway points in a little bit.
So, oh, big drama. And is this going to be an 8th caution? I would not be shocked, although the Hydra Race Geodesic racing machine still seems somewhat drivable, as Nate Grzelski is going to have to now limp the number 62 back around.
No, that is not... Nope. He can barely turn that car in.
Yeah, oh, the good thing is that they're not so worried, I think, about the result now. They just want to try and bring it back without triggering another caution. They're alongside with Delatraz Automotive on the run into the inner loop. They side by side on entry, switch back underneath, and oh, there's contact, and oh, that's a hard lick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still going though, still trying to bring it back around. Look on board from Delatrives Automotive then as the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward team tries to take advantage of this and maybe bring their car down pit lane. And yeah, you can see a bit too over-optimistic it would seem in this side-by-side fight.
Yeah, I think what made Grzelski just have that contact or get offline is the fact that there was, I think, this light contact between Meyer and Grzelski around the exit of the inner loop.
And there's hopefully not going to be more contact this time as Pearson's cut back underneath, and the Cadillac for Satellite Racing holds on to its spot. Remember, that's a 67 machine that does have a couple of penalties queued up, 10 seconds worth of penalties to serve in the time box when they next roll down to pit lane, and can confirm Hydro Race Geodesic have made their way back to the lane. Caution will not be triggered, and we stay green with 32 and a bit minutes still left to go until halfway points are paid on out here. ATRS Esports, let's not forget, at the front of the GT3 Pro class, do still need to come down pit lane before we get to that 4-hour mark to go. And so while Simufy do have the 20-second penalty, Lorenzo, you'd have to assume they're going to stay out there and hope that they get maximum points in 30 minutes time.
No, yeah, I agree 100%, because what's the point of you going and take the penalty right now where you're going to be basically shunted to the back of your pack and lose all the points you can get in this championship, where in the fight that you're having with Manidi and Lees, every point is necessary. And also BS Turner, which is right behind him, it's very important.
Here's the draft, here's the look to the inside. The BMW is going to poke its nose and back out of it and allow the Porsche to get back its overlap. Note as well that Max Riedmuller in the 178 has taken over from Gonzalo Vergara and is very much up to speed. Gets a great run out of the outer loop, is alongside, but on the unpreferred line, tucks back in and recognizes that its discretion is the better part of valor, at least this early, especially given that traffic's playing its part. And traffic's going to be a factor for all these little battles we're watching right now.
Yeah, 100%. And now the nerve-wracking part actually starts between everybody. You can see the faster GTPs come around, and we know some of the GTPs are going to be in battles, and we know how they actually get slightly confused within those battles. Dive bomb from Pure Sims looked more dangerous than what it was from a certain camera angle.
Yeah, the cameras have been somewhat deceptive on occasion here today, but fortunately, Race Control has the benefit of being able to queue up any sort of camera angle they want at any sort of a time as well. It's a really unique privilege that we do get here in the world of sim racing. Back on over to the GT3 machines, where Orbit Motorsport and Sekirul starting to close on the quote-unquote net race leader, the driver that does still technically owe us a pit stop. But you can see they pulled away from those behind. Gone are United Simsport, gone are Satellite Racing. It's just down to these two, you'd think, for maximum halfway points.
Oh, gloves are out between everybody, and they don't have to be concerned with GTPs going around them. Well, I think. But anyway, it's good that they're still going on and battling this close to one another, despite of all circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, look at that shot down into the inner loop, by the way, and you can pick out the battle between Pure Sims and... Oh, there's a puff of smoke! Who's that? Door Academy's around! Pure Sims mixed up, Orbit Motorsport mixed up as well. Oh, and we're not done. This is hellacious. This is a big one, and the caution needs to fly sooner rather than later, because we're still stationary in the middle of the track.
Oh, my God. Even Manidi got caught in... Oh, never mind. It's the other Manidi, but...
Slam dunk caution. It will be an 8th one, surely. We're still waiting for it to come. And all this while, it's going to allow cars to fight, even if you've got no body parts on the front part of your car.
There you go.
And the 8th caution is out. I mean, it's as expected. It was a big one. And the bus stop has claimed many a victim. In all three of the classes, it did not discriminate. Plenty of replays incoming.
Yeah. You can see already the chaos happening right in front. You're going to see Manidi coming around, get spun around from what it looks like from the TRS. Just got caught up in the middle, but we know who started all this, right, Arjuna? There you go, Door.
Door alongside with Hydra Race, and Hydra Race was the instigator of the contact. And then Zekerl checked up in time. Jack Styles tried as well, and they just keep coming, they keep coming. Ryan Walker did just enough, I think, to keep his car clean, which in a race like this is potentially all that you're really looking for. One more look at this. It's the initial instigation of the contact, and then we'll jump on board with some of those GT3 contenders behind. So side by side the pros go, and then poor Jack Styles gets pancaked in front, pancaked from behind, and the hits keep coming.
Yeah, unfortunate. Just really unfortunate. I really want to look from Geodesik's perspective as well during that contact. Wow.
Not
Poor
much more to say.
man.
Yeah. So, Geodesic, Miguel Vigo. Let's go take a look at his perspective then. We need another look at it, and maybe in slow-mo.
I would say slow-mo right at that point.
Does the door car get slightly shot on over?
Yeah, that's what I'm still wondering about, you know. It's like, you gave him room.
Super slow-mo, here we go. I mean, Miguel's on the line that you need to run to be side by side, I feel.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, would he be able to turn in more into the inside or attack more aggressively the inner curb of the inner loop? That first leg.
So how many cars? 8, 9, 10? I mean, I've lost count
10,
at this point.
10.
Well, this is a race of all the races, that's for sure. Well, grab a couple more looks at various angles of this as back under caution. There's not much else to really do at this point. Super slow-mo it again. I mean, these gratuitous drone shots don't really indicate that these drivers had much time to try and check up. And Paul Pearson's, nothing they could do. Orbit, Zekerl. I mean, there's going to be some dejected teams, I have no doubt about that. And that is not recognizable as a Ferrari from that.
No. That is not a recognizable race car, whenever and whatever.
What did Ryan Walker have to say about all of this? Because he slowed down just in the nick of time.
He sees everything happening.
Interesting.
Interesting. That's the best thing you can have, you know, just break.
On debut as well in this series, Ryan Walker has shown exactly what you need to do. I mean, right on point. And we should probably go and maybe check out the other satellite racing car as well, because the 67 did have a bit of a dalliance with some grass, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
So, on board, up through the S's. So you can see in the review camera that Pearson's is alongside here. Backs out of it, does Robin Glarham. Doesn't want to commit. And then puff of smoke, you see nothing. You see, oh wow.
Whoa. It's like that is that factor of luck that every driver must have.
You remember when Robin Glarham, or was it Daniel Croft, whoever it was in the Pearson's car, went around the outside at the toe of the boot? Yeah, this is the opposite.
Yeah, totally the opposite. You can even see he tries, but there's nothing he can do. He doesn't have any room. Then all the chaos ensues right after.
I mean,
my only question is, and this is the one we haven't seen yet, which was the one that instigated all of this, which is Doors Academy's GT3 car.
Okay, you want to see the Door Academy on board now too?
Yes, because I'm thinking, was the counter whip necessary?
I don't think realistically there was much control of that car for very long.
No.
This camera angle doesn't really tell us to be fair, this one doesn't really either. So, cockpit cam, let's do it. so it doesn't look like anything from that perspective. Oh.
Yeah, you can even see he tries to hold the brakes from what it looks like, so there's the puff of smoke and everything. You can see it right after he makes the contact. There you go. Contact happens, a little bit of maybe bottoming out, but or anything like that. He holds the brakes. That's the important stuff. I think that it's like just kinetic motion, just shrinking backwards.
Let's keep watching some of these onboards.
Oh, that's ultimate unluck.
Yeah. I mean, one more. I mean, it seems a bit gratuitous at this point. It really does. But I want to try and figure out who got into what scenarios. Orion. Oh. I mean, what can Ilka Happily even do there?
Nothing. Literally nothing.
I think that's going to mean that the second half of this race has just taken on a very different complexion, all things considered. I want to go back, though. Let's see if we can spool the replay up even further. To that moment that I was mentioning with Pure Sim slightly earlier in the day, because when they went around the outside of the traffic, it was an important mark for them to avoid losing a whole bunch of ground. And so here, finally, could spool the replay back enough to try and figure this out. And so, watch around the outside here. Pure Sims just positioned their car in the right place, and Orion Race Team had nowhere to go.
Yeah. But I think on other hand as well, that they got the car actually starting spinning, or sorry, regaining thoughts. The car was actually starting its spin, so that's why even if they were like just coming into the turn, they would have been positioned outside nevertheless. So I don't know if there was any luck factor, but anyway, we'll never know. Everything happened so fast that it's hard for us to judge properly.
It's race control that has to make those determinations. But now, I get the sense this is going to set up, but it's going to be a frantic sprint to the end. And I'm not looking necessarily forward to the level of action that we may see. I think there are some cars, by the way, that are still worse for wear, even after coming down to the pit lane to potentially try and get some damage repaired. This is Delta V Racing. This is under caution. Let's just re-emphasize. I mean, it's not even going that fast. It's just the car is not healthy.
I know the inner loop has made its fair share of victims, but
the left side already just looks completely done anyway before he backs it into the wall again. So, oh goodness. What's the situation then right now? BS Plus from Maniti from Satellite 1, 2, and 3 for GTP. ATRS, BS Turner, and then Simify in the GT. What's happened? Wait, what's happened to Simify? Did they have an end-of-line penalty?
are you taking that in the line penalty for the 20 seconds though? Because they had the 20 seconds.
So this, Lorenzo, this is something that you can do in the rules. You can convert a 20-second penalty to an end-of-line penalty. And so that's what they're doing. They're sacrificing those halfway points and putting themselves at the back of the pack.
That's smart. That's, I think you can even say the yellow flag was their blessing in disguise, though. Which is weird for me to talk about. I think I'm trying to remember how many seconds. I think back in the IVRA days in the endurance series, I think 2 seasons ago, or even a season ago, I think was up to 100 seconds. I think that was shortened out by 60 seconds. I'm trying to remember if that was actually the case. It can be corrected afterwards, but they got the luck. Like, even though it is a short straw, they got very lucky. The fact they had a yellow flag and they minimizing the damage.
Hopefully we've got the craziness out of the way. Because 55 started this race. I think we're going to be lucky if we've actually got 30 cars or so still out there without significant damage. 16 GTPs started. We're down to 7 left on the leading lap. 26 GT3 Pro machines started. We're down to 17 of them left on the leading lap. Some of these drivers still out there and putting in a proper shift. Those that are showing endurance racing spirit, I commend you. You've got a lot more spirit than I think I would, given what a stop-and-start day that it has been. But ultimately, drivers soldier on. Race control is soldiering on as well. And I can only imagine how some of these drivers must feel after an incident like that.
Yep. I think I'm on your end as well, Juno. Depending on circumstances, I probably would have quit it depending on how this transpired for my team.
Yeah, I was never very good in our racing special events when my car got damaged at persevering on, but I guess that's part of motorsports in its own little way. I tell you what, Lorenzo, let's do it. I mean, we've got nothing else really of importance at this point. Top 10 list. And
Top 10.
have you ordered these? Are these like in a specific ordering?
Oh yeah, they are in a specific
Okay.
order. I can go from top. I can go from 10th
So
to
yes.
first.
So let's start with number 10.
Mont Tremblant
Good.
in Canada.
Approved.
If you guys ever heard about this track, no, it's fun, but nobody races there nowadays. Number 9, Road America.
Okay, I'm worried that it's so far down the list. What's number 8?
Belle Isle.
Okay, I'm happy so far.
Yeah, just don't let the Chevy CO drive a Corvette around there. We know what's going to happen.
Poor guy.
Number 7. I actually put up into my notepad over here. I'm not even joking. Number 7, Mosport.
Okay, so far so good.
Number 6, Barber.
So far so good. Loving it.
Number 5, Long Beach.
Long Beach above Belle Isle is, to me, a controversial opinion.
Here's
But-
the thing, though. It's because of the history. I can
Yes.
understand where you're coming from because, like, I put over here, Long Beach. Current track is Giga, hard to pass, and it's master and chaotic. By the way, 70s track is gold.
Okay, I know. I understand that logic. I can agree that, and I will also say that. By the way, lights are off on the pace car. Some races at Long Beach are very, very good. Some races at Belle Isle are very, very bad. They both have good and bad days. Okay, above Long Beach though.
Sure. Number 4, here we go, Toronto.
Okay, you're losing me a bit, but let's go 3.
Indianapolis.
Road course.
No. The track overall.
Okay.
I added the oval in there as well.
Okay, I was going to say, because if we're talking Indy road course, that is maybe one of the worst in the
No,
US.
no.
And then what's number
Yeah,
1?
no.
What's number 1?
I agree. Number 2 is Daytona. Number 1 is Sebring.
Oh, these are some bold picks. We'll have to talk more about them in a few moments' time.
And
But
I can actually give you like P11, P12, and P13.
well, I'm more curious about the logic more than anything, because as the green flag is back out, we have a less than 16-minute sprint to pay out the halfway points here in the third round of the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series. Phil Denez picks up the throttle nice and early, gets us back underway, and there are a lot of black flags that I'm seeing on my sim right now. I'm not sure exactly what's happened here, but I wonder if by virtue of Denez jumping the gun slightly, if there's been a handful of GTPs that have picked up a black flag as a result of it. We'll try and figure out what's been going on. Back over with the GT3s though, as Visceral and Heusinkveld side by side.
Nearly making door-to-door contact around the back stretch, going into the inner loop. Who's going to give in? Looks like Heusinkveld is going to be giving in this time by.
It is indeed Jansen Tarkowski that filters back in that Ferrari, the highest running of the Ferraris as well. The next highest one is Brabham, that has very much been in the wars. Pass for the lead. Brabham Esports not of concern here. It's BS Turner and, well, ATRS that fight it out, and all amidst a sea of GT3s as well. You got Ryan Walker in the satellite racing car, that 16 class directly in front. Max Riedmuller trying to go the long way around. That's a bold place to make a pass stick, and now going to get compromised. Guillaume Levesque in the Lease Esports team. That Canadian crew's peeking alongside. There's all sorts of action. Ducking, diving, dancing, juking, it's all happening here on the restart.
It's kind of, you basically cited all the rules of the dodgeball, like the 5 Ds of dodgeball, which is well done, you know. So it's frantic. Everybody's chasing after points. Here we go.
And that's Tarkowski. That gets collected, I think, by the Kramer Racing team. And is that going to be another caution? Maybe not, because it's relatively close to the pit lane. ATRS straight back down after restarting at the front. Unfortunately, things do not cycle in their direction. Another crazy opening lap to kick things back off.
Wow, insanity. I think I also saw the Delta Sport car being caught up right in the middle of all things, so it's delivering, you know, that craziness aspect of this restart and fighting for the halfway point.
You were right, it was the Delta Sport team, not Kramer Racing, got my Porsche slightly misidentified there. Guillaume Levesque is now in front of Ryan Walker as well, I do believe. Jawad Karoni is going to try and get past the sister car. This is GT3 Pro with the darker blue, GT3 regular with the lighter blue. Walker's just running his line. He's not going to just give the position up, but by no means is he going to make his teammates' life any more difficult as Beckham just here follows down the inside. Next up is going to be Justin Clayson as well as Thibaut Leroy in the Delta V cars to squeak on through on Walker as Keika Shube tries to break away at the very front of the field. It's a hectic little battle for all of these drivers, and again, just a reminder, the GT3s are now a lap down to the GT3 Pros courtesy of the wave round. That is why they're getting lapped right now, and that's why they're having to fight their way physically forward.
Which is insane to think about. Meanwhile, Lee's just managed to get away on, from what it looks like, I think that's the United car right in front. I can be very wrong. But it's insane. This restart, I think, brought everything in terms of, you know, craziness battling for the GT3 Pros, and meanwhile also the GT3 Pros and GT3s being sorted out because they're on track positions and everything. So everything's just kicking off with 12 minutes to go for the halfway point.
And we might end up having, let's not forget, traffic coming around pretty quickly as we cycle in towards the halfway mark of this race. What a fascinating time that would be. So, as we watch Brabham Esports just behind Tristan Iglesias for Simufy, of course, after converting their 20-second penalty to an end of line, they are now down, classified 12th in class with some work to do. I want to go see if we can figure out what happened to Sentikowski in that run back onto the regular track. Here's the aerial look from up above, and you can just see a bit of a concertina, and it's, oh, Sentikowski getting turned around, and yeah, Delta Sport with nowhere to go.
Yeah, unfortunate right there, but I think that was, can we say, maybe on Sentikowski that just got a little bit confident with the car spacing him in between him on the outer line while merging to the outer line, and thus causing the contact with Visceral, and everything just kicks off in between.
Yeah, not sure you could really say Delta Sport could do much differently there, and it's been a difficult day for them, but back they will try and recover, you have no doubt. Nathan Moore has just left the pit lane, by the way, in that number 16 for Pure Sims Esports, and so after their GTP Acura came unstuck, they're going to try and recover as best as they can, albeit with, of course, still 4 hours and 10 minutes left to go in this race. So GT3 still running very, very close. Maniti's 178 Max Riedmuller putting the pressure on towards Keika Shube as BS Turner leads in one class, BS Competition leads in the other, but only by about 2 and a bit seconds as Maxime Naz and Manuel Sudau have combined quite impressively in the Maniti racing car. 4 minutes of damage repair. Well, the number of safety cars that we've had so far has meant that hasn't cost them too much ground. They're only 2 seconds off the lead.
Which is insane to think about. Despite what Field S is actually doing to break away, but let's take one thing for a fact right here, Arjuna. Adam Crane is in 3rd place. I'm scared.
Adam Crane is right there, and if he knows his teammate has got 20 seconds, or 10 seconds, excuse me, worth of time penalties, you'd assume that probably not going to be too much of an impetus for Christian Hildegard to try and slide his way on forward, but we'll just keep an eye on that as we go. Now, GTP only has 7 cars left on the lead lap. Everyone else is at least 5 laps down. I just want to reiterate that. You see Movano's still out on track, trying to recover whatever they can. These are important laps they are ticking away, and it's important after things came unstuck for Sasha Gorla that Marcus Hamilton stayed out there. Kashuba gets past the unit, United Simsport, 299, second in class, and now followed through by Maniti's 178, potentially in the next couple of moments as well. The gamble to not pit, by the way, from Paceworks in their Mercedes might just pay off here.
I'm just looking how many laps deep are they in. 39 laps, but of course we're counting with the yellow flag laps. You might be right.
Oh no, here we go.
Oh, no.
Oh man.
come. You're disappointing me, mate.
I think that's unfortunate. If we got one more caution, he might have just been all right, but it wasn't to be. It means United Simsport will retake the lead in class as well. Gerard Caroni's lost a whole bunch of momentum, and now in toward the opening corner, we will be 3 wide. We've got the Paceworks GT3 Pro car trying to look past. That's got James Poundsland sliding on through. Miguel Vigo also, once again, with the elbows out as we rumble off the corner. Draft being fed from the Mercedes in front, and it's another crash at the top of the S's. Not the first one today. That's big damage. Instantly junked as the BMW, but fortunately, it's not a blocker. They're all still rolling.
Oh, but they have damage, and that's right nearly in front of the leader. So you can see that it's just cruising through those cars.
That is not great. And so now, going to go straight. I was going to say, I don't think he's got the ability to make the corner even if he wanted to. Have to see what kicked this off, because it was instigated by a loss of momentum.
Oh my God.
Is that car going to get back around?
Not the problem is not getting back around. Is getting back around safe because it nearly got some of the GTPs swerving on the entry of the carousel.
Uh-oh. Well, that might end up triggering another safety car, because he's taken a tow without race control permission. And Gerard Caroni won't be happy, of course, I'm sure. But sometimes you got to keep your head, keep your cool. Here's what happened. Penultimate corner. It's a long slide with a GT3 machine. He's trying to pass as a GT3 Pro car. He is the one that maybe instigates the bit of the contact here. So you see from up above as indeed the caution flies again. I mean, the Maniti GT3 car is holding the apex. It's doing exactly what it needs to do. And then it's from here that it's going to go wild.
Yeah, which is insane. You know, just being slightly aggressive, you're going to lose a little bit of pace going to turn number 1. Have some maybe door-to-door contact with the Hydro Race Geodesic Porsche, and then it leads us to contact that only happened on lap number 1, Arjuna.
Seen it as well slightly earlier. Has been a whole range of things going on through there, but it's another caution, and it's a crucial one because it means we lock things down. I don't think we're going to get the short yellow process. This means, effectively, BS competition maximum points in 2 classes at the halfway mark. It's United Simsport that should grab 34 points as well in the GT3s.
At this point, people in the BS competition, GTP must be celebrating the fact they actually got maximum points, and they are in a good spot to actually end the race in P1.
Yao Vaz has run off the track momentarily, by the way, on caution. So just a reminder that even the best in the world can sometimes find themselves caught out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 cautions. Just confirming that I'm not losing count because I'm going insane. We are indeed up to a quite high number, all things considered. Now, what I want to know what happened to Yao Vaz, because we know Yao, very experienced, doesn't usually do things under caution that you'd expect to be silly. Is there something going on that we're not aware of? Is he just trying to save some fuel?
I have zero understanding of what is going on.
I'm very confused right now.
If you're confused, imagine me.
Well, 9 cautions so far, and we are not even halfway through just yet. The wave around cycle will begin. That will be the first thing. So cars trapped between, or in front of their class leader, but behind the overall leader will get waved around, and then we will slowly start to also open up the pit lanes in accordance, but it does mean that this is going to be a slightly lengthier sequence for us to cycle on through once again. So let's revisit, Lorenzo, your list, okay?
Okay. For those, can I just go on top? I'm gonna go like top 10 real quick, and then I'll explain the rest. Right?
No. The logic is what we need to try and.
The logic.
Yes.
Right.
No.
partially, some of them are personal choices.
Right,
so,
but where does that personal preference come? Like Long Beach, I appreciate the history makes sense. I can understand that argument.
right.
But Lorenzo,
Some of them are like track difficulty. For example, here I said Sebring Raceway for me is number 1 because I think it's one of the best tracks. But because it is highly technical to master, actually did a really good lap and be consistent around that lap. It's bumpy. It's old tarmac with only repavements because they never put up new tarmac on Sebring. That is actually on purpose to actually simulate the bumpiness around the track. It is a concrete versus asphalt mix, which is kind of unique. You don't see that in racing nowadays. For me, that's why it is number 1.
that actually wasn't the one that I was maybe the most intrigued by.
Which one is you're intrigued by?
Okay, so I want
Indianapolis?
Yes, honestly. Because,
okay, here we go.
Because road courses. We're talking road courses here.
Okay.
Yes.
So, I put up like in general because of the ovals, but here we go. Indianapolis, I said over here, old infield layout is the best layout.
What?
The new infield layout is blood.
They're
Especially
all
after
terrible.
the S's.
They're all bad.
No. Like, if I've watched F1 back then, I thought it was good for what it gave
It's not.
to us.
Lorenzo, just remember the original sector of the lap still exists. Slightly modified, yes, but you can still run it. They ran it for the Indy 8 Hours back in 2021. Those switchback hairpins are awful. There's no redeeming advantage there.
No, but it's better than that left to right. Can you call even that a chicane?
I call it a flip-flop. I don't call it a chicane.
Okay, all right. Flip-flop would be the best, way for you to go. But I put up number 3 just because I counted the oval, which is like if you had said,
it's the greatest oval in the U.S. It's the greatest oval in the world. There's no question there.
I just put a Daytona above that because I like Daytona and I went to Daytona. I've never been to Indianapolis, so that's why it's personal choice. But I understand where you're coming from.
So yes, that's where, okay, if we're talking road courses, I actually think, by the way, the new final sector is actually better in some ways at Indianapolis. It's better because there's actually a passing opportunity or two now added. The problem with it is that it ruins what was a really fun part about racing at Indy, which was setup compromises. When you used to have the run basically through turns 2 and 1 on the oval in reverse direction, of course, because you run the GP layout in reverse direction at Indy. You actually had the compromise of, okay, do I want to take some rear wing out? Because I'll be a rocket ship in a straight line, but I'm going to suck through some of the corners. Whereas now the straight isn't long enough, and so that's not. You basically are just having maximum downforce, so as close to it as you want anyway. So that's.
And it makes it boring.
It does, but it's just not. Oh, we're going to get ready to go racing, and I was slightly caught off guard there because this means it's a one-lap shootout, and I don't think anyone got the memo. Oh, there was confusion. The green flag didn't officially fly, and we've got cars in the wall. So, I think this is just because the caution was extended, but wasn't extended in time, which meant that the pace car pulled onto the lane, but the race did not restart. And now Manuel Sudal, without a shadow of a doubt, needs more damage repair. Another look at the onboard replay. Oh, he locked up the rears by himself.
He had to. Otherwise, he would have plowed the rear end of the BS competition car.
Well, oh yeah, they almost pancaked into one another. You are quite correct there. Well, pace car is back out. So, take a breath. Halfway through.
Whew.
And officially, I think halfway points will be awarded at the end of this lap now.
True. If it's not, I would be surprised. That's the best way I can actually put this. Surprise. By the way, Arjuna, now I'm curious. Does this count as the 10th yellow flag, though?
Yes. Well, no. It depends. It's still the same caution period, technically. We haven't had the green fly.
We never seen that. We never seen Barty wave the green flag, haven't we?
No, I didn't see the green flag even in his hand.
Okay, so this is still the 9th yellow flag. Okay, just to get this right. So my mental sanity, which I'm like you, Arjuna, I've been watching this race from the start, has already gone to dark places.
The track is getting quite dark as well. I have just noted that. Yeah, it's been one of those days. Hopefully the second half of the race is maybe just a tad bit cleaner. As, oh, well, you know when you see replays under caution, Lorenzo, it's not going to be good, right?
Oh, they're never good.
I just want to be clear when I say this. Set your expectations appropriately, is what
my bar's already at its lowest.
Okay,
Don't
good.
worry.
Yeah, no. Here you go. Here you go. It looks fine, right? Looks fine? Just look in front. Look in front. Not all fine.
No, not one bit. I'm baffled.
Yes, I'm a bit baffled as well. But that's a concertina, and it's a reason why it's, I always get a little bit scared, personally, when I'm in these sort of conditions. Even in an oval, when you're pacing, because things are unusual, and yeah. Am I surprised to see a couple of cars have to head down the pit lane due to damage? No. How frustrated are they going to be? Very.
I'm going to be very surprised if that if that car, #1 car from Maniti, stays only for tires and fuel. Like 30 seconds, you would say, average per. But anyways, let's look forward to it. Or not. I don't know. For some drivers, I don't know if they're actually looking forward to it.
Well, half race now officially complete. We've had 9 cautions technically so far. 56 started. I couldn't tell you quite how many are still running because pit stops are underway right now, but we'll get you an update on that when we can. All that we do know is that for some of these teams and drivers, they are out there just trying to dig into some endurance racing spirit. I mean, look at Yalvaz, for example, 5 laps down. He's 4 laps from his nearest competitor. He's a full lap in front of the next car he's fighting with, but he's in 8th position trying to salvage every single point he can.
Yeah, which is insane to think of. Well, it's like that spirit of endurance, not only you do what you can with what you have in your hands and you still go on despite being several laps back. You might be battling against yourself for the majority of the race, but hey, you're still getting points and you're still positioning yourself to try to strive towards something in this championship. And every point, especially now with the halfway points not being what it was like last season, you get only a third of the points. I think this is what is mostly important for everybody. While we see that the damage has been quite extensive for that #1 car.
12-minute required. They're not going anywhere anytime fast. The benefit is when we're under caution, that's only about 3 laps or 4 laps down, so hypothetically it could be worse, but yeah, it's no sugarcoating it at the end of the day. There is a very there's a very real possibility here that we have a GT3 car finishing in the overall top 10, but never say never. Ronan Simsport say hello, ask, will this be a timed race? This is one of the 2 timed races that we have this season. It's not a distance-based race, so there's 3 hours and 54 minutes left on the clock, which is probably a good thing, because if this was 1,000 miles and we were having this many cautions, Lorenzo, we might be here for 1,000 days.
I would have been very concerned. I would have been more concerned for your Juna than for myself.
Oh, yes, no. knowing that I had a 9-hour broadcast day is very different from having an indeterminate amount of broadcasting on a day. So that is something just to make me slightly happier. Next race, of course, is...
By the way, Arjuna, since we got this, are we going to go green?
That's what I'm scared. I don't want to start talking about our track lists again, because I think we might go green next time by. Except maybe not, because wait, we've got more cars coming down into the pit lane now. I don't think pit entrance has technically been opened. At least I'm not. Maybe they're being opened on the radio manually. I'm only going off what is being put into the text chat, so I can follow along with that. But at least right now, I would have assumed that these cars would have come in on the last lap when pit entry was explicitly opened.
Knowing satellite, knowing satellite like we do, Arjuna, they do not do the things by the book. Of course, they do by the book by like respecting the rules and all, but by the book, like following the standards, they do their weird things, and sometimes it works for them, sometimes it doesn't. So this is completely out of their own left field.
Just sitting and waiting now. Rolling off and away. So that seems to be coordinated, planned. Have they served their penalties? No, they still owe us 10 seconds worth of penalties. Why, Lorenzo, does it make sense for them to convert that to an end of line?
It has to.
They've got to, right? Surely.
Well, they have to, otherwise then we can say it doesn't make any sense.
I feel like it makes more sense to not take the end of line. Because remember, end of line is not end of the field. End of line would be end of the GTP class.
Yes.
So
which track position wise, I think for at this time of the game wouldn't matter way too much.
Exactly. You're talking maybe 4 seconds. Like maybe. To me, that seems like something that would make sense. Now, maybe I've misunderstood the rules. Maybe it's not a penalty that they can convert to an end of line right now. But it would be much more painful to have to serve a 10-second penalty, in my opinion, than to drop to the end of what is right now a 12-car class with only 6 left on the leading lap.
I agree.
Lights are off on the pace car, by the way.
Here we go.
Weaving back and forth. Trying to get some temperature to the side. Let's be honest, these tires need some temperature. They haven't had much of it, and it's pretty cool conditions, all things considered.
Yeah, it hasn't picked down though. It's still on 29 Celsius, so it's been very consistent.
It has not actually gone up that much and not gone down that much. Yeah, it's one of those things where you would expect that potentially from this point forward we may see that the temperature will start to drop potentially, but who knows? It's anyone's assumption at this point. We've got 3 hours and 50 minutes left to go. Remember, we've had the 9 cautions so far, and we've only completed about 124, 125 laps, such has been the pace over the course of the day. Let's see if we can get the laps under our belt. They did 104 laps, just for context, in about 2 hours and 40 minutes in the IMSA Esports Global Championship, so they can do about 120 laps per 3 hours. We've done 120 laps in going on 5 odd hours, but back underway once again here for the 8 hours of Watkins Glen. Down through the opening corner, Fildenez leads, and by a full second or so, because he's got the Movano car between him and those that are actually fighting for position. So lap traffic's going to somewhat confuse things in terms of the running order. Alex Ellis has come down to the pit lane, I think, to serve his penalty, apparently. But curiously, already, bit of a swap around at the front. BS Turner had come down to pit lane, but Maniti's 178, Leeson their 137, staying out there, now leaders in GT3 Pro.
Now, which is quite interesting to see. Meanwhile, a little bit in the back, what it looks like there's the cars still trying to organize themselves into the one-line traffic, but I think I only saw one move from what it looks like to be semi-fi, but all in all, just a normal safe restart. That's what we want to see for the time being.
yeah, it's what we want to see. But if you look in front of BS Turner, by the way, I'm not sure if we'll get a shot of it. Yeah, you can see one of the cars, again, just has lost the entirety of the front end. So BS Turner's having to contend their way on through that. But fortunately, not too much drama for them just yet. There is some drama up through the right-hand sweeper, though, as you see the Paceworks Mercedes getting passed by Tristan Iglesias, who after, but remember, they converted a 20-second penalty into an end of line. They haven't pitted, yes, but they're suddenly back in contention and on the same strategy as those directly in front of them. So here's battle for third. Prestanda Nomad, how about 12 positions from the start of this race. 14 positions gained, though, by the way, for Geeks Energy, who sit in second. But with Satellite 64 with the ATRS number 12 directly behind them, it's out of the 90 that Syandra runs a little bit wide. And up the S's, the hybrid kicks them into gear.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they actually, what kind of build mode they're actually working on. If they're doing something like build because they're going around traffic, or they're leaving it balanced because we know you can fiddle up to 4 times, I think, per lap with the hybrid mode. And so far we know they can get sometimes aggressive out of the gate with these things, and then just go on balance mode whenever, just get settled down.
Hey, you've got plenty of opportunity to save some battery now in these caution periods, so you have no excuse for getting to a restart and not having your battery charged up. Have just seen, by the way, what is the biggest penalty I've ever seen in IVRA just be handed down for a car that unlapped themselves without permission and instruction from race control. It's 180 seconds that the Delachas Automotive team will have to serve, and you can see them directly behind the ATRS car. That's on your screen right now. So yes, that is a big old slam dunk of a penalty, and you'd assume race control hopes the message gets on through that don't do that again, don't be naughty.
It's kind of like bad boy, but with a very big finger in front of your face.
Wagging it in front of you, right?
Yes, I was actually doing the motion right now against my wheel.
Let's go and take a look at a replay because well, that's Chris Chatterton in the Prestanda Nomad car, and it's not a GTP. Oh, bonk. It's not a GTP with a big bit of contact in through the inner loop. This time it's a GT3, but fortunately able to get going once again, and the caution is not going to fly for what would be a 10th time today. We may see, though, a pass around for what is 4th on track as Syandra goes defensive on the run in towards the inner loop. He holds on to the position for the time being and is able to hold off the pressure for the time, but it's all as. Look at the margin Phil Dinez has opened up, and we're not even into traffic yet.
No, that is just insanity, and to give the fact that he has the car for 27 laps, that is some considerable wear on the tires of that car, and he's actually opening up to everybody else in the field. That is an astounding job from BS competition. But can I just say one quick, Arjun, about the GTPs? What about Pablo Arteaga and that Prestanda Nomad in 3rd place?
Yes, but they've got to be careful because they have put their nose into a few places where it's kept them in trouble, and they don't want that to happen in the closing stages. We've got to fight for the GT3s, let's not forget. Rusty Spatulas now lead with their new livery to make Lorenzo happy with more orange. Absolute Motorsport and Satellite Racing, the rest of the top 3, but of course claimed victim in some of the early drama was Orbit Motorsport. Let's go see if we can have a chat with Jack Stiles. And Jack, commiserations first. I mean, talk to us about the emotions going through your mind right now.
I'm gutted, to be honest. You know, Ethan, both myself and Ethan put a lot of effort into today, and we were fast. We were really fast. So I think we could have won this race, and it's been snatched away from us. But we thought we were out. We think we can get to within 90%, so we still score points. So we're going to go back out there, do what we did at Road Atlanta, and spend 4 hours just counting up the laps and score minimal points.
Oh, as we see a car hit the wall, how much damage do you guys still have? How much damage are you getting repaired, I should say?
I think there's still another, but I think there's 15 minutes left. It was 45 minutes, 48 minutes, I think, around that, including the tow that we're going to lose.
I mean, let's not talk too much about the incident because it was not nice. You guys could do nothing wrong, nothing different really. Let's talk about what you've seen in terms of the race and the stop and start nature. How difficult has it been for you guys to adapt on the fly, to figure out what you need to do with strategy and to, well, try and stay out of trouble?
I mean, strategy it was. I think we've had 2 safety cars land on when we're going to be pitting anyway. So there's been 2 safety cars for the whole GT field have been perfectly timed. We're not having Sebring instances where we're having to take end of line penalties because we're low on fuel. There was one sort of pit cycle about the 4-hour 50 mark to go where we were umming and ahhing as to whether we were going to come in. We decided to because it was going to set us up better for the halfway points. Not that matters now. So we did, you know, it's an interesting approach to it. Hopefully the last 4 hours are a little bit more caution-free. But it's definitely throwing a few curveballs in, having to think about that.
And I guess when you say curveballs, how much of this were you kind of expecting in the planning, right? Everyone knew Watkins Glen, the inner loop, it was going to be a risk. How much can you be planning and thinking and factoring that in at the start of the race?
At the end of the day, you know, to run the inner loop, it was a decision that was put to the teams. The teams, as a majority, voted to run the inner loop. We didn't. I should point that out. And I think it's, you know, it's definitely a different way of approaching a race. I haven't seen a race at Watkins Glen as chaotic as this. You know, as a GT, I drive GTP as well, so I know that the GTPs are going to struggle at the bus stop. We've seen that. GT3s were a lot more forgiving. I think the Ferrari is actually one of the best ones over the bumps. I had a moment, actually on the lap we had the accident, I got the curb wrong, and I nearly had a massive accident myself. Luckily I saved it, but it's, at the end of the day, it's what we've got to prepare for. I was expecting safety cars. I wasn't maybe expecting as many as we have had, but I wouldn't say many of them have affected strategy that much.
It's good to hear. As we move forward, let's talk quickly about your teammate. Has he tried to convince you to drive the Ford?
Yes. Every time he gets met with a very firm no.
Good.
We have people in the team who drive the Ford, who are very quick in the Ford. I'm not one of them, so I would rather drive this or my Cadillac GTP. I don't really want to go near the Ford. Which
is to say that you're an intelligent, wise person who has good taste in cars and racing cars. Jack, thank you for coming to chat with us. I can only imagine the roller coaster of emotion the last 30 minutes has been, but hopefully you guys get back on track and salvage some points to head into 2024.
Thank you very much. Hopefully we can do all the sponsors proud and have a better second half of the season.
And what a second half of the season it does prove like it's going to be, based on what we've seen into Lagos, Spa-Francorchamps, and Fuji still left to come. And those are some big hitters that the teams will be focusing their attention on. Really good to have that little chat there. Oh, Miguel V goes down to the pit lane. This is not for a planned stop. Something's happened.
Yeah, I just haven't seen anything that made V. Oh wait, that car is not looking. Did he hit the wall? Because the way he actually got into the pit stall looks like the wheel is not leaning.
Something's not right, is it? No. Oh. And now we know why he was straight down to pit lane.
And now we know why that car was oddly looking when it turned it into the pit stall.
So, as Ethan Bass jumps in to defend the pride of the old decrepit Ford. Yes, I'm intentionally throwing it under the bus.
Wow.
We have our race leader now 9 seconds clear. 9 seconds clear of those behind. That is somewhat remarkable. And I didn't see this one coming. I knew BS competition were going to be strong. Did anyone think they would be able to break away like this? I know they're being somewhat aided by the level of attrition that we've had so far today.
They basically are getting... now, actually, I just remember that. They're basically getting what they haven't got in Sebring, which is a little bit of luck. The luck of the draw, like with traffic and all. They had the pace in Sebring, but they just couldn't get the luck with the traffic and everything. I actually put them as favorites to win in Sebring because the BMW just overperforms after the thing goes by, and actually it did, but they just caught up by traffic and all. So after their dues were paid, they're actually getting a really good result here.
Yeah, I like the way that you put it. But dues were paid. They had a little bit of a price to be paid in order to get to the performance level. So what's going to happen to the Porsche? I'll stay out of the wall. Oh, wow!
Nice.
Okay, on board. We need to understand exactly how Philip Schiff managed this. I mean, come on, as the yellow flies, by the way, that's the 10th one today. It's always around. Was it for this? Was it for Delta V Racing, potentially? As Julien Plumet was into the inner loop. Oh, yeah, there you go. Bish, bash, bosh.
Ow.
And count them. We're up to 10.
What was the pole, Arjuna? No, I forgot. It was like over 12 before we had the halfway point.
I think there was something like that.
Yeah.
We're definitely going above 12. We are, aren't we? Oh, there's Orbit Motorsport! Let's go! The Bassmaster is back onto track. I got to say, that looks like a brand new Ferrari right now.
Yes, it does. Even though I actually had a counter question to when you were asking Stiley about Ethan inviting him to the Ford. I know you're listening, Ethan, but anyway, what is Ethan's point of view of driving the Ferrari? What is his reactions?
That's a good
Is he
point,
moaning
actually.
every single lap?
No, he's probably singing, wow, this car handles really great. You know what it's like with a car that turns?
Arjuna, you do know I'm like the representative, like the representative of Ford GT3 in here, even though we still don't have the Ford Mustang #soon trademark.
I'm just saying, if anyone wants to loan me $300,000, I will go and buy one of those brand new Ford Mustang GTDs, and I will enjoy it a lot. I won't share it with you, whoever lends me this money. I'll enjoy it.
Would you be able to drive it though? Because like you're tall.
Okay, so you know how John Cena sold his Ford GT? You know why he tried to sell his Ford GT, right?
I've read it somewhere.
Because apparently he
I know
didn't
got
fit in the
trouble with
car.
Ford. I know he got in trouble with Ford because of this.
Imagine, okay, I do appreciate you buy a car, the contract says you can't sell the car, fair enough. That is what it is. But if you buy the car, you don't fit in the car, and then you're told you have to keep the car, that maybe makes a little bit less logic to me. Now, I am 6'5", I'm 196 centimeters tall, so maybe I come at this with some bias, Lorenzo.
Yeah.
But I'd like to be I'm just saying, if I don't fit into my Ford Mustang GTD, which, again, if anyone wants to send me $300,000, I'll send you my PayPal, my bank account details, so you can wire it on over. I'll get it in whatever color that you want. I'll do that for you. Lorenzo, help me. I'm trying to present my business plan here.
Well, it's like if you could say which color would you prefer? Which one would you choose for? What would be the go-to color?
The question really becomes, what colors do they have available for it? Because if we're going Porsche, we're talking about Porsches, and if you're going to spend that level of money on a Porsche, as we see the Acura from Ivano down onto pit lane, you have to spend a little bit more and get paint to sample. I know it costs $15,000, but if you're already spending $200,000 on your Porsche GT3, the least you can do is get it in a color that you're going to look at and go, wow, that's my Porsche.
Hold up. A Porsche GT3 is $200,000.
Oh, when you factor in markups at this point, you're not getting one off a dealership lot for about less than $250,000.
Okay. You're not talking about the GT3.
Not the race
you're talking
car.
about the GT3. Oh, okay, the track car. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
the road car. The road car. Okay.
You get it. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, if you're going to spend $200,000, $15,000, get it in British Racing Green, and be happy with yourself.
Okay, I agree to a certain degree.
You don't agree with British Racing Green, I can tell.
No. I like the British racing green. As I know we have like I know Paul Smith is listening to us as well, so it's like I'm being careful with my words. The British racing green is not bad, but I like the yellow on the Porsche.
Oh, you like a good guards yellow. You just love the stock yellow, which to be fair, it's a free.
It's good.
It's a free color, and genuinely, it should be more used.
I agree.
I'm going to get in trouble with Porsche here. I should be very careful what I say. Instead of Porsche saying, pay me $5,000 for the special color, I'll call it chalk. Chalk, again, just to be clear.
Okay.
They will charge you $5,000, Lorenzo, for a slightly different shade of white.
Which would be the chalk white.
Which is the chalk white, effectively. But yes, Andrew Langham does say something which is a controversial topic here. Why would you handicap yourself by painting a GT3 car when you could wrap it? That's a good point.
It's a good point. Like, unless you say like a Ferrari, if it is a GT3 race car, then yeah, wrap it. If it is kind of like a Porsche GT3, just because he has the name GT3, it's kind of like the same thing. Which other car has the GTB, the Ferrari GTB?
Right.
You have GT in the middle of it, but you cannot wrap it because Ferrari says, oh, if you wrap it, you lose the warranty. That happened to Dan Miles. He basically wrapped his, I think, the 488 or the 4...
Are you trying to get yourself in trouble with Ferrari and blacklisted? It's an easy way to do that, is to wrap your Ferrari. What happened to the Neon Cat Ferrari?
He had to sell it, if I remember correctly.
He had to sell... Oh, man. I mean... Have some fun with your race cars. We're going to have some fun with race cars again, I think, because hopefully we're getting back underway soon, albeit with hit stops expected for some drivers more than others. We've got 3 hours and 30 minutes to go. Let's talk about the race very quickly again. It's an important time because you're now working backwards. You kind of have a sense for what your strategy looks like. You know, GTPs go anywhere from 40 to 45 minutes on the fuel. We know that GT3s can go as long as an hour. How are you thinking about divvying up these final moments of the race? We're back underway for the 8 hours of Watkins Glen. It's Phil Daenerys that once again will lead the field down through the 90. A look up the inside as lap traffic between the GTPs plays itself apart. And now the GTDs, Lorenzo, underway. It's Dominiti 1 and Lease 2.
Oh, no, man. I done the thing. BS Turner already looking aggressive out of the gate. Turn on turn number 1.
Yeah, it was nice and aggressive. Here we go. BS Turner's looking forward as well, but as Guillaume Levesque looks to the outside, lifts off the throttle and slots back into line. This is all as, of course, they build up that buffer to the GTPs in front. Going to be about a lap or so before these cars are up to speed, and then give it another 6 or so before we start to see the switch-arounds happen as the traffic overlaps. Levesque is really under fire, though. Tristan Iglesias is still behind the wheel of that 133 for Simufy, looking up the inside with a door that's closing, but forces it wide open.
Yeah, I think Levesque had to go wide open to avoid any contact with Iglesias on the inside, even though that was like slightly aggressive, but then Levesque, I think what happened is he had this opportunity, could do well on his opportunity, and now he's going to be on the full defensive mode because that Mercedes is going to be on a lot of pain in comparison to early good grip on the Porsches.
You gotta wonder though, with these drivers, how worn are their tires? Levesque in that Mercedes maybe a little heavier of a car on the Michelin rubber itself. Maybe that's playing a bit of a factor as well. Back out to the line with already 1.2 seconds splitting Maniti from Lease at the line. Keika Shube in the BS Turner machine, and of course is on the slightly different strategy, finds himself 7th net in the GT3 class with Alex Bennett, James Pausland, and then Mark Bolzer in the Kramer Racing, Paceworks, and Maniti cars directly in front before he's back onto the train of cars as Guillaume Levesque's under fire. Simufy alongside, Simufy through to second.
It's insane to think about they went from an end of flying to second place again.
Helped a bit to be fair, by strategy and cautions. But yeah, it was a call that I think both of us thought was pretty crazy, and it's worked out not half bad.
Yep, 100%.
And now it's about the rest of the race, how it will play on out. Paceworks off into the grass as they push the limit down out of the chute. See the left side, by the way, those movers and shakers. There's some big green, there's some big red. And follow along on timing.RaceSpotTV if you're clued into your particular team, if you want to figure out exactly how they are doing around on the track, because, well, eyes out the back of our heads, we still can't watch everything that's happening on track. For example, the fact that Ryan Walker under fire. Let's not forget SRN Motorsports at one point were pointed in the wrong direction on the main straight, and the result was a caution that came out. They're in second, fighting for the lead in class.
Which is really good to see that, you know, the resilience out of the 274 SRN car right after this turn, right in the middle of the front finish start straight. So, which is insane to think about. They would have a crash right there, and it was a bad crash. It was a very, very bad looking crash, and they're still going forward with this and fighting for second spot.
No pressure, Ryan, by the way. We're watching.
No pressure at all.
We're watching and waiting as he sees Phil Denez closing from behind, or rather Phil Denez's teammate Keika Shube closing from. It feels very weird to have a BS Turner car in the field and for Phil Denez to not be in that car and to be in another car. I just want to make sure I make my my strenuous objections known to Phil not being in the yellow and blue and white.
Yeah. Normally you would see Nathan in the car. Nathan is kind of like he's more the local driver in the GTP, or the hometown driver to drive around the car. Then Denez would be in the GTP. It's odd. It's odd for me.
It is weird again, but it's good to see Denez mixing things up. He'll be back in action in the GT3s next Sunday in the third round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship from the Bumpy Sebring International Raceway, so looking forward to seeing how he gets on there. Maybe we'll have a bit more of an experience now in understanding what the prototypes are looking for when trying to make passes on them. Speaking of passes, it's Pure Sims along with Valorous. These cars 6 laps down from the lead, but still in a little bit of a contention of their own. Wesley Caspers gets past Nathan Moore around the outside. The points leader in the 2023 Radical Esports Cup UK jumps out of the Radical SR10 and into the Acura. And that's a car that if you haven't driven, highly recommend. We used to have the Radicals in some of the early Club Sport series that used to run in the DGFX ladder. The Radical's a great way, Lorenzo, if you like prototypes, to get exposure to open wheel, to downforce type cars.
Yeah, you would say it's kind of like a it's the mixture between a track day to a race car. I know they are race cars per se, but it's insane to think about. They're still going on. The question is, which Radical do you prefer, the SR10 or the SR3?
Sorry, repeat the question. I was just reading.
Which, as I read another comment, the SR3 or SR10?
Oh, the SR10 any day. I mean,
okay.
SR3 is the slow one, relative. We're not talking much slow, but you know, the higher the number is in the Radical land, the faster the car, effectively. And so that's something just to keep in mind. I was reading a comment apparently while announcing the caution. Race Control couldn't help but release a little bit of a giggle while reading a comment of their own internally. So as much as it has been stop and start, we're all finding ways to note high points from this race. I don't know if this is necessarily going to be a high point for one of the Maniti cars, though, is down into the chute. This was during the early parts of the restart. Delta Sport up the inside, and Porsche on Porsche violence.
People in Stuttgart are not going to be appreciative of this?
Well, I mean, if it means they have to send over some more spare parts and can invoice for them, they won't be too disappointed, I guess.
True.
We've got pit stops back underway as Nicholas Boy is going to take over from Phil Denez for the final 3 and a bit hours, you would think, in the number 89. Back out onto track and alongside with GT3 machinery. Hybrid will kick into gear as they come over the top of the crest, and he'll be alongside and pull out and grab himself on through. I think this does mean now, I was always kind of leaning to the fact that BS competition, with the way that this race has played on out, they would be in the hot seat. They'd be the ones to beat. But with the fastest driver maybe in the class on track in their car, Nicholas Boyd just needs to stay out of trouble now.
Now the problem is, you just mentioned stay out of trouble.
BS competition say they have tacos in their veins. Sounds quite tasty to me.
But it's not Tuesday though.
Yeah, but Taco Tuesday is just a specific reason to make sure everyone gets tacos. Doesn't mean that you can't have tacos every day of the week.
Your logic is very sound, and I haven't had tacos in a long time.
I wonder what the celebration would be for BS Turner if they came out on top. I'm assuming we know what it is, but I have to wait and find out. Could as well end up being that even though they're on this strategy, if the safety cars play out in a certain way, the advantage that they think they may have right now could be given up, and suddenly these drivers at the front, Maniti, Simufai, Lease, could be in with a shout of taking advantage. But we're going to see pit stops, I think. Yeah, Simufai in this time by.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be seeing some other cars in the pit lane as well in a short time. I'm seeing Manini in 39 laps. Lee's in 39 laps as well. So I know there are more cars, but we know GT3s are about to do their laps in a short bit.
So it's again just those that did not pit under the various cycles of cautions. As, oh, look at this. Helter Skelter down in through turn 1 as Valorous are on the back of the new race leaders as Satellites. Number 64 takes the point. 1, 2, 3, 4 up the inside of a bunch of the GT3s, and now alongside with even more. That was a nervy moment. They got through cleanly, but it's decisive decision making that you're seeing on display. Syandra showing the experience as well of understanding what he needed to do to get through that complex safely. They almost trip over one another slightly further back though, as the Fury Simsport car runs a little bit wide as the Movano machine makes its way on through. As expected, by the way, as that's all happening on track. Off the track, in pit lane, it's Tristan Iglesias out. It's Gabby Montoro in.
All right, so it's not going to be 4 hours for... Sorry, it's not going to be 6 hours for Mr. Tristan Iglesias. He knows there is the driver limits in a little bit, so he has got to respect that. So that's really good of him. Good call.
This is all about the willingness to share the track at the end of the day as well and get the most from it. It's decisions that you have to make. Decisions like, if you're a GT3 machine, how many pro cars can I afford to leave between me and the driver I'm fighting with? Jason Gerard has got just one, the ATRS Mercedes, between him and Ryan Walker, but I think Walker's peeling off to the lane this time around and keeps it tight to the apex. New race leader in class, it's SRN's 274.
Question is for how long though? I'm just taking a quick look. I think they have to come into the pit stop, I would say immediately, but no, they can come to the pit lane in about 10 laps if they want to.
So still
average.
Still a bit of time with which to work, but there are, like we say, some pit stop cycles underway for a variety of, for the teams and for the classes all across the board, no matter where you look as ever. Just look at this juking from some of the traffic as they slide on through on BS Turner. Visceral and Santeri Markkinen have been passed by Kei Kashube, who's charged his way up into a podium spot. Around the outside as the traffic continues to work. We are closing in on the final 3 hours of this 8 hours of Watkins Glen, the third round of the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series. We've had, well, 10 cautions so far, and there's more drama behind. Oh, Maniti's number 1 and Philip Schiff have lost the rear end of the car. But this hopefully doesn't bring out the 11th caution of the day.
Especially in corners that you kind of need that rear end of the car, and there's more rear end parts from what it looks like being thrown off.
So here's a look down the inside with the Nürburgring Esports team behind, just a bit too hot into the corner, loops the rear end around, and then the ATRS Mercedes has nowhere really to go and can't lock it down in time. It's
tough for me to see the car lose its rear end during acceleration of that portion. Meanwhile, a slow car in the back. Does that looks like to be the Team Heusinkveld that was going really slow?
That's just a Team Heusinkveld car that doesn't have the front end anymore, unfortunately, and so Maniti joined the train on pit lane, which includes Lys and Guillaume Levesque as he jumps out, and in is going to get back Andrew Caron for the closing stages of this race. So interesting to note the driver change taking place at all with about 3 and a bit hours left to run. Back over to the GT3s. It's SRN Motorsports trying to now fend off the charge, from Paceworks in their Mercedes. Could have a new race leader in a few moments' time. Got the draft in front of the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward BMW that's helping out the Porsche in a straight line. Mercedes has got the grunt, but not enough to look alongside. And it stays status quo for the time being. This is important as well, because as these two are on track next to one another, they'll be hoping they don't cost each other time relative to the driver just down pit lane, of course, as Ryan Walker hands over to Ryan Robertson for Satellites 267.
Yeah, and also I'm just taking a quick look in terms of the standings in the championship for the Paceworks, and that's SRN. SRN in 9th place in the standings, while we look at the replay for the Nürburgring team. Same mistake.
Oh, and that was Alex Bennett, the race leader, who may have got a slight brush as a result of that as he slid through there. So interesting to see how things all play on out. You can never take a breath, you can never take anything for granted, and that goes at the front of the field as well, where we see a swap around in terms of lapped cars fighting on through. Pearsons and Valorous are able to get one of their laps back on Syandra, but you will note Syandra now only 1 second clear of the ATRS Academy car. That's closed the margin for the lead.
And the Satellites wonky strategy is working again right here, so that's good to see.
So we got 17 minutes to go to the top of the hour. I've seen a flurry of incidents, but fortunately nothing that has resulted in cars having to come down pit lane. We'll focus on the fight inside the GT3s. Those that have already pitted for GT3 Pro is BS Turner, Visceral Esports, and German SimRacing.de are on their way in towards the inner loop. Got plenty of time still left to go, but as you're watching RaceSpotTV, this third round of the championship, there's so much going on, and major contenders in the championship falling away. Let's not forget Movano have won both of the opening rounds of the championship coming into this one. Lorenzo, they are 15 laps down and trying to salvage something after early dramas.
I know, yeah, absolutely. Trying to get every single point they can scrap on, and then they're still trying to look into the competition in Hydro Race Geodesic team and the Delta V. Delta V not having the actually not the 62 and the 14, not having the best of days. Overall, they've been broiled in their own issues. So that is actually going to bring other teams maybe into the fray, even though the point gap between the Movano to everybody else in the field is actually quite healthy.
All it takes is one bad race as well to open the game up a little bit, and so that's part of, I think, why you're seeing these drivers back out there, because they know that they can just try and salvage something and keep themselves in touching distance. Let's look at Graham Sanders, by the way, in the Hydro Race car. We saw him wide at turn 1. Oh, he's locked the rear end up before he even got down into the corner, and he pancakes the left side hard into the wall. Hopefully not major damage for him to deal with. And after formerly running in the race lead of the GT3 class, the Absolute Motorsports team has also had a moment, and it's a hard nose into the wall. Miguel Vigo had done that slightly earlier.
Yeah, absolutely into the wall. The Absolute team, unfortunate.
Well, we're going to step aside for a few moments here on RaceSpotTV, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back as we make our way closer and closer to the checkered flag. The final 3 hours of this 8 hours of Watkins Glen. Hello everyone, welcome back along as we close on the final 3 hours of the third round of the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series. We've made our way to upstate New York and to Watkins Glen for 8 hours of competition in what has been a rather attrition-heavy race, all things considered. Arjuna Kankipati alongside Lorenzo Bonder as the sun continues to set, and as our class leaders all continue to chip away at their respective strategy battles. Lorenzo, it's been a, let's be honest, stop and start race. We've had 10 cautions so far. Paul Smith has estimated that we've junked about $15 million worth of virtual race cars. It's been one of those days, hasn't it?
Yes, it has been. It's been a tricky race, nerve-wracking race for everybody else, but also more importantly for strategists and engineers, I think has been one of those days where all your estimations and plans and everything have been thrown out of the window.
Every time the caution comes out, some strategist behind the scenes slams the table and goes, "Oh snap, my strategy's just been thrown out the window."
Yeah, for the lack of a better word. Yes.
Yeah, no. It's not to say we don't have fights. Again, I just want to be clear. We have plenty to look forward to. For example, a bit of a mistake from Tom Whitmer has opened a door for a potential fight for the lead here in the GT3 class. Matt Loveridge is behind the wheel of the Olympus Esports 221 as they filter out of the 90 and begin to climb up through the S's. It was a long pit stop for Loveridge last time by, just getting a bit of damage, I think, repaired on that car. And what a treat it seems to have worked in the very distinctive livery that you can't miss in the tow. Mercedes grunt pulling the Porsche along, but clearly with enough top-end speed that the Mercedes holds on and then slightly compromises itself on the braking zone as it holds the inside line.
Yeah, very well done. A very weird exit, though.
Yeah, I mean, they could have taken the entry maybe a little bit wider when they recognized that Loveridge wasn't going to go for it, but backs out of it and slots back into the line for the time being. These GT3 drivers, by the way, all kind of wondering, well, where is the satellite racing car? Ryan Walker got out, handed it on over to Ryan Robertson. And Ryan, first, congratulations on surviving that incident through the bus stop. We applauded your avoidance, your wreck avoidance skills there. But how was your first experience of the IVRA Endurance Series?
Hey Arjuna, it was as I said to my teammates, that was good fun but very stressful. But I just told myself when I started my stunt, just try and keep it in one piece and not get caught up in any incidents. And yeah, managed to do that, and I think we're currently running in P6 at the moment.
P6 indeed, where you guys qualified, but you've been up at the front on occasion as well. I know safety cars are kind of mixing things up here and there. We've had 10 of them so far, yes. How are you feeling heading into these final 3 and a bit hours of the race? Where do you think you're going to stack on up with strategy? If we go green, fingers crossed to the end.
If it goes green, I think if we finish in the top 5 or top 6, I think that's a good result. But if you get some cautions towards the end, that might, you never know, it could shake up the strategy and shake up the order. So we're just kind of just trying to keep out of trouble in these final 3 and a bit hours. So if we can do that, I think we could be in with a chance of a top 3 or at a push, maybe even the 1.
You've experienced IVRA as a commentator before. As a driver, now that you've got that under your belt as well, what learnings have you taken that you can't learn from the commentary booth?
Well, I think it's definitely been an eye-opener, and I've actually found it's helped with the multi-class racing, and basically it's helped me with being lapped with not just by the GTP cars, but you've also got the GT3 Pro cars as well. You've got to contend with, so you've got to basically be on your toes at all times, and you can't really lose your concentration for 1 second.
Well, 3 hours and a bit to go. Ryan, thanks for joining us, and best of luck to the Satellite Racing crew to the end of the race.
Thanks, Arjuna, and cheers to you guys for the broadcast.
Always great to catch up with RaceSpot's own Ryan Walker as the battle in in the class lead continues to heat up, and that's another mistake. Out wide goes Tom Whitmer, and Matt Loveridge will be 3 wide and alongside as we cross the stripe to complete what's lap 144 for these drivers. Down in through the 90, and it's a new race leader. The 221 slides on through.
Yeah, but there's some good fight back from that Pace Works car. Still side by side going around turn 1.
Did you just see what happened in the background? Oh, I don't believe what I saw. We'll take a look at the replay, but cars on pit lane came to blows. I think it was the Hydra Race Geodesic car that unfortunately got tangled up. There's going to be no pass, though, up in towards the inner loop.
Ay, 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 ay.
Here we go. Uh-oh. I spied with my little eye, and unfortunately I spied Orbit Motorsports getting collected as they went 3 wide off turn 1. And could that be the 11th caution of the day?
Wouldn't surprise me at all.
So both the GTPs come together. The United Simsport 299 gets away with that, and they will be so relieved given that they are running in a podium spot right now in class. I'm just trying to figure out if all related parties in that incident were able to get up and go. Oh, that's the problem. This is the problem.
Yep. We got a yellow flag. It's coming.
And it's going to be right on cue. Poor Ethan Bass. Poor Jack Stiles. We chatted with them not even an hour ago, and they were saying that all they wanted to do was try and salvage a result. I think the Bassmaster's going to try and straight line the inner loop, and he'll be able to get through there, but it's getting through the rest of this lap, they've got to request the tow. They've got to, right?
No, and Ethan, he's not gonna. He's gonna try to go until the end. He's gonna wait for everybody to get a clear track. But I would have requested the tow already.
Well, 3 hours now left to run. We'll say goodbye to Lorenzo Bonder after a frenetic 3 hours in the commentary booth, and welcome in Derek Watson for the first time today. I mean, so much going on. Derek, have you quite been able to figure out what all has happened in the preceding 6 hours or so?
I've been watching most of the preceding 6 hours, so what's really happened is a lot of calamity, a lot of damage, and really no part of this track is safe, Arjuna. I went into this race last night prepping thinking there were 1 or 2 spots on the track that could be dangerous, but really nowhere. It's like Jaws.
Well,
it's just not safe to get back on the track.
Welcome to the world where GTP stands for going to pass, LMP2 stands for let me pass, and GTD, as the GT3s are known in the world of IMSA, stands for going to die. Now, Ethan Bass has just done something very, very intelligent. He was waiting for this, an opportunity, I can't exactly see, but he's gotten down to a place where hypothetically you could bring that car back behind the wall without the safety car being required, and so I think we avoid an 11th caution of the day. Yes, Orbit Motorsports are done, and I think that guarantees they will score 0 points, unfortunately, in their efforts in the championship. But we don't interrupt things once again, because that would have been a rather intriguing time to have had a caution given the strategy cycles that we have playing on out. It's still, of course, at the front of the GT3 Pro. BS Turner, Visceral, and German Sim Racing 1, 2, and 3. But we've, of course, just seen, Derek, the handful of cars come into pit lane. Maniti, Simufy, and then the Lease Esports crew, all on their slightly different strategy.
There are some different strategies. In fact, HTRS Academy just came off a pit road as well. And I was wondering, Arjuna, if they pitted suspecting the caution was coming out, or if that was scheduled. I was trying to do the math on to figure it out. And I think they pitted thinking maybe it was going to come out and they were getting an advantage out of it. I'm not sure.
I think they also had to come in for some damage repair because that was a 60-second stop, longer than natural in the class. And as we're watching top and bottom GT3 action, Prestanda Nomad, another car in the class that's gone off at the inner loop, but somehow has magically avoided hitting the wall. It's not often that you'll get to see something like that given the high commitment, high speed that they bring into the corner. It's always on the entry curb that things go wrong, and wrong indeed they went.
Yeah, oh man, just right there. All things considered, a pretty light tap into that wall, but for those type of cars, even a light tap can mean, you know, significant damage here.
You can hear him pegged in 7th gear. There's no saving that once it goes. He'll have maybe lost a couple of the dive planes on the right front side of the car, but hopefully after what's been a good day for them, there's a chance for a top 5 finish here. still have the chance to try and recover. Here's the ATRS car, quite rightly down onto pit lane, and the last of them to have pitted as well, so quite different in terms of strategy. Alex Ellis is directly behind in the Satellite Racing number 67, a car that did owe us a couple of penalties in the earlier stages. Now they have been served. Alex Ellis has been held for 10 seconds effectively in the penalty box. The worrying thing when it comes to this car is the penalty points that have been accumulated. They're now at 9, which means stewards are keeping a watchful eye on them.
Yeah, that is a worrying part. And maybe sometimes as a driver, it puts some stress on you to know that now someone's watching you. It makes you just almost be more cautious, and sometimes being more cautious makes you more dangerous.
Exactly. It's one of those things that's somewhat counterintuitive. Now, it's 12 penalty points if I remember correctly. You get suspended for the next race, and so that's something that they will very much be wanting to try and avoid. If you are wondering how you lose penalty points once you've gotten them, for every race you complete without penalty points, where you also score championship points, you lose a total of 3 penalty points over the course of the season. So it's one of those things that ebbs and flows as you hopefully don't get protested very much. Delta Sport, of course, were involved in the 3-wide lap 1 shenanigans, and that was the first protest they've had against them over the course of the entirety of the season. These drivers slink their way past traffic, but interestingly, traffic has opened up the margin at the front of the GT3 Pro field, where after Kei Kashuba was flying earlier, Kei Kashuba is flying again. 1.3 clear of Visceral and German sim racing, as the BMW strong in the later part of the stint, it would seem.
Yeah, they do seem to be getting stronger here, as both these cars now appear to be possibly running down BS Turner here. They're going to come through the 90 and up there onto the right side, or the left side, pardon me, of that banking. Now up through the S's.
And as they do so, let's not forget, traffic has left them alone for quite a bit, so they're into the rhythm, and traffic's less frequent, given that, again, we said I'd give you a bit of an update in terms of attrition. 55 started. We have just over 40 out there and running, but in GTPs there's only 6 left on the leading lap. In GT3 Pro there's 8 left on the leading lap. And in the GT3 class there's 5 left on the leading lap. So yeah, was it 10 or 11 cautions? I've already lost count.
I believe we're at 11. I think this one that you thought was coming out would have been 11 that didn't come out. So I think we're at 10, if I recall right.
So we've left Manuel Sudal sitting for a little bit, chatted with Ryan Walker a few moments ago. Let's have a chat with Maniti number 1 machine. And, well, I think today Manuel has been... it's not been great, has it?
No, I mean, for most of the race it has been, but and then things really turned bad.
I mean, you've had moments of showing us the speed. You had, what, 4 minutes of repairs. You were able to get that worked on and then still come back to be in a podium spot. But yeah, talk us through the balance of the Porsche around Watkins, Glen, or maybe the lack thereof.
Yeah, I mean, we figured out, meanwhile, 3rd race into the season, that the Porsche wasn't really the best choice, to be fair. I tried to take it as a challenge, and also the BOP for the last 2 rounds and also today has been a bit better. Still, I don't think we're on the same pace in terms of the BOP, but that's a different story. You know, the thing with the Porsche is it really has a very difficult front suspension and temper geometry or something, I don't know, and that's really difficult to set up. For this race, we've gone really soft, sacrificed a lot of speed, only to be able to survive the chicane. But yeah, I don't know. It's still like every lap has to be like that perfect line. If you're like 5 centimeters off, you're really dead. Nothing you can do. So the Porsche is really a difficult car. But yeah, well, you know, it's made in Zuffenhausen, so it's also a choice by heart maybe. And then we suffer from it. Still proud to have the 1 on the car.
I mean, yeah, I've got to say that it was an interesting choice. It's nice to have the diversity, and yeah, BOP's been, of course, the discussion for these prototypes, of course, now that we have all 4 of them. Let's talk about, of course, switching over from Team RSO to Maniti. It's been a little bit of time now. How's it been going? You've settled in, of course, to the crew. You guys have got 2 cars entered in the series here for the GTPs. How are you enjoying being a part of the big green machine?
Yeah, the Big Green Machine. I mean, that's actually a nice story of this year. We switched to Manidi like maybe a year ago with 5 people. You know, similar to other teams in where we've been with RSO. I always said like we're a professional amateur team, so everybody has like real lives and really dedicated to work, family, and stuff like that. So we're not really getting paid for it. Still, there's a lot of budget management, sponsorships, all the events. There's a lot of work, professional approach to setting up the car and stuff like that. But yeah, it went more difficult over the years to really find new talents, keep the squad big enough to stay on that competitive level we've been going on, especially last year. So we didn't have that at RSO, so we split parts with those that wanted to go for like a little bit more, let's say. And Maniti obviously was a well-recognized team. We met with them. We really also, I mean, we knew them before, so it's a small scene, and it was kind of clear that we're gonna speak with them and see what we can do. And then yeah, we found really like a super lively team, happy to contribute with all the experience I also bring in managing a team for like, I don't know, 8-10 years before. So I think we could already improve some things that we've done different at RSO, but Maniti had like, you know, so much advantage in terms of how they structure and manage the team. They have like 50-60 drivers that are active, so there's like always someone you can race with, way more forces, and also having 2 cars shows out perfectly. So right now we're really trying to like consolidate a bit the professional approach on the LMDH squad. So we also like included like 2 drivers with Tom Hooper and Schiff. They're doing amazing. Very happy that they joined us, and now we're like 6-7 drivers that are really going for it. And yeah, if not today was a race, I think we would have been quite good in the championship standings, and I take that as proof that things go well.
Well, we'll see you in 2024, I'm sure, Manuel, with 3 more races to go in the season. Can't wait for it, and hopefully the Porsche's a bit more better suited to some of those tracks to come.
Yeah, thank you. And also thanks for not like squeezing me out for that safety car bump up. That was really, I don't know, a race control hiccup, let's say like this.
Trust me, I think I once I realized what happened, I got your confusion pretty quickly, yes, I'm sure that you'll figure out what will hopefully change moving forward. Thanks, Manuel, for joining us. The Maniti #1 team, of course, still has a long way to go in this race. They're still out there, or at least they were. They brought the car back down after we brought Manuel in, and instantly the car was in the wall. If the commentator's curse does not exist, you tell me. Race off a pit lane, though. Let's talk about this, because BS Turner are still out there, but the Visceral as well as German sim racing teams off and away, and it is going to be the 167 that leapfrogs the 196 Derek out of pit lane.
Oh, we got a yellow. Sorry, cut off there to cut that story, but I just heard caution is out on the track. So we're going to wait and find it in a moment here, Arjuna. But that will be
and
number 11.
I think that is because we had a car that towed without permission, just based on order of events. It's Hydro Race Geodesic in their Cadillac, and it's into the inner loop, and it's into the wall. And I'm getting deja vu at this point.
Yeah, that's... Oh, man. You know, I was listening earlier when you were doing the interview, and they talked about, and I saw the vote happening in their Discord in the past couple weeks. It was actually a pretty tight vote the last I looked about, do they or do they not run the inner loop? And it's possible there are some teams who voted yes who would like to change their vote, Arjuna.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure on that. I would also say that I did kind of want to ask Manuel what they voted for. I think I knew what
I was hoping you were going to.
Well, I think I knew what the answer was going to be. Any Porsche driver that voted yes for this is not of their right mind, is probably the best way to put it, at least based on what we saw today. That was maybe the hardest hit that we have seen in through the inner loop, by the way. I can only imagine what this is doing for race control, by the way, because it's keeping them on their toes. They've got to work through this process every single time. They're giving the wave arounds right now to those trapped in front of their class leader, but behind the overall leader. Then they have to open the pit lane. Then they have to make sure that the class split happens over and over. It's a process to be worked through, and hopefully it's one that will see us go back to racing and have a bit of a sprint to the end of this race, because 2 hours and 40 minutes or so to go. It means that hypothetically we still have the opportunity to get a good 100 laps or so into this race.
It does hypothetically mean that, but coming back to your topic about race control, I've done it before, Arjuna. It is stress and chaos beyond belief. There's a lot of stress to get it right every time, because, trust me, a driver will point out to you loudly, repeatedly, in every way possible if you get it wrong. If you give someone a wave around they're not supposed to get, or if you don't give someone a wave around, it's a real thankless job, honestly, to be in race control. But yeah, it is high stress over there, and yeah, as much as it may be hard to find content as a commentator sometimes for 11 cautions, it is no more fun for race control to see caution number 11.
Oh, as long as they're not reading funny messages when they go to call out the caution, in which case they might chuckle accidentally while getting onto the public radio. That's, of course, something that the team has the ability to do, listening to, of course, direct instructions from race control. It's much like in even the World Endurance Championship. If Eduardo Freitas wants to get onto the blower to the rest of the teams and get them to tidy their act up, he can do so, and just with the click of a button, communicate out directly, both by text and by voice, actually, to some of the screens via the cars have inside them. So you can see the GT3s on the left-hand side of the track. Those are the cars that are getting their wave arounds. It's BS Turner that will be the first one to stack up behind, and from there, the process will continue to roll on. After this, we have touched on it slightly, but Interlagos next, Spa-Francorchamps after that, and Fuji to close out the season. It's 3 tracks in America to start, and then a bit of a globe-trotting adventure to finish.
Yeah, it's sort of an interesting way they laid out the schedule to do that, and to have those kind of 2 geographic regions together. You know, I was listening back about 2 hours ago when you and Lorenzo were going through your top 10 American tracks. I have a bone to pick with Lorenzo. I'm sad he left. I was surprised. I want your opinion. Why was VIR not on the list?
You want to know why?
I'd love, yeah.
Because VIR is not a great racetrack. It's a great track. It's not a great racetrack.
But he had Indy on there. Like,
no, trust me. I called him out on that as well. That was unacceptable. No. The Indy road course. I love Indianapolis. It's the best track in the world. But not the road course.
I'm actually, I'm I guess a Watkins Glen apologist. I'm astonished. Maybe it's not the best track, but it wasn't top 10 for North American tracks. I don't know.
Oh, man. I've just been looking at the chatter in the virtual paddock. Sorry to get us off topic, or rather back onto the topic of the race itself. BS Turner had just done a pit stop, but the caution had come out the lap that they had to come into pit lane. They didn't have fuel to continue going around, and so BS Turner has now got an end-of-line penalty, and all the hard work is unstuck. They do have a new driver behind the wheel. It's going to be curious to see how Norby Kish gets on. Fans of real-world motorsport may be more familiar as Norby Kish, the 5-time FIA European Truck Racing champion, but he's also either a 1-time or a 2-time Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series champion in the GT3s with BS competition. And so he could be one to charge his way back up through the field, but that is not great.
No, that's frustrating. And as much as we love, as drivers or team managers or spotters or whatever, you love to have leagues where there's safety cars in this process. When you get caught by it, all of a sudden you sort of find a reason not to love it quite as much when you get caught out and have to take it into line for getting gas. So that would be a hard charge. And you know, now they're the ones hoping this stays green the rest of the way, and they can work their way through the field and see if they can make something work for them.
Do they want, this is it, do they want green, or do they want a mixture of just well-timed yellows? Now, you can never have a well-timed yellow at the end of the day.
That's like jumbo shrimp.
Exactly, right? Like it's one of those things, but it maybe I don't know. It'll be curious to see what happens here. But that was also the risk that you take. Townsend Bell and Paul Tracy, as more cars are coming into pit lane, by the way. They call it the danger zone, right? Effectively, when a car first comes into pit lane, at that point, by staying out on track or by making the call to come to pit lane, you're putting yourself in a precarious situation, and it was the call, the decision to not come in, that has seen them slightly be caught out here. German sim racing, as an example, came in the 2 laps earlier, Derek, and so they are totally fine.
Yeah, they are totally fine, and of course they're happy in a way to see the caution comes out, as it will extend this next fuel stint for their drivers. So they're as happy as one can be. Now, after 11 cautions, though, Arjuna, I'm not sure anyone's truly happy.
I mean, it depends. If you win the race, you're happy no matter what at the end of the day.
Well, that's a fair point.
Let's bring in Paul Smith very quickly, because you have your opinion on tracks. I know Paul's been wanting to have a chat as well, as we see the race off of pit lane. And interestingly, Prestanda Nomad, new race leaders. Goodness, that's a shake-up out of nowhere. As we wait for BS Competition to also roll off and away. They'll be in 4th when we get back underway with Nicholas Boy. Paul, let's start with Lorenzo's top 10. How bad was that?
It wasn't the worst. I'm glad to see that Laguna Seca was definitely off of the top 10, because it doesn't deserve to be in the top 10 of tracks, in my opinion. As the Pesk chat let me know that they disagreed with me that time. Yeah, no, I didn't mind. I had a few that I was thinking, I don't agree with that. You're talking about, with Derek coming in and mentioning about VIR, and you saying it's a great track but not a great race track. It depends on what you're defining as your top 10 tracks.
No, I agree, but that's why I had explicitly said racetracks when we were talking. Road America, in my opinion, very boring to drive by yourself. A lot of fun when you're racing with other people.
You say that, but you obviously haven't raced in the series that I have.
The NASCAR Cup Series would like to have a talk with you about that comment. That's what I'm going to say.
Well, that's just the NASCAR next-gen cars in general. They're not great. That's a topic for another day.
I'm talking touring cars here, so...
Yes, but Paul, those guys struggle to keep... If I'm thinking about the same touring car series, they struggle to keep it on the track half the time. No comment?
No comment, because I've still got a race to go in the World Sports Car Championship, so I don't want a penalty.
Oh, yes, no, but that's the distinction, and I agree with you. Laguna is not even top 10 in America, let alone top 10 anywhere. The only reason why people love it is because it was on Gran Turismo 2 back in 1999, and so we've grown up with it. Many of our generation have. So, let's start with your number 1, Paul. Let's start in opposite direction to Lorenzo.
No, I was going to go top 10 from 10th. Because,
okay, you want to do it. You want to build the suspense. I wanted to
build the suspense. Absolutely. Okay. I'll get through this quickly, because I know we're the lights are still on, but I'm conscious of time.
You've got 3 minutes at least.
Oh, that's good. So number 10 is a Canadian circuit. It's Mont Tremblant, which
same
again,
as
Lorenzo picked that as well. And I've put it in 10th for similar reasons. It's not really used. It's a fantastic track. There is mods for it in other sims. That's all I'll say, but it's fantastic to do. Number 9, and this is where Arjuna's just going to suddenly go, what?
Okay.
Toronto Street Track.
I mean, Lorenzo had it like 6 or something.
I love the Toronto Street Track.
I think it's great too.
For street tracks, it is my favourite street track to actually run laps on. Again, in other sims, okay. It's not in iRacing. Number 8, Circuit de Villeneuve, because it's a fantastic circuit. It looks simple, but it's tricky to get, to be quick at. Because it's a compromise. You've got to get the runs through the chicanes really well. You've got to be able to run in draft as well, which high downforce cars you can struggle with in certain points. So that's my number 8. Number 7, and again it's going to be one that Arjuna's going to be like, really? Portland.
Oh no, I like Portland.
I like Portland. I think
I wish we had it on iRacing.
Yeah, it's every year they do the survey, don't they? And they ask, what circuits would you love to see on iRacing? I always put Portland down, along with Thruxton in the UK, but we're just talking North America here. Number 6, and this is one that will get people talking. Circuit of the Americas. I love that track.
Are we talking about
Absolutely
with
love
track
that.
limits or no track limits?
With track limits, because, excuse me, have you not seen my Twitter bio?
No, I know.
am
I just wanted to get you started.
I am the advocate for strict track limits. The track is defined by the lines, not by the paved surface. I'm looking at you, Parker. And then number 5, Sebring. See, that's
Okay.
only halfway on my list. It's a great track. It's just... It's too flat for me.
Okay.
I know it's an old airfield and the history of it and everything like that. It's just a little too flat for me, but apart from the bumps. But, you know, unlike you and O'Leary, I actually want the surface to be kept like that. Number 4 is Watkins Glen. I've always gone well around here without the bus stop. Without the bus stop, it is a fantastic track. With that bus stop, with the inner loop, it just... The inner loop is supposed to slow the cars down for the carousel. Well, the carousel is pretty much still taken as quickly as you would if you were going straight on.
Okay.
They
what
barely
else?
slow down, especially in the prototypes. Number 3, Road Atlanta. I need to say anymore. Second, and this will get a few tongues wagging, Mossport.
I don't think you'll get... None of these are very controversial right now, Paul. You're making it sound like they're all controversial.
No. I'm thinking of sort of like positioning of where I've put them in the list, though. But Mossport is such a fantastic track, fast-flowing, with that tricky section through Moss as well, where you've got to really stamp on the brakes and get the car slowed down and around there and get down that back straight, the Andretti straight. And then first, and Derek will love me for this, Virginia International Raceway.
Interesting. So no Road Atlanta, no Road America.
Nope.
Interesting.
No, I said Road Atlanta.
He hit Road
first.
Atlanta.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention, you can clearly tell. Interesting. So that's Paul Smith's list. I see some comments going on in the chat as well.
Okay, so
Christian-
I have some questions about this list, if you don't mind, Arjuna.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I guess here's the question I'll ask. 1, no Daytona, question mark.
Oh, Daytona can get in the bin apart from the Rolex 24.
Okay. 2, no Mid-Ohio.
Oh, no, it's a terrible track.
Wow.
It's just a god-awful track, is Mid-Ohio. In my opinion.
And then
It's
my
not
last
everybody's
question.
opinion.
My last question I'll ask, and then I'll hand it back to Arjuna. If you had to pick one, would you rather have taken the Nashville Street Course or the new Detroit Street Course?
That's like asking who's the best-looking person in the Burns ward. Probably Nashville.
Okay.
I see a lot of chatter going on in the chat right now. I was just looking as Paul was reading his list. Portland, people love that. People love the Canadian tracks in general. Yeah, I don't think anything you said there was particularly controversial. It was more, I think, the absences that were interesting. I agree. Daytona, once a year, never see it again, please. It's not a particularly interesting track in and of itself, anyway.
Do you want to know, I'll be very quick. The personal reason why I dislike that track is that every season our touring car series would end there at that circuit. I would be every time in with the hunt of an amateur championship, and every time that track would kill any hopes of getting me a championship. There you go. It's very personal.
It's also just not that good.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a good racetrack. Again, it's just not a great track. That's the thing. You've got to differentiate them. Anyway, Paul, thank you for chiming in.
No
Lights are
worries.
off on the safety
Take
car,
care.
so we're getting ready to go back racing, and it's with 2 hours and 30 minutes to go. 11 cautions. That's what we've had so far today. And to focus you back in on some of the on-track action, your new race leader in GTP, it's Prestanda Nomad with Satellite, ATRS Academy, and then Nicholas Boy. Everyone in front on a slightly shorter fill time and able to jump up in the pit stop cycle. GT3 Pro, BS Turner, end of line, has seen them drop to 10th in class after coming in during a closed pit lane. German Sim Racing is going to lead there, and in the GT3 class, it's going to be close between the Porsche for Olympus Esports. You've got United's 299 BMW. That's going to be directly behind them on this restart. Pace car off and away, and 2 hours and 30 minutes. We've got enough time for 100-odd laps to go racing, and it means potentially plenty more traffic for these drivers to contend with. On the run down into the 90, the green flag back out for the 8 hours of Watkins Glen. It's some lap cars moving their way on forwards. That was Movano carving on through, but more importantly, Andrew Carone in the GT3 Pro class instantly passed Fischerl in a fight for second in class.
Well, here we go, back up the S's again on a restart, and everything looks good so far, Arjuna. Now we're out through the S's down to that back straight, heading into the infamous inner loop.
It's where so many cars have come unstuck. Single file across of all of the GT3s. Fortunately, GTP's having issues over the raised curbs on either side. This time of asking, it's the 169th lap of the race, and as we check back in with the GTPs, they're fanning out Noah's Ark. It's Satellite and Syandra back up to the lead. Pablo Ortega is trying to hold on, but that's a lapped car that gets on through, and now Nicholas Boy squeezes his way on past as well. Boy's already disposed of Sam Coleman. The ATRS Academy car now looking up the inside. Big Sen from Pure Sims looking in behind. Prestanda Nomad down from first to fourth in the space of the opening lap.
Wow, what a moment here for Nomad. Really just trying to battle all the traffic because they're now too wide right behind them there. You see on your screen. And when I was talking with the Nomad team yesterday, they told me this run for them is all about getting experience this year. This is a team that's only been together about a year, or at least these drivers have only been on the team for about a year. So they're all about getting experience. Well, they're getting it right now, right in the middle of it.
And they're not necessarily the team that you'd expect to be up towards the front anyway. They qualified down in 15th, and so for them to be up inside of the top 5, regardless of how it finishes, they'll be in a pretty good spot. The second satellite car, Christian Hildegard. That car's been through contact, been through technical issues, still in contention, and now alongside with Geeks Energy fiercely forward as we crest over the top. Draft being fed by Movano's Acura to those behind. As who's going to be brave on the run in towards the inner loop. Hildegard gets on through and cuts across the nose as Nomad a little bit wide on the second part of the corner, checks up a whole bunch of cars. And this is all without the threat of traffic. Let's not forget the GT3 Pros, as they work then into the inner loop, have probably a good 10 laps or so, Derek, before the GTPs are a factor for them.
Yeah, it doesn't take very long here, does it, for the GTPs, pardon me, to be up there and ready to be causing traffic. So just a brief moment of silence is all the GT3s are going to get before they're just, in the way, so to speak.
And you say in the way. The good thing here is in this series you only have 16 or so GTPs in a field of 55, so strength in numbers potentially for your GT3 counterparts, as they can use their slightly maybe weightier cars as roadblocks on occasion, but ultimately just wanting to avoid being run off the road. Ortega now down to 6th as Geeks Energy through as well, and indicating to come down to pit lane, so something not right here. And I wonder if there is a little bit of damage, and after a bit of contact potentially, it all means Syandra, Nicholas Boy, 1 and 2. Satellite BS competition as the lapped car behind gives them some separation. I was wondering if it would be all BS competition in the final 2 hours. I think here's my answer. Satellite Racing's here to play.
Yep, Satellite Racing, of course, a well-known team across the iRacing community, is definitely here to participate, and they're doing quite well right now, and leading here by almost, a second? About half a second at this point over BS.
Yeah, just holding that margin, keeping it nice and tight to the apex as well in that Cadillac. It's Cadillac versus BMW, so we'll get a bit of a sense for how the balance of performance across these two manufacturers is faring out. Let's not forget the best of the Acuras, Prestanda Nomad, have just headed down towards the pit lane for what I do believe is an unscheduled stop there. Something's happened with German sim racing, hasn't it? Because they were once leading GT3 Pro, and now it's the Canadian Lease Esports crew, the 137, that's got an almost 2-second gap up towards the front.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to them. I was trying to go back and see here locally, but I can't find it quite yet. But yeah, they were up there a moment ago when they were kind of side by side and battling hard.
Yeah, we'll try and see if we can grab a look at the replay in a few moments' time, but I gotta wonder if it's just the pace of that Mercedes in these cooler conditions. Remember, Mercedes complainers for the most part in qualifying based on the BOP. They qualified down just on the outskirts of the top 10, and this was actually a pass on track. It took some physicality maybe to get on through as the Mercedes shapes up to the inside. The German sim racing Porsche just ran a little bit wide out of the previous corner, and Not sure if Visceral got through here as well, but somehow Santeri Markkinen was able to follow through. The balance of that 167 seemingly going off, and Andrew Caron building up towards the front. And in a championship that is still very much wide open here, let's not forget the Maniti 178 team that leads is down in 7th spot. At least finished the first race in 2nd off the podium in the previous round of the championship, but they're 4 points off the championship lead and seem like in a great spot to be able to grab the points lead heading into 2024.
That's always a great feeling to have, isn't it, when you get to take a small break here with the holidays and come back and start racing again, and knowing you have the points lead lets you just have a little bit of comfort in how you play in your next race, knowing you're not chasing something.
And also knowing that if the car changes with an iRacing build coming up in a few weeks' time,
oh no,
as in through the inner loop, there's drama behind, and it's the championship leader, Max Riedmuller, in the Maniti 178. That's got tangled up. Big junk as well for United Simsport. One-time leader in GT3. And the S's have claimed yet another victim. Riedmuller's headed back to the pit lane instantly, which would indicate we're on for a 13th caution of the day.
Possibly so. No word from race control yet, but I suspect it's coming any moment. Now there it is.
And so the inevitable. Oh well, we just can't stop, can we? Let's take a look at the replay. Let's not dilly-dally around. It's up through the S's where it all goes wrong, and it's GT3 Pro, it's GT3 overlapping. And that camera angle doesn't give us the full perspective, to be fair. But I'm wondering if there was a healthy dose of netcode between the two.
I'm not sure. Let's watch this. This would be the best angle right here. Watch that car on the outside is going to come in a little bit. And, yep, he's made contact. Man, the S's are the scariest part of this track for me, Arjuna, because it's so hard to be too wide here and feel like you're on the line and not on the verge of losing it.
This is
here
a better
right here.
angle. There might be a dash of netcode, but I don't think it's very much. The Helicam might show us a little bit more as we break out the super slow-mo. Barney breaks out his robot arm. Yeah, there is... It's a couple of inches. It's a couple of inches, but it did kind of seem like the 299 maybe came over just that little bit too much. And impressively, Derek, no one else got caught up in that.
That is the impressive part, right? The fact that those other cars got around here, and it's only a 2-car incident. Now, it'll still bring out the safety car. But at this point in the track right here, coming out of the S's from that back straight, they were both going each way across the track. This could have really been a full blockage.
You can see there's no real control for that car, although not necessarily sure what race control is going to think about that little jink to the left with the steering. Regardless, slow things down once more. The leaders get checked up behind the safety car now as they get ready to head out of turn number 1. Taylor Lane, by the way, 4 minutes 22 seconds stationary in pit lane. Not sure what happened to Prestanda Nomad, but whatever it wasn't good.
No, and they're really maybe one of the beneficiaries of this quick yellow, right? Is they got down pit road, hopefully fixed whatever's going on, and they're going to make up a bunch of time because of the fact that we'll line up, at the end of this caution here and get things moving.
I'm very curious if we can try and get word from them. Of course, one of the staples of the series across the different classes here in the Endurance Series, but we also see them in the IVRA Club Sport Series as well. So that will be an interesting storyline. Cautions breed cautions, let's not forget that. So you've got to just wonder if there is a part of this as well where there is the potential for more and more chaos to be instigated as a result. Where's your BS Turner car? So Norby Kish has gained 1 spot on that initial restart. So restarted in 10th, is now up to 9th position. Still has a ways to go to claw back in front. But this is what I was kind of talking about, Derek, when it was about well-timed cautions.
Yeah, the well-timed cautions is a thing. And I want to come back to what you said about cautions breeding cautions. And what that really stems from is now that we've had, I forget where we are, 12 or 13 yellows at this point, drivers get anxious and feel like you have to now move fast to make up spots because you don't know when the next yellow is going to be. And the problem with that mentality is sometimes you end up being the next yellow because you're driving more aggressive than what you're used to.
Yes. You also got to kind of wonder what race control's thinking at this point. I'm just trying to look through the race control board and everything that is being handed out. I see a couple of penalties have gone the way of pit lane violations. So Brabham Esports, as an example, who find themselves still on the leading lap in class, despite having lost the front and rear end of their Ferrari on multiple occasions. They'll have a 10-second penalty for violating the pit lane procedures and what they need to do there. Other penalties that are actually going to be served. There are some penalties which aren't that important that are also noted down on this board. I think the main one that's very important is the fact that the 221, the Olympus Esports car, has a 5-second time penalty pending rather, for caution, a collision under caution.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those today, and those are the most frustrating ones to happen to you as a driver when someone makes contact under caution, right? You're just like, what were you thinking? Like, it seems so easy to pace here, but I think you're the one, or maybe Ewan this morning, who made the comment about, it's not that easy to pace here because of all the hills and the corners. You have to really pay attention when you're pacing here.
And as you mentioned, out of the final quarter instantly, having to check up. This is where in iRacing you have the F3 box, so quite honestly, you don't really have an excuse like you would in the real world where you do have a lack of visibility. Having said that, lack of visibility is not an excuse. The first thing you're told in any driver's briefing in the real world is know where the marshal stands are, because if you don't, that's on you. That's not on the marshal who's waving his flag as hard as he can and you ignoring him. If you sail past a double-waved yellow and something happens, it's on you. It's not on the marshal. So know the flag stands and make sure you keep your eyes peeled towards them. I did see, I think quite appropriately, a lot of comments about the Arca brakes that we saw slightly earlier today. You've got to remember, Ryan Walker was the key example of this, right, Derek? He stopped, came to a complete stop out of the inner loop in that chaotic scene that we saw. His car was pristine.
Yeah, there's been a few of those today where it just feels like, getting stopped at the right time can help you. And at times there's somebody you don't want to stop as you're scared of what may happen behind you when you do stop appropriately. Look at that wreck that we saw with Jack Stiles about an hour and a half ago where it just kind of kept piling in, right? Like you would hope at some point drivers would get the message and that, that wouldn't happen, but it does.
Bit of an internet hiccup there for satellite racing. Yeah, things happen in general in racing, let's be honest. People forget to read rulebooks sometimes. That often happens as well. Not speaking from personal experience, but that's something that sometimes you just have to keep your eyes on and just remember exactly how the rule is written down, even if it's different from how you think it's going to be applied. It's an important distinction to make. Trying to work backwards right now, because in the GT3 class we have a bit of a split strategy going on. Andrew Carone is 29 laps into his fuel stint. Everyone else is at most 12 or so laps into their run at the front of this class. I think Andrew can make it to be on the top of this hour, so to within 2 hours to go, which means that I think everyone in the class, Derek, has 2 more pit stops left.
Yeah, roughly. I was trying to do the math on the GT3s. If they were to top off at the end of this yellow, depending on how long it takes, maybe, but no, it's probably 2 stops. But with another yellow perfectly timed, it could be a 1-stop race.
Yeah, there was a while that we saw the stint lengths go up to, 40 laps or something at one point, 40 plus for the GT3s, because we were spending so much time under caution. That's hopefully not something that we have in as a concern this time around, but could still very much be a thing. So 2 hours, 20 minutes left to go. 20 minutes to go to the top of the hour. 20 minutes to go as well, not just for GT3s, a crucial mark on pit stops, but as well for the GTPs. We know they can go 40, 45-ish minutes, and so working backwards from 2 hours to go, that's 2 pit stops for them. But with Andra still currently leading the way from Nicholas Boy, ATRS Academy, the second of the satellite cars in contention, and then the Geeks Energy Machine there as well.
In fact, I'll throw out a controversial opinion here that may spark some debate. If I were a GT3 car on the lead lap towards the back of the field, I would possibly pit here at the last moment I could and top this thing off and see, how far we could make it.
I think the risk is just track positioning at this point. Everyone in the GTP is basically equal as well. GT3 is where we have 1 or 2 differences. GT3 itself, not GT3 Pro rather, GT3 is equal across the board. There's not much delta going on, all things considered at this point. Movano, by the way, I just want to give a bit of a shout out to them. Amongst a handful of teams persevering out there, again, 14 laps down, 11th in class, but the championship leaders realize that they can't afford to sit on the sidelines and not score some points, given what a chaotic race it's been for the rest of their championship rivals.
Yep. So I know you were curious about the Nomad team. I think we can figure out what the pit stop was about if we want to talk with their team manager for a second.
I think we're about to go back racing, though, so...
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, we can quickly drag them in and have a quick word with them. Jason Dilworth joins us now. Jason, delighted to have you along. I just wanted to kind of check in and ask what's going on in terms of pit stops, so unexpected pit stop there.
Yeah, it was one that we would have preferred not to have. Cycling to the front of this first go in the prototypes in IVRA for a while. But Pablo just clipped the barrier on that last restart in the bus stop. So it may not have been super obvious from the outside, but it was a big enough one that it lost a decent amount of pace in the car. So he had to bring it in, unfortunately.
2 laps down, we've had plenty of safety cars, so there's still the potential that potentially you could get back onto the leading lap, but ultimately after qualifying down in 15th spot to be on the precipice of a top 5 in what's a bit of a learning year, I guess, for the squad, it's not a bad day, all things considered.
Yeah, it's definitely been good. We always have our briefings beforehand, and it's about staying out of trouble. We knew that this curb in the bus stop was a real tough one. All the other teams did too. We've just avoided it as much as we possibly could, and it's bitten us once there, and luckily not as bad as some others. But yeah, it's been really interesting to see this level of teams having so many issues in there. In a lot of ways, we probably shouldn't be anywhere near the front as we got to. So we're pleased that we were there, but it's really been the misfortune of others that's put us there. But yeah, we're happy.
Well, thanks for joining us, Jason. We're getting ready to go back racing, and Prestanda Nomad will be restarting 2 laps down in his 6th position as mentioned. So we've had, 12 cautions so far. It's been 3 in the last 45 minutes or so. And the GTPs, the GTDs all stacked up and just waiting to hopefully be unleashed to get a decent green flag run under their belt. We've seen high levels of attrition, yes. Still plenty of traffic to work its magic. And already as we get back underway, they're tripping over one another on the climb down into turn number 1. Satellite's second car, the 67's trying to get aggressive and bully its way past the lapped car of Movano. It's going to struggle to do so. It's in the draft of the ATRS Academy car, though, as up through the S's. Syandra, Nicholas Boy, they break away 1 and 2 with some separation to the rest of the cars that they're fighting in class. Christian Hildegard, Sam Coleman, those are the 2 to focus on in the GTPs respectively, as in through the bus stop, couple of swap arounds attempted. ATRS Academy passed by, that 67, great opportunistic and bold move. GT3s rumble through the bus stop, and it's great to see Derek, they're all single file.
Yeah, they're all single file indeed. That is good to see. Some of them were going 2 by 2 up through the S's and whatnot, but they got it worked out here, and so we're going to hopefully complete a lap here under green. And man, it is starting to get a little dark outside, Arjuna.
It is the fall in virtual upstate New York, and that's represented in the time of day as well, and when the sun goes below the horizon, and so that's something that has also meant cool conditions for the tires, a bit different to what we saw in the IMSA Esports Global Championship with track conditions upwards of 50 degrees Celsius. We've never seen anything higher than 27 degrees Celsius here today. I don't think the drivers are necessarily complaining too much about it. On board with the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward 127. This is 5th in line, running up in towards the end of the lap. This is behind the Delta V Racing crew, behind German Sim Racing, Visceral Esports, and then of course your race leader. And I've just come to the realization that of all of these teams inside of the top 10, I think the only one that's had a quote-unquote drama-free race is that Lease Mercedes.
Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of drama this race, right? It's, I was thinking to myself earlier, like, this has just been way crazier of a race than I thought it was going to be. So good job for these guys keeping the car clean. That's what, we were talking with Jason a second ago. And he said they preach to their team, keep it clean and you'll probably do well.
Yes, and I think this is going to make Lys very happy. Charles-Etienne Boucher, Mr. Boucle d'Or, says Lys back on top. He's cheering that one on, and even more importantly, perhaps, they're kind of scampering for positions behind. Delta V drop behind the Geeks Energy team in the fight for 4th position as through the chicane we go. Also a swap around as Paceworks run their way a little bit wide, and the 158 drops behind BS Turner, drops behind the Kramer Racing crew as well, deposited directly in front of the GT3 class leader, and Matt Loveridge Victor Clayson rather, Matt Loveridge's teammate having to go a little bit defensive with Henna Hacken and Ryan Robertson directly behind. And of course, we mentioned this earlier, the 221 does have a time penalty still yet to be served.
Yeah, that's sort of crazy to hear about in a way that, we've seen some teams today converting some of those time penalties into EOLs. How long is that time penalty, Arjun?
Theirs is 5 seconds, I believe.
So can that not be converted, or why would you not convert it is what's in my head?
Well, for them, I think the issue is they would probably lose out more in track position than anything else, as the Prestanda Nomad GT3 machine has a bit of a spin and tries to recover itself around. But it's a if you think you're going to lose more time trying to fight your way on through, I guess that's where the risk kind of comes from. And by the way, speaking of risk, some of these GT3 machines are having to be very risky with some of the physical nature of the fights that we have, especially knowing that the GTPs are about to descend on them. That was a send down the inside by Brabham, and then Fury just got sort of caught out, and 2 Maniti cars involved, and that's why Prestanda Nomad spun around.
That appears to be the most contended part of the racetrack, the most deadly part of the racetrack today. Up there at the top of the S's, that's numerous incidents now up there we've seen, Arjuna, and wow, that's not the part of the track I would have picked being the most treacherous part.
I basically just circle the entire track when it comes to trouble with prototypes at this point, because a prototype can cause an issue everywhere, much like, to be fair, a GTD can also block someone everywhere. It's not to say that it's the GTD's fault always, it's just a bit of a truism at the end of the day. That, though, we talked with Prestanda Nomad. I'm not sure exactly what the situation update is, but Taylor Lane is back on pit lane and has been sat there in stationary for now a good almost 2 minutes and counting. Not ideal situation by any means, but it's all as fight for the lead. The overall lead is playing on out as well.
Yeah, we're watching this battle for the lead here for these beautiful camera shots. We're watching Satellite and BS competition still here, 1 and 2, and now only really a 1/10 or 2/10 of a second. BS gained a lot of time there right through that interlude, Arjuna.
It's all just about the ways that the cars develop speed. Remember, the BMW M Hybrid V8 available on iRacing now for going on a full calendar year. There's been a lot of setup development for the teams and drivers to figure it all out. The Cadillac not as new as the Acura and the Porsche, and so there's been a little more development. It was available just before the 6 hours of the Glen iRacing special event, but it's been interesting just to see how teams have figured out which one they want to use a League of Legends term, I guess, which one they want to have as their main option. And so far, I mean, BS Competition are very happy with the BMW, not just because they are a BMW M Motorsports team, but because Nicholas Boy in particular, along with Dion Fiallo, Nathan Lewis, and Valtteri Alander, Pedro Sanchez Albert, all seemingly have been able to get the most from it. 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. They don't owe us a pit stop for probably another 14, 15 laps if they go green from here, which means there's no real worry in terms of fuel. I don't think I'd really be concerned about saving. I'd want to go for the pass, and that's why Nicholas Boy is closing up over the top of the S's. Is he going to pop to the outside? He'll look for its shapes to try and squeeze his way on through. And now as he tries to pinch the Cadillac back to the apex, releases the throttle, holds on to second spot.
Yeah, I agree with you. As I do the math in my head, I can't see a reason to save here that much. The most you would do by saving is just, slightly shorten that last pit stop, but there's no extra stop to be gained here or nothing by saving fuel, so you might as well go for it.
Got to be careful, though, if you're blinking like Syandra is. Nicholas Boy very, very tentative on the dive down into the chute and elected, you know what, let's not risk it. Let's back out. We've still got 2 hours and 7 minutes now with which to fight. Race control update continues, by the way. I did mention that Max Riedmuller, that jink to the left on the steering after the crash that he had on the run up after the S's with the United SimSport car, may not be looked on favorably by race control. Yes, 60-second penalty as a result of that.
Yeah, that's not the appropriate way to handle a situation, although I understand the frustration that happens, but yeah, you can't do it like that. So watching a great battle here, still 1 and 2. Going to come up on another classic car.
And here we go as well.
Here's a pass.
That presented a bit of a checkup, and Nicholas Boy places his car on the apex. Syandra judged it to perfection. Mere pixels between them. And as they climb up the S's once more, Valorous Motorsport laps down behind, watching what is a great fight in towards the inner loop.
And it feels like Valorous is going to get involved in this in a way of helping the draft if someone make a pass or not make a pass here, but man, there's a lot of blocking it feels like going on here into the inner loop and over those curves and now up to the carousel.
There's no way that pass is happening in through the inner loop given the level of risk that both drivers are taking with the curves. I think Nicholas Boy is aware of that. Syandra preemptively covers the inside down through the chute. It's great racing. It's fun to watch. We can only imagine what it's doing to the time. Christian Hildegard, as well as the ATRS Academy machines, closing in from behind. It's now 2 for the lead. It could very well become 4. And guess what? Traffic's about to be a thing once again.
There it is, the inevitable traffic we talked about earlier. This will be where it gets a little hairy. They're going to make a nice job getting around that. Oh, hold on. About to be 3 wide here through the trees.
I think they got either side of the car without forcing the issue. It's on corner exit where Nicholas Boy is alongside, but doesn't get the hybrid kicking into gear. I'm nervous right now. I don't know about you.
Oh yeah, nerves are definitely kicking up high here, and I'm not even driving or anything. I'm just, as a spectator. As a commentator, I'm nervous for how thick this traffic is right now. You can see the blinking of the headlights to kind of see if they'll let someone go, and yeah, a couple of them did.
That was a big send from Nicholas to get past the satellite GT3 machine because he knew he couldn't afford to be checked up and lose his exit speed. Up over the top, the Olympus GT3 leader is going to be the only one they've still got to get around. Bit of now separation as they head off into the inner loop. It's again side by side. No, Valorous, don't do this. He's going to place himself in such a precarious spot that Nicholas Boy had no choice but to go for it. Cy leaves him room, and just enough room. The Zebra back on top.
Great move, by the way, to using that GT3 car as a moving pick to make sure they couldn't, stay side by side. And now through traffic here, up through the boot portion of the track, and great job on that pass.
And you've got to wonder if you're Valorous and you see behind, you've got the 2 other race leaders in contention, as that's Sam Coleman getting very, very, very wise to the outside look around traffic. Knew the GT3 would wash out, but gave just enough room. What do you want to do? You've got satellite in front, you've got satellite behind, and the last thing that Wesley Caspers would like to do is get involved in any sort of drama. On board looking with him as a bit of oversteer off the corner.
Oh, man, look at it go wide. Oh, no. Oh, I thought it was going to come back across the track. I got to be honest with you.
Syandra's internet is scaring me right now, and it's not making it easy for his competitors to judge where to place their cars. Again, the Valorous machine trying to squeak on through. Has to back out of it, but a poor run for Andra off of the corner.
I'll be curious to see how long Race Control lets this go, by the way, before they have a talk about the blinking and doing something about it, because it is dangerous for everyone else to have a car blinking, especially going through traffic like that.
They're going to get past, and they won't be 3 wide because Syandra is just in front despite the perspective from the camera. But now Nicholas Boy, this is what I was saying earlier, he may be the fastest in the GTP class. You let him break away, he will run away. He's 1.4 clear already. We're back on board with Coleman in what is now very much 2 cars trying to chase down your race leader as the BMW BS competition machine at the front starts to break away. Mr. Florian Hasper himself jumps onto the social medias, controlling all the action. He's in our YouTube chat as well. I'm sure the team manager's loving what he's seeing.
Oh, I'm sure he is. He's going to be having a great time here watching along, and, makes good content for the social media, but having a great race here with just almost at the 2-hour mark.
And that's, again, the mark where we think you can basically make it to the end. And that's why Felice in particular, as Andrew Carone rumbles up in that Mercedes to the final sector of the lap, He needs one more lap, maybe two, and we will guarantee that this car can make it in with just the 2 stops from here. They've got 3.2 seconds at the front. That Mercedes is well and truly flying after starting down in 10th. The best of the Mercedes in qualifying, the best of Mercedes on track, but this time with the number 1 next to their name.
Yeah, great job here for this Mercedes, and a little bit of clean track ahead of them here, so they're going to get to have a nice run here through the 90. Now up through the S's here, and just be able to control their own pace and not worry about anybody else.
Got bits of lap traffic coming, and well, it was a bit of a scare there as they pulled a little bit up, left-hand down to just give a bit more room, given the speed delta that we've got between the 2 classes of competition. The last caution period very much now in the rearview mirror. It's settled down into the rhythm, and the rhythm that's allowed leaders to break away, but only in the GT3 Pro and in the GTP classes. We got word, by the way, in the chat that the 5-second penalty, this is a calculated decision from Olympus. They wanted track position. They trust their drivers to go and fight for the win. The problem is Ryan Robertson and Henna Hakkinen have been able to close the margin in once again.
Yeah, I mean, that is a strategy call, and those are calls that no matter what the call is, it's always going to go great or not great. That's the stress of having to make those calls. But it's an interesting one to me. With the number of cautions we've had and may or may not still have, I would think just getting your EOL done and out of the way would be easier than worrying about a time penalty on a pit stop.
It's just 5 seconds, though. 5 seconds is really not that much. It's the difference between traffic helping you out for a couple of laps in a row, between you losing out in traffic a couple of laps, lap after lap. Let's not forget Nicholas Boy. He just did a 1:28.618, but he's had a couple of laps in the 1:33, such has been his concern and risk mitigation in traffic. GT3 Pro leader in. It is going to be Andrew Carone that brings this car in towards the box. Guillaume Levesque, I think, might be done for the day in terms of driving unless they want to get him in to the car now. It would seem like a sensible decision to leave Andrew in, though, given that he's already done 1 stint. Let him do a triple stint rather than let the drivers swap on out, but I've got my own opinions on that. It's all up to the drivers and what they feel comfortable with, but regardless, tires going on the car there, and what's going to be an important next into the race for the Mercedes.
Now we'll have to wait and see what happens here. Now we're going to watch some drivers come down here through. And as you said, the number of pit stops are dwindling fast here. Of course, for the GTPs, you're thinking, what, probably a 3-stop race still if you do the math backwards?
It should be 3 stops, yes. No, it should be 2 stops, shouldn't it?
40 minutes apiece, 40, 80,
Are you including the one that's about to happen?
Yes.
So if you have to pit now, then yes, it would have to be 3 stops. But that's where for BS competition, if they can go another 20 laps, it's a bit much. Let's go 15 laps. 15 laps longer. And make it to a 35-lap stint. I think they can make it with 2 stops from here.
Yeah, that's very possible. That is very possible. Somewhere there's a spreadsheet that is on fire for a BS competition trying to figure that out, I promise you. Google Sheets is a race team's best friend.
Let me go message Phil Dinez in that car, given that he... Or maybe Dion Fiallo can let us know. Dion's in the chat. I don't know if Dion's doing any driving today, but Dion, what's your strategy for Mr. Nicholas? How many more times will he come down pit lane? Share with us. Be open and accommodating with the clueless commentators that would like to be able to figure things out. Back over to the Rusty Spatulas, Satellite Racing, and Olympus Esports, all in this fight for the GT3 lead. Gotta say, given how much Rusty Spatulas have been through the wars, they've been able to fix their Ferrari up a decent amount to show off the various angles of the car. And as they once again have the GT3 Pro cars interlapping over the top of them, that's Brabham Esports just directly in front. That are going to get past the Olympus car as well. It's just going to check up Victor Clayson as he has to slot back into line through the chicane.
It may check him up. It looks like everyone's going to get through here okay, though. I think that's going to be fine. Look at that car right there, and yeah, all is good. No big checkups that I saw.
Yeah, it's Just you don't want to be braking late in the corner when you're letting someone through. Release your momentum, carry the speed on entry, and that's usually a bit more of a wiser plan to be able to keep yourself as part of the battle. The other thing just to keep in mind is when these three cars end up fighting, as they inevitably will, the SRN Motorsports 274 will find itself just that little bit closer. You can see a couple of the lapped GT3 machines still sitting between it and the rest of its class, but we only have of the 13 GT3s that started the race, we are down to the final 9 remaining drivers, and so everyone who can get to the end will score decent points. Unfortunately for Orbit Motorsports, we saw them recover back onto track after 45 minutes of damage repair. The second incident they had off of turn number 1 meant they were not going to be classified, and so as a result they are a DNF from the day, and 0 points will be added to their total once we look on forward into 2024. So Simify and BS Turner, let's focus back in on some GT3 Pro teams then for the time being. These are two drivers that were at the very front slightly earlier. They're trying to move on forward to 4th right now.
Yeah, they are trying to move on forward. Look at how busy this part of the track is here. Going to get in the bus stop. And man, it can scare you every time watching someone get on those curbs on the entry to the bus stop. But that is the right line, is to get onto those curbs in the bus stop and try to get good entry out of it. And there's almost a little bit of bump draft here in these GT3s.
We know that BS Turner loves a little bit of the bump drafts. They told Turner Motorsports to do that for the 2022 Rolex 24, and guess what? It apparently worked. I'm not sure I agree with it as a philosophy, but I guess if you want to go fast, you do what needs must. And as BS Turner try and set up the move here, Gabby Montoro takes over from Tristan Iglesias, who did a monster 4.5 odd hour stint. And Gabby Montoro sees the rearview mirrors filled with Taco Zebra, and no move forthcoming just yet as the Pearson's GTP machine, which is several laps down. Nathan Moore not really forcing the issue like Daniel Kraft and Robin Glerum were in the early stages of the races in that number 16, on through relatively safely. You mentioned, by the way, as well, that it is getting dark. It's only 4 p.m. in the virtual upstate New York. It's not even that late.
No, but it is the fall time, almost into winter time here. I think the sim date is October the 28th, pardon me. And so it will get dark. And one of the challenges of that here, we will not get to full darkness, but there are 0, and I repeat, 0 track lights here. The only thing that lights up at night at this track is the Sunoco sign at the front of pit road.
You don't need track lights. They're a suggestion at the end of the day. That's why for Daytona we turn them down to 20% of their maximum capacity, because otherwise it would be rather boring, because you wouldn't need them at all. There's been a bit of a palaver. We're seeing the aftermath of it as they all work their way out of turn number 1. But Delta Sport get involved, so does the 67. And, well, the Delatraz Automotive car loses the front end that magically reattaches itself. But these were drivers, let's not forget, that were trying to close in the battle for the lead.
Watch it again here. It can just be the final corner. They're just going to make contact. There's nowhere for this driver to go. Wow, he does get around it. I thought for sure he was just going to plow right in there, but nice movement around the outside to avoid that wreck.
And so the ATRS Academy car gets away scot-free, but these drivers suddenly have lost a whole bunch of time. Now, Sayandra had already lost about 3 seconds or so to Nicholas Boy, who's breaking away at the front as the Sister BS Turner machine is side by side. Don't make it 3 wide! Oh, he's going to do it! Nicholas Boy takes no regard to the fact that Norby Kish is fighting with Gabby Montoro. Kish back into the line as they squabble in through the penultimate corner. We did get word from Dion Fiala that it's going to be Phil Denez that finishes that car out, so expect Nicholas Boy to be flying for the next 20 or so minutes and then hand the car over to his American counterpart.
So we'll wait to see when Phil gets in the car and how he feels about the track. And, you know, that could be an interesting moment when you hand the car off to someone and the track has changed or it's cooled off or it's rubbered in. Those first few laps can be kind of tense for the team, but I'm sure Phil will do just fine here up to Glen. We're watching this beautiful camera shot from the left side of the car up the S's here.
Just got word from Phil, by the way, that they're close on fuel. They do need to do a bit of saving. He'll be watching with bated breath, though. Norby Kish around the outside. Oh, you can't do this even in trucks, but he does it in a BMW M4 GT3. Oh, it was bold, brave, and beautiful. And now up into 5th position, ripping that spot away from Simufy and Gabby Montoro.
And what a great moment. See the GTP came in flying in there on the inside, with the outside, make that pass happen.
And so now that Norby Kish has been able to get on through, the question will be 1.5 seconds up to Delta V Racing, then 4 seconds up to Geeks Energy. What can he do to start chipping away at those margins after the timing of one of those cautions meant that an end-of-line penalty was dropped the way of the Taco machine? Still a long way to go, though. Having said that, with 6 hours complete, we've done an entire race distance of the Watkins Glen 6 hours, and now we've added another 2-hour dash. Oh, PS Competition have just dumped into the YouTube chat with maybe the worst pun ever. Want to kiss him for that.
Wow,
that was bad.
That's like Joe Peak level bad pun right there.
Now, is Joe Peak worse than Joey Tebben?
Oh, they're twins. It is. If you've ever had to do like a 3-man broadcast with Peak and Tebben together,
no,
it's a whole new world.
I'm not letting that happen on RaceSpot. You've just made me realize that we can't let that happen. The universe, the multiverse of puns would come apart.
Oh my God, it would be like a what's that in Loki? A fracture of the timelines.
It would be messy. I promise you that. That's for sure. Visceral, by the way, the race leaders in GT3 Pro see the battle for third and the GTPs go around the outside. It's still Hildegard from Coleman. And on the race control decision board, just waiting to see if there's anything else which is still left as pending for some of these drivers. I don't see anything of relevance that is of importance. It's not been that busy a day somewhat for race control. We've only gotten up to about 70 incidents reported so far. And I say only 70 because we've had 6 hours. It's not like we've had 100 incidents reports in 2 hours and 40 minutes like we did for round 1 of the MC Esports Global Championship. So it could always be worse, I guess.
It could, but you say only 70. Ooh.
Oh, only 70 for 6 hours? That's only 10 an hour. That's pretty low. Given that we've had 12 cautions, I mean, could have 1 million, probably. Include all the safety car shenanigans that we've seen as well. Yeah, it's racked up there. Focus on Olympus Esports, by the way. 5 seconds is what we've been thinking that they want as the margin. We've not been able to pull it out just yet.
No, they've not. And we'll wait and see what happens here. But right now, we got that great battle with Rusty Spatulas and Satellite Racing on behind them. So right now, they would finish behind both these teams if the race ended right now. Of course, it won't. But they need a 5-second gap here in order to, keep ahead of them when the race is over, or serve it on pit road, or however they're going to take care of that.
And Geeks Energy fiercely forward. Not sure what's happened to Eduardo Pecorino, but that's a long stop for him. And in fact, he's going to disappear from the car itself. Is that another retirement, or? It's been one of those races where every time we see something, we don't quite know what to believe. We want to trust our eyes, but it's sometimes easier said than done when there's confusing things going on. Maybe some technical issues plaguing that machine for the time being, though, as Henna Hakkinen has a look to the inside from Ryan Robertson. Haven't really seen a top-end speed advantage. They all seem a little bit equal and almost like they're just running on a string right now.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. We've not seen much difference here. Of course, IVRA has their own BOP they apply, and they make the teams aware of it. But right now, it seems pretty even. I was thinking, if you watch Henna here, is going to try to make a pass outside ahead of this view here.
Whoa!
Oh,
that's Ryan Robertson with the deep send, and it's all as one of the Maniti lapped cars. It's not fighting for position. Let's not forget that is a pro machine that is working its way on through. Was fighting its way past. The satellite BMW is still alongside, though, but it's in a crucial corner where it opens up on exit. Ferrari gets onto the power nice and early, and now Robertson immediately has got a pro machine firing up the inside.
Wow. That was a tight move right there through that corner. And I was really concerned for Henna. He was just going to have some contact from it. Shout out to Henna, by the way, one of the oldest drivers in the field today, Arjuna. Henna just turned 56 years young.
Yeah, of course, we have 60-plus racing adventures here on RaceSpotTV. It's always interesting to see where people of quote-unquote older age still can sometimes show us their speed. I look at even Miguel Vigo, who might not be that age, but will look at some of these young whippersnappers and go, I've got life to deal with. They just get to go and drive and practice driving whenever they want. The responsibilities and commitments of adult life are definitely something that are a bit of a hindrance. Hindrance as well in the fact that Rusty Spatula is not a great run out of turn number 1, and now Robertson is alongside on the braking zone in the entry into the inner loop, and swap around for second. Satellite back on through.
Makes me wonder if Henna just let him have it. If Henna just said, listen, this battle isn't worth it right now. Risk versus reward. Because it felt like Robertson got around there pretty easily. I think Henna backed out and said, you know what, I'll try this later.
Getting word that apparently the Geeks Energy GT3 machine had a bit of contact with Satellite Racing. Not sure which of the Satellite cars it was. That's part of the issue. There's 2 of them. But I wonder if that's another thing for Race Control to add to its little agenda of roulette, carousel, whatever you want to call it, the roulette of Race Control. Here's a look at the replay, by the way, and it's the 67. Not the first time, not the last time that they'll be involved in incidents today, and that's a big slap, and I think that explains a lot.
Conveniently located, though, right? I mean, you were able to get right on pit road and get the damage fixed. It wasn't as if it happened, you know, in the inner loop or through the carousel, but not saying you want it to happen, but there it is.
Bonk. Yeah, already I've just noted 5-second penalty has gone down the way of the 67, and in addition to that penalty points, they've got 11 penalty points. That's another penalty point or 2 in my opinion. I don't think the 67 is going to be on the grid in the start of 2024 for the first race of the new season. Let's not forget 12 penalty points gets you a race ban, and as Team Heusinkveld take a hop, skip and a jump over the inner loop grassy knoll, BS Turner scampers on through, and now right on the back of Delta V Racing and in contention to get back onto the podium.
Yeah, likely not. You're right, on the grid for the 67. We'll have to wait and see how that fans out to be here, but that Heusinkveld line, that was was an interesting line through the grass there, but luckily they got it saved. I was really concerned when they hit the grass like that, Arjuna, that the car was going to come around on them, but nice job controlling that.
The new grass model is definitely something that I think some of these drivers are very, very happy about. The fact that they have a bit more control on the grass than they did before. Yeah, we haven't seen as many cars, once they're on the grass, being total flip-flop, basically. No control over what they wanted to do, and that's definitely meant for, I think, some situations where cars have kept out of the wall in various spins where traditionally you might not have thought they would be able to hold the lateral grip that they would need to hold on. So we have an hour and 45 minutes to go. We are still waiting to see when your GTP leaders will make their dives down onto pit lane, but the suspicion is you need to get to about 90 minutes to go. 1 hour and 30 minutes on the clock to be able to make it with just one more pit stop after that.
Yeah, that would be my suspicion as well. It'll be right around the 90-minute mark, so we'll see who can and can't make it, and who's been saving, or who's going full throttle will become evident around that point here.
Oh, I'm in trouble, by the way.
Well, that's nothing new.
That's nothing new. I mentioned Miguel Vigo's experience, and he's not happy about it. Miguel, I'm turning 30 next year. It's scary.
Oh my gosh, you're only 30, you little baby. Are you serious?
I know.
The turned 40. Did we not determine I am the old man of RaceSpot? That's what came out of that conversation, right?
Yes, but do you have kids, Derek?
No.
Yes, that's what I will say. I feel like the old man of RaceSpot either has to be like an 80-year-old grandpa. I say grandpa, realizing I was just about to say, with no kids, says, oh, ATRS Academy, try and look up the inside of the second satellite racing car. Or it's someone that has 3 kids. Like Ryan Bauer, for example. He might be the, I say daddest man at RaceSpot. There we go. Do you like that title? Daddest man at RaceSpot?
Kids? Yeah, that was interesting. I was pondering that in my head. Do I have kids?
You got to be careful.
Barely take care of myself some days. The last thing I need is kids.
You and me both. I mean, I agree with that one. Sim racing and kids don't go hand in hand, do they?
No. In fact, when you say that, I know we're doing road course racing, but there's that video from when NASCAR was doing the virtual iRacing series where Denny Hamlin's kid turned off the monitor during the last lap of the race.
Let's not forget Keelan Harvick also raced on national television while still being too young to actually race on iRacing. So there's all sorts of weird things that kids can do on iRacing that we can't do. BS Turner through. They're in third now officially as they slide on past Delta V Racing, and Johan Martin Meyer doesn't offer too much of a fight back to Norby Kish as he slides on through. So Kiss is up to third position. I'm sure Florian Hasper is very, very happy about that. Wants to give him a nice big kiss for that. Race Control has given the kiss of, well, death to the 67. Another penalty's gone their way.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for those guys. And, you know, sometimes you have to drive in a manner to not earn those penalty points. But, yeah, it's always hard to see when those get handed out and kind of frustrating. You can feel the frustration in those moments.
And they officially do have 13 penalty points now, so it's confirmed. We won't see Satellite Racing at the next round at Interlagos. We also won't see the 36 machine of Valorous Motorsports, who have also managed to accrue 13 penalty points. Fortunately, not 13 kids, though. That would be a lot. BS competition, Florian checks in with 3 kids, and then someone says right below them, you don't need kids to turn off a monitor during a race. Some people can do that all by themselves.
I don't think I've done that before, luckily. So, yeah, mark that off the list for now.
At least for now. Syandra into the lane. Sam Coleman into the lane as well, but Christian Hildegard's going to stay out alongside with Nicholas Boy. These are cars, I think, are going to need another pit stop to get to the end.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We're 1:40 or an hour 40, pardon me, on the clock. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that comment. There's no way. Yeah.
I say no way, but if Nicholas Boy comes in this lap, hands over to Phil Denez, that's only a 1 lap difference between the 89 and the 64. If Phil was saying that they're close on fuel, then maybe Satellite can make it as well.
I don't see it because my experience with these cars for the GTPs or LMDHs or whatever you want to call them is that we're talking 42-minute gas tanks at the Glen.
Well, they all have 100 liters. They're fixed capacities across all 4 manufacturers. Is this just the fact that we're going slower and we're saving more fuel in an attempt to try and save a couple more laps? Because you're right, 42 minutes sounds about right. But as Nicholas Boy does not come down pit lane, it would seem, hypothetically from here, you need to go 50 minutes per stint, which we have seen on occasion in the BMW M-Sim Cup, but it's not very often.
I'm going to be honest with you. The only way I think it works for them, Arjuna, is if they get a well-placed safety car to extend a fuel stint. Otherwise, I don't see it. I apologize, but I don't see it. And now we're seeing a car down pit road here as pit stops are underway for this class. But I don't know.
It's Christian.
I've been wrong before. It's happened. You know, teams surprise me what they're able to do. But that amount of fuel saving, you have to start that from the beginning of your stint and save a lot of fuel to make that work. So
Christian Hildegard into the box, and yeah, that's the thing. You commit to the fuel saving from the start of the stint, and you've got to do it lap after lap, and I'm not sure. Daniel Cross says 45-minute stints or so. That's right.
Still an hour and a half, which is about 10 minutes longer than what some of these teams are going to face here, right?
Which is basically...
Because you got to factor in that extra lap.
Yeah, which is basically what I was thinking as well, right? I said 90 minutes, and I think Nicholas Boy's got no chance in hell in getting 4 more laps, I should say, out of this car. But I have been wrong on occasion as well. Let's see how wrong I am.
The only way you can save that much fuel I can think in my head is really lifting early for a lot of corners, and you're going to need to get a drafting partner.
Let's go.
Who's
I was
willing
right.
to help you.
No chance, but if Phil Denez thinks it's possible, Derek, it's possible.
In Phil, all things are possible is what you're saying?
In Phil, all things are possible. I have great faith in Phil. I'm still trying to think about some of the magic we've seen out of BS competition. Not necessarily at this track. I go back to Road Atlanta, and I see Reina Talvar's mega stint, of course, that saw even with a penalty BS competition come out on top in the BMW Sim GT Cup a couple of years ago over the likes of Patrick Holtzman and Max Benecke in the Team Redline car. It is going to be Denez, the American originally from Hungary, that's going to jump in. And at the same time, Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward have also made their way into the lane. So that's a bit of a key indicator that this is the point of cutoff. No more fuel really left in the tank to be able to go any further. Here's Crane, though, in the satellite racing car. He's taken over from Syandra, and now in the final sector of the lap.
Watching here is now they're going to come out of the boot. And that off-camber left-hander, you and I have talked about this before in different broadcasts. That, to me, is the worst corner of the track. It is so easy to lose a car there. I know the GTPs are balanced well to be very, fixed to the ground, so to speak. But that left-hander out of the boot is underrated, in my opinion, as one of the hardest corners in this track.
It's a very difficult one. We've seen just how loose they get as they try and get the power down. So the margin between Satellite and BS competition, as we see the merge on the lane, at least seeing Crane pass off the pit exit. There's Fildenez instantly into traffic as well, and that's a rude awakening, having to try and figure out where and what is acceptable to slide on through. And he'll try and get the tires up to temperature as well. So an hour and 36 minutes for him to run. Yeah, that's asking for a lot in my estimation, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. We'll let them do their talking on the track itself, as the Acura for Pure Sim's already up to speed with Nathan Moore behind the wheel. Doesn't try and squeak his way past on your race leader. Let's go back on over to GT3s, though, because it did mention that SRN Motorsports could join the 3-car fight, and it's suddenly become a 4-car fight.
Yep, it's Olympus, Satellite, Rusty, Spatulas, and SRN all here together. And now within about 2.5 seconds at most of each other.
I'm just trying to see. I don't see any GT3 Pro machines between any of them, at least just yet as well. So they've got traffic, yes. Adam Crane flashes the lights up the inside of the penultimate corner, and then up the inside of his teammate, Robertson, in the GT3. Yeah, rule number 1 of racing, don't take out your teammate, and make sure you avoid any sort of drama. So Olympus down on pit lane. Victor Claessens is going to, I would assume, serve that 5-second penalty. That's going to mean that he hands over to Matt Loveridge. And now we'll have to wait and see if the undercut plays out nicely for them. Regardless, all of these cars in class, including the one that is being made right now by Olympus, we know they have 2 more pit stops guaranteed to the end.
Yep, that's true. If these GT3s are right now, then we know that they have another one in them. It'll be a short pit stop. So it could be a scenario where for the amount of gas you have required to get to the end, maybe you try and not take tires to get out of pit road faster, but you definitely have another pit stop left.
Given that we have the cool track conditions, I think that is very much a gamble that some of these teams will be eyeing up. They'll be looking at their tire data at the conclusion of each stint, trying to gauge a rough estimate for what they might be able to do if they were to extend the life of the tire just that little bit longer. You've also got to factor in, though, that if you're in a fight, you might want the extra grip underneath you. It might be worth the little bit of extra time that you spend in the box to change at least 1 or maybe 2 tires. So Daniel Croft says, by the way, that Pure Sims is in a spot just waiting for the next next caution to be thrown. They'll get a lap back, and I think that will promote them into a fight with the Orion race team. It's GT3 Pro leaders that come on in, and so driver change is underway for German Sim Racing, but for Visceral Esports, and Santeri Markkinen is going to stay behind the wheel there. Now just wait for BS Turner as well as Gabby Montoro to continue running out on track, as they, well, 3 seconds separated at the front. So margin between your race-leading 196 and the 189 at the beginning of this pit stop cycle, just keep that in mind, was going on around 6 to 8 seconds.
That's a pretty healthy margin here when, for this track and how we all sort of say bunched together. So congrats to them on that for that 6 to 8 second margin here. We'll see if they can hold on to it, or Satellite finds a way to make it up here.
So the Simify 133. That saw Gabby Montoro take over from Tristan Iglesias after converting that 20-second penalty into an end of line. Have done a decent job to fight their way on back, but in these cooler conditions, just seems as though the I was about to say McLaren, the Mercedes of BS Turner, not BS Turner, of Elise Esports just seems to be a little bit quicker. BMW is also faring out quite nicely for BS Turner, but that Porsche that qualified so well and dominated in the early stages does seem to be a little bit more compromised. So, Visceral have come out 8 seconds in front of Lease as well. So, if I've done the rough math correctly, I'm going to assume that when BS Turner grace us with their presence on pit lane, not this lap, maybe the next time by, going to be quite close to the Lease and German sim racing crews, albeit a little bit far off the back of Visceral. And what is the final 90 minutes still to go of this one. On occasion, Derek, the IVRA Endurance Series has used tyre limits to make things more interesting. What do you think about that as a general strategy mix-up?
Love the idea of tire limits. I think it's a great thing that needs to happen, even honestly in official iRacing special events, to make teams think about tire usage and how they work. Now, what I do think about tire limits today specifically, though, Arjuna, is when we've had 12 safety cars, we've had time for teams to really extend some of these stints out. I would be hard-pressed to think that most teams are going to have a problem with tire limits today.
It depends,
because you should have been able to hold on to those tires. Because there was like a 1.5 hour period where you guys had four or five safety cars. In that period, you probably could have had the same set of tires for that whole hour and a half, plus some.
But that's the thing, is it doesn't extend it that much with the change to fuel and tires at the same time. iRacing also somewhat updated the tires to kind of wear away after just one stint, and so that partly necessitates changing tires every stop anyway, which is dumb in and of itself, as Rusty Spatchers are going to beat off SRN Motorsports in the race off of the pit lane. Still just waiting for Ryan Robertson in the satellite car to come down to the box, but Olympus have a big deficit now because they stopped for 41.6 seconds, effectively a full service. And I believe part of that time, it's not showing up on screen correctly. That's fun times. But 41.6 seconds for them. And then on top of that, had the 5 seconds served for the penalty. It was a much shorter stop from those up towards the front.
It was here. And you see on your screen, by the way, BS Turner is currently on pit road along with Simify. So now we'll see where that gap's going to come out here as we're watching along here with the 274. And we'll watch along, see this battle here in the regular GT3s for a little bit.
And that's the pit stop time, just to call it out, 32 seconds for Daniel Grolty. A full service is closer to 40-something seconds as the Echelon 129, a Pro machine, goes around the outside. It's just slightly compromising these drivers and costing them some time. Rear end steps out for Henry Mittinen in the Rusty Spatula's car. He brings it back under control, but now having dropped behind SRN in what again is a fight for second in class effectively, as we just wait for Ryan Robertson to finish off the pit stop cycle. BS Turner off and away. Still Norby Kish behind the wheel. Gabby Montoro has dropped and rolled as well. Visceral are already gone. They've sailed up through the S's, but this is that merge I was talking about. German sim racing as well as Lease Esports. Tires up to temperature, momentum on their side, and in the case of Lease's Mercedes, fuel burned off as well, but rising over the top of the S's, its 3 cars in line, was effectively for second place.
Yeah, I think through this back straight into the bus stop, you'll see these 2 cars catch up on Turner just due to tires warm up and how much pace they have coming into this, but not a lot of closure there. Lease closed up on German sim racing, but German did not exactly close up on Turner.
7.5 seconds between Visceral and BS plus Turner. That is a not insubstantial margin that Santeri Markkinen enjoys at the front of the field. Have to wait and see if it holds like this. There's always the threat again for safety cars to be brought into the mix, and that could change things up. And I mean, it could just be penalties that mix things up as well, as German sim racing get a dive from the Pure Sims Acura. Is it going to peel them off of corner apex and open the door for Andrew Carone? It did for a second, but the Canadian doesn't get a great run off for the corner, and as much as I think he wants that Mercedes to will its way down to the inside, it's going to need some help to do so. Claessens and Carone leave each other plenty of cars' widths between one another. And I got to say, the German sim racing machine did not want to fight that one at all.
No, they didn't. They're going to pick a different battle here. They're going to come down this short straight here and make it into the final 2 corners.
Sweeping their momentum through. Oh, had to lift off as well, because that's the Valorous car that's going to bully Carone, and now instantly it's going to switch back around. They get on through, they give up the spot. Lease and German sim racing back side by side, and the Porsche with the inside line has got to be careful not to be compromised on their climb up through. Carone gives him the room, and the Porsche takes full advantage and onto the power as early as possible with your Satellite Racing 64 closing on them as well. I hope that Adam Crane is aware of their fight. Carone jinks one way, then back the other. Gonna have to try and be brave around the outside if he wants this move.
Yeah, he's going to be brave here. It'll almost be too wide. In fact, they are going to be too wide through the bus stop. And no, Carone didn't back out. I thought he would. But the 27-year-old computer engineer has found a way to program himself into making that pass there.
That was a very, very well executed pass. Just pushed out German sim racing into the grass. And not by force, just by putting the pressure on and trying to harangue and force the speed out of the 167. And so now a swap around. And the pass has been made. Are we going to see a swap around for the lead of GT3s? Oh, goodness. Around the outside, Esserun gifted the point by Rusty Spatulas. Where is Satellite Racing? They as well have a slightly longer pit stop in this GT3 class, and so it means that we've got split calls. SRN and Rusty Spatulas on the same strategy as one another. Satellite and then Olympus slightly separated from one another, but on the identical strategy.
Yeah, so wait and see how that pans out here. If it means that teams maybe took less fuel now to have a shorter run before the next stop. I've never seen that strategy play out before, but it's auto racing. This is the fun of it, Arjuna, especially for endurance racing, is different strategies and seeing who gets it right and who doesn't.
And because of the safety cars, it's unlike a regular endurance race for many of these drivers where they kind of knew what the strategy was. They played it out from the start. Here they've been adapting on the fly, trying to figure out when the caution is timed, does it make sense for them to run their way down to the lane, and something that so far certain teams have been able to execute maybe better than others. I did hear from Nicholas Boy when we had a brief chat with him that he slightly made a mistake on his initial start of qualifying. It sped on pit exit, and it meant that he was forced to return to the pit lane immediately to then head back out there. But at the end of the day, they were able to put it on pole. They've been able to run up towards the front for the majority of the day. The BMWs look good, but I don't think that's the reason why they're at the front right now when you consider it's BMW, then Cadillac, 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 Cadillac.
Yeah, you know, when you're a competitor in this series and you're trying to race down that team and you hear Nicholas Boy say, yeah, I made a mistake in qualifying, but we still got the pole. Ugh, that's frustrating and demoralizing in a way. So you're like, oh, you made a mistake, but you're still on the pole. Oh, okay.
What could have happened if he put it all together and the lap was even faster? That would be remarkable, but it's beside the point. It's in the past, and they're still leading by a considerable margin. It doesn't really matter. Satellite Racing as well, a bit more concerned, I would think, with the fact that ATRS Academy are only 1.6 seconds off the back of them. Started down in 10th, up in the 3rd position right now, and last time by actually gained a good 0.4 of a second on the back of the 64. Thing is now, in this late juncture of the race, again, 55 started, we're down to officially 37 running competitors still left on the track. There is a lot less traffic, Derek, than there was at the start.
Oh, yeah, a lot less traffic than at the start. I would definitely 100% agree with that. So that does make it a little easier for everybody to find some, moments of peace and quiet to gather themselves here. 20 less cars at a place like Watkins Glen. That's a massive number.
And without the high track temperatures as well, that's the other crazy thing, which sometimes does tend to make some of these calls a little bit more obvious in terms of various strategies and what you want to do. Preston and Nomad down to the lane. They should be good to make it with just the one more pit stop from here. And we are still unsure as to Dinez, Crane, and Coleman at the front. Maybe this is why Crane is saving so much, maybe why Crane is going slow. Maybe he's having to save a bunch of fuel. We jump on board with the 64, and you can, at the 400-meter mark,
goodness.
He's on the clutch.
Listen to that. Let's listen along here for a second. Up the S's. This will probably be full throttle.
Oh, yeah, this will be full throttle. It will be into the inner loop where
in the bus stop.
Probably going to lift off. You see the brake markers on the left-hand side. You're usually braking around the 300. He's already half off.
Oh, my goodness.
He's not even got to the boards by the time he's onto the clutch. A trick that only works now in the GT3s, but look how much they still close onto the back of the Porsche as they run the entry speed in through the corner. Already you can tell, though, Coleman is saving a lot less fuel. He's not inclined to run on the same strategy.
No, he's definitely not. You saw him all over him in the mirror in that camera shot there. That much fuel saving. What gets me about it, Arjuna, what ponders in my head about it is it really beneficial, right? What I mean by that is, for example, let's take Nomad, who just pitted. They're good by probably 8 minutes worth of fuel at the end of this race. In a way, I wonder, could they make up the time, theoretically, by being full throttle good on fuel versus this, that much fuel saving?
Right, that's the question. Is Christian Hildegard's gone around, and I don't think that right front looks all healthy. C is the steering. Steering is definitely not straight.
Oh, that's not, yeah.
And BS Turner gingerly squeaks their way on through. And I think that is going to add to the list of maybe DNFs or at least retirements, rather work required on the cars. It's through the inner loop. I think we know what we're going to see.
Oh, almost had it saved. I thought he was going to get it for a second, but no, unfortunately not. Well, if this car does retire, it puts you, Arjuna, one spot closer to your prediction of a GT3 in the top 10 of this race.
Oh, you're not wrong there. Yeah, that right front, it's not pointed in the right direction, unfortunately.
No.
I am quite impressed that he's even able to bring it around a left-hand hairpin like that, given that it's trying to pull him in the opposite direction. But
I was very impressed he got through the boots with the car, with the steering wheel pointed like that, honestly.
I think what it implies is the damage looks worse than maybe it actually is, because he did still bring a decent amount of speed around that lap, and so I'm quite impressed. Back over to the sole surviving satellite car now, though, because the hopes of the team rest on team manager as Adam Crane, Sam Coleman still second, third, and with some margin back to Geeks Energy by Fiercely Forward. It's between them. There's not many contenders still standing up to be counted at the end. See that these drivers find themselves 20-something laps away from coming back down to the pit lane. Oh, it actually might work out. With the way the traffic's playing out, I have no idea. I think the only thing that we can really do is dial up Sai Andra and say, Sai, do you have enough fuel to make it on one more stop?
It is touch and go. As you can probably see, Adam saving the heck out of the car at the moment. I tried to do what I could, but I'm kind of a bit of a lead foot, so it's hard to
well, there's two wheels on the grass for the ATRS Academy car. If there's fuel-saving intentions, Sai, Adam doesn't want to be passed at the same time either, does he?
No, and I told Adam it's if ATRS isn't fuel-saving, we are in a good spot, but obviously every racer has their pride. They don't want to get passed, and neither did I with the fight with Bo at the BS competition car.
Let's talk about this race then. We've had, 12 cautions or something like that. How do you even work through a race like this?
Painfully, because for every caution you have to rejig the whole stint sheet to try to figure out how many stops we have to do. If we pit now, do we save a stop? What are the consequences for track position if we do pit? Try to figure out all the cars around us, if they're going to pit or not. Be wrong half the time, and then try to fix the run plan after that. So it's been entertaining to do that 12 times.
I mean, though, in terms of championship, how many different swings and roundabouts have we seen here today? I know it's not been an easy start to the season by any means, but are you kind of realizing that you're still very much in with a chance of the championship after this one?
Honestly, I haven't calculated the championship implications yet. I just want to get to the end of the race on the lead lap for once.
Oh, well, Sai, no jinxes up here in the commentary booth. I'm hoping you haven't just cursed your team as well. We'll let you go back and focus on this, because you might need to tell Adam that fuel-saving numbers and all of the coaching around that.
Oh, thanks, Arjuna.
Always great to chat with them. Derek, apparently they think they might be able to make it.
With the way Adam's racing, I don't see how. No disrespect, but all the stuff in my head, and maybe I'm going to be proven wrong in about an hour and 20 minutes from now. The only way he could fuel save that much is going to be if he lets ATRS in front of him, and he uses their draft to help save some of this fuel. I think ATRS is doing a better job at saving fuel right now than Satellite is.
I mean, it's counterintuitive, right? But it's not a bad idea. Let's listen in. There's a bit of fuel saving, not much though. I mean,
but they're going to naturally save fuel just from the draft. They don't need to lift as much as he is.
True, but Adam was actually saving fuel. Like, when you're lifting that early on the run into the inner loop, you're trying to save a couple of laps. You're not just trying to save a couple of liters to save you some time in pit lane.
No, and I think the thing that Sai said really resonated with me. Oh man, looks like that hit the wall there. Is that it's hard as a driver to save fuel. It's so much against the grain of what we believe as race car drivers, you know, to want to save fuel, because it's all about go fast and pass people and make moves. And that's not what fuel saving is. It's very, very much not what it is. And so it's a hard talk to house on to get them to save fuel. Some drivers just can't do it because they can't break that mentality.
7 seconds, the margin at the front. Phil Denez loses out slightly as they all work their way on through. I did notice that Andrew Caron has just gotten in front of Norby Kish as well, so they've swapped around. But this is not a bad position to be in. Let's not forget that BS Turner heavier on fuel. They came in for a full service 7 laps ago. Their final stop is going to be for about 20 minutes or so of fuel. They have the opportunity to potentially take no tires if that's what they really want to do. In contrast to that, Andrew Caron in that lease Mercedes is going to be into the lane in probably around 10 laps time.
Yeah, we'll wait and see how that plays out there. I suspect, I think we talked about earlier, BS will not take the tires in the last stop, but they're now going to try to catch up with Lease here. They're doing a good job of it overall.
I've got to say that iRacing does a great job of simulating the rubber marble buildup on the car itself as Crane up the inside of that Lease 137 again. It started this race very white. Andrew Caron made a joke slightly earlier saying, can the broadcast wash the car please and show it off in its full white glory? To which I responded, sorry, our car wash is off for Thanksgiving. It is an interesting weekend to be racing, though, in many ways. Of course, IVRA is an international series, so drivers from across the globe. But it is Thanksgiving weekend here in the US, a weekend where family, friends get together and eat a lot of food, Derek. I think that's what Thanksgiving is truly about.
That's one of the things it's about, right? So it's about taking a moment and being thankful for the things you get to do and the people you get to know and the families you have, whether it's your chosen family or whether it's your blood relative family. And so it's a great moment. And you know what? There are a lot of drivers in this field today from the United States. Maybe by this point, Arjuna, after like 3 days of family time, you're happy to lock yourself in your sim room and put in your headphones and just kind of, you know, ignore them for 8 hours.
Yeah, no, that's what I say. It's apparently about giving thanks. What it really is an excuse to cook a lot of food and eat a lot of food.
And watch football.
And watch football. Good point. And it's in particular, talk about halftime shows, because I heard that yesterday, or Thursday, there was a particularly low effort one, but that's a very American conversation. What I do have to ask you, Derek, as a foreigner in this country, do people actually like turkey?
Yes and no, and it's because here's a hot take. Most people don't know how to make turkey.
Fair.
Most people don't know how to keep it moist, and so when you get the turkey out after hours of baking or roasting or whatever you do, it's dry as leather most of the time.
To be clear, I have no problem with turkey as a meat in general. It's just that the very Thanksgiving style of turkey seems like it's more tradition than anything else.
So here, I'll throw a weird one at you, and then we'll get back to the racing. My partner went back to visit family in Michigan, and his family had stuffed calamari for Thanksgiving.
That is what I'm about. You see, I like stuff like that. I would be all over a fried calamari Thanksgiving. That does... Oh, goodness! Oh no! BS Turner take avoiding action, and Maxime Naz has had another hellacious hit. BS Turner with a slowdown as well. This is going to cost them at least 3 seconds net in their fight for the win here in class. It's taken Simify as well. Oh goodness! And we're going to get another caution.
Well, that car's not moving, Arjuna. That is the number 1 car, and it is sitting right there at the exit of the bus stop.
Yeah, well, we're getting a caution regardless. We were going to get one probably for Maxime Naz in the first place. We're getting one now because Gabby Montoro is taking a tow without permission. Here's a look at what happened to kick things off, though. Oh, man.
Oh, man, that might be the new hardest hit of the day. Is he going to get off track or is he going to hit off track?
He's going to get hit. He's got no drive in that car.
No.
Oh.
Don't back up.
Man. Well, the problem is, I don't think there was legitimately anything Maxime Naz could do as the caution is officially out. It's no surprise, I think, for everyone to hear that. The thing that maybe is a surprise, did ATRS Academy get into pit lane just before the caution came out? Because they may have just pulled a blinder in terms of strategy.
They may have. Yeah, because they're on pit road, and that pit lane time's 26 seconds. That would make me inclined to believe they got in there because yellow just freshly came out. So that's a great job by their spotter if that is what happened.
Okay, this is the replay as it was live, so we don't actually know when the caution is going to trigger exactly. I think the only thing that we can do is now car is in pit lane. Barney does not have the yellow flag out. We'll wait, but that car's good.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's the lights there at the entrance to pit road as well, and they're not turning. So I would be inclined to believe they're going to be safe here. I was about to say the beneficiaries of this yellow flag was going to be Andrew, with the crane with the fuel saving.
There it is.
There it is. But ATRS maybe got him beat.
Wow. And that's quick thinking. That was seeing the car, the call to come in, and it was 20 seconds, 30 seconds, yes, but the margin is irrelevant at the end of the day. It was the fact that they saw the opportunity and took full advantage. One more look at the reason why we're back under caution for the 13th time today. And it's, well, I think at least the 5th different time that a Porsche has had an issue at the inner loop and has caused that. The real problem, though, wasn't anything else. You just watched, that car's got no drive. The rear tire's not really doing much. And as he tries to spin it around, Gabby Montoro onto the scene and into the side of that Maniti number 1.
Well. I actually think with how long this yellow flag will last, that the GT3s, hold on, let's watch this first. Yeah, nowhere to go. He tried to avoid it.
How do you avoid something that's on the apex? Like, legit. Norby Kish got lucky. The car was in motion while Kish was coming on, so there was at least a bit of indecision and the hesitation as to which side to go on. A bit less fortunate, all things considered. What happened under caution for the ATRS Mercedes that magically shod the rear end by itself? It's just been one of those days.
Some days, nothing. It feels like nothing can go right. Now, what I was going to say, though, is I think by the time we get this lined up and pit road opens, I believe the GT3s can make their final pit stop here.
The question will be, is A, how long does it take for us to wave everyone around? Because we're still not even stacked up behind the pace car just yet, so that's half the issue. Second one is, if we open the pit lane, let's say, not this time by, not next time by, but the time after that, and you come in with 65 minutes to go, I think you're right. Everyone should be good from there. The problem becomes that it is cold track conditions, which means there's a lot of grip, which means a lot of time on power.
I agree with that. And it will be close. It will be a very, very tight close if they're good after this stop. It will be, as you said, dependent upon how long it takes us to line it up and get ready to go to open the pits. But it'll be close. Now, what this will do for the GTPs, however, is this should extend, except for ATRS, I don't think anyone would pit here. I would just extend my fuel stint out.
Yes. Oh, they should be good now to make it on one more stop.
Yeah, I don't know if I would. If everyone has to stop again, I might just take the track position.
Yes, no, they'll stay out there.
Okay, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood your point.
No, you were right in that this has extended their stint, and so ATRS have the advantage here in my mind of A, they probably come in and take in fresh tires, which is going to be a benefit for sure. B, they have now a bit more flexibility on their final stop as to when they want to come down. I just got a message from ATRS as well. They say they had about 10 seconds between seeing the Maniti car crash and having to call Sam Coleman into pit lane. 10 seconds for the
that's
spotter to recognize we should pit now. This is a safety car.
Yeah, that's a great job by that team. It's a five-person team when they're a full roster. And it does take a multi-person team to run a race successfully because all that's required. And I actually just got a message from a GT3 team that says they believe that a full stint is about 55 minutes here at the Glen. So they're unsure if pitting happens here, if they can make it all the way.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think back to IMSA Esports because we had the variance of conditions, both from the cooler ones in the morning conditions we had there to the hotter ones in the afternoon. And in both scenarios, I thought it was a little bit closer to about a full hour or so. So maybe that was just natural fuel saving that the teams had kind of built into their strategy. But that's something to keep in mind. That's what I was kind of wondering. It will all depend on when the pit lane is open. If the pit lane is open this time by, I think it's asking for a lot for these cars to get to the end. If it's open the next time by, I'm a little bit more confident in my picture.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the style of racing with the safety cars and the procedure from race control is you get to work this stress as a team manager or as a whatever whoever, an engineer who's ever doing that work. Luckily, it's not me today.
Yeah, no, I'm glad we just have to try and explain what's going on with the pit stop cycles more than anything else, and how the safety cars work. It's hard enough doing that. Don't ask us to try and figure out what to do in these respective situations as well. Just to give you a bit of a rundown of how all the classes line up, you can see them on the left side of the screen. We've had 55, of course, that started the race. Not going to see 55 finish by no means. Attrition's been heavy. You can see left side, there's only 4 cars on the leading lap for the GTPs. Fuldenez in that BMW M team, a BS competition machine, leads the way from Satellite Racing 64. The Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward combination crew is in third, while the ATRS Academy, we were talking about it in the last few minutes, they made an extra pit stop in the preceding minutes before this caution came out, and they find themselves in a pretty good spot, with Nicholas Hedberg also having gotten behind the wheel and taking over from Sam Coleman. That's GTP. 16 started, 4 on the lead lap. Tells you a little bit about the chaos that we've seen. And speaking of chaos, we've only got 10 left on the leading lap for GT3 Pros, and 26 of them started this one. It is Visceral and the 196 that are currently on top, albeit now with the margin, the almost 8-second margin that they had before this caution started, having closed on down Andrew Carone as well as Norby Kish in the Lease Esports and BS Turner machines directly behind. German Sim Racing, Delta V Racing, Paceworks, Brabham, Kramer Racing, Maniti, and then the RaceR Esports teams. That's the rest of those on the leading lap, and let's be real, let's be honest. All of those teams are expected down onto pit lane as the pit lane is officially open this time by, and any one of them could still win. We'll try and quickly as well, just as they enter into the pit stops as well, run you down through the GT3 running order, because 13 started, 4 on the lead lap, SRN, Rusty Spatula, Satellite, and Olympus. That's the state of play as they enter into the pit stop cycle. And this is important. The last thing that you want to do, Derek, in your final pit stop of the race is miss your marks and slide through the box.
Yeah, that sounds like it should be such a no-brainer, but it's so simple to do in a moment like this, just to slide it a little too far and have to back it up, and that will cost you a lot of spots. What's in my head here, though, for Olympus, Arjuna, is they must be thankful that they served that 5-second penalty earlier and it's still not hanging over their head. It's now will appear to have a possible dash to the finish.
And that's the thing, right? You were wondering why they didn't convert it to an end of line. You never know what the right strategy is going to be with the penalties. All you can do is not get them, basically, and stay out of trouble. Race off of pit lane is going to see, I think, a bit of a change in the running order as we try and figure out exactly what has happened. I did see that Delta V Racing as well as Paceworks stay out in the combined GT3 Pro and GT3 running orders, but Brabham Esports are the one that actually jumped to the front of those that have come down pit lane. Norby Kish in front of German Sim Racing, in front of Beckham Jasir, who gets back into the Visceral Esports car. So there are some driver changes, not just for Visceral, but for Lease Esports as well, as Andrew Carone out, and Mini Guillaume Levesque is going to jump into the 137, and we're going to be in for a fascinating dash to the end in all 3 of the classes. You best believe that.
Oh yeah, for sure. We're in a very big dash to the end here, and a very awesome experience. I'm excited here as we're watching that BS Turner car come around here.
BS.
You know, can give a big shout out. If we can move up for a second to the leader right now for the GT3 Pro, talking about a Delta V. That is a 2-driver team, Arjuna. We talked a second ago about ATRS and how many people it takes to run a team. They're doing it as 2 drivers this year. They're a French-based team, and they said they want IVRA this year to be a learning experience for them. Well, they said they're willing to try different things and experiment with a strategy to see what can happen. So that's what they're doing here. But a 2-driver team in an 8-hour race, that's grueling.
I don't know. See, for me, the only race where I want more than 2 drivers is a 24-hour race. And for that, I want 3. But I'm also one of those crazy people where if I'm going to put in 10, 20, 30 hours of practice for a serious race, I want to be doing a proper amount of effort in the race itself as well. And so I'm one of those crazy people. There are people that go the other spectrum of that, though. And go, you know what, I'm doing all this practice. Why don't I do the race almost entirely by myself? I know people that do 24-hour races in just pairings of 2. I don't know why you would do that, but you're crazy.
Yeah, crazy indeed. Yeah, crazy is a good word for that. So, yeah. Do you know that I got talked into a sales story? Do you know that I got talked into doing 8 hours at Daytona by myself?
But 8 hours at Daytona is fine. That's the thing. Because
No. Sorry, I'm doing 8 hours consecutive.
Yeah, that's fine because Daytona is so boring.
Oh my goodness.
It's the same with Circuit de la Sarthe. You can do 8 hours in a row there because you spend most of your time just in a straight line with your foot flat on the floor. Now, 8 hours at Road Atlanta, 8 hours at Watkins Glen. Those are different.
I would rather do 8 hours at the Glen straight than 8 hours at Daytona.
I don't think you want 8 hours at this type of traffic.
Well, no, okay, maybe not, but yeah, some friends raised some money back for the iRacing event a few months ago for MS, and I got talked into doing 8 hours consecutive at Daytona. So I'm currently in the middle of endurance training because 8 hours consecutive in driving is something I've never done before.
Yeah, I still remember. Was it 2022? iRacing Daytona 24. We had Govan Keeney who did 10 hours in the top split. Was leading the race when he handed over the car to his teammate. And then guess what? The next time he was due to drive the car, it had already been crashed. So he did 10 hours straight. And then, so I'm not blaming anyone. Pablo. But anyway, it wasn't Pablo's fault, if I remember correctly. It's a long time ago. It doesn't matter, Pablo. Don't shout at me. Lights are still on the pace car, which means that we're not ready to go racing just yet. ATRS Academy, by virtue, though, of coming down to the pit lane, not just slightly better off maybe in terms of strategy. Having said that, maybe not, though, because everyone else in class came on down, BS, Satellite, and Geeks included. They now run at the front. They'll be the ones that lead us back to green, and with a couple of lap cars between them and the number 89. You see Prestan and Nomad, you see the 67 Satellite Racing team as well.
Yeah, what they have, more so than just the gas and whatnot with that pit stop, is not that peace of mind, Arjun, of knowing that they're at the front, that when this restart happens, they're not going to battle traffic instantly. Unless they get past. They have that peace of mind of knowing they have a strategy that they believe will work for them, and they're no longer hoping for fuel saving or other things. They know where they stand.
I wonder if there's a bit of fuel saving.
Listen to that fuel saving right there.
Yeah, just a little bit of fuel saving. Not trying to emphasize it. It's more just let's use as little fuel as possible to keep the momentum up on the car. Part of what they're thinking about as well is let's use the brakes as little as possible. If you're up the hill into this corner, for example, can we use gravity to slow down? These are some of those natural things that the drivers will all be thinking about. There is Adam Crane in the Satellite Racing number 64. Behind, of course, the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward team. And with the lights on the pace car, I believe at least one more lap before we get back underway. As I see a couple of the GTPs just trying to refile themselves into line. There was a couple of stragglers trying to get some late pit stops, including Pearsons, by the way, who are now very much into a little bit of a fight. They're on the same lap as Valorous and the Orion race team. And so, remarkably, they're 4 laps down. But, Derek, they're fighting for 6th position.
Right. It's amazing, isn't it, to think that is where it is. And the reason why you fight so hard, even 4 laps down here, is with how fast laps move at the Glen. If something unfortunate happens to a car ahead of you, any of the 5 cars ahead of you, you can still get a top 5 out of this race in the next 58 minutes or whatever will be left when we go green. So this is one of those tracks. Well, pace car's down.
Oh, interesting. And is this going to be some more miscommunication, or are we actually ready to go racing? Green flag is going to be back in the air. There it is, officially. Took a bit of time for it to wave, but we are back underway here for the 8 hours of Watkins Glen in the IVRA Endurance Series, the 2023-2024 edition. Ready to turn the page into a brand new year and look forward to 3 more races to crown our champions. ATRS Academy with a nice, tidy jump at the front of the field. And this is what we were talking about with the lapped cars in front of Field and Airs. It's Satellite, it's Prestanda, Nomad that are squabbling, and already 1.5 seconds, the margin that our race leader enjoys as Nicholas Hedberg runs away. Delta V Racing preserve the lead in GT3 Pro as in through the inner loop. The first car to have come down pit lane. Let's not forget Brabham Esports, now your new net race leader.
Yeah, right now they are the race leader because they might be able to make it. We'll have to wait and see and watch how it goes. And if they stay right there in traffic and use that draft, they're more likely to get there.
There's, of course, some of the GT3 base machines that the GT3 Pros are trying to work on past, and so that's the Prestanda Nomad 256. That's the car directly in front of Stephen McDonald as he tries to look to the inside. It's going to be a move for the race lead as James Poundsland shapes to try and get to the inside of Thibault Leroy. The Delta V BMW gives enough room, but still has the inside back up through the left-hander. Soft camber on exit, who's going to be brave on the power as they stomp their way in through the penultimate corner now on the lap. It's a new race leader in the form of Paceworks Esports with 56 minutes to go. We know that the 158, we know the 119 are going to owe us a trip down pit lane. The question is who behind is going to be good. Beckham Jasir trying to fight past German Sim Racing. Not happening in the penultimate corner.
No, it's not going to happen in that corner. That's a hard corner to pass in. The next corner, turn 1 to 90, is a more likely corner to see a pass happen in.
And I don't think it was really fought. It's going to mean that as Beckham Jasir takes liberties with track limits, Justin Clayson now looks in the rearview mirror as Afonso Suto in the RaceR Esports 103 is behind them. Mini Guillaume Levesque is into that Lease Esports car as well. They had amongst the longest time in the pit stop because they planned a driver change for the final stop of the race. That's a minimum of 30 seconds. And as a result, some charging forward to do for a team that at one point would have been thinking championship lead, could have been going in their direction. 55 minutes still left to go, and every single one of these minutes is going to have tension built around it because the previous 7 hours, they don't matter. All you needed to do, Derek, was stay on the leading lap and leave yourself in contention for a victory.
That's right. That's what you got to do here, is be ready to go when it's time here. And of course, Pacework currently our leader with James Palisand in the car, the 32-year-old former professional golfer, used to dealing with stress, Arjuna. So I'm hoping to see if he can just, I guess keep it on the fairway, get a birdie. I don't have one here.
Still watching BS Turner, by the way, on the back of Stephen McDonald. Now, given that none of these teams in GT3 came in for a full service, let's not forget they had probably a little bit of fuel still left in the car, given that they weren't immediately due for a pit stop. I'm wondering if there's going to be a few of them just doing a little light fuel saving at the start of this stint, not wanting to push the issue too much. And the problem with that is I think you have to work forward now. First time through traffic is always the most chaotic, and we've probably got another 3-4 laps before the GTPs are all over these GT3s.
Yeah, I agree. You need to get your spots you need now and then worry about your fuel saving, which sounds counterintuitive to what we said earlier. But if you try to fuel save now and catch up later, it feels like that becomes a mountain that's too big to climb for most drivers.
And you've got to account for the fact that we're not guaranteed to get to the end of this race caution-free. So maybe burn a bit of fuel, rely on potential cautions coming back in to help you towards the end. And as Paceworks hold on to the lead, there is your GT3 leader as well. Just wanted to call it out because of the gap that he's got to those behind. It's a full 4 seconds. Several cars split Daniel Grolty from Thomas Fisher in that Satellite Racing 267. And this fight for the GT3 lead is going to be decided by how the GT3 Pros elect to work their way past that 274 SRN Motorsports car that, again, earlier in this race was pointed in the wrong direction on the pit straight and now finds itself leading. It's been one of those days, and that's what caution after caution after caution can do, and it's why you can never let your head down. Here is Nicholas Hedberg, who has taken advantage of the help he had with a bit of lap traffic between him and his competitors. Derek, this gap is over 2 seconds now.
That is a massive gap, and as I'm thinking in my head, one of the bigger gaps we've seen all day in this class. So almost, 1.7 to 2 seconds, depending upon the location of the track here. Adam Crane is going to try and run it down here, part of that satellite racing team, and using that car in front of him for a little bit of help in the draft. But as I listen here,
no saving. If you're saving now, you're doing it wrong, I feel.
I mean, I agree. You're kind of locked into your strategy now, right? Like you know when you have to pit, short of another caution or something messing up that number. You've made your bed. It's time to lie in it.
Yeah, for these GTPs, there's no now saving a pit stop. I mean, you might save some time in the lane, but given that they all came in basically during the time of the caution, we're going to see them in with 20, 25, maybe 30 minutes left to go. I would not be surprised if the entirety of the field elects to maybe take tires as well and chooses not to gamble so they can somewhat push to the end, given that everyone is now in a situation where it's going to be down to wheel. You'd have to assume through the traffic, there's no strategy that's going to come and play its part on out. Back over to the GT3 net race leader. Stephen McDonald sitting pretty for Brabham Esports. A car that started down at 8th has run as low as outside of the top 20 in class on occasion, epitomizing the never say die attitude that you need in these longer endurance races. And Brabham Esports 10th in the championship coming into this one. I made a joke there with Syandra about how they're 11th in the championship. They still very much have a chance to fight for the GTPs. We're only halfway through the season, Derek, as we come to the end of this race. There's still a long way to go.
Long way to go. Remember, not only race ending points, but also those mid-race points, which is a third of the total of what you can get at the end of the race. So lots of points to be handed out here, lots of strategy to move. Maybe teams not able to make a race can definitely affect that. But, all over the back of Olympus here, Satellite Racing, as they're both trying to run down SRN. And SRN has put another 3 seconds on that gap, by the way.
Yeah, because they've been fighting. SRN have now seen a swap behind as Olympus back in front of the Satellite Racing team, and they're going to have to watch out. They've got some cars behind that want to be part of it. It's just the Rusty Spatulas left on the same lap as them, and they'll keep that in mind as they fight now with 50 minutes to go. So probably, 20-something, 25 maybe laps for these drivers left in 2023. That's also a storyline, especially for these GT3 drivers. Who knows what the new build in a couple of weeks' time is going to mean for them. Of course, a brand new Audi R8 Evo coming to the platform. Rain expected in the near future for the Ferrari 296. What does that mean for these cars? The drivers clearly have a pretty good grasp on it now. The winter months may be spent, Derek, trying to learn them all over again.
Yeah, that's right. The winter months will be spent for a lot of road course drivers learning everything all over again, as you said, rain and new cars and new tracks and who knows what else. I won't say that. Who knows? Maybe this week we'll start to learn some new things, or maybe we'll wait till release day to find out. But I'm excited for the new build.
Can I say I know something that's coming?
Wow, you are...
I mean, everyone knows what's coming. It's the Audi R8.
Oh, okay.
But what happens if it's actually something that no one knows? Now you're thinking. What do you want, Derek? What do you want for Christmas?
Oh, there's a whole list, actually. I can give you my Amazon wish list.
No. You get one piece of content from Mr. John Henry. What are you picking?
Oh.
It's a tough one, I tell you.
I probably want... Here's a controversial one. I want the Vegas Street Course.
That is a controversial one. And
I fear the reason that'll never happen, by the way, just being a nerd for a second, if I may.
Yes.
Is all the licensing for all the content or all the buildings or all the stores that were around the track. That'll be a nightmare, I would think, legally and logistically.
I think that actually depends, because we got a pretty good version of Long Beach with all of its California pizza kitchens and whatnot. I think the bigger... Sorry, go ahead.
So we have KFC in France.
We have the KFC down the Mulsanne as well. I think the bigger issue is more just when it comes to that in particular. That track literally exists in that form for 3 weeks out of the year.
It's like the Nashville Street Course or the Detroit Street Course or any of them, honestly.
Well, kind of, but maybe even to a more extreme example because of the way that they have to, tear it down and then build it back up to accommodate for the flow of traffic on the strip. So, I'll get back to that. That's an Olympus Esports Porsche that's just stripped the front end of its hood and thrown it in the air, and don't tell me that's a crash for second spot in class. Take a look at the replay machine, and oh, it looks feisty. It's the chaos of the traffic. And as Lease gets involved, Olympus gets involved as well. Oh, goodness.
Just like an LMDH want to be aggressive and make the pass happen on the inside here. And could not make it stick, is what it looks like.
That was the Dalitras Automotive car that isn't fighting with anyone. I'm just going to say that. They're 3 laps down. It's a nonsense move, and I hope Race Control, when they take a look at it, take that into account as well, because he's coming from a different postcode. He's coming from Canada on the Canadian, and fortunately Guillaume Levesque saw it coming, and the Olympus car had nowhere to go, and now both of them are going to be down on pit lane. What's happened, though, to Norby Kish in the BS Turner machine, because that's crab walking its way up through the S's.
To wait and take a look here, and you can see on board it's not right. Look at that wheel turned, and that about some degree still left, and they are hurting here.
Yeah, that's day done without a shadow of a doubt. They're going to straight line the chicane, try and take avoiding action. And so Brabham Esports net race leader, let's not forget what was going through the mind of these drivers. They see SRN in front of them, the leader for GT3 of course, and as they dive down off the corner, oh, bang goes the right rear, and instantly that car's done.
Yep.
Whose fault was that?
Really a weird moment out of the 90 here. Watch this again.
So BS Turner's just trying to come on the power maybe a bit too aggressively. You've got to leave room for the car on the outside. Stephen McDonald not losing just out in that battle, but also losing out to Visceral, who will now take over what is the net race lead in the class.
What I wonder about is Brabham in the 150. If they have any kind of damage, they're going to have to worry about here in this last bit of the race, part of me, that can slow them down.
See if Race Control is going to take a look and investigate that. I've already seen that the 150 is being reported for something with the 120. So there is.
We're not Race Control, but I'm going to say that looked like Turner just wasn't clear.
No, yes, I agree. I think that was on Turner Motorsports. Sorry, guys, I'm not going to be getting any tweets from them in the next couple of days. The problem becomes, I think that, Brabham have just gone on a 5-second penalty for something else that they were involved in. So, they've got a penalty now that's weighing down on them. So who is technically in good spots? We know Visceral's in a decent place. German Sim Racing is net second. And the RaceR Esports team, are they net third?
I am trying to math in my head, and I think so.
So this is a team that started, just to be clear, Derek, dead last. 26th in class.
Yeah, it's what we say all broadcasts. It's not where you start, it's not how you race, it's how you manage it and how you finish, and they're going to be the new poster boys for that.
Got a clean Mercedes as well, all things considered. I am quite impressed. I did not even realize what a quietly impressive day they were having, and yes, the Heusinkveld Ferrari is going to squeak on through as Sentakowski just charges his way back on forward, but as long as they're within 5 seconds of that 150, they are in a podium spot as we wait for Paceworks and Delta V Racing to make their way down the lane with now 45 minutes left to run in this race. So GT3 Pro still got its intrigue to talk us through. Let's check back in with your race leaders in the GTP though, because Phil Denez has closed on Nicholas Hedberg, but not within a position where he's going to be able to try something and make a pass happen in the traffic.
No, not yet. I was going to make this pass here to the inside here on the left. Now get ready for the right-hander here.
And as this happens, let's not forget that these drivers owe us a pit stop. They could come into pit from this point and make it to the end, but realistically expect to see them go at least 20 more laps from here, which would bring them in right around 25 or so minutes to go. Just after that, if they're continuing to push at this level of speed, if they're going to be able to continue going like this. So Brabham have 5 seconds. They might have more. We don't know. I think at least Derek and myself maybe think that was more on BS Turner than on the green and gold Ferrari, but whatever the case may be, got to focus up on those in front of you and what you can do. That's all they're doing for the time being. Tucked up behind that SRN car as well, which, to give it its credit, it's holding off the pace of three GT3 Pro machines behind. And even though they are technically a lap down and would be getting blue flags at this point, Derek, they're doing a good job just to hold station where they are.
Yeah, they're doing a great job to hold station here and just be predictable. When it comes to any kind of endurance racing, especially in multi-class, that's what we preach, is be predictable in your moves. Let traffic get around you. Just don't try to let someone by, and you'll be fine.
It's one of those catch-22s where the higher you get up in motorsport, the more that actually that adage somewhat holds less true. There's more interaction, I would say, between the various classes. For example, a GT3 might half cover the inside early down a straight, a move that maybe a GTP can interact with and understand that, you know what, don't pass now, I can get it on corner exit as well. There's all these little tricks that certain teams will be thinking about and working through how best to fight in traffic. James Poundsland, as well as Thibaut Leroy in the Paceworks and Delta V, Mercedes and BMW respectively, just continue to build up their advantage to those behind, but still owing us a pit stop. I'm wondering what's going through their minds right now, because I think this call is, it's been interesting. Not sure it's going to work out in the way they were thinking it would.
No, it's probably not going to work out the way they thought it would. But man, Delta V really kind of seems stuck to the back of that Paceworks car. We'll watch it a little bit more here, but they're not looking to pull out and make a pass. They're not looking to make anything happen. They're trying to save fuel. But right now the question is, the delta between them and the rest of their competitors, and can they get down and get a splash of fuel and still be in a competitive spot after this? And I don't think so.
If it's a 30-second delta without any pit stop time included, then they need at least a 40-second buffer, you'd have to assume, and I don't think they've necessarily got that. They're due into pit lane probably in 10 laps or so, so they would. It's not a splash and dash, it's more of a sit and wait for a couple seconds and then go. There's a bit more fuel needed to be added to that car. Whatever the case may be, though, it's all going to mean championship equations shift things around. And just looking at the points as well, BS Turner, that's a big crash for them to have in the closing stages, because they came into this one third in points, and they were 14 off the back of the GT3 Pro points leader as well. These are opportunities that you don't really want to let slide on through. Speaking of slide on through, Brabham up to the net race lead in front of Visceral now.
So I guess that answers my question, right? There must not be damage to the car, because they have now moved to the front of this pack here. And I remember they still have that 5-second penalty. So as you're watching this here, on back, it looks like 1, 2, 3 of those cars will pass them by per the 5-second penalty.
Yes.
And Lease would be right on them. If Lease can make up a little bit of time, they would be in that conversation as well.
I think Lease needs to get the message that here's the actual gap so you can see them physically represented.
Right.
If Lease closes even half a second, they're in a good spot. But Guillaume Levesque is very much pushing and is starting to close up. Heusinkveld, Sentikowski past the Visceral car, and with relative ease, all things considered, as Beckham Jasir, I think, is focused on the mileage that he's got to hit to get to the end of this race. Let's check back in with Dinez, with Nicholas Hedberg, though, as they close once again on traffic. The gap between the two of them down to 0.3 of a second.
I'll watch them try to make the move here down this straight and get down here into this right-hander.
Let's check out, by the way, Satellite Racing. Adam Crane's already made his pit stop. I think he saw that some of this traffic was coming up, and let's try and get some more clean air and punch in some fast lap times. This is an interesting call. And as they fly in through the inner loop, a bobble.
Oh, no.
Able to bring it back under control, but that was uncomfortable. And that's a couple of seconds lost there. A slowdown to be served as well.
Well, what it does do for Adam Crane now is if a yellow were to come out, which per how this race has gone is not out of the question, then it would cycle them back to lead when everyone else pits into yellow.
It's one of those things where you're not trying to think about that, I think, at this stage in the race. Dinez has to lift out of it as ATRS's Mercedes is the stumbling block for them as they crest up in towards the inner loop again. Just here as well, just how many cars are filtering on through. Plenty of commitment on display from those drivers. We mentioned that there's a fight going on between 3 very strong cars. It's 3 cars for 6th position. It's Valorous, it's Orion, it's Pure Sims.
Yep, this is that battle we talked about when we went green again, how this is the battle for 6th, even though they're all 4 laps down from the leaders. And they are racing like they are battling. Look at them all here, back and forth, making moves to the inside of that GT3.
Hear them off the corner, just bring the engines back up. These drivers don't have really much to focus on in front. Prestanda and Nomad have some margin, a lap to themselves effectively. These are 3 drivers that have all sat on podium spots at one stage of the race and will want to try and maximize the result that they can walk back home with and indeed reflect back on over the course of what's been an interesting 2023. Look at this, by the way, for Adam Crane in the satellite racing car. I'm not sure what race control is going to think about this, but in towards the penultimate corner, he makes the decision to go around the outside, and I think in doing so breaks the right rear of the Echelon Sim Sport team, and I'm not necessarily sure exactly. Oh, did they stay out or did they bring? They stayed out. We may get another caution. So look off the rear here, Derek.
Yeah, let's see here.
There's definite contact there.
There is contact indeed. I was waiting to see what happened here, but you're right. There is definitely contact. I was waiting to listen to the race control as well, and race control has no comment yet. Or it's not in sim to the drivers.
That's because the caution isn't out just yet, and you can see that it's still doing a bit of a crab walk and trying to get around. As long as that car doesn't spin, we'll stay green. Is it going to take the shortcut? That's heads-up driving as well. The camera doesn't even want to turn our attention there. A toe's been taken now. I don't know if permission was given. I don't know if we're getting another caution.
Was given.
Okay.
To the 129, race control told them to move up to that shortcut and get off track.
Perfect. So that keeps it nice and simple. We don't have to worry about a caution setting up a bit of a dash to the end. It's the end of the day and the end of the road in 2023 for Echelon Sim Sport, unfortunately. I'll be a little bit frustrated with that, but still might get on to get a top 15 finish in terms of points. Back up front, 3/10 split these two as GT Pro drivers into pit lane. Paceworks in their Mercedes now stationary in the box. We're now just waiting for Thibaut Leroy in the Delta V car to follow suit.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what this 2-driver team can do with Delta V. They'll be in, I suspect, probably next time by and just get it done. So wait and see here.
It's what you would kind of hope, but it's one of those situations where if they've been sitting behind and saving some fuel, maybe there's the opportunity for them to just run around for a couple more laps with some lighter loads and therefore be a little bit quicker. Dinez is closer than he's ever been, and with no traffic in front of them, it's all about the clean airspeed between the two now. It's Cadillac versus BMW. Again, don't forget, there's BOP applied and built, of course, by the TFR Lab team that will equalize these cars. They'll build their speed in slightly different ways. It'll be interesting to see where is Phil Dinez slightly quicker in that BMW M Hybrid V8.
After that off-camber left-hander is going to do a great job at keeping up there. Maybe closing the gap just a little bit here. And maybe he's trying to set up a pass here, get a good run here, get into the corner, maybe set up a pass here on this front straight.
So Dinez just continues to ride. I don't think he's really looking for the pass just yet. Don't forget, pit stop still yet to come. Half looks to the inside, shows himself. That's the real racer in Dinez, is the I'm going to remind him that I'm here. And again, Phil's been enjoying his 2023, competing in the Italian GT Series in the real world, jumping across from Lamborghini Huracan to his virtual BMW M4 GT3 machine on regular occasions. And now in the hybrid for the very first time and showing us his quality and bringing the Zebra back on front. It's Dinez and BS Competition leading again with 33 minutes to go.
Well, now the question mark will be that pit stop, right? We're well within the window, so they could come in at any moment here and get down there and make it happen. And now we're going to come up on, is that Rusty Spatch? No, that's not
That is
Rusty
the
Spatch.
SRN Motorsport car that
That's SRN, sorry.
no longer leads because they have had to come down and make a trip down pit lane. So there was a little bit of a switch up in that class as well. Haven't quite figured out who's going to be able to get to the end, though, on fuel. Back over to GT3 Pro in this class. Race control, by the way. No further action for the contact between Brabham Esports and the BS Turner team. It means 5 seconds, the only penalty. That's going to be applied to Stephen McDonald at the end of the race. He doesn't have to serve it on track. It can be applied at the end. But again, the problem's going to be the gaps further behind. You've got German Sim Race, you've got Racer, you've got Lease. These are contenders that are right around on that 5-second buffer.
Yeah, we saw that graphic earlier, how far back some of them were. And this is Lease right here. This was the team that was sort of right on the edge of bursting that bubble and getting an extra spot in this race as well.
Vince Peters says that they got very lucky this round, and they've stayed out of trouble. I think that's the way to put it. I don't know if I'd say you were lucky. You guys have always been up at the front, Vince. Qualified, of course, on pole position itself, so it's more just the luck to have stayed out of trouble, I think, has been on your side, which seems to have deserted plenty of the teams over the initial part of this season. Some have just been more lucky than others, I think it is fair to say. Back towards Barney they will go, though, as mere inches will split these two drivers. No bump drafting at play for these two either, which makes me very, very happy. We don't need any of that at Watkins Glen.
No. I think you and I are on the same boat. I think that we don't think it needs to happen pretty much at all in road racing.
I say ever, but I've commentated on some races where it would be a lot better if they were allowed to bump draft rather than being forced to go 3 wide. So I would not be opposed in some cases to bump drafting, just to be clear. But yes, as a normal rule, it's by far the least preferred option. You see, by the way, just creeping up on these drivers, Adam Crane and that Satellite Racing number 64. Adam Crane has a 10-second penalty that's going to be added to the time at the end. They've already made their final pit stop. They were hoping to be able to push, but now they're at a little bit of a disadvantage. They spent 47.6 seconds in the lane as part of their pit stop sequence. They're 54 seconds off the lead, and of course 10 seconds added beyond that.
It just feels like after that pit stop that Adam Crane made, it's just really it's kind of gone downhill in some ways for this team. They made that early pit stop and wanted to have that peace of mind and knowing they had the fuel, but that penalty and the contact and whatnot, and it's just, I don't know. Not the finish they wanted, I can tell you that. It's disappointing.
No, not for sure. Again, 4th, though, is not the worst in the world. Remember what Syandra said. I just want to finish a race on the lead lap.
That's fair.
Hopefully they still do that. There's still 30 minutes left to go in this one as the sun just continues to set. Looking rearwards from the American Dinez, who has his in-sim helmet the same, I think, as his real-world helmet as well, if I do believe. Always love those little details, those little touches that people have to make these experiences feel just that little bit more authentic. Although having said that, Phil Dinez drives for BMW in the world of sim racing. He drives for Lamborghini in the world of motorsports. I'm not sure there's much synchronicity between the two there.
Yeah, not too much synchronicity, right? Just a little bit of difference.
It's not like Ferrari and Lamborghini, where if you work for Lamborghini, Ferrari will never work for you, or with you, I should say. We don't work for you, but you understand what I was saying. Anyway, fight for 6th. Still Yao Vaz leads, Wesley Caspers and Pure Sims and Daniel Croft in this 3-way fight. It's Cadillac Acura up out of the 90, and with Delatraz Automotive a couple of laps down and maybe a bit of a cork in the bottle, as finally Vaz is able to squeak on through. Croft as well as Caspers will follow in suit as they've got a bit of separation up in towards the inner loop. Croft looks alongside for a moment in the white and blue Acura, but backs out of it. Discretion, the better part of valor. I always find it quite amusing, Derek, when you jump on board with the Acura. Does that seem like the most aerodynamic fixture on a car?
No, it really doesn't actually. No. Looks like it looks like one of those bars in the front of a police car they used to pit people with.
I know exactly what you mean. And the thing that I always thought is, that was a close call with the 278 Maniti GT3 machine that runs 7th in class. I've always thought that if the wind hits it at the wrong angle, it's more of a parachute than a wing surface itself. And The design has always intrigued me. The thing that I love about it, though, and I've got to say, kudos to the team at Acura for being able to make this work. It then works with the headlights as well. You see how they're kind of snuck in on the carbon itself?
Oh yeah, I do see that. Okay.
Yeah, little details. I'm a nerd for design
pit
details, as Prestanda Nomad as well as Valorous into the lane. It was Taylor Lane for Prestanda that got a little bit sideways and locked up the tires on the entry into the corner, but was able to slow it down. No black flag for speeding, it would appear, as we check back in with German Sim Racing, with RaceR and with the Lease Esports team. They're now 5 seconds officially off the back, not just of your race leader, off of second place as well. These are crucial margins as the drive-through penalty, or rather the time penalty, hangs over the crown of the Brabham Esports team up front.
And you look at that there, that means realistically here, I think almost Brabham has put a gap here. I think the RaceR Esports team and Lease are now back out of the 5-second gap. If they can hold on to this, they would only lose 2 spots.
Yeah, I think that is a crucial number. If these drivers fight in the final 27 minutes, we still could be in for a little bit of excitement at the very end. Again, traffic is a little bit less intense than it was at the start. 55 started. 20 retirements over the course of the 8 hours so far. Most recent, of course, the Echelon SimSport team in your GT3 Pro class, having their little bit of contact after traffic played its part with them. And, of course, Race Control swiftly intervenes, and at least for now, there's nothing else that they have to look at. The next 26 minutes, they'll be hoping nothing else gets reported, and they can focus on some of these fights. The battle for, effectively, 3rd, 4th, and 5th for the time being in the GT3 Pro class, and potentially fights in the GT3s as well, because we're still not sure, Derek, who owes us a pit stop and who's good to the end.
Yeah, there's a lot of different strategies involved in this GT3 class here, but within the next 10 to 15 minutes, we're going to find out, because that will start to be when that window opens for drivers who need to pit. Maybe a little sooner, but I think 10 to 15 minutes is about the goal.
So, BS Turner is back out on the track. Who else is trying to recover? They are 8 laps down now from their class leader as a result of 14 minutes of repairs. 12th in class, though. 24 seconds back from Gabby Montoro, so another team that's really been through the ringer today in that Simufy 133. Zentakowski. He's only 60 seconds up the road for Team Heusinkveld in the 148. So there's been plenty of drama, that is for sure. Oh, and what's that? Oh, that's more drama. That's Brabham, isn't it? Oh, goodness, from the lead. And they're parked in a place where is this going to be a caution?
And to put, well, let's finish that first. Let's watch him here.
Still watching. I assume that
permission to tow has been granted to 150, so I would suspect.
Interestingly, what has happened is they've been given permission to tow, and we're not going to have the caution, despite the fact it was in a suboptimal place for that incident to happen. So Race Control, I think, recognizing that there wasn't the need to slow things down once again. But Derek, talk us through what we see on the replay.
Let's watch it here, coming down here. Make that right-hand corner. Gonna get wide. Oh, they just got hit by a GTP, pardon me. Looks like that GTP may have got loose. That was BS. That was
not BS.
BS competition.
That was Pure Sims, just to correct you. It was, yes, so you got me scared, but it was a different blue and white machine. Watch this entire sequence, because it starts building up slightly earlier, and Vince Peters said that Viscera was lucky. They'll be counting their lucky chickens, their lucky stars, whatever you want after this, because as we watch, big wiggle from Pure Sims, around goes Brabham, and heads up driving there from Beckham Jasir to get out of Dodge as quick as possible.
No, you're right. That was Pure Sim. I apologize for getting the wrong name there. It looked like BS from the livery, but you're right. That was, but wow. Well, unfortunately for Brabham, we had a whole talk about who could they hold off and who could they not hold off, and 5-second gaps. Unfortunately for them, that conversation is now null and void.
It is a moot point, unfortunately, yes. It does mean that now 2nd, 3rd, and 4th is the fight for German Sim Racing, the RaceR Esports team, and for Lease to focus their attention on. And with championship implications here, let's not forget, Visceral will take some very, very valuable championship points. Finished third at the end of Road Atlanta, looking like it will be first at the end of Watkins Glen. The championship leaders, the 178 Maniti Racing crew, are not going to be classified. They're not going to score points, so they'll drop down the running order. Lease came into this one in second. They should grab the points lead. BS plus Turner will drop down, as will Simufy. There's going to be a lot of shake-ups heading into a new calendar year, and a first round as well that's scheduled for a rather interesting date. It's going to be curious to see how teams go, balancing their commitments and obligations for the 1,000 kilometers of Interlagos against, at the same time, the fact that we're racing in the virtual world on the same day as the real Daytona 24.
Yeah, that'll be interesting, right, to see how many drivers are willing to race that day or free to race that day. And of course, that'll also mean that you're starting to practice for the Interlagos race. At the same time, these teams are also practicing for the virtual 24 hours of Daytona.
Yeah, and it's not the same track as well, right? So that's not ideal. The iRacing 24 hours of Daytona will be, of course, the week before that, you would assume, if the special event schedule aligns with the conventions, but that will all be for us to figure out in a new calendar year. ATRS Academy have taken the lead because Phil Denez, a ride on cue about 21 minutes ago, is down on the lane, and for the final time today has just got to hit the marks, and we'll see if there's going to be tires, if it's going to be just fuel, but regardless, it's just staying out of trouble. That's the target for the Zebra.
And the best thing he can do is just get in the box. Yeah, it looks like you parked it in there. No need to back it up or move it forward. Great job here. Of course, the shared pit boxes and iRacing is what you're seeing in effect here. And here's how long the stop's going to take here.
We aren't seeing up on the jacks, though, so no tires going in to the strategy playbook for Denez. It's going to be 16.8 seconds off and away, and now emerges clear of Adam Crane. That was to be expected. The question really now will be for Nicholas Hedberg. Where does he fare out in comparison? I'm assuming that he's probably due for a pit stop in the next couple of laps as well.
Yeah, that would be the assumption, right? That he was going to need to pit as well and sort of level this off. Well, the other thing to keep in mind, I was thinking about Arjuna as we saw that Brabham car turned around. I almost brought up until we realized it wasn't going to happen. A yellow now ends the race. I don't see a world where if a safety car comes out now, we get the whole process done. Maybe the next 5 minutes. But after that, it's pretty much over.
Race control have just let us know that there shouldn't be any cautions in the final 30 minutes, so we'll have to wait and see exactly how it plays out from there. But here comes Nicholas Hedberg. As expected, the next lap down after BS Competition made their final pit stop, it will be the case for the number 12. Now, they timed their pit stop perfectly just before that previous caution to be able to leapfrog their way to the front. Are they going to be able to make the overcut work to their advantage with a slightly shorter pit stop time? Remember, it was 16.8 seconds stationary for Denez in the number 89, and as Nicholas Hedberg sits there and wait, the time is frozen at 0.2 seconds, so I don't think we'll get an indication there. But as Denez wraps out of the final corner across the stripe to break the timing beam, it's a lengthy stop for Nicholas Hedberg. He's going to roll away, but already with Phil Denez back on top and BS Competition in the lead, 20 minutes to go.
Yep, there we're going to see ATRS coming off a pit road there into that merge and up on track. And now they have to see if they can make up or keep that spot here.
They've got some margin to Satellite Racing, who still have that 10-second penalty as well going their direction. So what is a 6-second advantage becomes 16 seconds, and should not expect it to change around in terms of order between these three teams. The question might still be, though, if you are a Geeks Energy by Fiercely Forward fan, what can you do to throw a wrinkle into the surprise? There is still the chance for this car, of course, to grab a podium. They started down 16th at the very tail end of the field. They lead right now, literally from last to first. It's not going to end that way, but keep an eye on them. Expect them down to the pit box, not this time by, given that they're trying to go around the GT3 contenders. The next handful of laps, that will be something that will play itself on out. Clayson still leads from Suto and Levesque as the battle for the GT3 Pro podium spots continues to rumble on. And the sun continues to set. It's not going to dip below the horizon, as you were calling out, Derek, but 5:46 virtual standard time, track temperature cooling off slightly as well. It is changing conditions for the teams to deal with.
Yeah, and what it could do a little bit is cause a little bit of glare in these last 20, 25 minutes of racing here, which is horrible when it happens to you, especially depending on where it happens on the track. If you get blinded into a corner, your entry becomes a little less predictable.
It's especially bad if you are racing in virtual reality, which I'm not 100% sure how many of these teams and drivers will be doing. The advantage that you have in terms of spatial awareness and ability to look around is somewhat then offset by the ability to, on a monitor, have extra information like fuel numbers, lap times from your various competitors, and to be able to understand the position of a race from the cockpit rather than relying on teams around you to clue you in. But yeah, as someone that started originally on virtual reality with the original Oculus Rift, there was a reason, Derek, I went away from it when I started getting more competitive in sim racing. Not sure how modern virtual reality really compares, though. I'd be curious to try out some of those Pimaxes and the new fancy things that break your computer.
Yeah, I went from single monitor to triple monitors. I've never done the VR route. I have my own opinions of VR, which is just that it seems that there always seems to be a hiccup with them. I don't know. And listen, here's the thing. I know that some VR headsets work fine. I know that it's the internet,
right?
And people don't, we're only here to complain, right? No one goes, hey, that works great, But man, I'm just so anti-VR because of all the hiccups we hear about.
Hey, we definitely didn't have a VR failure earlier today. That didn't happen to David Barraclough in the Talk Freak Racing machine. His Rift definitely didn't go dead on the main straight, and it caused a bit of a checkup that saw SRN Motorsport actually around. We were talking about that incident quite a bit. Here's Geeks Energy fiercely forward, though. 30.4 seconds. They went up on the jacks. That's a very interesting call, and it's actually going to cost them a chance for a podium, I do believe, because they're going to emerge a full 20-odd seconds behind the satellite racing car powered by Adam Crane. And they've got to try and find
I can't see how that works out.
Yeah, they've got to find 9 seconds or so, Derek. I think that's the margin.
Yeah, sorry for cutting you off, but I don't see how it works. Even with new tires and going to have, the ability to hold a corner better and, hold more speed in a corner. 9 seconds across 16 minutes of racing. I don't think that works. Yeah, no.
Not unless there's a mistake. To clarify, Ethan Bass asked, by the way, break a computer when it's talking about VR headsets. I mean, set it on fire, just because it's trying so hard to keep up with what's going on. You need a beefy computer for some of these modern VR headsets, especially given how many pixels they're all trying to push out. And we know that iRacing loves to be performant at the best of times. Comment from Geeks Energy is they had 23% on the left front tire, which is why they had to change. Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I guess I can appreciate that. I mean, part of me also says, guys, it's only 15 minutes of racing left. That's the strategist in my head saying that, but I understand why they want to change it.
It wasn't.
Sorry, that sounds heartless. I apologize. So that sounds mean.
It wasn't worth the risk. I like how Ethan Baston says, by the way, you should try an AMD card. No, Ethan, you made the choice to run an AMD card. The rest of us run on Team Green and are very much happier in the world of iRacing for that. I was wondering if anyone was going to get involved in the PC hardware debate. There are people getting excited, though. Chris Stevenson says he runs an original Rift S. He still loves it. There's plenty of people that do like it. Of course, in World Championship Series, it's in the off-road scene where we see it a bit more. Nitro Circus Sim Racing team, Connor Parisi, Josh Edmondson, amongst a couple of drivers that we've seen with those wide-angled Pimax Crystal brand-new headsets, and those are the types of headsets which you need 4090s and a supercomputer to power in effect.
And so to finish that thought, though, one of my favorite things we do at RaceSpot is we have sometimes the driver cams where they log into the Zoom call and we have the webcams. And there's just something about watching a driver in VR with just that big headset on their face. It just kind of makes me giggle. I don't know, it's just not that appealing. But, speaking of hardware debates and things and graphics and whatnot, you teased the iRacing update earlier. We've been teased with these potential graphic updates that will start soon. I'm excited to see how that goes.
see how it all goes. Of course, iRacing's development update released not too long ago. Here's the battle still for second, by the way. RaceStar have been planted exactly where they've been for a good 20-something laps at this point. On the gearbox of Justin Clayson, Guillaume Levesque, Mini Guy not really closing as well. I wonder what Mr. Boucledor, Charles-Etienne Boucher, thinks watching his teammate try and challenge up here. All as the sun continues to set, all as attrition continues to play its part. We are now down to 34 cars out there and running with 13 minutes still left to go. Jack Stahl says that VR has its advantages. Triples are a lot more comfortable for endurance. He also says, by the way, his teammates, of course, with Ethan Bass, that Ethan's decision to go Team Red is entirely his own decision, and he gets reminded of that every time he starts complaining about it. I'm not complaining about the fact, though, after an inordinate, whatever the word is, a crazy amount of cautions, Derek, we still have some fights, and for podium spots as well.
We do have some fights. You're seeing one on screen here, and then, you know, we'll see over a couple more form out here. There's still that battle, by the way, that we'll find eventually probably up there for 6th in the GTPs going on. So there's a lot of battles here happening as this race concludes in the last 12 minutes here. Probably another 6 laps or so, maybe 7 left in this race.
That battle in the GTPs is actually somewhat stagnated, courtesy of a variety of pit stop cycles, and of course Pure Sims having their little incident, so not really much intrigue for them. It's really just these drivers. GT3 as well, it's all kind of separated out amongst them, not seeing any fights between Satellite Racing, the Rusty Spatula's Endurance team, or Olympus, 1, 2, and 3 in the class for the time being. And that's why we can turn our attention on some of these drivers. Guillaume Levesque, you're out on board with the 137 as there's a wiggle. Big wiggle for Justin Clayson. The rear end of the Porsche stepped around. It checks up Alfonso Suto, and now the RaceStar Esports team forced to try and go defensive. Levesque backs out of it. He's going to try a more high percentage move.
Yep, so these 3 cars here have a GTP behind them. They'll all let by, well, maybe not.
That's the race leader who goes, no, I'm not waiting. Phil Denez has got the gap behind him in mind as well, because it's only 5 seconds to Nicholas Hedberg. It means no major drama. They stay as they were, but that's the sense. You can never relax, even with a good 11 minutes left on the clock.
I was about to say they're going to let him by easily through this part of the course, and then, no, not so much. But we're back to this battle here. You see Lice trying to catch up with RaceStar, and maybe even German Racing here in front of them.
The German sim racing team up 4 positions from where they started, 23 positions up for RaceStar, and 6 positions up for the Lease Esports crew with Guillaume Levesque at the wheel. 16 positions gained for Kramer Racing, 18 for Paceworks, also in GT3 Pro. Of course, with the most cars in the class, those numbers were always bound to be at the larger scale of things as well. No swap around into the inner loop this time by. And crucially as well, because Phil Denez has already put 1 more lap on that battle for second, I get the sense that they're going to get 1 more pass around of Denez, which means it's pretty confident when I say, and I'm knocking on wood when I say this because you should never trust what a commentator is saying, I think we've got 7 laps to go.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking in my head as well here, with about 9.5 minutes left. We'll just see, but I think 7 is the right number. Man, look at Denez here. Just out on now it's on a joyride for a few laps here, just kind of letting it run wide and having fun and kind of breathing easy here.
Yeah, he's enjoying his dalliance in a GTP. Be curious to talk to him post-race and understand what he's learned from this experience, what he'll carry forward to IMSA Esports next weekend as they make their way over to Sebring. Yeah. Some of these drivers, of course, had their experiences at Sebring in the first round of the championship. Some of these drivers also had some experiences of Watkins Glen, not just from the 6 hours, but IMSA Esports as well. So there's some of these tracks that are getting lots of repetition, and drivers getting plenty of laps under their belt and just increased logs as well on their virtual racing school data for those that tot up the hours there. Running wide, drivers do have an incident limit with which to keep in mind, but because of how it works and it's factoring in off tracks and just the incidents where the drivers are off the track themselves, they know that they've got some leeway with track limits with which to run. Poor run from the RaceStar team out of turn 1, and now as Guillaume Levesque is alongside, side by side in through the inner loop with less than 9 minutes to go. Mini Guy backs out of it for the time being, but surely not going to back out of it too many more.
No, he backed out further than I thought he would, or maybe should there. That's a pretty big gap he's created for himself by backing out of that. Now looking back here on that battle, that Porsche wing is kind of in the way. There he is, back in the shot. The headlights just under the wing. And man, look at that whole line of traffic behind him here.
Yeah, it's
maybe it's not that bad from that view.
It's snaking on up. You can see the Simufy 133 that is a couple of laps down. Don't think that Gabby Montoro is going to do anything here other than ride and just watch in front of him as they put on a bit of a show to the end of this race. Orange horizon indicates that setting sun as well. And that conditions that we mentioned just continuing to cool off. 26 degrees Celsius, still not that cold maybe you'd think, but it's cold compared to traditional track temperatures here at Watkins Glen, which can range from anywhere from 34 degrees Celsius to upwards of 50, 60, and if you're unlucky, 70 degrees as well. So the tires have had a bit more of an easy life so far today, but being really pushed at the end. You're going to have to hope that you've got some grip underneath you as Justin Claessens continues to try and hold off those behind. Visceral still sitting pretty right now, 6 seconds clear at the front of the field.
Yeah, doing a great job of staying clear and just letting this battle happen behind him here. Bottom right is where you see this battle start to up the S's here. And what's in my head is how much longer, before Lice just makes a move somewhere? How long are they willing to be patient before they need to make that move and try to make something happen? I suspect it's coming. I just don't know when.
It's coming now. They're going to be 3 wide into the corner. Is this going to check up RaceR as well? Sliding on through goes the Geeks Energy Fiercely forward car, and not taking advantage, or not able to take advantage, is maybe a more accurate representation of it, is Guillaume Levesque. Back on to the power though, through the outer loop. We poke his way to the inside, down through the chute. No, he will not. 6 and a bit minutes still left on the clock, and all as Fildenairs back out to the line, is going to cross the timing beam once again. 6 seconds, his margin out front. It's comfortable for him. It's comfortable as well for the Visceral crew. Vince Peters is going to be hoping that their luck continues to hold on. And what's been a topsy-turvy GT3 battle, it is still Satellite Racing in their BMW that currently have a good 19-second lead.
Yep, a great 19-second lead here is what they have. And it's a great job by Satellite Racing over Rusty Spatulas here. So they're just going to have a nice, calm race. Not change anything, not change any braking markers. You know, don't let up too much and just keep racing here for a few more laps. And you'll be good to go.
And that is a win as well for a team that got 0 points in the first round, finished third in the last round at Road Atlanta, and is slowly starting to build up and set those building blocks in terms of performance. Look to the inside as the patience is gone. RaceR's looking to try and get racy. German Sim Racing out wide, uses their off tracks and builds up their buffer. Here's the margin though, and the speed that will see them rise. All about the draft. 1, 2, and 3 fighting for 2 spots on the podium. Justin Claessens is going to have to cover the inside line. He'll paint the white line, forces the Mercedes to go up high. RaceR doesn't respond. They wanted to go down low. They'll fan out 3 abreast. RaceR hits the wall on the inside. No changes in position, but is there damage now on the 103?
There may or may not be, I'm not sure, but it's getting tight down here. And Lice is now done waiting. Now they're going to make something happen. That's RaceR on the inside. Sorry, I was on the wrong car there. That's RaceR now trying to take the lead of this group and put German Sim Racing back in second.
And it's the pass for second, and it's gone on through. Levesque will go the long way around. Can he storm with gravity on his side? No brakes really applied. Not going to happen. So Suto now has second. Claessens down to third. And with Gabby Montoro in the mix as well, they've got to be careful because that Simufy Porsche's looking a little bit racy. Around the outside, the Mercedes still tries to stick there, but you can't make it work the long way around.
No, you can't make it work the long way around. Not at all.
Still side by side, but this time with the Simufy car that's a couple of laps down. It will try and work its way through, and that's frustration. Lights flash from Guillaume Levesque, and I don't blame him. He wants to just fight for a podium here. Gabby Montoro's putting himself in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, that's frustrating for Lice when you have a car who you think doesn't belong there. Whether they do or not, your opinion as a race car driver can differ sometimes. You're like, you're a lap down. Why are you in this fight? But now they're going to get up here next to German Sim Racing. But man, RaceR is pulling away here now that they've gotten in front of this pack.
And they're the ones that just took liberties with track limits through turn 1 that time by. Again, they have... Many of these teams have been given warnings for their off-track usages, but they're not close enough with short time remaining in this race, especially how many laps under caution we finished, to be hitting that limit. No changes for them as Suto builds up that buffer. Levesque still trying to close in. The only thing that I think Guillaume Levesque will now be thinking about is, can I use Simufy to get past German Sim Racing when they go for the move as well?
Yeah, that's got to be the thought in your head is, you know, I'm probably going to get one more shot at this, more than likely.
I know that some people are keeping an eye on Maniti's 179 with Alex Bennett, only 3.5 seconds back with just 2.5 minutes to go, though. There's not going to be enough time, even if these drivers fight tooth and nail, for him to really get stuck into the fight. So it comes down to these drivers and how they're all going to fare it out. And because we've had the high levels of attrition, there's not too many GTPs playing their part. And Gabby Montoro is actively frustrating Guillaume Levesque there, deep under the brakes and holding the Mercedes behind.
Yeah, that's unfortunate to see for Lice, that really that car's in the way, you know, and probably preventing him from making the moves he wants to make or use the braking markers he wants to use. And you see the flashing again. That's the way in road course racing we gesture, if you will, our thoughts towards another driver.
Yeah, and again, I just want to say this. It was a similar comment that was made earlier. Simufy is not fighting anyone. They're 30 seconds in front of BS Turner. They are 90-odd seconds behind Team Heusinkveld. There is no need for them really to do this. And now up the inside of German Sim Racing, Justin Clayson is the one that's going to get peeled off of the corner apex and now loses momentum up through the S's. The only benefit is he's got Draft back on his side. Racers said goodbye. They've run away with second. What's going to happen behind for third and the final step on the podium?
Final step on the podium here with 2 laps to go. I feel like the appropriate phrase here is let the war games begin, because it's about to get messy here.
And Levesque realized that, you know what, Montoro's not going to give this one up. I can't afford to make contact with Clayson. And Clayson, with a disappointing run, is now going to bobble off the corner. Levesque right back alongside. And as we dive down in towards the chute, we've only got maybe a lap or so left to go. It's short time to get on through.
Really is a great battle we have here with just over a minute on the clock. Next time by will be white flag for our race leader, so we are almost done with this. That means Lice has to get moving here and find a way in if they want to, and see if they can maybe somehow use Simify in a way to their advantage. I don't know how.
That's what I was thinking they were going to try to do. I'm not necessarily sure they're going to get the chance. You can see Dinez is, by the way, right behind them, so we are going to get the one more lap after this, I would assume, and that's the communication that I was talking about at this level. Levesque wanted to try and proactively cover off the look from BS competition. It doesn't happen. Now gets 1 and 2. One more lap will be left to go, and Guillaume Levesque has got to lay it all on the line. Does he have to come down pit lane? Oh no!
Oh no. He must have been just short on gas.
Oh. Heartbreaking stuff.
There's no black flags reported in the system currently, so it has to be just 1 lap short. That is unfortunate.
Well, maybe Simufy were actually then playing somewhat nice there in the grand scheme of things and trying to help out a little bit of the fuel saving. Whatever the case may be, German Sim Racing have no chance of closing on to the back of the RaceR Mercedes, you would have to assume, unless they get on through.
Yeah, a little aggressive there, which they need to be on the last lap. But yeah, this is a pretty big gap here. They're really only going to get probably 1 or 2 more shots to make up a breaking point here.
I don't think they're going to really...
This will be one of them.
Yeah, they've got to really close up that buffer and then get alongside. So, you know, it's asking for a tall order, you'd have to assume. And so I think that's probably positions locked and loaded now for the majority of the grid, in fact, because while Delta V and Kramer Racing fight in the GT3 Pro class for 7th and 8th positions, everyone else is basically just running to the end. And let's be honest, what has been maybe one of the most stop-and-start races you could have ever have expected to see. 13 cautions, I think, is the unofficial count that we had today in this 3rd round of the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series. But it's BS competition. From pole to victory, but a story not as simple as that. Coming out on top in upstate New York. It will be visceral, delighted with the performance to be able to grab the win in GT3 Pro, staying out of trouble, and another car from pole to victory but with a story that had a lot more in the middle of that. Satellite Racing and Thomas Fisher, the 267, will come across the line, and after not finishing the first race, after getting third at Road Atlanta, Satellite Racing continue the step forward with a victory here in GT3. Thomas Fisher, as well as Ryan Robertson and Ryan Walker, will be delighted with their efforts to be able to come out on top, but ultimately 55 started. Derek, about 34 will see the end. Everybody that gets to the end should be happy with surviving.
Well, there's going to be one unhappy team. We'll have to go back and replay and find it, Arjuna. But there's contact between German Sim Racing and RaceR Esports about 200 feet from the line that caused German Sim Racing to come in second. And I suspect there's one unhappy team at the end of this race.
And we'll grab a look at that in a few moments' time as well. We're just waiting for the final cars to come across the line and grab a look at them. The lack of frontage showing there for Matt Loveridge in the Olympus Esports 221. SRN are going to be classified in 4th in class, and that's going to be the entirety of the field, which has come across the line. And so we can grab a look at our race results and head on down for post-race interviews. And boy, I think we're going to be in for some intriguing comments through the field. But Phil Denez for BS Competition, they hadn't finished a race before today. Well, they do so, and they win. They'll be delighted with that, maybe back into championship hunt as well, but in front of the ATRS Academy car that made a bold call on strategy to grab its best finish of the season, matching, of course, a podium in the first race to build up some points, while Adam Crane is going to be classified in 3rd, even with a post-race penalty, as the Satellite Racing team grab a podium here today. Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward 4th, Prestanda Nomad 5th, who will be delighted with that effort after climbing their way up a remarkable 10 positions from qualifying. The Orion race team, Valorous Motorsports, Delatraz Automotive, Satellite 2nd entry with the 67, and the championship leading Movano Sim Racing team making up the rest of the top 10. And those gaps, I think, tell you all you need to know. 13 laps between those cars on that first page. Daniel Croft in 11th, Maxime Naz for the Minitis, number 1 in 12th. And then those that DNF'd, Hydra Race, Delta V, Nürburgring Esports, and Maniti Racing, the 16 GTPs that attempted to start this race. As we filter on over into your GT3 Pro category, it's a 11.3-second margin at the end for Visceral and their Porsche. Beckham Jasir will be thrilled with his performance in particular, but across the team, staying out of trouble, keeping the car clean, exactly what they needed to come out on top. German Sim Racing did indeed classify themselves in 2nd, doesn't mean it will stay that way based on race control, post-race decision making, and so that will be something that does have to be kept in mind. RaceR, I'm sure we'll put a protest in. Maniti 4th in front of Lease after their late race pit stop. Guillaume Levesque drops down to the final spot in the top 5, but should still grab the championship lead, you would assume. Paceworks, Delta V, Kramer Racing, the final car on the lead lap before Team Heusinkveld and Simufy made it to the end of the race, albeit 7 and 8 laps down respectively. BS Turner 11th for them, with Fury Simsport, ATRS Esports, Echelon, Brabham, Geeks Energy, Delta Sport, Maniti, Hydra Race, Geodesic, Satellite, and then still going through the used car lot of Door Academy, Orion Race Team, SimCity Racing, Impulse, Pure Sims, and the Nürburgring Esports Squad, and Maris Rommelfangers 187. Last but not least, over with your GT3 Satellite Racing, your victorious BMW, of course, 25 seconds in front of the Rusty Spatulas, who put some orange back on their car, and clearly that was what drove them into 2nd place here today. The Olympus crew will be 3rd after interesting final half of the race for them. Saw them lose the front end of their car as well. Jason Gerard 4th, the final car on the lead lap, with Paceworks, Absolute Motorsport, and Maniti all seemingly getting to the end before DNFs for the likes of United Simsport, Prestanda Nomad, and Zekarul's 210. Of course, championship leader coming into today. Orbit Motorsports, Talk Freak Racing, and the Archer Brothers round out the rest of the running order. But with that monster look through the race results all done and dusted, let's head down to Victory Lane and start off with the GTPs, where Nicholas Boy, alongside a new face in that BMW M Hybrid V8, come out on top. And Nicholas, let's start with you. We had a chat with you a couple of hours ago. How do you feel now at the end of that 8-hour endurance dash?
Yeah, I'm really delighted. It has been like a crazy race regarding surviving and stuff. Like, it really reminds me, I don't know if you remember, but last season Daytona 12 Hours, the first race with these cars was quite similar like this. Also a few cars finished on the lead lap. it has been a crazy effort. It was so frustrating sometimes with the strategy also and the traffic, but yeah, we made it work and come out on top.
Phil, I think it's the first time I've ever actually seen you not in a GT3 car for anything not a VCO ERL or something. What have you learnt driving a GTP? What are you going to take into next week's IMSA Esports Round 3 when you deal with traffic in your rearview mirror?
Yeah, you know, it's just a little bit of a reset. I've never actually, I think the only time I drove this car was week 13 when it came out, so I had virtually no experience in the car, and I thought it would be fun to switch it up, and you know, I felt pretty comfortable in the car right away. I didn't have to do too much work with the guys, you know, racing earlier at Watkins and having the setup done. So, I mean, it was a lot of fun. Crazy race. You know, all of the safety cars threw in a huge curveball. We were in a huge deficit at one point. It looked like there was no coming back, and another safety car saved our butt. So, yeah. Great car to drive. It was a lot of fun. I mean, the guys did an amazing job on the setup. I couldn't thank them enough. So, IMSA next week. Same plan as this, right? Let's just keep it up, keep pushing, and do what we can do.
Nicholas, I'll come back to you before we let you go. I mean, talk to us about this BMW in particular, the balance of the Cadillac, the Acura, and the Porsche. It does seem as though right now we've got it all in a pretty good spot where each of the cars has their own unique ways of being fast.
Oh yeah, the cars have their certain sweet spots where they're good on the track, where they're bad on the track. Of course, with the bus stop on this track, that's like a thing. You can't really BOP, for example. You saw a lot of Porsches dying, which is quite, like, the car is quite hard to set up, but if you make it work, it's fine. So I guess these teams, they're still struggling a little bit. But yeah, if you make these cars all work, they can be quite close to each other with the right BOP. And I think at the moment the BOP is always quite close. On, like, there's always something to improve on it. But at the moment, like, the BMW feels really good for me. It's my favorite car. It feels just great.
I'm glad that a racing driver couldn't get through a race without talking about BOP needing to improve in some ways. At least someone would make that comment. Congratulations, though, guys. Another great performance at Watkins, Glen, and we'll see you next week for IMSA Esports Round 3.
Thank
Thanks
you.
a lot, guys.
Nicholas Boy, as well as Phil Dinez, grab the victory in the GTP class. Let's see if we can slide things down, though, on over to our GT3 Pro class, where Beckham Jasir, yeah, pole to victory sounds simple, but Beckham, I think it was anything but, wasn't it? I think we got Beckham Jasir just trying to sort out his technical stuff, so we'll give him a couple of minutes. We'll cycle down to the final class before we return up to hopefully have a chat with Beckham, and in the meantime we'll go on down to the Satellite Racing crew, who are all standing by, all three of their drivers as well. We'll start with you, Ryan, RaceSpot's own, victorious in the IVRA Endurance Series. How do you feel right now? So excited that he can't get his words out, apparently, right?
He's trying.
He's trying hard. Ryan Robertson, why don't we ask you instead? I mean, Ryan giving an answer, it's as good, I guess, as we could hope for.
Pretty much. I mean, this one felt good. I mean, it was a melee out there, and you know, we just kept our nose clean throughout the entire race and avoided any incidents we could, and that was pretty much the key to it for today.
In your mind, Thomas, you got the call up at the end of the race. How concerned were you about the possibility of a couple more cautions? Because that was something that we were thinking about and we were worried about on our own accord.
Yeah, I was a little bit terrified when I saw one off after, I think it was turn 10. But then it was within the last 30 minutes, and it turns out that there's no cautions in the last 30 minutes. So once I was worried about that and was informed by my teammates that there will be no more cautions, I was quite happy.
Ryan Walker did the commentator thing of leaving himself muted to try and answer the question. But yeah, Ryan, we talked to you mid-race. How do you reflect on that? And maybe the most important part of the race, I'm not trying to boost your ego, but keeping that car clean in what was a hellacious incident out of the inner loop.
Yeah, fuck off.
Apologies for the language there for Ryan. I think he's just a little bit excited. Congratulations.
Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry, Arjuna.
Congratulations on the victory, and we can't wait to see you next time over at Interlagos. Again, apologies for the language. Ryan just very, very excited about the victory. One more interview. Let's see if we can catch up with Beckham Desir. Beckham, do we have a copy with you? I think that means the answer is no, unfortunately. So as much as we would love to catch up with the Visceral Esports squad and with Beckham Desir, unfortunately for now, we will have to see if instead we can catch up with the RaceR Esports team, because I see Federico Faria standing by. Federico, do we have a copy with you?
Yes, I think.
We got you loud and clear. That's great. We were struggling with Beckham. Talk us through that race. You guys started at the very back of the field, and I know there was some drama to the line, but you guys have got a podium. You must be thrilled with that result.
Yeah, for sure. It was a crazy race, more safety cars than we expected, to be honest. We struggled quite a bit for one lap pace, but then through the race, I think we kept our nose pretty much clean throughout the race. So last stint was just staying with the fast guys and save them as much fuel as we could. And yeah, Afonso did a great job. Miguel as well at the start. We did a bit of fuel save, but we ran a bit short at the line, so we had that contact. But we still got the podium. That was way out of our league, or at least our minds from the start of the race. That's for sure. Starting P32 on GT3 field, but yeah, we got the podium. So that's something to remember from this race. That's for sure.
I can only imagine. I've got to ask, how close were you guys to running out of fuel at the end?
The car was stuttering through the line, so that's how close it was. So,
there we go. That answers, I think, the question. Federico, congratulations on a great result.
Thank you.
Best of luck for the rest of 2023, and we'll see you next year for the next round of the IVRA Endurance Series.
See you guys. Thank you.
So that was a great chat with RaceR. Always great to be able to talk to not just the winners, but sometimes to some of the other drivers as well. And yes, before we take a look at the replay, because I do want to go and see what happened between those cars coming to the line. We wanted, of course, to go and chat with the drivers as well, but we can look forward because, Derek, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's a long ways away, January the 27th, almost 2 full months before we go racing for the 1,000 kilometers of Interlagos.
Yeah, very busy couple months up ahead with all the holidays happening and different racing events happening, but a great track in Interlagos and Sao Paulo, Brazil. So I'm excited for when we get there and see how this race turns out.
And it's back to the distance-based races rather than the times-based races for not just Interlagos, but for Spa as well. And so that means as we make our way on over to Fuji for the 12-hour season finale, it's going to be another timed race. And Derek, another opportunity for the strategists to slightly think about it differently.
Yeah, very much so. It's very much different thinking about time versus distance. It's just a whole different way of calculating because the variable's unknown in a timed race.
Exactly, and that's the schedule, of course. Still a long way to go before we're done and dusted with this campaign, before our champions are crowned as well. This is the moment that you had been talking about, the run to the line, and there's the contact. Bish bash bosh indeed, and that's unfortunate. Now, if you spool it back slightly further, though, I'm not necessarily sure. If that car's out of fuel, does German sim racing really have time to react?
No, that after hearing them admit that they're out of fuel, watch this here.
It looks like it just stops moving in a straight line, doesn't it?
And there's about a 10-mile-an-hour difference between them at that moment of contact, and that's why I was wondering if they were out of gas, which he admitted they were sputtering. Watch it here.
Oh, you can hear it. And it's a couple of sputters as well, so alright, maybe no race control intervention needed in this particular case, but it's always great that race control is there to take a look at all the different things. Derek, final thoughts though as we get ready to close out not just this 8 hours of Watkins Glen, but indeed the first half of the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series powered by Heusinkveld.
Well, you know, Arjun, I think closing out is the appropriate phrase, and I think this race closed out way better than it began. A lot of tight racing, a lot of great battles, a lot more cleaner racing than how this race began. I had a lot of fun here, my first IVRA endurance race, and I'm looking forward to 2024.
It's a long way away before we get going once again, but don't forget there's so much action still for these drivers to be focused on as they work their way to the end of the year and trying to figure out, well, what do we want to do in 2024? What are we going to need to do in terms of championship shakeups? Because 13 cautions today, boy, will this have changed the complexion of all three of our classes. But for the team behind the scenes, thank you so much for joining us. And for those of you watching on from North America, maybe racing from North America as well, we wish you and your family a happy Thanksgiving and the best for the rest of 2023. Happy holidays to you and yours. We'll see you in 2024 from Interlagos at the start of January to kick off the final 3 races in the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series, powered by Heusinkveld.